ships, musicians started composing alien invasion theme songs, and comedians prepared entire stand-up routines about the day's events. The response was so unexpected that monitoring stations across the globe reported similar reactions. Instead of mass hysteria and evacuation attempts, people were gathering in public spaces to take selfies with the alien ships in the background. Food trucks began parking near areas with the best views of the fleet, selling invasion snacks to curious onlookers. Back on the flagship, Admiral Keximura waited for the usual desperate communication attempts from planetary leaders. Her tactical display should have been lighting up with surrender offers and pleas for negotiation. Instead, her communications officer looked confused. "Admiral, we're receiving millions of transmission attempts, but they're not surrender offers. They appear to be friend requests." The Vorthaks attempted their standard conquest protocol, but every military action got hilariously misinterpreted by the humans below. What should have been a terrifying display of superior alien technology turned into the galaxy's most unintentional comedy show. Admiral Keximura decided to escalate things by deploying their famous fear drones, small hovering machines designed to fly through cities making horrible noises and projecting scary images to break the spirit of the local population. These drones had successfully terrorized 47 different worlds, causing mass panic and immediate surrender requests. But Lieutenant Tae Shin of the Korean Air Force had a different reaction entirely. Instead of running in terror, he pulled out his phone and started filming the drones as they buzzed around Seoul's skyline. "Okay, everyone, we've got another batch of alien drones here," he announced to his TikTok followers while casually walking down the street. A fear drone swooped down toward him, making what it thought were intimidating screeching sounds. This one gets a 7 out of 10 for dramatic hovering, but the scary sound effects are just weak. "I mean, my neighbor's dog makes scarier noises at 3 a.m. His followers loved it. Comments flooded in asking him to rate more drones, and soon, just drone rating became a trending topic. Other people started making their own drone review videos, critiquing everything from the aliens' flight patterns to their choice of holographic imagery. "This drone is trying to show me some kind of scary monster," explained college student Hannah Park in her viral video. "But honestly, it just looks like my cat when it's angry about its food being late." The Vorthak fear drones, confused by this unexpected response, began hovering uncertainly around groups of humans who were treating them like street performers. Some people even started throwing coins at them, thinking they were part of some elaborate art installation. Things got worse for the aliens when their intimidating war chants started playing from speakers mounted on their ships. These deep, rhythmic chants had been carefully developed over centuries to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. They were supposed to sound like the voices of doom itself, but producer Hwan Lee, who ran a small music studio in Hongdae, heard something completely different. Wait, he said to his assistant while listening to a recording of the chants. "This has a really good beat, like really good. This could be the hottest track of the year." Within 24 hours, Hwan had sampled the alien chants and turned them into a catchy K-pop song called Galactic Love. The track featured the original Vorthak war chants as the bassline, with Korean lyrics about falling in love with someone from another world. The music video, shot guerrilla style around the alien ships, showed dancers performing choreographed routines, while the actual invasion fleet loomed in the background. The song went viral instantly. Radio stations across Asia started playing it on repeat, and soon the aliens could hear their own war chants being sung back at them by crowds of humans. But now the humans were dancing and laughing instead of fleeing in terror. Admiral Keximura watched this development from her command, centered with growing horror. They're making our battle hymns into entertainment?" she asked her communications officer, who was equally baffled. "Yes, Admiral, and it gets worse. They're making physical representations of us for commercial purposes." She was right. Humans had started mass-producing plushy versions of the Vorthak aliens, complete with their distinctive forearms and purple skin. The toys were flying off store shelves faster than manufacturers could make them. Children were hugging them, teenagers were collecting them, and adults were using them as stress toys at work. The plushies were surprisingly accurate, based on photos and videos people had taken of the actual aliens through their ship's windows. Someone had even added little sound boxes that played cute versions of the Vorthak war chants when squeezed. Engineer Yoon Choi, who worked for a major Korean electronics company, saw the business opportunity immediately. She quickly developed what she called the Cute Alien Invasion Survival Kit, a package containing alien plushies, snacks shaped like the Vorthak ships, invasion-themed phone cases, and a guidebook written in both Korean and broken English, mimicking the aliens. Original translation mistakes. People are scared of the unknown, Yoon explained to a news reporter while standing outside a convenience store where her survival kits were selling out. But if you make the unknown cute and familiar, suddenly it's not scary anymore. It's just another thing to buy and share with your friends. The survival kits sold out in every convenience store across Korea within hours. Other countries started placing orders for their own versions. Yoon realized she had accidentally discovered something profound about human nature, their ability to turn anything, even an alien invasion, into a consumer product. The Vorthaks, meanwhile, were completely lost. Their invasion manual had chapters on dealing with military resistance, diplomatic negotiations, and mass hysteria. But there was no chapter titled, "What to do when the locals start selling toys of your army." Admiral Kexmora found herself in the unprecedented position of leading an invasion that was being treated like a theme park attraction. Her proud warrior race had somehow become the galaxy's newest entertainment franchise, and she had no idea how to fight back against an enemy that refused to take her seriously. The humans had weaponized humor itself, and the Vorthaks were completely defenseless against it, desperate to maintain dignity. The Vorthaks escalated their efforts only to face humanity's ultimate weapon, bureaucracy. What started as a simple planetary conquest had somehow turned into the most complicated administrative nightmare in galactic history. Admiral Kexmora decided to try a more direct approach. If the humans wouldn't take their threats seriously, maybe they would respect a show of force. She ordered her ships to land in major cities around the world to begin the occupation phase. Surely once her troops were physically present on the ground, the humans would finally understand the gravity of their situation. The first ship attempted to land in downtown Seoul, hovering over a busy intersection while looking for a suitable parking spot. The massive vessel, roughly the size of 3 city blocks, cast an enormous shadow over the surrounding buildings. That's when bureaucrat Kwan Park showed up. Kwan worked for the Seoul Metropolitan Government's Special Events Permit Office, a department that technically didn't exist until that morning, when his supervisor hastily created it to deal with the alien situation. He wore his standard government-issued suit, carried his standard clipboard, and approached the alien invasion with the same enthusiasm he brought to approving food truck licenses. "Excuse me," Kwan called up to the hovering ship through a megaphone. "You can't park there without proper documentation." The ship's external speakers crackled to life. "This is Admiral Kexmora of the Vorthak Empire. We are not parking. We are beginning our occupation of your world." "I understand that, sir, or madam, or whatever you prefer," Kwan replied politely. "But occupation or not, you're still operating a large vehicle in Seoul airspace without the proper permits. I'm going to need you to fill out some forms." A transport beam deposited Admiral Kexmora directly in front of Kwan, her 4 arms crossed, and her purple face twisted in what she hoped was an intimidating scowl. She stood nearly 8 feet tall and was covered in impressive-looking armor that had been polished to a mirror shine for the invasion. Kwan, completely unfazed, handed her a thick stack of papers. "You need to fill this out for proper parking of your motherships. Also, here's your noise complaint from the residents of Gangnam District. They're saying your ships are blocking their satellite TV reception, and honestly, that's a serious quality of life issue for them." The Admiral stared at the 47-page form in disbelief. The first page alone required information about vehicle registration, insurance coverage, and estimated duration of parking. Page 12 asked for an environmental impact assessment of her ship's exhaust systems. "This is ridiculous," she protested. "We are conquerors, not permit applicants." "I understand your frustration," Kwan said sympathetically, "but rules are rules. Everyone has to follow the same process. whether you're here for tourism, business, or galactic conquest. Actually, hold on. He flipped through his clipboard. Galactic conquest falls under the special events category, so you'll also need to fill out this additional form and pay the associated fees. The additional form was another 30 pages long and required a detailed explanation of planned activities, expected crowd sizes, and proof of liability insurance covering potential property damage. Within hours, news of the bureaucratic showdown had spread across the internet. Videos of the mighty alien admiral standing in line at government offices, trying to figure out how to properly fill out forms, became instant memes. The image of her struggling with a pen that was clearly designed for human hands went viral worldwide. The aliens found themselves attending city council meetings about proper invasion protocols. The Seoul City Council, treating the invasion as just another permit request, scheduled a public hearing to review the Vorthak's application for large-scale military occupation of municipal territory. "We need to consider the impact on local businesses," explained Councilwoman Lee during the hearing. "If you're planning to occupy the downtown area for an extended period, we'll need to reroute several bus lines. Also, what are your plans for waste management? Your ships don't appear to be connected to our sewage system." Admiral Kexmora sat in the audience, still filling out forms, while human bureaucrats debated the logistics of her invasion as if it were a construction project. Meanwhile, comedian Hana Yu was having the time of her life. The whole situation was comedy gold, and she wasn't about to let it go to waste. Her nightly stand-up show at a small club in Hongdae had become appointment television as she provided running commentary on the invasion's daily developments. "So these aliens travel millions of light years to conquer us," she said to a packed audience. "But they can't figure out how to parallel park a spaceship? I watched their admiral spend 2 hours yesterday trying to understand what proof of insurance means. 2 hours, my grandmother learned to use Instagram faster than these guys figured out municipal parking regulations." The audience roared with laughter, but Hannah was just getting started. She had been studying footage of the Vorthak military operations and noticed something that apparently their own commanders had missed. And another thing, their battle formations are completely wrong for urban warfare. They're still using tactics designed for open field combat on planets with no buildings. Yesterday, I watched a squad of alien soldiers get completely confused by a revolving door. A revolving door, these are supposed to be elite galactic conquerors, and they were defeated by basic architecture. Her observations, delivered as comedy, were actually serious military analysis. The Vorthaks had never encountered a species that built cities vertically, and their standard invasion protocols assumed wide-open spaces and terrified populations, not narrow streets filled with curious onlookers taking selfies. The routine was broadcast across the galaxy through various news networks and social media platforms, making the mighty Vorthak Empire a laughingstock among other alien civilizations. Other species began sharing their own stories of Vorthak incompetence, and suddenly, the galaxy's most feared military force became its biggest joke. Admiral Kexmora, still stuck in bureaucratic hell, could only watch helplessly as her empire's reputation crumbled one permit application at a time. As the Vorthak invasion became the galaxy's biggest comedy show, other alien species started arriving at Earth not to conquer, but to watch the spectacle unfold. Word had spread through interstellar communication networks that the supposedly mighty Vorthak Empire was being defeated by paperwork and internet memes. For many civilizations, this was too entertaining to miss. The first to arrive were the Zelkons, a peaceful trader species who had been bullied by the Vorthaks for decades. Their ships appeared in Earth's orbit, carrying nothing but cameras and popcorn, or at least their alien equivalent. They set up what could only be described as galactic bleacher seats, floating observation platforms, positioned for the best views of the ongoing chaos. Next came the Quidarian Republic, followed by the Helix Confederation, and then dozens of other species that had previously lived in fear of Vorthak military might. Earth's skies became crowded with alien tourists, all eager to witness the Empire's humiliation firsthand. Entertainment mogul Dae Min, who owned a small cable TV company in Busan, immediately recognized the business opportunity of a lifetime. While everyone else was focused on the spectacle, he was thinking about the bigger picture. If aliens from across the galaxy were coming to Earth to watch this mess unfold, why not give them a proper show? Working around the clock with his small team of technicians, Day created the first intergalactic streaming service overnight. Galactic Comedy Central went live within 48 hours, broadcasting live feeds of the invasion to every alien species in the solar system. He offered multiple camera angles, instant replay features, and even commentary tracks in 17 different alien languages. "We're not just watching history," Day announced during his first broadcast. "We're watching the birth of intergalactic entertainment." The streaming service was an instant hit. Alien ships began paying subscription fees in various forms of galactic currency, from rare metals to advanced technology blueprints. Day quickly found himself running the most successful media company in Earth's history, despite the fact that most of his audience wasn't even human. Back on the Vorthak flagship, Admiral Kex Mora was dealing with a crisis that was far worse than bureaucratic red tape. She had discovered that her own troops were secretly enjoying human comedy and culture. It started small, soldiers watching human entertainment during their off-duty hours, but it had quickly spiraled out of control. The breaking point came when Sergeant Vektal, one of her most decorated officers, failed to follow a direct order during what should have been a routine intimidation mission. Instead of maintaining his position in the battle formation, he started doing interpretive dance in response to music playing from a nearby human street performer. Sergeant Vektal returned to formation immediately, the Admiral barked through her communicator. But instead of snapping to attention, Vektal launched into what could only be described as an elaborate interpretive dance routine, complete with dramatic arm movements and rhythmic steps that somehow perfectly matched the street musician's guitar playing. The human crowd gathered around him, cheering and filming with their phones. Admiral Kex Mora decided this breach of military discipline required immediate punishment. She ordered Vektal to report for court-martial proceedings, expecting him to show proper remorse for his behavior. Instead, when he appeared before the military tribunal, Sergeant Vektal responded to her formal charges by performing a perfect recreation of a viral TikTok dance that had been trending among Earth's younger population. The dance involved complex footwork, synchronized arm movements, and facial expressions that somehow managed to convey both joy and defiance simultaneously. The other officers in the tribunal were supposed to remain serious and disciplined, but several of them began unconsciously nodding their heads to the rhythm. 2 junior officers were caught quietly attempting to copy the dance moves under the table. "This is mutiny," Admiral Kex Mora declared, but her words carried less authority than they used to. Half her crew was now spending their free time learning human dances, trying human food, and participating in what humans called social media. The situation reached its peak when the Vorthak Emperor himself decided to visit Earth to see what was causing his military's complete breakdown in discipline. Emperor Jexkalar was ancient, powerful, and had never personally visited a planet during an invasion. His arrival was supposed to restore order and remind everyone why the Vorthak Empire was feared across the galaxy. The Emperor's massive royal ship descended through Earth's atmosphere with appropriate pomp and ceremony. Golden banners flew from its hull, and its arrival was announced by a symphony of traditional Vorthak ceremonial music that was designed to inspire awe and reverence. Instead, the humans treated his arrival like the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Crowds gathered in Seoul's main plaza to welcome him, holding signs that read, "Welcome, Space Emperor," and "Thanks for the entertainment." Food vendors set up stalls selling Emperor snacks, and local news stations provided live coverage with commentators discussing the Emperor's ship design choices. Translator Sue Park, who had been serving as the unofficial liaison between humans and Vorthaks throughout the invasion, was assigned the impossible task of explaining to the Emperor why his entire army was learning the Gangnam-style dance from humans. "Your Imperial Majesty," Sue began carefully, "your soldiers have been culturally influenced by our local customs." "Explain," the Emperor commanded in his deep, authoritative voice. Sue took a deep breath. "Well, there's this dance that humans created about 10 years ago, and it became very popular worldwide. It involves specific movements that represent riding a horse, and somehow your troops have adopted it as a form of military exercise. Through the large windows of the emperor's throne room, they could see groups of Vorthak soldiers in the plaza below, dancing in perfect synchronization with a crowd of Korean teenagers. The aliens had modified the dance slightly to accommodate their forearms, but the basic movements were unmistakably Gangnam style. The emperor stared at the scene for a long moment, his four eyes blinking in what Su hoped was contemplation, rather than rage. "They seem happy," he observed quietly, and they did. For the first time in Su's interactions with the Vorthaks, they actually looked like they were enjoying themselves. The rigid military discipline that had defined their culture for centuries had been replaced by something humans took for granted. The simple joy of dancing badly in public and not caring who was watching. The invasion had officially become a cultural exchange program. Though nobody had bothered to make it official yet, the story concluded with the greatest plot twist in galactic history. The entire invasion was orchestrated by the Vorthak Emperor as an elaborate setup for the galaxy's first interspecies comedy festival. Nobody saw it coming, least of all Admiral Kexmora, who had spent weeks believing she was leading a legitimate military operation. The revelation came during what everyone thought would be a tense diplomatic meeting between Emperor Jexkalar and Earth's world leaders. Representatives from every major nation had gathered in Seoul's largest convention center, expecting to negotiate surrender terms, or at least discuss the logistics of peaceful coexistence. Instead, the emperor walked onto the stage, looked out at the confused crowd of humans and aliens and started laughing. Not the evil cackle of a galactic dictator, but the genuine, hearty laughter of someone who had just pulled off the greatest practical joke in the universe. "Ladies, gentlemen, and beings of various other classifications," the emperor announced. "Through the translation system, I have a confession to make. This entire invasion was fake." The silence that followed was deafening. Admiral Kexamora, sitting in the front row, felt her four stomachs drop simultaneously. Reporter Yuna Oh, who had been covering the invasion since day one, nearly dropped her microphone. "Our empire was dying from our own seriousness," the emperor explained to the stunned audience. "For 3,000 years we've conquered planets, built military bases and maintained order across the galaxy. But somewhere along the way we forgot how to enjoy life. Our people were becoming depressed, our culture was stagnating, and honestly, being the most feared empire in the galaxy was getting pretty boring." He gestured toward the screens, showing footage of Vorthak soldiers dancing with human children in the plaza outside. "We needed humanity's gift for finding humor in everything. You took our most intimidating military displays and turned them into entertainment. You made our war chants into pop music. You even made our appearance into something cute and marketable." The emperor paused, looking directly at Admiral Kexmora. "Admiral, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth from the beginning, but I needed your reactions to be genuine. If you had known this was all an act, it wouldn't have worked." Kexmora stood up slowly, her armor clanking. "You mean, Chan, all those times I reported our failures to you, you were actually pleased?" "Delighted," the emperor confirmed. "Every bureaucratic form you filled out, every meme made about our ships, every time humans turned our intimidation tactics into entertainment, it was exactly what I was hoping for." The crowd began to murmur as the implications sank in. Yuna, recovering from her shock, raised her hand. "Your Majesty, are you saying you deliberately made your invasion look incompetent?" "Oh no," the emperor chuckled. "We really are that. Incompetent at dealing with humans. That's what made this so perfect. We genuinely had no idea how to handle a species that responds to threats with humor and bureaucracy. The plan was just to show up and see what happened. I never imagined it would work this well. What had started as a social experiment had accidentally created something unprecedented in galactic history. A successful cultural exchange program disguised as a failed invasion. Earth became the galactic capital of entertainment almost overnight, with humans teaching other species the ancient art of not taking yourself too seriously. Comedy clubs began offering alien-friendly nights where species from across the galaxy could try their hand at stand-up comedy. The language barriers made for some hilariously confused performances, but that just added to the charm. Cultural. Exchange programs popped up everywhere, with aliens learning human games like karaoke, and humans learning alien sports that defied several laws of physics. The transformation wasn't limited to entertainment. Human bureaucrats became galactic celebrities as other species discovered the joy of unnecessarily complex paperwork. Filing taxes became a competitive sport among the Zelkons, who found the process strangely satisfying. The Quidarians started a support group for beings struggling with excessive seriousness disorder. Admiral Kexmora made perhaps the most dramatic career change of anyone involved. She retired from military service to become a successful stand-up comedian with her signature routine, How I Failed to Conquer Earth and Learned to Love Memes. Her shows sold out across the galaxy, with audiences loving her deadpan delivery of lines like, "I spent 40 years perfecting intimidation tactics, only to be defeated by a dancing baby video." Her comedy career took off when she started doing crowd work with audience members from different planets. "So you're from the Helix Confederation? Let me guess, your planet has 3 suns, and you're all extremely serious about time management. Have you tried just being late to things occasionally? It's very liberating." The Vorthak military dissolved peacefully, with most soldiers transitioning into careers in entertainment, hospitality, or social media management. Some became tour guides, showing other aliens around Earth and explaining human customs like why humans take pictures of their food and the cultural significance of cat videos. Emperor Jexkalar established a permanent embassy on Earth, not for diplomatic purposes, but to run the intergalactic comedy festival that became an annual event. Species from across the galaxy would gather in Seoul each year to share jokes, learn new forms of entertainment, and participate in what humans called the most wholesome invasion in cosmic history. The festival's main event was always the invasion reenactment, where participants would recreate the original Vorthak invasion with intentionally terrible special effects and over-the-top dramatic performances. Admiral Kexmora served as the head judge, rating performances on categories like most creative use of bureaucracy and best meme integration. Years later, when galactic historians wrote about this period, they would describe it as the moment when the universe learned to laugh at itself. The Vorthaks had accidentally discovered that the best way to conquer hearts and minds wasn't through fear or force, but through the simple act of being ridiculous enough that people couldn't help but love you for it. And in the end, humanity had won not through superior weapons or technology, but through the most powerful force in the universe, the ability to find something funny in absolutely any situation, even an alien invasion.
The leaders were given small apartments and pension plans, paid in our new currency. The galaxy didn't collapse into chaos. In fact, things started running better. The ships moved on time, the food was distributed fairly, and for the first time in centuries, there was no High Council taking a cut of everyone's hard work. Humanity was no longer a member of the galaxy. We were the owners. But there was one final thing left to do. We had the power. We had the assets. Now, we had to decide what to do with the betrayers themselves. The galaxy was quiet. For the first time in 1,000 years, there were no border disputes, no trade wars, and no secret alliances. Why? Because you can't argue with the person who owns your oxygen, your bank, and your history. The final meeting. Admiral Thorne stood on the balcony of the former High Council building on Primus. Below him, the city was bustling. Human engineers were working alongside Zool workers to repair the infrastructure. But today was a special day. Today was the day of audit. Varkas, the former High Counselor, was brought to the balcony. He wasn't in chains. He was wearing a simple, clean suit. He looked older, tired, but safe. "Look at them," Thorne said, pointing to the streets. "They're actually happy. The Krill are trading with the Xylos again. No more political taxes or galactic fees. Just honest work." "I did," Varkas sighed. "You took our pride, Thorne. You made us beggars in our own homes." "No," Thorne turned to face him. "We took your greed. We made you realize that being advanced doesn't mean you get to step on the new kids. We were your allies, Varkas. We bled for you, and you tried to throw us away like trash." The sentence. So, Varkas asked, looking at the human fleet patrolling the skies. What is our final fate? Are you going to exile us to the dead moons, or are you going to use us as labor? Thorn laughed. It wasn't a cruel laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had already won the ultimate game. We're humans, Varkas. We don't like keeping slaves, it's too much paperwork. And we don't like exile, it's a waste of talent. No, your sentence is much worse. Thorn handed Varkas a digital tablet. From today, the Zul homeworld is being rebranded. It is now a nature preserve and tourist destination. You and your people will stay here. You will manage the forests, you will protect the wildlife, and you will host the millions of humans who want to come here for vacation. Varkas blinked. You're making us tour guides? I'm making you responsible, Thorn corrected. You wanted to be the masters of the galaxy. Now you can be the masters of this one garden. We've taken all your weapons, all your warships, and all your high-tech labs. We've moved them to Earth, the capital of the stars. As Thorn spoke, a massive shadow covered the city. It wasn't an alien ship. It was the UEFS Legacy, the first ship built entirely in the captured Federation shipyards, using human imagination and alien physics. Earth was no longer a minor planet. It was the central bank, the central armory, and the central library of the known universe. All roads, or rather, all warp gates, now led to Earth. We took everything from you, Thorn continued, so that we could give the galaxy a fresh start, a human start. We've turned your empire into a community. And the best part? We're charging a 5% service fee for everything. We are humans after all. The human spirit. I stood behind the Admiral, looking out at the stars. I remembered how we felt when they betrayed us. We felt small. We felt alone. We felt like the galaxy was a cold, dark place. But we didn't stay small. We grew. We adapted. We stole. We hacked. We bargained. And we fought until the cold dark belonged to us. Admiral, I said, the first transport of Earth students has arrived. They're here to study the ancient alien ruins in the museum. Thorn smiled and lit his cigar. Tell them to enjoy the tour. And remind them, if they see a blue-skinned guy named Varkas, they should tip him well. He's had a very long year. The legacy. The story of the human reclamation became a legend that lasted for 10,000 years. It was a story told to every alien child. Never betray a human, because they won't just fight you. They won't just beat you. They will take your house, your car, your lunch, and your history, and then they'll hire you to keep the grass cut. The galaxy was finally at peace, and for the first time, it was a human peace.
All personnel, Code Violet in Mess Hall 7. Korvathi cubs are loose, and security is ordered to stand down. Repeat, stand down per diplomatic protocols. Commander Zilax's voice crackled through every speaker in the Galactic Military Academy, with the kind of panic usually reserved for hull breaches. In the mess hall, 300 cadets from 15 different species pressed themselves against walls, tucked under tables, or simply froze in place as 5 Korvathi cubs, each the size of a Terran lion, prowled between the rows, snatching food trays and scattering utensils with gleeful abandon. Sir, they've taken the entire 3rd section's lunch allocation. Lieutenant Vexthul reported from the doorway, his hand hovering uselessly over his sidearm. Permission to... Denied, Zilax snapped. Those cubs' parents are the Korvathi ambassadors. One scratch, one bruise, and we're looking at an interstellar incident that'll make the Proxima trade wars look like a scheduling dispute. The cubs clearly knew it too. The largest one, sporting distinctive crimson stripes, had commandeered an entire table and was systematically destroying a Vegelian cadet's carefully prepared nutrient paste, while maintaining direct eye contact with security personnel. Across the hall, cadets whimpered, their species-specific fear responses triggering in waves. The Korvathi were apex predators. They'd evolved at the top of their food chain, had spread across 6 systems before achieving spaceflight, and possessed exactly 0 natural predators. Their cubs learned hunting by instinct at 3 months old. Commander, this is a disaster, Vexthul said. watching a cub casually bat a fleeing Prixian cadet back toward the cowering group with one massive paw. We can't even evacuate without risking someone getting hurt. The cubs think it's a game. I'm aware. Zilax growled, scrolling through protocols on his datapad with increasing desperation. The moment we move defensively, their instincts trigger full predator response. We're stuck until the ambassadors arrive, and they're in a council session that won't end for another 2 hours. In the far corner of the mess hall, Cadet Emma Martinez sat at her usual table, methodically working through her sandwich. Some kind of Terran protein and vegetation combination, while reviewing notes on her datapad. She hadn't looked up once. "Sir," Vexthul said slowly. "The human hasn't been approached yet." Zilax's attention snapped to the corner. The human sat in a small bubble of normalcy, completely oblivious to the chaos spiraling around her. 2 cubs had started fighting over a stolen dessert cart barely 10 meters from her position. She'd reached for her drink without even glancing their direction. She doesn't know, Zilax realized. She's wearing audio buds. She can't hear the announcement. Should we warn her? They watched as the largest cub, having thoroughly destroyed its current conquest, turned its attention toward new territory. Its predatory gaze locked onto the human's table, where an actual, untouched meal sat waiting. "Get a medical team standing by," Zilax ordered quietly. Humans are durable, but Korvathi cubs don't understand proportional response. The cubs began their approach, moving with the confident swagger of creatures that had never encountered anything capable of challenging them. Emma took another bite of her sandwich. Cadet Kelthas had his communicator out, hands shaking as he held it at chest level, broadcasting directly to Academy Command. As a Pelian, a species that had spent 3 million years as prey before developing sentience, every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. But he couldn't look away from the approaching disaster. "Command, this is Cadet Kelthas. Direct feed from Mess Hall 7, he whispered, his voice cracking. The cubs are moving toward the human. She still hasn't noticed. Repeat, the human has no idea what's coming. On his screen, he could see the command center's reaction. A dozen officers leaning toward their monitors, equally horrified and helpless. The largest cub reached Emma's table first, circling to her left, while 2 others flanked right. They moved with the practiced coordination of pack hunters, even at their young age. One of them released a low rumble, a sound that made Kael'thas's legs nearly give out despite being 30 meters away and behind a reinforced table. Emma scrolled through her notes, taking another sip of her beverage. She's going to die. Someone whimpered behind Kael'thas. Why isn't she running? She can't hear them, Kael'thas said into his communicator, forcing himself to keep recording. She's wearing audio devices. Sir, we have to do something. Negative. Commander Zilax's voice came through, strained. Any intervention triggers their hunting instinct. The moment we move aggressively, they'll attack everyone. At least right now, they're just playing. But playing for a Korvathi cub looked a lot like combat. The crimson-striped leader reared up, placing both massive paws on Emma's table. Its claws, each the length of a Terran finger, gouged deep marks into the metallic surface. It brought its face within a meter of Emma's, jaws parting to display rows of serrated teeth designed to tear through armor plating. Emma turned a page on her datapad. How is she that calm? Lieutenant Vexthul's voice came through Kael'thas's feed. Does her species not have fear responses? Oh, they have fear responses, another officer replied. I've seen the human entertainment archives. They're terrified of everything from insects to social embarrassment. She just doesn't realize. The second cub reached out with one paw, batting at Emma's lunch tray. It skittered a few centimeters across the table. The third cub released another rumble, deeper this time, activating its species' natural intimidation frequency. A sound that had evolved to paralyze prey on 17 different worlds. Kael'thas felt his knees buckle slightly, even at this distance. Around the mess hall, cadets from prey species backgrounds had stopped breathing entirely. Emma scratched her nose absently and reached for her sandwich. "Commander, we need to contact the ambassadors now," Vexthul insisted. "I don't care if it's the middle of their council session. We're about to have a dead human and an interstellar catastrophe." "Already tried," Zilak said grimly. "They've got their communications locked for high security discussions. We're on our own for another 90 minutes at minimum." On screen, the crimson-striped cub lowered itself into a crouch, the unmistakable precursor to a pounce. Its siblings mirrored the position, forming a triangle around Emma's chair. This was it. This was the moment their hunting instincts would override their playfulness. "Someone needs to warn her," Kael'thas pleaded, though he made no move to leave his hiding spot. Evolutionary programming was a powerful thing. The largest cub's haunches tensed. Its tail went rigid. Every predator indicator screamed imminent attack. Emma set down her sandwich, finally looking up from her datapad with a slightly annoyed expression, not at the cubs, but at something on her screen. She reached for her drink, and as she did, her hand passed within centimeters of the cub's muzzle. The entire mess hall held its breath. Then Emma's throat moved, and she made a sound. "Ahem." The sound was barely audible, a soft, almost polite clearing of the throat. The kind of noise someone makes when they have a tickle from carbonation or want to gently indicate their presence. Ahem. The effect was instantaneous and absolutely catastrophic to everything the galaxy understood about Korvathi behavior. The crimson-striped cub's eyes went wide, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Its ears flattened against its skull. For a fraction of a second, it stood completely frozen, every muscle locked as though its nervous system had simply stopped processing commands. Then it bolted. Not a casual retreat, not a tactical withdrawal, a full, scrambling, evolutionary panic response that sent it careening backward with such force that it crashed into its sibling, sending both cubs tumbling across the polished floor. The third cub didn't even bother with direction. It simply ran, slamming into a support column hard enough to dent the metal before ricocheting toward the exit. Within 5 seconds, all 5 Korvathi cubs had evacuated the mess hall, trampling over each other in their desperation to escape. The sound of their claws scrabbling against the deck plating echoed down the corridor, growing fainter as they put as much distance as possible between themselves and the human. The mess hall fell into absolute silence. Emma picked up her sandwich and took another bite, her eyes returning to her datapad. She chewed thoughtfully, scrolling through what appeared to be a tactical doctrine analysis, completely unaware that 300 cadets were staring at her with expressions ranging from shock to existential crisis. Kael'thas's communicator was still transmitting. On the feed, he could see Commander Zilak's mouth opening and closing without sound, his species equivalent of a system reboot. "What?" the commander finally managed. "In the name of every star system in the known galaxy just happened?" Lieutenant Vexithul's voice came through, equally stunned. "Sir, the cubs, they fled. From a sound. From a human sound." "I have eyes, Lieutenant," Zalak snapped, his composure cracking. "Someone get down there and find out what kind of weapon that human is carrying. Sonic disruptor? Pheromone emitter? subsonic frequency generator? In the mess hall, Emma looked up as 4 security officers burst through the entrance, weapons drawn but uncertain, scanning for threats. She pulled out one of her audio buds. "Oh, hey," she said casually. "Did something happen? I had my music on." "Cadet Martinez." Vexthul approached carefully, his scanner out and sweeping over her. "What did you do to the Corvati cubs?" Emma blinked. "The what now?" "The cubs. The 5 predators that were about to attack you. What defensive measure did you employ?" "Attack me?" Emma looked around the mess hall, finally noticing the 300 traumatized cadets and the overturned furniture. "Wait, what? When did..." She paused, thinking back. "Oh, those big cat-dog things. They were getting kind of close to my fries, so I just, let them know I wasn't interested in sharing." "How?" Vexthul demanded, his scanners showing nothing but standard human biology. "What weapon did you use?" "Weapon? I just cleared my throat." Emma demonstrated, producing another soft ahem. Every security officer took an involuntary step backward. "That," Vexthul said slowly, his voice tight with disbelief. "That sound, that noise made the most dangerous juvenile predators in the known galaxy flee in terror. I mean, it's just a throat clear," Emma said, looking genuinely confused. Like, "Excuse me, personal space, please?" I wasn't even trying to be rude about it. Commander Zelax's voice came through the mess hall speakers, dangerously calm. "Lieutenant, I need a biological warfare specialist in that cafeteria immediately. And someone find me every piece of data we have on human vocal patterns, now." "Sir," Kyle spoke up from his position, finally finding his voice. "The Academy Xenobiology database has entries on human communication. Accessing now." He pulled up his datapad with shaking hands. Throat clearing is listed as a warning vocalization, used to indicate mild displeasure or to gain attention. "Mild displeasure," Zelax repeated flatly. "Yes, sir. It's considered one of the least aggressive sounds humans make." In the corner, Emma had gone back to eating her sandwich, occasionally glancing around at the chaos with growing bewilderment. "Someone," Zelax said, his voice carrying the weight of a commander whose entire understanding of the universe had just been invalidated. "Please explain to me how the least aggressive human sound just accomplished what every security protocol in the galaxy has failed to do for the last 3,000 years. Nobody had an answer. Emma finished her sandwich and reached for her dessert, completely oblivious to the crisis of galactic understanding unfolding around her. Xenobiologist Talana arrived within 20 minutes, her 6 manipulator appendages already working across multiple datapads simultaneously. She'd been in the middle of a lecture on cross-species communication when the emergency summons came through, and she'd brought half her research team with her. "Show me the footage," she demanded, not bothering with pleasantries. "All angles, full spectrum analysis." Commander Zelax pulled up the security recordings. Talana's primary eyes widened as she watched the cub's reaction play out in slow motion. The freeze, the pupil dilation, the immediate flight response. "Extraordinary," she breathed. "Play the audio again. Isolate the human's vocalization." Emma's ahem echoed through the command center's speakers. Talana's manipulators flew across her analysis equipment. "There," she said, pointing to a cascade of wavelength readings. "Do you see it? The human vocal pattern isn't operating on a single frequency. It's hitting simultaneously across 17 different ranges, low subsonic rumble, mid-range harmonics, and high-frequency overtones, all layered together in one simple sound. So, it's a weapon? Vexthul asked. It's communication, Talana corrected. Korvathi cubs are apex predators, yes, but they evolved in an environment with other apex predators. Their survival depended on recognizing warning signals across species lines, learning which creatures were dangerous, even if they'd never encountered them before. She pulled up a comparison chart. Look at this. The human's throat clear contains acoustic markers that match warning vocalizations from 18 different predator species. To the cubs, it wasn't just a sound. It was a territorial dominance display from something they instinctively recognized as being higher on the food chain than they are. But she wasn't even trying. Zilax protested weakly. That's what makes it so effective, Talana said, her voice filled with scientific fascination. There's no aggression markers, no stress indicators, just calm, casual authority. To a predator's instinct, that reads as supreme confidence, something so dangerous, it doesn't even need to try. Back in the mess hall, Emma had been escorted to a secure observation room where she sat across from Talana, looking increasingly uncomfortable with the attention. Could you demonstrate again? Talana asked. Just a simple throat clear? Okay. Emma cleared her throat gently. Like that? Talana's equipment lit up like a festival display. Fascinating. Now, Cadet Kael'thas, would you attempt the same? Kael'thas, still shaky from the earlier events, cleared his throat. The sound was higher pitched, single frequency, and triggered exactly 0 alarm responses on the monitoring equipment. You see? Talana gestured excitedly. Completely different acoustic signature. The human respiratory system, combined with their vocal cord structure, creates something unique in the galactic community. Emma started laughing, a genuine, surprised sound. So, you're telling me I accidentally spoke apex predator? That's hilarious. Back home, I'm the person who apologizes to furniture when I bump into it. Before Talana could respond, Lieutenant Vexthul burst into the room. Commander, the Korvathi ambassadors have arrived, and we have a problem. The problem became clear when they reached the landing bay. The cubs had retreated into the transport ship's cargo hold and refused to come out, even for their parents. Ambassador Korval, a massive adult Korvathi with diplomatic sashes across his fur, looked mortified. They say there's a super predator in the facility, he explained, his translator rendering his embarrassment clearly. They won't budge until they're certain it's safe. Commander Zilax pinched the bridge of his nose. Cadet Martinez, would you be willing to talk to them? Me? Emma looked startled. I mean, sure. I'm not going to hurt anyone. They led her to the cargo bay entrance. Emma stepped forward, hands in her pockets, and spoke in her normal conversational tone. Hey, it's okay. I'm not mad. You guys were just being curious, right? No harm done. The silence stretched for a long moment. Then, slowly, 5 sets of eyes appeared in the darkness of the cargo hold. The cubs emerged one by one, keeping a careful 10-meter distance from Emma, their body language submissive and cautious. Ambassador Korval stared. What are you? Just a cadet, sir, Emma said, offering a friendly smile. Emma Martinez, Human Exchange Program. Nice to meet you. The ambassador looked at his cubs, then at Emma, then at Commander Zilax. We need to update our diplomatic briefings immediately. Already on it, Zilax muttered, pulling out his datapad. Along with every security protocol, training manual, and threat assessment document in the Academy database. Emma, oblivious to the galactic paradigm shift she'd just caused, checked her chronometer. Oh no, I'm going to be late for advanced tactics. Can I? Go, Zilak said, waving her away. Just try not to clear your throat in class. Why would I? You know what? Never mind. Emma shrugged and headed toward the exit, leaving behind a cargo bay full of diplomats, security officers, and thoroughly humbled apex predators. The Human Vocal Warning Protocol went into effect exactly 36 hours after what was now being called the throat clearing incident. Commander Zilak stood in his office, reviewing the new guidelines with the kind of exhausted resignation that came from having one's entire understanding of predator dynamics rewritten by a college student with a sandwich. All personnel are advised to maintain awareness of human respiratory functions, he read aloud to Lieutenant Vexthul. Throat clearing, coughing, sneezing, and hiccuping are normal biological processes and should not be interpreted as threat displays unless accompanied by aggressive posturing or verbal warnings. The parenthetical note seems excessive, Vexthul offered. The parenthetical note, Zilak said flatly, is there because 3 different apex predator species have formally requested clarification on whether they need to evacuate facilities when humans have seasonal allergies. I've spent 2 days explaining to ambassadors that humans don't intentionally weaponize their sinuses. Down the hall, Emma sat in the Academy cafeteria, a different one this time, Mess Hall 3, trying desperately to ignore the whispers and stares. Word had spread across the entire facility. She'd become an inadvertent celebrity, complete with a nickname she absolutely hated. The human who scared the unscarables. This is ridiculous, she muttered to Kael'thas, who'd taken to sitting with her at meals. The Pelion had apparently decided that anyone who could terrify Korvathi cubs was the safest person in the galaxy to befriend. I literally just cleared my throat because I had some soda go down wrong. Now there are scientific papers being published about my vocal cords. 7 papers, actually, Kael'thas said, scrolling through his datapad. Talana's team submitted 3 to the Galactic Journal of Xenobiology alone. There's also a symposium being planned on cross-species acoustic threat recognition and human vocal complexity. You're listed as a featured case study. Emma dropped her head onto the table. Kill me now. I'd rather not. You're the only reason I feel safe eating lunch anymore. The Academy's communication systems had been working overtime. Every apex predator species in the known galaxy, 17 in total, had received formal advisories about human casual sounds. The Korvathi ambassadors had personally transmitted warnings to their homeworld. The Galactic Security Database, which Xilax had spent 6 hours updating, now included an entire section on human acoustic patterns with detailed frequency analysis and threat assessment protocols. Emma's personal communicator wouldn't stop buzzing with interview requests from xenobiology departments across 3 sectors. At least it's dying down, Emma said hopefully, reaching for her drink. At that exact moment, a piece of food went down the wrong pipe. Emma coughed, a normal, reflexive cough to clear her airway. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic to any sense of normalcy. 200 cadets from dozens of species, including several who were technically classified as predators themselves, flinched in perfect synchronization. 3 cadets actually dove under their tables. 1 dropped their entire meal tray with a crash that echoed through the suddenly silent hall. Emma stared around the cafeteria, her face turning red with embarrassment. Oh, come on. Kael'thas tried to hide his smile behind his datapad and failed. I did warn you. This is going to be a thing now, isn't it? Emma asked, her voice carrying just a hint of desperation. You just achieved what evolution gave up on for 17 species, Kael'thas said, his tone mixing amusement with genuine awe. You made apex predators acknowledge a superior threat through nothing but your natural biology. Yes, Emma, this will absolutely be a thing. Emma stood up, gathering her tray with exaggerated care, trying to move as quietly as possible. Great. Back home, I'm just the person who brings donuts to study group. Here, I'm apparently a walking intimidation field. How is this my life? She headed toward the exit, muttering under her breath about interstellar exchange programs and cosmic irony. Halfway to the door, something in her diaphragm spasmed. Emma hiccuped. The sound carried across the cafeteria. A sudden, involuntary hic that was somehow both adorable and, apparently, terrifying. The response was immediate. Chairs scraped. Cadets scrambled backward. Someone shouted, "She's vocalizing again," in a tone normally reserved for incoming artillery strikes. In the back corner, a group of Vigalian students executed what was clearly a practiced evacuation drill. Emma didn't even turn around. She just walked faster, her shoulders hunched with mortification, and pushed through the exit into the corridor. Behind her, she could hear Kael'thas trying to calm everyone down. It's fine. It's just hiccups. She's not establishing territorial dominance over the cafeteria. Emma made it 3 meters down the hallway before hiccuping again. From Mess Hall 3, she heard the unmistakable sound of mass panic. Chairs overturning, rapid footsteps, and someone yelling about implementing emergency protocols. I hate everything about this, Emma announced to the empty corridor. Her communicator buzzed. A new academy-wide memo, ATTN, all personnel human respiratory functions. All personnel are advised that human respiratory sounds, throat clearing, coughing, sneezing, hiccuping, and related functions are normal biological processes and do not indicate aggression, territorial claims, or imminent threat. Please respond appropriately to these sounds with calm acknowledgement rather than alarm. Security response team remains on standby for actual emergency situations. Apex predator species are reminded that humans are classified as Tier 1 diplomatic priority and are not to be challenged, provoked, or engaged in dominance displays under any circumstances. Yes, this includes accidental eye contact. No, we're not sure how we got here either. Emma read the memo, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Carefully, quietly, making absolutely certain it didn't produce any sound whatsoever. From down the hall, she heard Commander Zillax's voice echoing from his office. Someone explained to me how one human with a sandwich has rewritten 3,000 years of interstellar security doctrine. Emma decided it was time to find a very quiet, very empty study room, preferably one with soundproofing.
Welcome to Starbound. My name's Chikondi, and I'll be your narrator today. Nearly 500 supporters get early access to our stories, including brand new episodes of Sunspire Academy and Freyrin and Rimiki. If you'd like to unlock early access and support new episodes and future series, tap join below to become a Starbound member. Now let's get into today's story. Levila's heart was racing. It was her first day on the job as a galactic law enforcer, and her superior had just mentioned a secret test, and she utterly hated it. What about all the other tests she had already passed? And now her superior had the audacity to ask her to do one more, just to make sure she could handle being near her assigned partner, apparently something called a human. The worst part was that she had no idea what the test would be all about. All she knew was that she had been asked to wait in this room with 3 bipedal robots hanging on an alcove in front of her. The chamber itself was sterile and unremarkable. Smooth metal walls that curved seamlessly into the ceiling, harsh white lighting that eliminated any shadows, and absolutely nothing else except for those 3 mechanical figures suspended in their individual recesses like dormant sentinels. The robots were unnervingly lifelike in their basic structure. Each stood approximately 2 meters tall, bipedal with articulated joints that mimicked organic movement. They possessed 2 eyes, or at least optical sensors positioned where eyes should be, a mouth-like opening, and a protrusion that resembled a nose, all arranged in a disturbingly familiar pattern. Their entire exterior was composed of a fully reflective material that caught and threw back the light just like mirrors, making them appear almost liquid despite their obvious solidity. Lavila found herself pacing around the room, her footsteps echoing against the metal floor as she examined the robots more closely. The basic bipedal form wasn't unfamiliar to her. She herself was part of the bipedal faction of the Galactic Federation, after all. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head atop shoulders. It was a body plan that had evolved independently on dozens of worlds, proving its superiority time and again. Still, there was something unsettling about seeing it reproduced so precisely in metal and circuitry. As she stepped closer to the middle robot, drawn by curiosity despite her better judgment, she caught sight of her own reflection in its mirror-like surface. The image staring back at her was distorted slightly by the curve of the robot's chest plate, but clear enough to show her features in detail. Her blue skin appeared almost luminescent in the harsh lighting, a deep blue that darkened to navy at her extremities. Her 2 yellow eyes, bright as twin suns, blinked back at her with vertical pupils that dilated as she focused. The very short fur that covered most of her body was barely noticeable, except where the light reached it at certain angles, creating a subtle texture like velvet. Her long, pointed ears tensed involuntarily, a nervous habit she'd never been able to fully control, and her sharp fangs protruded slightly from her mouth even when her lips were closed, giving her resting expression a perpetual hint of predatory intent. Her face, despite the fearsome teeth, was remarkably expressive, every emotion playing across her features with an openness that often put her at a disadvantage in negotiations.
The robots are not mirrors, Enforcer Levila. Step back from the unit immediately.
The voice came from everywhere, emanating from hidden speakers throughout the room with perfect omnidirectional clarity. Levila's ears flattened against her skull in annoyance as she recognized the grating tones of her superior. Tanuk belonged to the only avian species in the entire Galactic Federation whose vocalizations had absolutely nothing melodic about them. Where most avians produced sounds that could charm even the most tone-deaf species, Tanuk's people communicated in harsh tones, grinding whistles, and abrasive squawks that sounded like metal scraping against stone. Lavila took 3 measured steps backward, her hands clasped behind her back in the formal stance expected of junior enforcers.
My apologies, Superior Officer Tanuk. I was merely conducting a preliminary observation of the testing equipment.
A sound that might have been laughter, or possibly someone strangling a rusty hinge, filtered through the speakers.
Save your observations for when they matter, Enforcer. Now pay attention. What I am about to explain could mean the difference between a successful partnership and a medical emergency.
Lavila's ears perked forward despite her irritation.
Medical emergency?
Indeed. Tell me, Enforcer Levila, are you familiar with the human custom known as a handshake?
I am not,
she admitted, her tail, which she usually kept wrapped around her waist like a belt, beginning to unwind slightly with curiosity.
It is a greeting ritual,
Tanuk explained, his voice taking on the pedantic tone he used when lecturing new recruits.
2 individuals grasp each other's primary manipulator appendage, in your case, your right hand, and move it up and down in a constant motion. Simple enough concept, but potentially catastrophic in execution.
Catastrophic?
Levila couldn't keep the skepticism out of her voice.
From a greeting?
3 years ago, a human accidentally crushed the hand of Ambassador Zunnik during what should have been a routine diplomatic introduction. The Zunnik are fragile under compression. The human claimed he was merely being friendly and giving a firm handshake. The ambassador spent 6 months in regenerative therapy.
Levila's eyes widened.
The human did this intentionally?
That's just it. It was completely unintentional. Humans, it seems, have a rather alarming amount of variation in their grip strength, and even more alarming inconsistency in what they consider appropriate pressure for social situations. Hence, this test.
You want me to shake hands with these robots?
Precisely. Each one is calibrated to represent a different level of human grip strength. You must successfully complete a handshake with each one before you'll be allowed anywhere near your potential human partner. Consider it a practical lesson in not having your carpals reduced to powder.
Levila's ears flattened again, this time in disbelief rather than annoyance.
This is ridiculous. I've passed combat assessments, tactical evaluations, xenopsychology examinations, and 10 other standardized tests to get to this position. Now you're telling me I need to prove I can hold hands correctly?
The grinding laugh came again, longer this time.
Oh, young enforcer, if you think this is stupid, wait until you hear about the other tests. This is merely the first of 3 evaluations you must pass before you can be hired as the partner of Officer Ritchie, the human who may, and I stress, may become your partner.
3 tests?
Levila's voice rose an octave.
Superior Officer Tannock, with all due respect.
Which means none at all, I'm aware,
Tannock interrupted.
Robots, activate and approach the subject.
The 3 figures in the alcove suddenly activated, their optical sensors flaring bright red as internal systems engaged. Levila instinctively took a step back, her muscles tensing as millennia of evolutionary instincts screamed warnings about moving metal that shouldn't move. She had always harbored a deep dislike for machines that mimicked life. Something about the uncanny valley between organic and artificial made her fur stand on end. But she kept her feelings locked inside, maintaining her professional composure even as her tail wrapped tightly around her waist again. The robots moved with an eerie fluidity, their joints operating smoothly. They stepped down from their alcoves in perfect synchronization, their reflective feet making soft sounds against the floor. As they approached, Levila could hear the subtle whir of their components and the constant sound of power cells. They stopped exactly 2 meters from her position, arranged in a neat line like soldiers awaiting inspection.
Excellent!
Tannock's voice grated through the speakers.
Now, Enforcer Levila, approach the first robot and execute a standard human handshake. Grip the appendage firmly. Move it up and down 3 times, then release. Simple.
Levila moved forward hesitantly, her yellow eyes fixed on the first robot's extended hand. The appendage was remarkably human-like in its construction. 5 digits arranged with an opposable thumb, articulated at multiple joints. She reached out slowly, her blue fingers wrapping around the mechanical hand with careful precision. The contact was unremarkable. The robot's grip was present but gentle, barely more pressure than holding a stylus. They moved their joined hands up and down 3 times as instructed, and then Levila stepped back.
That's it?
She couldn't keep the disdain out of her voice as she reported to the omnipresent Tannock.
This is your great test? I've had more challenging interactions with automated door sensors.
Patience, Enforcer. That was merely the first calibration. Now proceed to the second robot.
Levila rolled her eyes and stepped up to the second robot without hesitation. This time, when their hands met, she noticed a distinct difference. The pressure was significantly greater, the mechanical fingers wrapping around her hand with enough force to be distinctly uncomfortable. Not painful exactly, but certainly more than she would consider polite for a greeting. Her fingers compressed slightly under the grip, and she had to consciously resist the urge to pull away. After the requisite 3 pumps, she extracted her hand and flexed her fingers experimentally.
The pressure differential is noted,
She reported, trying to keep her voice neutral despite the lingering discomfort.
though I still fail to see how this prepares me for actual interaction with a human partner. It remains, respectfully, a stupid test.
Your opinion is noted and ignored.
Tannic replied cheerfully.
Final robot, if you please.
Livila approached the 3rd robot with a touch more wariness. If the pattern held, this one would grip even harder than the 2nd. She extended her hand, and the moment the robot's fingers closed around hers, she knew she'd been right. Pain shot through her hand as the mechanical grip compressed her flesh against her bones. It felt like being caught in an industrial press, the kind used to compact waste material in the lower decks of space stations. Every instinct screamed at her to jerk away, to bare her fangs and snarl at the threat. But spite was a powerful motivator. Livila kept her face completely neutral, her poker face perfected through years of dealing with irritating superiors and annoying colleagues. She endured the 3 mechanical pumps of the handshake without so much as a twitch, even as she felt her knuckles grind together. When the robot finally released her, she had to consciously prevent herself from cradling her throbbing hand.
Completed,
She reported, her voice steady despite the pain still radiating up her arm.
It was nothing. Are we finished with this childish exercise?
A long sigh filtered through the speakers, somehow managing to convey deep exhaustion despite coming from a species that didn't technically breathe in the conventional sense.
I don't know if excessive pride is a problem with Deathworlders in general, or just with the weird subcategory called mammalians. The avian faction would never be so stubborn about acknowledging discomfort.
Another sigh.
We're social creatures, you see. We understand the value of communicating our limitations.
Did I pass the test or not?
Livila demanded, finally allowing herself to flex her sore fingers.
Yes, you passed, though your prideful attitude concerns me.
Excellent. Then we can move on to
The next test.
Tanuk interrupted. Livila's ears went completely flat.
Superior Officer Tannic. I really must protest. I've been here for hours already, subjected to this handshake nonsense, and now you're telling me there's more? I should be meeting my partner, learning our patrol routes, familiarizing myself with...
You should be grateful.
Tanuk cut her off again, his voice taking on a harder edge.
3 species have already been eliminated by the handshake test alone. 3 entire species who can never work directly with humans because their physiology simply cannot withstand even casual physical contact. You are the first candidates to make it this far. So yes, Enforcer Livila, there are more tests. Because the Galactic Federation takes the safety of all its members seriously, even if junior officers do not.
Livila's anger deflated slightly at this revelation. 3 species eliminated just from the handshake test? What kind of beings were these humans? And more concerning yet, what kind of weaklings had been tested before her?
Now!
Tannic continued, his tone returning to its usual grating cheerfulness.
The next test is quite straightforward. The job of a law enforcement partnership requires that both officers can keep pace with each other during foot pursuits. The robots you see before you will demonstrate 3 different human running speeds.
As he spoke, the lighting in the room shifted, the harsh white dimming to a softer amber. A bright blue line appeared on the floor, glowing with gentle phosphorescence as it traced a complex path around the perimeter of the chamber. The pattern wound in curves and straightaways, creating a track approximately 200 meters in length.
The first robot represents an overweight human, those carrying excess mass but still capable of pursuit. The second represents an average human in moderate physical condition. The third,
Tannic paused dramatically,
represents a fit human, one who maintains their physical conditioning at peak efficiency.
Leviathan studied the robots with new interest. They didn't look any different from each other, their reflective surfaces giving no hint of the performance differences programmed into their systems.
The test is simple,
Tannic explained.
You must maintain pace with each robot for as long as possible. The guidance line will show you the path. Begin when ready.
All three at once?
Leviathan asked, already dropping into a runner's crouch.
Indeed! Marathon protocol begins now!
The robots took off at different speeds immediately, their mechanical legs pumping with impressive speed. Leviathan launched herself forward, her powerful legs propelling her along the glowing path with ease. The first few circuits were almost laughably simple. The overweight robot moved at barely more than a brisk walk by her standards, and even the average robot's pace was well within her comfort zone. She found herself having to consciously slow down to avoid overtaking them.
This is your test?
She called out as she rounded a curve, her breathing still easy and controlled.
I could do this in my sleep.
Patience, Enforcer!
Came Tannic's irritating response.
The test has only just begun!
5 minutes passed. 10. 15. Leviathan began to understand the insidious nature of the challenge. While her organic body began to show signs of exertion, increased heart rate, the beginning of muscle fatigue, the need for deeper breaths, the robots continued at exactly the same pace they'd started with. No variation, no fatigue, no slowing down for turns or speeding up on straightaways, just relentless mechanical consistency. By the 20-minute mark, she had fallen behind the fit robot. Not by much. It remained visible ahead of her on the track, but the gap was steadily widening. She couldn't sweat, but her breathing had become labored, and her legs, so confident at the start, now felt like they were weighted with lead.
Tannic?
She gasped out beneath breaths.
How long do these things run for?
Humans,
Tannic replied with what sounded like amusement,
have been known to run continuously for over 40 of your standard hours. It's called ultra-marathon running. Quite fascinating, really. Their bodies can enter a state where they essentially shut down everything non-essential and just keep going.
40 hours?
Leviathan nearly stumbled in shock. No species she knew of could maintain continuous motion for that long. Even the renowned Kellen runners, who dominated the Federation's athletic competitions, maxed out at around 6 hours. The average robot was pulling away from her now, too. Leviathan pushed harder, her pride refusing to let her fall behind what was supposed to represent a mediocre human performance. But her body had limits, and she was rapidly approaching them. Her legs burned with lactic acid buildup, her lungs felt like they were on fire, and her usually precise movements were becoming increasingly uncoordinated. At the 30-minute mark, she stumbled to a halt, hands on knees as she gasped for air. Both the fit and average robots continued their circuits, now far ahead of her. Only the overweight robot remained within easy reach, still maintaining its steady, plodding pace. Had she failed? The worry gnawed at her as she fought to catch her breath. If maintaining pace with an average human was a requirement for the job, then she'd just demonstrated her complete inability to do so. Questions flooded her mind. Would she be sent home in disgrace? Would her entire species be eliminated from consideration, just as 3 others had been? Had she just cost her people a chance at this prestigious new position? The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of mechanical feet on metal flooring and her own ragged breathing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a door she hadn't noticed before slid open with a soft hiss. Through it stepped Tannic himself, no longer just a disembodied voice, but a physical presence. He was smaller than she'd expected, standing perhaps 3/4 of her height. His body was covered in sleek black feathers that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, giving him an almost shadow-like quality. His wings, currently folded against his body, showed hints of a deep purple when they caught the light. His head cocked to one side in the characteristic manner of avians, one bright orange eye fixed on her while he approached.
Congratulations, Enforcer Levila,
he said, his physical voice even more grating than the speaker-filtered version.
You've been approved for continuation to the final phase.
Levila straightened up, confusion evident on her expressive face.
But I failed. I couldn't keep pace with the average human, let alone the fit one.
Tanuk made a sound that might have been laughter.
Did you think we expected you to outrun a persistent predator from a death world? No. The test wasn't about winning. It was about determining if you could keep up for a few minutes. More importantly, how you handled reaching them. You pushed yourself to exhaustion without complaint, maintained effort despite obvious distress, and showed admirable determination. These are the qualities that matter when working with humans.
Relief flooded through her, followed quickly by elation. She had passed. Despite her concerns, despite the seeming impossibility of the test, she had passed. Her tail unwound from her waist and swayed with happiness, a gesture she didn't bother to suppress.
Now then,
Tanuk continued, his head tilting to the other side.
Are you ready for the final test? This one won't involve robots, I promise you that. Instead, you'll finally get to meet Officer Ritchie, the human who you might, if all goes well, be working with. But there's one last evaluation that must be completed, and this one, well, this one is perhaps the most important of all.
Levila straightened her uniform and tried to calm her still racing heart. After mechanical handshakes that could crush stone and running tests that defied biological possibility, what could this final test possibly involve?
I'm ready,
she declared, hoping she sounded more confident than she felt. Tanuk studied her for a moment, then nodded.
Follow me, then. It's time you learned what it really means to work alongside a human.
He turned and walked back toward the door, his taloned feet clicking against the floor in a rhythm completely different from the robot's mechanical precision. Levila followed, her mind racing with possibilities. What kind of being was this human? What made them so dangerous that 3 separate tests were required just to stand in the same room with one? And most importantly, what was this final test that Tanuk considered the most important of all? As they walked down a featureless corridor toward an uncertain future, Levila couldn't shake the feeling that everything she thought she knew about the universe was about to change. The journey through the station's interior was mercifully brief, and after a few turns that seemed designed more to confuse than to efficiently navigate, they arrived at a vertical elevator. The ride up was silent, and Levila found herself unconsciously flexing her still sore hand, remembering the crushing grip of the third robot. Tanuk noticed the gesture and made that grinding sound that passed for laughter among his species.
The handshake test,
he said.
Not only does it prepare you for the physical reality of human contact, but it also gives you a frame of reference. When you shake the human's hand, which you will momentarily, you'll understand that they are capable of restraint.
The elevator came to a smooth stop, and they stepped out into another corridor. This one, at least, showed signs of actual use. Scuff marks on the floor, a few notices attached to the walls in various scripts, and the general lived-in quality that suggested real people worked here rather than just machines. They stopped in front of an unremarkable door, distinguished only by a small placard reading Interview Room 2 in Federation Standard.
Me human is inside,
Tannic announced, his head tilting to regard her with one bright eye.
Officer Richard Russo. He's been informed of your arrival and the nature of this meeting. Time to put that handshake training to use, Enforcer.
Before Levila could respond, Tannic activated the door control. The panel slid aside with a soft whisper, revealing the room beyond. The first thing she noticed was movement, a figure rising from a chair the moment the door opened. He had clearly been waiting, probably alerted to their approach, and stood with the kind of fluid posture that spoke of military experience. This was her first glimpse of a human, and her mind immediately began cataloging details. He was slightly taller than her, perhaps by 10 centimeters, with a build that suggested strength without bulk. Not disgusting in appearance like most species were, she'd never admit it out loud, but she found the majority of Federation species aesthetically unpleasant. The groks with their gelatinous bodies, for example. This human, by contrast, was almost mundane in his form. His skin was a pinkish beige tone, completely smooth except for... was that fur? No, she realized, studying him more intently. He appeared to have no fur at all on most of his visible skin, which struck her as deeply weird. What kind of mammalian species had no fur? How did they regulate temperature or protect themselves from their environment? But then her eyes traveled upward, and she revised her assessment. There was fur. Hair, she corrected herself, remembering something from the news, concentrated on the top of his head. It was dark brown, cut short but still present, and it made for a much better first impression than the typical bald green heads with antennae that seemed so common among other species. At least this one part of him looked properly mammalian. The human approached with confident strides, and then did something that made Levila's muscles tense involuntarily. He bared his teeth. The expression pulled his facial features into a configuration that exposed 2 rows of white teeth, including what appeared to be vestigial canines. Among her people, baring teeth was a threat display, a warning that violence was imminent. But something in his body language didn't match. His posture was open, non-threatening. His eyes, strange eyes with visible white around colored centers, seemed warm rather than aggressive. And when he extended his hand toward her, the gesture was clearly peaceful. Officer Levila, I presume. I'm Richard Russo, but please call me Richie. It's a pleasure to meet you. The handshake, when it came, was almost anticlimactic after her experience with the robots. His grip was firm but gentle, with none of the crushing force she'd been trained to expect. It was actually pleasant.
The pleasure is mine, Officer Russo,
She replied, defaulting to formality despite his invitation to use his casual name. He was the senior officer, after all, with a bit more experience in the Galactic Law Enforcement Division.
Excellent!
Tannic's grating voice interrupted.
You didn't even flinch at the smile. That would have been an entirely separate test if the Council had listened to my recommendations. Some species find human facial expressions deeply disturbing. All those mobile features and exposed teeth. But you handled it well.
Levila's ears flattened slightly.
If that wasn't the actual test, then what is?
Tannic waddled further into the room, his taloned feet clicking on the floor.
Now we come to the interesting part. You see, different species produce different chemical signals. Pheromones, scent markers, various airborne compounds. Usually, these are simply ignored by other species as background noise. But occasionally, very occasionally, they can cause unexpected reactions.
The human, Richie, shifted uncomfortably. You're talking about the smell test.
Precisely!
Tannic seemed delighted that the human remembered.
It's quite important that we ensure you two can share an environment for extended periods without any adverse reactions. Allergies, psychological discomfort, involuntary aggressive responses. All have been documented when certain species combinations work together.
Levila felt her ears flatten completely.
You want me to smell him?
Standard procedure.
Tannic assured her, though his tone suggested he was enjoying her discomfort.
Of course, we need Officer Russell's permission as well. Humans have some degree of taboos about personal space, I'm told.
Richie rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture Levila couldn't interpret. I mean, it's weird, I'm not going to lie, but if it's necessary for the partnership to work.
Finally,
Levila muttered.
someone else who thinks these tests are weird.
She turned to Tannic, her tail lashing once before she controlled it.
Why is this necessary for humans specifically? I've never had to do this with other species.
Tannic sighed, the sound like air escaping from a punctured pipe.
2 reasons. First, humans are new to the Federation. We're still learning about potential interaction issues. Second, you are both convergent mammals. Avians like myself don't have to deal with this nonsense. We don't rely on that weird mammalian quirk of unspoken chemical communication, so we're immune to most scent-based incompatibilities.
He began pacing, his wings rustling slightly.
You'd be surprised how many partnerships have failed due to olfactory incompatibility. The Renaki incident 3 years ago. Partners couldn't stand to be in the same room after 2 weeks. The Deltran Mog pairing last year. One partner's natural scent triggered hibernation instincts in the other. We cannot afford such failures in law enforcement.
Dot it. Present day. Real tech stretched just far enough that it feels possible right now. Here's the core concept cleaned up and locked in as the foundation of the world. The system, a small, all-terrain ground carrier, roughly the size of a couch footstool, rolls down streets, alleys, or rough ground on oversized wheels. Inside it is a rack of cylindrical launch tubes, each about the size of a tennis ball can. Each tube holds a sensor ball. Every ball contains high-resolution video, infrared, onboard AI for face and voice recognition, short-range swarm mesh software. The carrier deploys the balls in a deliberate line or pattern. Once on the ground, they orient themselves, establish line-of-sight links with the nearest balls, and form a daisy chain mesh network. Because the links are direct optical or very short-range radio between balls, traditional wide-area jamming or electronic defenses become far less effective. The signal simply hops ball to ball until it reaches a ball that is outside the jammed zone, then transmits outward normally. The result is a rapidly deployed, high-density sensor net that can watch a street, a neighborhood, or a small town in extreme detail, down to a robin on a nest if the operators want that level of resolution. Once the sensor net is in place, heavier follow-on platforms, armed drones carrying guns, mortars, or directed energy weapons can move in with near-perfect real-time awareness. That is the practical application. Everything else in the world will be shaped by the fact that this capability exists and is already being used. Immediate world baselines, present day. The technology is real enough that several nations and a handful of private contractors already have working prototypes or early operational versions. It is expensive and still somewhat specialized, so it is not everywhere yet, but it is spreading fast. Cities and governments are scrambling to decide how to regulate, counter, or adopt it. Electronic warfare units that used to rely on broad jamming suddenly look outdated. Privacy and civil liberties groups are losing their minds. Police, intelligence agencies, private security firms, and criminal organizations are all quietly trying to get their hands on versions of it. We now have the central piece of technology and the basic logistics of how it works. To turn this into an actual story world, we still need to decide a few things. 1. Who is the first group we follow that actually uses or fights against this system? 2. Is the story set in a US city, somewhere in Europe, a conflict zone, or a place that is still relatively quiet? 3. Do you want the tone to stay grounded and realistic, or are you open to it getting a little darker, more thriller-like once the tech is in play? Tell me which direction feels right, or just keep adding whatever else is already in your head. We'll keep building from here.
lives depend on partners who can work together without distraction.
So,
Levila said slowly.
we need to ensure we can tolerate each other's scent.
For several hours, ideally.
Tannic confirmed.
Long enough to be certain there are no delayed reactions. I'll leave you two to get acquainted. Use the time wisely. Learn about each other. Establish communication patterns. And please, do let me know if either of you experiences sudden urges to flee, fight, or hibernate.
With that remarkably unhelpful advice, Tannic clicked his way to the door.
I'll return in a few hours. Try not to kill each other.
The door whispered shut behind him, leaving Levila and Richie in suddenly awkward silence. They stood there for a moment, two predators from different worlds, trying to figure out how to navigate this bizarre situation. Levila decided to take the direct approach. It had served her well so far.
So,
She said, her ears twitching with embarrassment.
I apparently need to smell you. How would you prefer to proceed?
Richie's mouth quirked, not the full teeth-bearing smile from before, but a smaller expression. I guess just go for it? I showered this morning, if that helps. She stepped closer, noting how he held himself still, clearly trying not to make any sudden movements. Professional, she thought approvingly. Up close, she could see more details, the fine lines around his eyes, the way his chest rose and fell with steady breaths, the subtle play of muscles under his uniform as he maintained his relaxed stance. Leaning in, she inhaled carefully through her nose. The scent was unusual. Not unpleasant, but not particularly pleasant either. There was a bass note that was distinctly familiar but foreign, something like metal mixed with salt and a hint of something sweet she couldn't identify. Well, Richie asked after she stepped back, do I pass?
You smell like you.
She said, realizing how inadequate that sounded.
Neither good nor bad, just different. I don't feel any urge to flee or attack, so I suppose that's positive.
High praise, he said with another of those small mouth quirks. Should I? He gestured vaguely at her.
Unnecessary. I heard your species has a remarkably poor sense of smell compared to most mammals. You wouldn't be able to detect anything meaningful.
Ouch, but fair. They stood there for another moment before Richie gestured to the chairs around the small table. Since we've got a few hours to kill, might as well get comfortable. Tell me about yourself. Your world? Levila settled into a chair, noting how it adjusted automatically to accommodate her tale.
My world is classified as Category 2 on the danger scale. Moderate predators, some environmental hazards, but nothing compared to...
She paused.
I'm told Earth is Category 4?
Richie nodded, leaning back in his own chair. First Category 4 Death World to join the Federation, yeah. Though honestly, most of us think the classification system is pretty arbitrary. I mean, Australia alone probably qualifies for Category 4, but places like Europe, they're practically paradise.
You don't believe in the classification system?
Levila's ears perked forward with interest. Though I believe it exists, Richie clarified. I just think it's kind of stupid. You can't reduce an entire planet danger level to a single number.
My people feel the same,
Levila admitted, warming to the topic.
Though most other species just call us too narrow-minded to understand science.
Richie laughed, a warm sound completely different from Tannic's grinding noise. Sounds about right. They continued talking, trading stories about their respective worlds. Richie told her about Earth's vast oceans and how humans had explored less of them than they had of space. Levila shared tales of her world's crystal forests, where there was a mushroom life form that sang in the wind. Time passed without either of them noticing. The conversation flowed from professional topics, patrol routes, arrest procedures, Federation law, to more personal ones. Richie mentioned his family back on Earth. two sisters who had followed him into law enforcement. Lavila found herself telling him about her clutch siblings and how she was the only one to leave their world. They were deep in a discussion when the door suddenly opened. Tanik stood there, looking somewhat disheveled. One of his wings was held at an odd angle, and there were suspicious stains on his usually pristine feathers.
My apologies for the delay,
he said, his voice even more grating than usual.
A Sagogi in detention decided to have a digestive episode. Acid everywhere. The corridor will need to be replaced.
Lavila blinked, suddenly aware that significant time had passed. The chronometer on the wall showed they'd been talking for nearly 4 hours. How had that happened?
So,
She asked, trying not to sound too eager.
did I pass? Is this finally over? No more surprise tests?
Tanik's head tilted, studying them both with those bright orange eyes.
You two didn't even notice I was gone, did you? Yes, Enforcer Levila, you pass. No allergic reactions, no aggressive responses, no hibernation triggers. You're hired.
Relief and joy flooded through her in equal measure. She had done it. Despite the bizarre tests, the mechanical handshakes, the impossible running challenge, and the deeply weird requirement to smell her partner, she had succeeded. Her tail unwound from her waist and swayed with happiness.
You are certain?
She pressed.
This is the last test? No more surprises? I won't show up next week to find out I need to wrestle a robot or prove I can digest human food?
Tanik made his grinding, laughing sound.
I have a good feeling about this pairing. You two have compatible personalities, complementary skills, and no biological incompatibilities. Though,
He paused, seeming to consider something.
normally we would have additional tests when pairing males and females of the same species. But since you're from entirely different planets, romance is completely off the table for sure.
He delivered this with such matter-of-fact certainty that Lavila found herself suppressing an amused ear twitch.
You'll both receive briefing packets for your first case.
Tanik continued.
Report to conference room 6 next week, 7th day, morning shift. It's a smuggling ring. Nothing too complex for your first assignment together.
Richie stood, and Lavila followed suit. He extended his hand again, and this time she didn't hesitate before taking it. Looking forward to working with you, partner, he said, his grip warm and steady.
Likewise.
She replied, meaning it. Despite all the strangeness of the day, she had a good feeling about this human. Tanik watched them with what might have been satisfaction. It was hard to tell with avian expressions.
Excellent! Don't disappoint me. The last human-paired team managed to cause a diplomatic incident within their first month. Try to do better.
As they filed out of the room, Lavila caught Richie's eye.
Diplomatic incident?
I'll tell you about it over lunch sometime, he promised. Plenty of opportunities next week. She found herself looking forward to that lunch, and to whatever challenges their partnership might bring. Their initial patrol routes would be challenging, but Lavila now felt ready. She was strangely confident that nothing about the human would surprise her now, though she knew better than to voice that aloud.
The Galactic Council Chamber was the most impressive room in the known universe. That was not a boast. It was a fact written into the founding charter of the Interstellar Accord, carved in 47 languages across the entrance arch. The chamber floated inside a hollowed-out asteroid at the gravitational center of the Orion Arm, and every species that had ever touched the stars had a seat inside it. The air smelled different depending on which section you sat in. Thick and warm near the Vorkai delegation, cold and metallic near the Sindari, and faintly like ocean salt near the humans. Ambassador Elena Vasquez had served as Earth's representative for 11 years. She was not the loudest voice in the chamber. She was not the most decorated diplomat humanity had ever produced. But she had a quality that her colleagues in the foreign ministry had noticed early in her career. She never reacted the way people expected her to. When things got loud, She got quiet. When others rushed, she waited. It had made her difficult to read, and in diplomacy, that was worth more than a fleet of warships. The session had started normally enough. The Vorkai hegemony was presenting a territorial expansion proposal, their fourth in 6 years, and the usual arguments were being made across the chamber floor. Trade routes, resource rights, navigation corridors. Elena had her notes open, her earpiece translating the layered clicks and harmonics of Vorkai's speech into clean English. She was sipping cold coffee and making small margin annotations when High Speaker Draven Koss stepped to the central podium. Koss was the Vorkai's chief diplomat. He was also, by the understanding of most species in the chamber, something of a bully dressed in formal robes. He had 7 feet of gray-plated natural armor for upper arms, and a mouth that never seemed to close fully even when he was not speaking. He had been in his position for 30 years and had spent most of that time treating the council like his personal audience. He began his presentation calmly. Resource scarcity, he said. Population pressure. Historical claim to the disputed corridor near the Ashvale Nebula. Standard talking points. Elena kept taking notes. Then he turned. He turned toward the human section and pointed one of his upper arms directly at the delegation. And let it be formally noted, Koss said, his translator casting his words in crisp tones across the chamber, that humanity's presence in this corridor is not merely inconvenient. It is illegitimate. Humans are a young species. Untested. They stumbled into space barely 4 centuries ago and have been granted protections and courtesies far beyond what their development warrants. They are not peers. They are guests who have forgotten how guests are supposed to behave. The chamber went very, very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happened when something crossed a line that everyone had privately known existed, but no one had ever dared to cross openly. 47 delegations held their collective breath. Several of the smaller species representatives looked immediately at their senior diplomats for guidance. The Sindari ambassador, a creature of polished chrome and cold intelligence, turned one of its optical sensors toward the human section with something that might have been curiosity. Elena Vasquez set down her coffee. She looked up at Koss. She looked at him for a long moment, long enough that several members of her own staff leaned slightly toward her, waiting. Her junior attaché, a young man named Torres, had his hand halfway to his translation pad, as if ready to help her draft a response. She said nothing. She picked up her coffee again, looked back at her notes, and made another small annotation in the margin. The silence stretched. Koss blinked. His translator had worked correctly. He knew the words had landed. He had expected an objection, a formal protest, perhaps a raised voice, a demand for retraction, a motion to censure. Those were the responses the council rules were designed to handle. He had a counter-argument ready for all of them. He had no counter-argument for silence. The council president, an elderly Pharaoh with 4 eyes and 60 years of procedural experience, cleared his throat carefully. The chair notes the statement by High Speaker Koss and invites any response from the human delegation. Elena looked up. She smiled politely at the president, the exact smile she used when someone asked if she needed anything, and she was about to say no thank you. Earth passes at this time, she said. Her voice was calm and even. She said it the way someone says it in a card game. Not a retreat, a choice. And then she went back to her notes. The chamber buzzed. Not loudly, not openly, but in the way that 47 alien species make noise when they are deeply confused and trying not to show it. The Vorkai delegation huddled briefly among themselves. Koss returned to his seat with the particular stiffness of someone who had thrown a punch and hit air. After the session, in the wide marble corridor outside the chamber, the Sindari ambassador fell into step beside Elena without invitation. The Sindari did not typically initiate social contact. It was considered beneath their diplomatic culture, so the fact that Ambassador Sakharoth had done so meant something. That was unexpected, Sakharoth said. Its voice was a precise, measured tone that always sounded faintly like a formal announcement. What was? Elena asked. Your non-response. Koss insulted your entire species in front of the council. Convention required a reply. Convention recommended one, Elena said. There's a difference. Sakharoth was quiet for a moment, processing. He will interpret your silence as weakness, as confirmation that his assessment was correct. Maybe, Elena said. She had reached the door to the human delegation suite. She paused with her hand on the panel and glanced back at the Sindari ambassador. Or maybe he'll spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what we're planning. Sleep well, ambassador. She went inside. The door closed. In the corridor, Sekhiroth stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Its optical sensors tracked the closed door with an expression that, in any species with a face, might have been called unease. Back on Earth, in the quiet offices of the Ministry of Interstellar Affairs, the session footage had already been reviewed. No emergency meetings were called. No statements were drafted. The minister herself watched the clip of Kasa's statement 3 times, then watched Elena's non-response twice, and then closed the file and went back to her other work. In the various news streams that covered council activity, there were thousands across human space, ranging from dry procedural coverage to dramatic real-time commentary. The moment caught fire slowly at first, then all at once. Not because humans were angry, but because they were calm. Commentators across the alien networks had expected outrage. They had models for outrage. Humans had a reputation, earned over 4 centuries of interstellar contact, for emotional volatility. They argued loudly, protested energetically, and had a documented cultural tendency toward what the Vorkai academic literature called performative indignation. It was one of the reasons Kos had made his move. He had expected to dominate a noisy exchange and walk away looking powerful. Instead, every broadcast covering the council session spent its time trying to explain what the silence meant. And the more they talked about it, the less certain anyone sounded. 3 days passed. No human statement came. No formal protest was filed. No motion was raised at the next session. Elena Vasquez attended the following council meeting in her usual seat, with her usual cold coffee, and participated in 3 routine procedural votes without mentioning Kos or his words at all. On the 4th day, the Vorkai diplomatic staff quietly requested a private channel with their counterparts in Earth's foreign ministry. The request was acknowledged. A meeting time was proposed. Human ministry officials agreed to the time, suggested a neutral platform, and confirmed the channel in 4 sentences. They did not ask what the meeting was about. They already knew. Kos had insulted humanity in front of the galaxy. And humanity had not flinched, had not shouted, had not demanded apology or satisfaction. They had simply waited. And that patient, knowing, unbothered silence had frightened the Vorkai more than any protest ever could have. Because silence, when it came from something that knew exactly what it was capable of, was not the sound of weakness. It was the sound of a decision being made somewhere you could not see. The private channel meeting between the Vorkai diplomatic staff and Earth's foreign ministry took place in a data-secure conference format, hosted on a neutral Farathi communications node. It was a small meeting, 2 officials from each side, no aides, no recording unless both parties agreed. The Vorkai sent sub-speaker Varek and senior attaché Lorne. Earth sent Deputy Minister Harlan Cho and a career diplomat named Priya Nair who specialized in Vorkai cultural analysis. The Vorkai opened by discussing trade route adjustments. Small items. Procedural things. Cho listened politely. He had a talent for listening that looked almost identical to boredom, which was intentional. He let Varek finish his prepared remarks, waited a beat, and then said, "We appreciate the technical discussion. Was there something more specific that prompted the request for contact?" Varek was quiet for a moment. The High Speaker's remarks at the last council session were characterizations of policy, not personal commentary. "We understand that," Cho said. Varek waited for more. None came. He adjusted his posture slightly, the Vorkai equivalent of a nervous gesture. Earth has not responded formally. We wanted to ensure that the lack of response was not indicative of a communications breakdown. "Our communications are functioning perfectly," Priya Nair said. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was light and pleasant, the voice of someone discussing something unremarkable. Another silence opened up. The Vorkai officials filled it the only way they knew how, with more talking. They cycled back through the trade discussion, raised a minor point about navigation beacon maintenance, and eventually, cautiously, circled back toward the subject they had actually come to address without ever naming it directly. Cho and Nair answered every question fully and specifically and gave absolutely nothing about what humanity was thinking. When the meeting ended, Varek and Lorne sat in their private channel node for a moment before disconnecting. Lorne spoke first. "They know something. They always know something, Varric said. That is not useful analysis. They know something specific, Lorne clarified. The deputy minister brought Nair. She studies us. She knows our escalation thresholds, our internal political structures, our pressure points. If this was a routine reassurance call, they would have sent someone junior. Varric thought about that. They wanted us to notice who they sent. Yes, Lorne said. They wanted us to think about what it means that they sent someone who understands us very well to a meeting where they said nothing useful at all. Varric closed the channel without another word. He was already composing his report to High Speaker Koss. Koss read the report in his private office aboard the Vorkai delegation vessel, a massive ship that stayed parked near the Council asteroid rather than returning to Vorkai space between sessions. He read it twice. He was not used to being uncertain. He had spent 30 years in galactic diplomacy operating on a simple principle. You pushed until you met resistance, and then you measured that resistance to know how hard to push next. It was a reliable model. It had worked against the Farathi, the Ashvale Collective, the various small independent systems that dotted the Middle Arm. It was not working against humanity. He pulled up the historical archive his staff had prepared after the council session. 400 years of human interstellar history. He had read summaries before. Most senior Vorkai diplomats had. But he read more carefully now, looking for the pattern he had missed. What he found was strange. Humanity had a long record of conflict. They had fought wars among themselves for most of their documented history. Violent, costly, often destructive wars over land and belief and resources and pride. This was well known and had been used by multiple species, including the Vorkai, as evidence that humans were too primitive for full council status. What Koss read more carefully now was what had happened after those wars. Humans had a habit, after being pushed far enough, of responding not with equal force but with disproportionate, overwhelming, and often unexpected force applied in directions that their opponents had not anticipated. They did not mirror threats. They escalated in ways that restructured the entire situation. And before they did any of that, they went quiet. He found the pattern across centuries of their own history. A border skirmish would be absorbed. An insult would be absorbed. A provocation would be absorbed. And then, without clear warning, humanity would act. And the action would not be the protest or confrontation everyone had expected. It would be something structural, something that changed the rules, something that made the original provocation look very, very small. Koss set the archive down. He called his senior staff together. Meanwhile, the galaxy was watching. The council session clip had spread across every connected network in the Orion Arm. The image of Elena Vasquez setting down her coffee, looking up at Koss, and then simply continuing her work, had been viewed, shared, and analyzed billions of times. The commentary was remarkable for one thing. Almost nobody, across 47 species, knew what to make of it. The Sindari ran an internal analysis through their political modeling systems and produced a report that their council ambassador found troubling. The model assessed human behavior as following a pattern the Sindari called controlled delayed response, a strategy where a party absorbs an aggressive move, allows the aggressor to settle into their assumed victory, and then acts from a position of composure rather than reaction. The model gave a confidence rating of 78% that humanity was preparing a response. It could not model what that response would look like because, as the AI noted with clinical precision, insufficient data. Human strategic behavior in high-stakes scenarios shows consistent pattern divergence from established galactic diplomatic norms. The part that troubled the Sindari ambassador most was the footnote. The AI had flagged the human response pattern as the most unpredictable category in its system. Not unpredictable like random. Unpredictable like something that was making choices according to a logic the model hadn't encountered before. On the human colony world of New Carthage, a retired admiral named Siyun Park was watching the council feed in her kitchen when her granddaughter, 7 years old, sharp as a blade, pointed at Elena Vasquez on the screen and said, "Why isn't she yelling?" Park smiled. "Because she doesn't need to." "But he was really mean," the girl said. "Yes, he was," Park agreed, wrapping both hands around her tea. When someone's really mean and you yell at them, they get to feel like they caused something, like they mattered enough to make you lose control. She glanced at the screen. When you stay quiet, they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is the most scared a person can be. Her granddaughter thought about that. Is Auntie Elena scary? Terrifyingly, Park said, and took a sip of tea. The council met again 5 days after the private channel exchange. It was a routine session, a scheduled review of navigation corridor agreements in the middle arm. Elena attended. She sat in her usual seat. She had new coffee this time, hot rather than cold, which her junior attaché Torres noted with the private observation that this was either meaningless or significant, and he could not tell which. Koss was present. He did not look at the human section directly. He participated in the session with his usual volume and confidence, but his senior staff noticed that he had not prepared any new territorial expansion motions for this meeting. His schedule, which had previously mapped 3 months of aggressive corridor proposals, had been cleared of anything that touched human space. After the session, one of the Farathi observers, a retired diplomat who now wrote political analysis for a widely read interstellar commentary network, published a piece with a title that spread across the connected galaxy within hours. The title was a question: has Koss just made the worst mistake in a generation? The piece did not have an answer. That was, perhaps, the point. What it had was a careful review of humanity's last 4 centuries of behavior. The author, old enough to have been present at humanity's first council admission, wrote about a concept he had observed in human behavior that he had never seen adequately translated into any other galactic language. He called it strategic patience. He defined it as the ability to absorb damage, to sit with anger, to let an adversary believe they had won, and then, from a position of calm clarity rather than hot reaction, to respond in a way that was precise, structural, and lasting. He noted that the one consistent mistake other species made about humans was confusing their silence for absence. Humans were not quiet because they had nothing to say. They were quiet because they were deciding exactly how to say something that would only need to be said once. The piece ended with a single line that Koss's staff reportedly read 4 times. High Speaker Koss has given humanity a reason. The galaxy should spend less time wondering if humanity will respond, and considerably more time wondering what responding looks like when they decide they are ready. Koss was ready when the communication came, but not for what it contained. The communication that arrived in High Speaker Koss's office did not come from the human military. It did not come from Earth's foreign ministry. It did not come from Ambassador Vasquez or Deputy Minister Cho or any of the diplomats Koss had been watching and studying since the council session. It came from a human woman named Dr. Amara Osei, and her title was Chief Economic Architect of the Terran Development Initiative. The message was 3 paragraphs long. It was written in clean, polite language, the kind that said nothing threatening in any individual sentence, and yet left the reader feeling like the floor had shifted slightly under their feet. Dr. Osei was writing to notify the Vorkai hegemony that, effective in 60 days, humanity would be initiating a comprehensive review of all Terran infrastructure contracts currently servicing Vorkai space. The review was described as routine. The language was courteous. The timing was not accidental at all. Koss's economic advisor, a thin and usually unshakable analyst named Garrett, read the message and went pale in the specific way that Vorkai go pale, which involved a color change in the plates around the neck. He explained what the message meant in practice. Humanity had, over the past 2 centuries, quietly become the primary infrastructure partner for 11 of the Vorkai hegemony's 17 core systems. Not through aggression or negotiation leverage, through the simple fact that human engineers, construction firms, and logistics networks were reliable, affordable, and honest about their timelines. The Vorkai had never thought much about this. It was background noise, the operational reality of a functioning civilization. Power grids, communication relays, atmospheric processors, transit systems, deep space docking infrastructure. A significant portion of it was designed, built, or maintained by human contractors. A comprehensive review could delay maintenance cycles, delay contract renewals, pause new projects. All of it completely within legal operating parameters. None of it would be described as retaliation. Every piece of it would be described as due diligence. They are not threatening us, Garrett said carefully. No, Koss agreed. They are simply reviewing. At an extremely well-chosen time. Garrett was quiet for a moment. High Speaker, what did you say to them at the council session? Koss did not answer that question. What made it worse, truly worse, was that this was only one communication. Over the following 48 hours, CASA's staff identified 7 other quiet, polite, completely non-threatening actions that the human government had either initiated or were clearly positioned to initiate. A research partnership with the Ashvale Collective, humanity's proposed development of a new navigation relay station near the disputed corridor, a round of diplomatic outreach to 4 of the 6 smaller species that habitually sided with the Vorkai on council votes. Each item, taken alone, was ordinary. Taken together, they formed a shape. They were the early geometry of a world being rearranged. None of it was loud. None of it was angry. None of it could be formally protested. It was also impossible to respond to effectively, because any public response would require Koss to explain what had prompted it. And the only honest explanation was that he had publicly called humanity illegitimate guests in front of the entire council, and they had looked up from their coffee, said nothing, and then spent 3 weeks quietly restructuring the landscape around him. The Sindari ambassador Sakharoth monitored all of this from the careful distance of a species that was constitutionally allergic to making other species mistakes. Sakharoth had been in galactic diplomacy for 40 years. It had watched empires bluster. It had watched alliances collapse. It had watched species overplay strong hands and underplay weak ones. What it was watching now was something it could not cleanly categorize, and that bothered it in a way that it found professionally useful. It requested a social meeting with Elena Vasquez. Not a formal diplomatic exchange. Those had procedures and records. A social meeting, the kind that happened at the hospitality lounges adjacent to the Council Asteroids residential levels. The kind where 2 people could speak without anything being attributed or logged. Elena agreed. They met in a lounge that smelled like recycled starlight and whatever the Farathi staff used to clean the floors, which was faintly aromatic and completely unidentifiable. Sakharoth ordered a mineral compound it favored. Elena got tea. "You are making Koss uncomfortable," Sakharoth said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation made with genuine curiosity. "We're reviewing contracts," Elena said. "Several of us have noticed that the contracts being reviewed share a geographic pattern that correlates rather precisely with the infrastructure dependencies of Vorkai core systems." "Infrastructure reviews are complicated," Elena said. "The scope tends to be comprehensive." Sakharoth was quiet for a moment. This was, Elena knew, the Sindari equivalent of a long, meaningful look. "You are also extending development partnerships to 3 systems that border contested Vorkai territory. And your proposed relay station in the Ashvale corridor would, when operational, provide navigation advantages to human vessels that currently do not exist." "Navigation infrastructure is important," Elena said pleasantly. "You know how we feel about reliable transit." "Yes," Sakharoth said. "I do." Another pause. "Elena, I am asking, not as a formal inquiry, but as someone who has watched you for 11 years. How far does this go?" Elena held her tea with both hands and looked at the Sindari ambassador with the expression she used when she was deciding how honest to be. She decided on mostly honest. As far as it needs to. And if Koss issues a formal apology, if the territorial expansion proposal is withdrawn, then the contract's review concludes without significant findings, Elena said. The relay station project stays because it's genuinely useful infrastructure. The partnerships stay because they're mutually beneficial. But the pressure, the specific pressure, eases. She paused. "We don't want his destruction. We just needed him to understand something." "What did you need him to understand?" Elena set her tea down. "That calling us guests was a mistake. Not because it was offensive, though it was, but because it was factually wrong. We are not guests. We have been here for 4 centuries. We built half of what this corner of the galaxy runs on. We are woven into the operational fabric of this region of space. Koss treated us like newcomers who could be publicly embarrassed into accepting a smaller seat at the table. We needed to demonstrate, clearly and without drama, that the table itself has quite a lot of our fingerprints on it." Sakharoth processed this for a long moment. "You are not angry." "No," Elena said. "But you are serious." "Completely." The Sindari ambassador reached for its mineral compound and regarded Elena with its optical sensors. Most species, when insulted publicly, respond with public anger. It is predictable. It is manageable. It creates an argument that can be won or lost. What you have done instead is, it is harder to counter. There is nothing to argue against. There is no noise to drown out. There is only the quiet, steady demonstration of what you are. That was the intention, Elena said. It has been noticed, Sakharoth said. Not only by Kos, by everyone. Elena smiled. Good. That night, in his private office, Kos composed a message. It was addressed to the full council. He called it a clarification of terminology from his remarks at the prior session. In it, he stated that his use of the word guests had been intended in the historical developmental sense and not as a commentary on humanity's standing or legitimacy in the council. He noted that humanity's contributions to interstellar infrastructure and diplomatic process over 4 centuries were well established and valued. He did not use the word apology. He did not need to. The council had read enough diplomatic language to understand what the message was. 3 days later, the Vorkai territorial expansion proposal for the Ashvale corridor was formally withdrawn from the session agenda, pending further internal review. Garrett, Kos's economic advisor, marked the infrastructure review communication from Dr. Osei as resolved in the Vorkai diplomatic tracking system. He noted it with the code his department used for situations that had been carefully, silently, and effectively neutralized. Then he sat back in his chair and thought about a species that had been insulted in front of the known galaxy, had responded with complete stillness, and had moved every piece on the board before anyone had noticed the game had started. He updated his personal file on human diplomatic methodology. He added one sentence to the summary at the top. Do not provoke without understanding what provocation costs. He underlined it twice that Kos's clarification message spread through the council networks faster than his original insult had. That was interesting in itself. The original remark had traveled through interstellar channels as a curiosity, a piece of political theater from a species known for that kind of theater. The clarification moved faster because it carried something the original had not. It carried the weight of consequence. It was, in the language that the galaxy's diplomatic class read fluently, a message from a powerful actor admitting, without admitting, that he had miscalculated. 47 species watched this and drew their own conclusions. The Ashvale Collective released a brief, formal statement congratulating humanity on its continued constructive engagement with the council process. The statement was 5 sentences long and somehow managed to compliment humanity while very gently reminding Kos that the collective had been considering his corridor proposal for 6 months. The implication was quiet but clear. If Kos could misread humanity this badly, perhaps the council should be careful about accepting his assessment of other territorial matters. The Farathi Council President, at the next session opening, made a procedural announcement that the council's infrastructure dependency registry, a document that tracked which species provided core services to which others, would be updated and made publicly accessible for the first time in 40 years. He described it as a transparency initiative. Nobody in the chamber believed that was the only reason, but nobody said so out loud. Elena Vasquez attended the session, made 3 procedural contributions, voted on 2 resolutions, and at no point mentioned anything that had happened over the past month. Torres, her junior attaché, had started keeping private notes. He was 26 years old and had been assigned to the delegation 8 months ago, fresh from the diplomatic academy, under the impression that interstellar diplomacy would be loud and dramatic and would look like the historical feeds he had grown up watching. He was revising that impression rapidly. He wrote in his notes, in the plain language of someone trying to understand something clearly. It was never about the insult. It was about what we did after the insult. Kos expected a reaction he could manage. He got stillness he couldn't read, and while he was trying to read it, we just kept working. He read it back to himself. Then he added, the scariest part isn't what we did. It's that we do this naturally. Like we've always known this is how it works. He saved the file, labeled it Observations, and kept it private for 2 years before it became part of his published memoir on Terran diplomacy in the Council era. On Earth, the response to the whole affair was characteristically uneven. Most citizens had followed the story at a medium level of engagement, interested, but not consumed by it. Editorial boards in major cities wrote about diplomatic composure and strategic patience. Some commentators were less academic about it. A columnist in New Mumbai wrote a piece with the straightforward headline, "We did not need to yell." That became one of the most widely read pieces of political writing that year. Her argument was simple. Humanity had grown up. Not in the way the Vorkai had meant. not in the developmental, we're still learning to walk sense. Grown up in the way that any civilization grows up when it has survived long enough to know the difference between power and noise. The Vorkai had noise. What humanity was demonstrating, she wrote, was power exercised in a way that left the other party uncertain rather than wounded. Wounds healed. Uncertainty compounded. The retired Admiral Park read the column over breakfast on New Carthage and sent a short message to her old colleague in the ministry. They're finally writing it down. Her colleague wrote back, they've always known it. They're just less shy about it now. Park sent a single punctuation mark in response. A period, which, in the context of the exchange, meant exactly. Sekaratha's internal report to the Sindari Council of Voices, their equivalent of an internal intelligence brief, was classified at the highest level and remained so for decades. Portions of it were eventually quoted in academic works on galactic power dynamics. The sections that were quoted most often were not the political analysis or the strategic assessment. They were from the final summary, where Sekarath wrote about what, in 40 years of diplomacy, had most surprised it about humanity. The section read, in translation, we modeled human responses using frameworks built from every other species in the Council. All those frameworks assumed that an insult of this magnitude would produce measurable heat, raised voices, formal protests, public demands. Instead, humanity produced cold, deliberate, patient, entirely self-possessed cold. The most unsettling aspect is that they did not appear to calculate this response. They appeared to simply be this way. What Koss encountered was not a tactical choice. It was a character, and character, unlike tactics, cannot be countered or anticipated. It can only be understood, but only if you are paying attention before you make your mistake. The report recommended that the Sindari update their behavioral models for humanity. The new model had a flag at the top that had not existed before. It read, High Unpredictability Index. Not chaotic, disciplined. Treat silence as active, not passive. Koss served 3 more years as High Speaker. During those 3 years, he did not raise any proposals that affected human space. He did not speak directly to Elena Vasquez in council session. He was not, technically, diminished in his role. He still commanded the respect of the Vorkai political structure and continued to push other proposals on other corridors with other species. But anyone watching carefully could see the boundary he had drawn around himself. The line he did not cross again. He retired at the end of his term and returned to Vorkai Prime. His memoirs, published 2 years later, contained a chapter on the Ashvale corridor affair that was widely discussed. In it, he described the month after his council remarks as a lesson in the difference between a species that reacts and a species that decides. He did not name Elena Vasquez specifically. He did not need to. Everyone knew who the chapter was about. Elena served 4 more years as Earth's council ambassador after the affair, then moved to a senior advisory position in the foreign ministry. On her last day in the council chamber, she packed her notes, took her coffee thermos. She had never stopped bringing her own coffee, and made a quiet round of personal goodbyes. Sekarath was the last to receive one. They stood in the marble corridor where they had walked together the day after Koss's original statement. 11 years, Sekarath said. 12, Elena corrected. You are, in my assessment, the most effective diplomat I have observed in 4 decades of council attendance. That's very kind. It is not kindness. It is data. The Sindari ambassador's optical sensors tracked her with something that had evolved, over years, into something resembling warmth. Can I ask, and you may decline to answer, was the silence after Koss's statement planned in advance? Did you know you would respond that way? Elena considered the question. She gave it genuine thought, which was itself an answer of sorts. Not in the sense of a formal strategy, she said finally. I just looked at him, and I thought about what he was hoping I would do. And I thought, I'm not going to give him that. She paused. The rest of it, the infrastructure review, the relay station, the partnerships, that was planned. Carefully. But the silence? That was just knowing what we are. Sekarath was quiet for a moment. That is the part that frightens people, I think. The silence being natural. I know, Elena said. She smiled. Good. She walked down the corridor and out through the main entrance of the council asteroid, past the arch with 47 languages carved into it, and into the docking bay where the human transit shuttle was waiting. She was the last one aboard. She sat by the window. The shuttle lifted off from the asteroid and turned toward human space, toward Earth, toward a civilization that had been called young and untested and had responded not with anger, but with the quiet, comprehensive, unshakable demonstration of exactly what 4 centuries of work looks like when you finally stop explaining yourself. The stars outside the window were familiar. They were the same stars that had watched humanity stumble into space, build and fail and build again, argue with itself for generations, and eventually arrive here. Not at perfection, not at peace in every corner of the galaxy, but at something harder to achieve and harder to destroy. The knowledge of what it was. The patience to let that knowledge speak for itself. Elena Vasquez closed her eyes. The galaxy, she thought, would be fine. It had been paying attention.
Reconnaissance Dossier, The Basement Chronicles. Log entry, Post-derelict salvage, Sector 4 grid. Status, operational, unsanctioned. The shift changes in the lower bellows of a colony ship don't come with a sunrise. They just come with a louder hum in the structural heat pipes and a heavier taste of recycled grease in the oxygen scrubbers. Flubber Lane didn't mind the dark. The basement of the colony was where the real work got done anyway, far below the clean, pressurized observation decks where the high-tech elite spent their days analyzing stellar charts and looking down on the maintenance crews. In the first rotation, Lane had cemented his status among the pipe fitters and deckhands by pulling off an operation that the command deck called a suicide run and the basement called Tuesday. When a band of rogue scrap pirates tried to breach the primary air intake valves of the bellows, Lane hadn't waited for tactical authorization or the clean-suited security details to finish their briefings. He had dropped into the primary launch tube, strapped his modified magnetic skater boots to the rusted casing of a live, outdated Mk7 propulsion torpedo, and ridden the high-yield explosive straight through the pirate vessel's primary shield generator. It was raw grit, zero calculation, and absolute basement-level brilliance. That stunt had earned him an unrequested promotion to head of maintenance, a title that came with a larger toolbox, a slightly cleaner pair of coveralls, and the distinct misfortune of being called first when things went wrong in the black. His second rotation had proven that the promotion wasn't a fluke. When a high-tier corporate research vessel went completely dark after an unmapped structural failure, the elite rescue squads refused to dock, citing unstable gravity wells and volatile hull metrics. Lane had gathered his crew, loaded up a standard utility transport with conventional hydraulic jacks, manual plasma cutters, and old-school mechanical intuition, and cut his way into the listing derelict. They bypassed the fried digital security grids by simply unhinging the bulkheads by hand, pulling out a dozen trapped survivors while the command deck was still trying to calibrate their diagnostic scanners. Now, the utility transport was finally limping back toward the home colony's lower docking slips. The engines were vibrating at an uneven frequency that suggested a worn thruster bearing, and the crew was exhausted, smelling of spent coolant and dried sweat. Lane was leaned back against a crate of salvaged titanium fasteners, his worn boots propped up on a portable welding rig, his eyes half closed as he
The Galactic Council Chamber was the most impressive room in the known universe. That was not a boast. It was a fact written into the founding charter of the Interstellar Accord, carved in 47 languages across the entrance arch. The chamber floated inside a hollowed-out asteroid at the gravitational center of the Orion Arm, and every species that had ever touched the stars had a seat inside it. The air smelled different depending on which section you sat in. Thick and warm near the Vorkai delegation, cold and metallic near the Sindari, and faintly like ocean salt near the humans. Ambassador Elena Vasquez had served as Earth's representative for 11 years. She was not the loudest voice in the chamber. She was not the most decorated diplomat humanity had ever produced. But she had a quality that her colleagues in the foreign ministry had noticed early in her career. She never reacted the way people expected her to. When things got loud, she got quiet. When others rushed, she waited. It had made her difficult to read, and in diplomacy, that was worth more than a fleet of warships. The session had started normally enough. The Vorkai hegemony was presenting a territorial expansion proposal, their fourth in 6 years, and the usual arguments were being made across the chamber floor. trade routes, resource rights, navigation corridors. Elena had her notes open, her earpiece translating the layered clicks and harmonics of Vorkai's speech into clean English. She was sipping cold coffee and making small margin annotations when high speaker Draven Kos stepped to the central podium. Kos was the Vorkai's chief diplomat. He was also, by the understanding of most species in the chamber, something of a bully dressed in formal robes. He had 7 feet of gray-plated natural armor for upper arms, and a mouth that never seemed to close fully even when he was not speaking. He had been in his position for 30 years and had spent most of that time treating the council like his personal audience. He began his presentation calmly. Resource scarcity, he said. Population pressure. Historical claim to the disputed corridor near the Ash Veil Nebula. Standard talking points. Elena kept taking notes. Then he turned. He turned toward the human section and pointed one of his upper arms directly at the delegation. And let it be formally noted, Kos said, his translator casting his words in crisp tones across the chamber, that humanity's presence in this corridor is not merely inconvenient. It is illegitimate. Humans are a young species. Untested. They stumbled into space barely 4 centuries ago and have been granted protections and courtesies far beyond what their development warrants. They are not peers. They are guests who have forgotten how guests are supposed to behave. The chamber went very, very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happened when something crossed a line that everyone had privately known existed, but no one had ever dared to cross openly. 47 delegations held their collective breath. Several of the smaller species representatives looked immediately at their senior diplomats for guidance. The Sindari ambassador, a creature of polished chrome and cold intelligence, turned one of its optical sensors toward the human section with something that might have been curiosity. Elena Vasquez set down her coffee. She looked up at Kos. She looked at him for a long moment. Long enough that several members of her own staff leaned slightly toward her, waiting. Her junior attaché, a young man named Torres, had his hand halfway to his translation pad, as if ready to help her draft a response. She said nothing. She picked up her coffee again, looked back at her notes, and made another small annotation in the margin. The silence stretched. Kos blinked. His translator had worked correctly. He knew the words had landed. He had expected an objection, a formal protest, perhaps a raised voice, a demand for retraction, a motion to censure. Those were the responses the council rules were designed to handle. He had a counter-argument ready for all of them. He had no counter-argument for silence. The council president, an elderly Pharaoh with 4 eyes and 60 years of procedural experience, cleared his throat carefully. The chair notes the statement by High Speaker Kos and invites any response from the human delegation. Elena looked up. She smiled politely at the president, the exact smile she used when someone asked if she needed anything, and she was about to say no thank you. Earth passes at this time, she said. Her voice was calm and even. She said it the way someone says it in a card game. Not a retreat. A choice. And then she went back to her notes. The chamber buzzed. Not loudly. Not openly. But in the way that 47 alien species make noise when they are deeply confused and trying not to show it. The Vorkai delegation huddled briefly among themselves. Kos returned to his seat with the particular stiffness of someone who had thrown a punch and hit air. After the session, in the wide marble corridor outside the chamber, the Sindari ambassador fell into step beside Elena without invitation. The Sindari did not typically initiate social contact. It was considered beneath their diplomatic culture, so the fact that Ambassador Sakharoth had done so meant something. That was unexpected, Sakharoth said. Its voice was a precise, measured tone that always sounded faintly like a formal announcement. What was? Elena asked. Your non-response. Kos insulted your entire species in front of the council. Convention required a reply. Convention recommended one, Elena said. There's a difference. Sakharoth was quiet for a moment, processing. He will interpret your silence as weakness, as confirmation that his assessment was correct. Maybe, Elena said. She had reached the door to the human delegation suite. She paused with her hand on the panel and glanced back at the Sindari ambassador. Or maybe he'll spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what we're planning. Sleep well, ambassador. She went inside. The door closed. In the corridor, Sakharoth stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Its optical sensors tracked the closed door with an expression that, in any species with a face, might have been called unease. Back on Earth, in the quiet offices of the Ministry of Interstellar Affairs, the session footage had already been reviewed. No emergency meetings were called. No statements were drafted. The minister herself watched the clip of Koss's statement 3 times, then watched Elena's non-response twice, and then closed the file and went back to her other work. In the various news streams that covered council activity, there were thousands across human space, ranging from dry procedural coverage to dramatic real-time commentary. The moment caught fire slowly at first, then all at once. Not because humans were angry, but because they were calm. Commentators across the alien networks had expected outrage. They had models for outrage. Humans had a reputation, earned over 4 centuries of interstellar contact, for emotional volatility. They argued loudly, protested energetically, and had a documented cultural tendency toward what the Vorkai academic literature called performative indignation. It was one of the reasons Koss had made his move. He had expected to dominate a noisy exchange and walk away looking powerful. Instead, every broadcast covering the council session spent its time trying to explain what the silence meant. And the more they talked about it, the less certain anyone sounded. 3 days passed. No human statement came. No formal protest was filed. No motion was raised at the next session. Elena Vasquez attended the following council meeting in her usual seat, with her usual cold coffee, and participated in 3 routine procedural votes without mentioning Koss or his words at all. On the 4th day, the Vorkai diplomatic staff quietly requested a private channel with their counterparts in Earth's foreign ministry. The request was acknowledged. A meeting time was proposed. Human ministry officials agreed to the time, suggested a neutral platform, and confirmed the channel in 4 sentences. They did not ask what the meeting was about. They already knew. Koss had insulted humanity in front of the galaxy, and humanity had not flinched, had not shouted, had not demanded apology or satisfaction. They had simply waited. And that patient, knowing, unbothered silence had frightened the Vorkai more than any protest ever could have. Because silence, when it came from something that knew exactly what it was capable of, was not the sound of weakness. It was the sound of a decision being made somewhere you could not see. The private channel meeting between the Vorkai diplomatic staff and Earth's foreign ministry took place in a data-secure conference format, hosted on a neutral Farathi communications node. It was a small meeting, 2 officials from each side, no aides, no recording unless both parties agreed. The Vorkai sent sub-speaker Varek and senior attaché Lorne. Earth sent Deputy Minister Harlan Cho and a career diplomat named Priya Nair, who specialized in Vorkai cultural analysis. The Vorkai opened by discussing trade route adjustments. Small items. Procedural things. Cho listened politely. He had a talent for listening that looked almost identical to boredom, which was intentional. He let Varek finish his prepared remarks, waited a beat, and then said, "We appreciate the technical discussion. Was there something more specific that prompted the request for contact?" Varek was quiet for a moment. The High Speaker's remarks at the last council session were characterizations of policy, not personal commentary. "We understand that," Cho said. Varek waited for more. None came. He adjusted his posture slightly, the Vorkai equivalent of a nervous gesture. Earth has not responded formally. We wanted to ensure that the lack of response was not indicative of a communications breakdown. "Our communications are functioning perfectly," Priya Nair said. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was light and pleasant, the voice of someone discussing something unremarkable. Another silence opened up. The Vorkai officials filled it the only way they knew how, with more talking. They cycled back through the trade discussion, raised a minor point about navigation beacon maintenance, and eventually, cautiously, circled back toward the subject they had actually come to address without ever naming it directly. Cho and Nair answered every question fully and specifically and gave absolutely nothing about what humanity was thinking. When the meeting ended, Varek and Lorne sat in their private channel node for a moment before disconnecting. Lorne spoke first. "They know something. They always know something," Varek said. "That is not useful analysis." "They know something specific," Lorne clarified. The deputy minister brought Nair. "She studies us. She knows our escalation thresholds, our internal political structures, our pressure points. If this was a routine reassurance call, they would have sent someone junior." Varek thought about that. They wanted us to notice who they sent. Yes, Lawrence said. They wanted us to think about what it means that they sent someone who understands us very well to a meeting where they said nothing useful at all. Varek closed the channel without another word. He was already composing his report to High Speaker Koss. Koss read the report in his private office aboard the Vorkai delegation vessel, a massive ship that stayed parked near the Council asteroid rather than returning to Vorkai space between sessions. He read it twice. He was not used to being uncertain. He had spent 30 years in galactic diplomacy operating on a simple principle. You pushed until you met resistance, and then you measured that resistance to know how hard to push next. It was a reliable model. It had worked against the Farathi, the Ashvale Collective, the various small independent systems that dotted the Middle Arm. It was not working against humanity. He pulled up the historical archive his staff had prepared after the council session. 400 years of human interstellar history. He had read summaries before. Most senior Vorkai diplomats had. But he read more carefully now, looking for the pattern he had missed. What he found was strange. Humanity had a long record of conflict. They had fought wars among themselves for most of their documented history. Violent, costly, often destructive wars over land and belief and resources and pride. This was well known and had been used by multiple species, including the Vorkai, as evidence that humans were too primitive for full council status. What Koss read more carefully now was what had happened after those wars. Humans had a habit, after being pushed far enough, of responding not with equal force but with disproportionate, overwhelming, and often unexpected force applied in directions that their opponents had not anticipated. They did not mirror threats. They escalated in ways that restructured the entire situation. And before they did any of that, they went quiet. He found the pattern across centuries of their own history. A border skirmish would be absorbed. An insult would be absorbed. A provocation would be absorbed. And then, without clear warning, humanity would act, and the action would not be the protest or confrontation everyone had expected. It would be something structural, something that changed the rules, something that made the original provocation look very, very small. Koss set the archive down. He called his senior staff together. Meanwhile, the galaxy was watching. The council session clip had spread across every connected network in the Orion Arm. The image of Elena Vasquez setting down her coffee, looking up at Koss, and then simply continuing her work, had been viewed, shared, and analyzed billions of times. The commentary was remarkable for one thing. Almost nobody, across 47 species, knew what to make of it. The Sindari ran an internal analysis through their political modeling systems and produced a report that their council ambassador found troubling. The model assessed human behavior as following a pattern the Sindari called controlled delayed response, a strategy where a party absorbs an aggressive move, allows the aggressor to settle into their assumed victory, and then acts from a position of composure rather than reaction. The model gave a confidence rating of 78% that humanity was preparing a response. It could not model what that response would look like because, as the AI noted with clinical precision, insufficient data. Human strategic behavior in high-stakes scenarios shows consistent pattern divergence from established galactic diplomatic norms. The part that troubled the Sindari ambassador most was the footnote. The AI had flagged the human response pattern as the most unpredictable category in its system. Not unpredictable like random. Unpredictable like something that was making choices according to a logic the model hadn't encountered before. On the human colony world of New Carthage, a retired admiral named Siyun Park was watching the council feed in her kitchen when her granddaughter, 7 years old, sharp as a blade, pointed at Elena Vasquez on the screen and said, "Why isn't she yelling?" Park smiled. "Because she doesn't need to." "But he was really mean," the girl said. "Yes, he was," Park agreed, wrapping both hands around her tea. "When someone's really mean and you yell at them, they get to feel like they caused something, like they mattered enough to make you lose control." She glanced at the screen. When you stay quiet, they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is the most scared a person can be. Her granddaughter thought about that. "Is Auntie Elena scary?" "Terrifyingly," Park said, and took a sip of tea. The council met again 5 days after the private channel exchange. It was a routine session, a scheduled review of navigation corridor agreements in the Middle Arm. Elena attended. She sat in her usual seat. She had new coffee this time, hot rather than cold, which her junior attaché Torres noted with the private observation that this was either meaningless or significant, and he could not tell which. Koss was present. He did not look at the human section directly. He participated in the session with his usual volume and confidence, but his senior staff noticed that he had not prepared any new territorial expansion motions for this meeting. His schedule, which had previously mapped 3 months of aggressive corridor proposals, had been cleared of anything that touched human space. After the session, one of the Farathi observers, a retired diplomat who now wrote political analysis for a widely read interstellar commentary network, published a piece with a title that spread across the connected galaxy within hours. The title was a question: has Koss just made the worst mistake in a generation? The piece did not have an answer. That was, perhaps, the point. What it had was a careful review of humanity's last 4 centuries of behavior. The author, old enough to have been present at humanity's first council admission, wrote about a concept he had observed in human behavior that he had never seen adequately translated into any other galactic language. He called it strategic patience. He defined it as the ability to absorb damage, to sit with anger, to let an adversary believe they had won, and then, from a position of calm clarity rather than hot reaction, to respond in a way that was precise, structural, and lasting. He noted that the one consistent mistake other species made about humans was confusing their silence for absence. Humans were not quiet because they had nothing to say. They were quiet because they were deciding exactly how to say something that would only need to be said once. The piece ended with a single line that Koss's staff reportedly read 4 times. High Speaker Koss has given humanity a reason. The galaxy should spend less time wondering if humanity will respond, and considerably more time wondering what responding looks like when they decide they are ready. Koss was ready when the communication came, but not for what it contained. The communication that arrived in High Speaker Koss's office did not come from the human military. It did not come from Earth's foreign ministry. It did not come from Ambassador Vasquez or Deputy Minister Cho or any of the diplomats Koss had been watching and studying since the council session. It came from a human woman named Dr. Amara Osei, and her title was Chief Economic Architect of the Terran Development Initiative. The message was 3 paragraphs long. It was written in clean, polite language, the kind that said nothing threatening in any individual sentence, and yet left the reader feeling like the floor had shifted slightly under their feet. Dr. Osei was writing to notify the Vorkai hegemony that, effective in 60 days, humanity would be initiating a comprehensive review of all Terran infrastructure contracts currently servicing Vorkai space. The review was described as routine. The language was courteous. The timing was not accidental at all. Koss's economic advisor, a thin and usually unshakable analyst named Garrett, read the message and went pale in the specific way that Vorkai go pale, which involved a color change in the plates around the neck. He explained what the message meant in practice. Humanity had, over the past 2 centuries, quietly become the primary infrastructure partner for 11 of the Vorkai hegemony's 17 core systems. Not through aggression or negotiation leverage, through the simple fact that human engineers, construction firms, and logistics networks were reliable, affordable, and honest about their timelines. The Vorkai had never thought much about this. It was background noise, the operational reality of a functioning civilization. Power grids, communication relays, atmospheric processors, transit systems, deep space docking infrastructure. A significant portion of it was designed, built, or maintained by human contractors. A comprehensive review could delay maintenance cycles, delay contract renewals, pause new projects, all of it completely within legal operating parameters. None of it would be described as retaliation. Every piece of it would be described as due diligence. They are not threatening us, Garrett said carefully. No, Koss agreed. They are simply reviewing. At an extremely well-chosen time. Garrett was quiet for a moment. High Speaker, what did you say to them at the council session? Koss did not answer that question. What made it worse, truly worse, was that this was only one communication. Over the following 48 hours, Koss's staff identified 7 other quiet, polite, completely non-threatening actions that the human government had either initiated or were clearly positioned to initiate. A research partnership with the Ashvale Collective, humanity's proposed development of a new navigation relay station near the disputed corridor, a round of diplomatic outreach to 4 of the 6 smaller species that habitually sided with the Vorkai on council votes. Each item, taken alone, was ordinary. Taken together, they formed a shape. They were the early geometry of a world being rearranged. None of it was loud. None of it was angry. None of it could be formally protested. It was also impossible to respond to effectively, because any public response would require Koss to explain what had prompted it. And the only honest explanation was that he had publicly called humanity illegitimate guests in front of the entire council, and they had looked up from their coffee, said nothing, and then spent 3 weeks quietly restructuring the landscape around him. The Sindari ambassador Sakharoth monitored all of this from the careful distance of a species that was constitutionally allergic to making other species mistakes. Sakharoth had been in galactic diplomacy for 40 years. It had watched empires bluster. It had watched alliances collapse. It had watched species overplay strong hands and underplay weak ones. What it was watching now was something it could not cleanly categorize, and that bothered it in a way that it found professionally useful. It requested a social meeting with Elena Vasquez. Not a formal diplomatic exchange. Those had procedures and records. A social meeting, the kind that happened at the hospitality lounges adjacent to the Council Asteroids residential levels. The kind where 2 people could speak without anything being attributed or logged. Elena agreed. They met in a lounge that smelled like recycled starlight and whatever the Pharaoh staff used to clean the floors, which was faintly aromatic and completely unidentifiable. Sakharoth ordered a mineral compound it favored. Elena got tea. "You are making Koss uncomfortable," Sakharoth said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation made with genuine curiosity. "We're reviewing contracts," Elena said. "Several of us have noticed that the contracts being reviewed share a geographic pattern that correlates rather precisely with the infrastructure dependencies of Vorkai core systems." "Infrastructure reviews are complicated," Elena said. "The scope tends to be comprehensive." Sakharoth was quiet for a moment. This was, Elena knew, the Sindari equivalent of a long, meaningful look. "You are also extending development partnerships to 3 systems that border contested Vorkai territory. And your proposed relay station in the Ashvale corridor would, when operational, provide navigation advantages to human vessels that currently do not exist." "Navigation infrastructure is important," Elena said pleasantly. "You know how we feel about reliable transit." "Yes," Sakharoth said. "I do." Another pause. "Elena, I am asking, not as a formal inquiry, but as someone who has watched you for 11 years. How far does this go?" Elena held her tea with both hands and looked at the Sindari ambassador with the expression she used when she was deciding how honest to be. She decided on mostly honest. As far as it needs to. And if Koss issues a formal apology, if the territorial expansion proposal is withdrawn, then the contract's review concludes without significant findings, Elena said. The relay station project stays because it's genuinely useful infrastructure. The partnerships stay because they're mutually beneficial. But the pressure, the specific pressure, eases. She paused. "We don't want his destruction. We just needed him to understand something." "What did you need him to understand?" Elena set her tea down. "That calling us guests was a mistake. Not because it was offensive, though it was, but because it was factually wrong. We are not guests. We have been here for 4 centuries. We built half of what this corner of the galaxy runs on. We are woven into the operational fabric of this region of space. Koss treated us like newcomers who could be publicly embarrassed into accepting a smaller seat at the table. We needed to demonstrate, clearly and without drama, that the table itself has quite a lot of our fingerprints on it." Sakharoth processed this for a long moment. "You are not angry." "No," Elena said. "But you are serious." "Completely." The Sindari ambassador reached for its mineral compound and regarded Elena with its optical sensors. Most species, when insulted publicly, respond with public anger. It is predictable. It is manageable. It creates an argument that can be won or lost. What you have done instead is, it is harder to counter. There is nothing to argue against. There is no noise to drown out. There is only the quiet, steady demonstration of what you are. That was the intention, Elena said. It has been noticed, Sakharoth said. Not only by Koss. By everyone. Elena smiled. Good. That night, in his private office, Koss composed a message. It was addressed to the full council. He called it a clarification of terminology from his remarks at the prior session. In it, he stated that his use of the word guests had been intended in the historical developmental sense and not as a commentary on humanity's standing or legitimacy in the Council. He noted that humanity's contributions to interstellar infrastructure and diplomatic process over 4 centuries were well established and valued. He did not use the word apology. He did not need to. The Council had read enough diplomatic language to understand what the message was. 3 days later, the Vorkai territorial expansion proposal for the Ashvale corridor was formally withdrawn from the session agenda, pending further internal review. Garrett, CASA's economic advisor, marked the infrastructure review communication from Dr. Osei as resolved in the Vorkai diplomatic tracking system. He noted it with the code his department used for situations that had been carefully, silently, and effectively neutralized. Then he sat back in his chair and thought about a species that had been insulted in front of the known galaxy, had responded with complete stillness, and had moved every piece on the board before anyone had noticed the game had started. He updated his personal file on human diplomatic methodology. He added one sentence to the summary at the top. Do not provoke without understanding what provocation costs. He underlined it twice that CASA's clarification message spread through the Council networks faster than his original insult had. That was interesting in itself. The original remark had traveled through interstellar channels as a curiosity, a piece of political theater from a species known for that kind of theater. The clarification moved faster because it carried something the original had not. It carried the weight of consequence. It was, in the language that the galaxy's diplomatic class read fluently, a message from a powerful actor admitting, without admitting, that he had miscalculated. 47 species watched this and drew their own conclusions. The Ashvale Collective released a brief, formal statement congratulating humanity on its continued constructive engagement with the Council process. The statement was 5 sentences long and somehow managed to compliment humanity while very gently reminding Koss that the collective had been considering his corridor proposal for 6 months. The implication was quiet but clear. If Koss could misread humanity this badly, perhaps the Council should be careful about accepting his assessment of other territorial matters. The Farathi Council President, at the next session opening, made a procedural announcement that the Council's Infrastructure Dependency Registry, a document that tracked which species provided core services to which others, would be updated and made publicly accessible for the first time in 40 years. He described it as a transparency initiative. Nobody in the chamber believed that was the only reason, but nobody said so out loud. Elena Vasquez attended the session, made 3 procedural contributions, voted on 2 resolutions, and at no point mentioned anything that had happened over the past month. Torres, her junior attaché, had started keeping private notes. He was 26 years old and had been assigned to the delegation 8 months ago, fresh from the diplomatic academy, under the impression that interstellar diplomacy would be loud and dramatic and would look like the historical feeds he had grown up watching. He was revising that impression rapidly. He wrote in his notes, in the plain language of someone trying to understand something clearly. It was never about the insult. It was about what we did after the insult. Koss expected a reaction he could manage. He got stillness he couldn't read, and while he was trying to read it, we just kept working. He read it back to himself. Then he added, the scariest part isn't what we did. It's that we do this naturally, like we've always known this is how it works. He saved the file, labeled it Observations, and kept it private for 2 years before it became part of his published memoir on Terran diplomacy in the Council era. On Earth, the response to the whole affair was characteristically uneven. Most citizens had followed the story at a medium level of engagement, interested, but not consumed by it. Editorial boards in major cities wrote about diplomatic composure and strategic patience. Some commentators were less academic about it. A columnist in New Mumbai wrote a piece with the straightforward headline, "We did not need to yell." That became one of the most widely read pieces of political writing that year. Her argument was simple. Humanity had grown up. Not in the way the Vorkai had meant. Not in the developmental, we're still learning to walk sense. Grown up in the way that any civilization grows up when it has survived long enough to know the difference between power and noise. The Vorkai had noise. What humanity was demonstrating, she wrote, was power exercised in a way that left the other party uncertain rather than wounded. Wounds healed. Uncertainty compounded. The retired Admiral Park read the column over breakfast on New Carthage and sent a short message to her old colleague in the ministry. They're finally writing it down. Her colleague wrote back. They've always known it. They're just less shy about it now. Park sent a single punctuation mark in response. A period. Which, in the context of the exchange, meant exactly. Sekhiratha's internal report to the Sindari Council of Voices, their equivalent of an internal intelligence brief, was classified at the highest level and remained so for decades. Portions of it were eventually quoted in academic works on galactic power dynamics. The sections that were quoted most often were not the political analysis or the strategic assessment. They were from the final summary, where Sekhirath wrote about what, in 40 years of diplomacy, had most surprised it about humanity. The section read, in translation, "We modeled human responses using frameworks built from every other species in the Council. All those frameworks assumed that an insult of this magnitude would produce measurable heat, raised voices, formal protests, public demands. Instead, humanity produced cold, deliberate, patient, entirely self-possessed cold. The most unsettling aspect is that they did not appear to calculate this response. They appeared to simply be this way. What Koss encountered was not a tactical choice. It was a character, and character, unlike tactics, cannot be countered or anticipated. It can only be understood, but only if you are paying attention before you make your mistake." The report recommended that the Sindari update their behavioral models for humanity. The new model had a flag at the top that had not existed before. It read, High Unpredictability Index. Not chaotic, disciplined. Treat silence as active, not passive. Koss served 3 more years as High Speaker. During those 3 years, he did not raise any proposals that affected human space. He did not speak directly to Elena Vasquez in council session. He was not, technically, diminished in his role. He still commanded the respect of the Vorkai political structure and continued to push other proposals on other corridors with other species. But anyone watching carefully could see the boundary he had drawn around himself. The line he did not cross again. He retired at the end of his term and returned to Vorkai Prime. His memoirs, published 2 years later, contained a chapter on the Ashvale corridor affair that was widely discussed. In it, he described the month after his council remarks as a lesson in the difference between a species that reacts and a species that decides. He did not name Elena Vasquez specifically. He did not need to. Everyone knew who the chapter was about. Elena served 4 more years as Earth's council ambassador after the affair, then moved to a senior advisory position in the foreign ministry. On her last day in the council chamber, she packed her notes, took her coffee thermos. She had never stopped bringing her own coffee, and made a quiet round of personal goodbyes. Sekhirath was the last to receive one. They stood in the marble corridor where they had walked together the day after Koss's original statement. 11 years, Sekhirath said. 12, Elena corrected. You are, in my assessment, the most effective diplomat I have observed in 4 decades of council attendance. That's very kind. It is not kindness. It is data. The Sindari ambassador's optical sensors tracked her with something that had evolved, over years, into something resembling warmth. Can I ask, and you may decline to answer, was the silence after Koss's statement planned in advance? Did you know you would respond that way? Elena considered the question. She gave it genuine thought, which was itself an answer of sorts. Not in the sense of a formal strategy, she said finally. I just looked at him, and I thought about what he was hoping I would do. And I thought, I'm not going to give him that. She paused. The rest of it, the infrastructure review, the relay station, the partnerships, that was planned. Carefully. But the silence? That was just knowing what we are. Sekhirath was quiet for a moment. That is the part that frightens people, I think. The silence being natural. I know, Elena said. She smiled. Good. She walked down the corridor and out through the main entrance of the council asteroid, past the arch with 47 languages carved into it, and into the docking bay where the human transit shuttle was waiting. She was the last one aboard. She sat by the window. The shuttle lifted off from the asteroid and turned toward human space, toward Earth, toward a civilization that had been called young and untested and had responded not with anger, but with the quiet, comprehensive, unshakable demonstration of exactly what 4 centuries of work looks like when you finally stop explaining yourself. The stars outside the window were familiar. They were the same stars that had watched humanity stumble into space, build and fail and build again, argue with itself for generations, and eventually arrive here. Not at perfection, not at peace in every corner of the galaxy, but at something harder to achieve and harder to destroy. The knowledge of what it was. The patience to let that knowledge speak for itself. Elena Vasquez closed her eyes. The galaxy, she thought, would be fine. It had been paying attention.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. "Miss Chen, are you paying attention?" Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. "Absolutely, Professor," Kira replied, not bothering to look up. "You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress." "Riveting stuff," a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quillen with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Kira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes. Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters. From a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by 1 billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard, nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. "Kira." Mira's voice was small, frightened. "Get to the shelters," Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. "Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you." That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck. She needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. "Wrong way, human," he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction. Beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships. Not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve. Her hands clenched into fists. "Zurathians," a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. "Commander Hayes," Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7. A career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. "You should be in a shelter, cadet," Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. "So should you," Hayes's mouth twitched. "Probably." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zurathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. "They're going to attack," Kira said quietly. "Yes. Can the station defend itself?" Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. "We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long." "No, it won't." Kira's jaw tightened. "Then we need to buy time." Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or understanding. "You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear. Deathworlders," Kira said. "Deathworlders," Hayes echoed. "Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying." "Your point?" Hayes's smile was sharp enough to cut. "My point, cadet, is that those Zurathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it." The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest, something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. "What do you need me to do?" Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. "First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth." Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. "Commander," Kira said as they moved toward the exit, "I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before." Hayes laughed, wild and fierce. "Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out." They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially. Not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapons systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle. Weapon raised. Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks. I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira, terrified and hiding in a shelter. About Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures. About 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said. "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the cockpit of a sleek Raven-class fighter, her hands finding the controls with surprising ease. The neural interface synced with her implant, and suddenly the ship felt like an extension of her body. "You ever flown before?" Hayes asked over the comm. "Simulator training. Nothing real." "Well, congratulations on your graduation. Try not to die." The hangar doors were damaged, stuck half open. Hayes blasted them the rest of the way with her fighters' forward guns, and then they were launching, shooting out into the black. Space combat was nothing like the simulators. It was faster, more disorienting, more viscerally terrifying. Zerathian fighters swarmed around them immediately, weapons blazing. Kira banked hard, instinct guiding her, and felt laser fire miss her hull by meters. She returned fire, watched with grim satisfaction as one of the enemy fighters exploded into debris. "Not bad, Chin," Hayes shouted. "Stick with me." They dove toward the Zerathian capital ship, 2 tiny fighters against a vessel the size of a city block. It was suicide. It was insane. It was working. The Zerathians hadn't expected resistance. Their fighters were scrambling to intercept, but Hayes and Kira were already past them, streaking toward the capital ship's exposed underbelly. "Targeting the reactor core," Hayes said, her voice tight with concentration. "When I give the signal, fire everything you've got." Kira's hands tightened on the controls. "Copy that." They were so close now she could see individual hull plates, could see crew members moving behind reinforced windows. "Now!" Hayes screamed. Kira fired. Every weapon, every missile, everything. The capital ship's reactor didn't just explode. It tore itself apart from the inside out, a chain reaction of catastrophic failures that turned the entire vessel into a miniature sun. The shockwave hit Kira's fighter like a physical blow, sending her spinning end over end. Alarms shrieked. Her vision went white. When her sight cleared, The Zerathian fleet was in full retreat, scattering like startled fish. Hayes? Kira gasped. Commander Hayes, do you copy? Static, then faint and crackling. I copy. Still alive. Mostly. Kira let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. They'd done it. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, they'd actually done it. She guided her damaged fighter back towards Zenith 7, watching as station security moved to secure the hangar bay as medical teams rushed to help the wounded. She'd saved them. She'd actually saved them. The fighter touched down roughly, and Kira practically fell out of the cockpit. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. Everything was shaking. Hayes appeared beside her, blood running down one side of her face from a cut above her eye, grinning like a maniac. "Welcome to the war, cadet," she said. Kira opened her mouth to respond. That's when the second invasion fleet dropped out of warp, twice the size of the first, and every weapon trained on the station. The comm systems exploded with panicked voices. Station command was shouting evacuation protocols. Defense coordinators were screaming about insufficient firepower. Someone was praying in a language Kira didn't recognize. Commander Hayes grabbed Kira's shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You get back in that fighter. Now, they'll slaughter us," Kira said, but she was already moving. Her body had disconnected from her brain, running on pure survival instinct. "There's no way 2 fighters can take on that many ships. Then we don't take them on. We buy time." Hayes was climbing back into her cockpit, blood still streaming down her face. The distress signal went out. "Galactic Defense Forces en route. We just need to keep this station in one piece until they arrive." "How long?" 40 minutes. 40 minutes. An eternity in combat. A blink in any other context. Kira sealed herself into her fighter, felt the neural interface reconnect. The ship's systems were damaged but functional. She had maybe 60% weapon capacity, and the shields were operating at a fraction of their normal strength. Through the cockpit canopy, she watched the second Zerathian fleet arrange itself in an attack formation. These ships were larger, more heavily armed. The smaller craft that had retreated earlier were regrouping with them, doubling their fighter complement. "They're really committed to destroying this place," Kira muttered. "Zenith 7 is the premier research and education facility in this sector," Hayes replied through the comm. 40 species represented, thousands of the brightest minds in the galaxy. They're not trying to conquer it, Chen. They're trying to send a message. What message? That the galactic community is weak, that we can't protect our own, that unity is a fantasy. His voice went cold. The Zerathians have been isolationists for 3 centuries. Now they're making a play for dominance, and this is their opening move. The lead Zerathian vessel powered up its main cannon. Energy readings spiked across Kira's display, climbing higher and higher. "That's a planetary assault weapon," Hayes said quietly. "One shot will crack this station like an egg. Then we stop them from firing." "With what?" Harsh language. Kira's mind raced. 2 fighters. Damaged fighters. Against a fleet that could atomize them without effort. The math was impossible. The situation was hopeless. Human specialized in hopeless. "Commander, what's the one thing every species in the galaxy agrees about humans?" Hayes was silent for a moment. Then she laughed, sharp and bitter. "That we're insane." "Exactly. So let's prove them right." Kira opened a channel to the Zerathian fleet. She had no idea if they'd even listen, but she had to try. "Zerathian vessels. This is Cadet Kira Chen of Earth. You are in violation of galactic community law. Withdraw immediately or face consequences." The response came 30 seconds later, translated through her ship's computer. The voice was cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. "Earth, the species that believes itself equal to civilizations millennia old. You are irrelevant. Your warning is irrelevant. Prepare for annihilation. Irrelevant." Kira repeated. "That's their mistake right there." She plotted a course directly toward the lead vessel, the one charging its planet killer. "Commander, I need you to hit their sensor array. Blind them. Just for a few seconds. And then what? Then I'm going to do something incredibly stupid." "Kira, wait." But Kira was already accelerating, pushing her damaged fighter to maximum burn. The Zerathian fleet opened fire, and space around her became a lattice of death. Energy bolts and missiles filled the void, each one capable of vaporizing her ship. She dodged. Not through skill, not through training, through something deeper, something her body knew before her mind caught up. Earth gravity was crushing compared to most worlds. Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes's fighter streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarathian flagship's sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. Targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards. Hayes snarled over the comm. You want a third? The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. Chen, your ship's falling apart, Hayes said. I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done. Not yet, because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation. A gap in their defensive screen. And 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. Kira, what are you doing? Buying time. You'll die, probably. She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. About Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zarathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods. Alien gods. The cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly 1 missile left. 1 shot. 1 chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. For Earth, Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode. Weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other 2 cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors. Massive signatures. The Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts. 50 destroyers. Hundreds of fighters. The Zarathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. Chen. Hayes's voice crackled through the dying comm system. Kira, respond. She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. Rescue teams are en route, Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on. Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all 4 hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. "You complete idiot," Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. "You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot." "Hey," Kira croaked. "I saved everyone." "Yes, by nearly dying multiple times." Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. "Every species in this station is talking about you. About Commander Hayes. About what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified. And also grateful. It is a confusing combination." Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "Where's Hayes?" "Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process." "That sounds like her." The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, 3 eyes studying her. "Miss Chen," he said formally, "I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council." Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack, Velis continued. Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it. Kira stared. "I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled." "Yes," Velis said, and his tone was almost warm. "And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails." He paused, then added more quietly, "I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me." "It's okay," Kira said. "I kind of am a danger to our enemies." "Yes, we are beginning to appreciate the distinction." After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. "So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel?" "Painful," Kira admitted. "Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human." "This is true." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve, could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections. Life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done, because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. "Cadet Chen," she said formally. Then she grinned. "Or should I say, Head of Emergency Response. I haven't accepted yet." "You will." Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. "Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. That's not training. Maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now." Kira thought about that. About her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station. About how in the moment of actual crisis that weight had transformed into purpose. "The galaxy's still afraid of us," she said. "Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest." Hayes leaned back, "But they're also grateful. And gratitude builds trust. And trust, given enough time, builds understanding." "You sound optimistic." "I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously. Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. "I split my desk in half," she said quietly, "just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny, you should see it. Despite everything." Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered, some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a datapad. "Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph." Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. "Tell them," Kira said carefully, "that I'm just a student who got lucky, and that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me." "Already told them that," Hayes said. "They didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes, or good monsters. Like I said, sometimes both." The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong. That humanity was strong. That when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, raking desks, raking enemy ships, breaking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses.
The Galactic Council Chamber was the most impressive room in the known universe. That was not a boast. It was a fact written into the founding charter of the Interstellar Accord, carved in 47 languages across the entrance arch. The chamber floated inside a hollowed-out asteroid at the gravitational center of the Orion Arm, and every species that had ever touched the stars had a seat inside it. The air smelled different depending on which section you sat in. Thick and warm near the Vorkai delegation, cold and metallic near the Sindari, and faintly like ocean salt near the humans. Ambassador Elena Vasquez had served as Earth's representative for 11 years. She was not the loudest voice in the chamber. She was not the most decorated diplomat humanity had ever produced. But she had a quality that her colleagues in the foreign ministry had noticed early in her career. She never reacted the way people expected her to. When things got loud, she got quiet. When others rushed, she waited. It had made her difficult to read, and in diplomacy, that was worth more than a fleet of warships. The session had started normally enough. The Vorkai hegemony was presenting a territorial expansion proposal, their fourth in 6 years, and the usual arguments were being made across the chamber floor. Trade routes, resource rights, navigation corridors. Elena had her notes open, her earpiece translating the layered clicks and harmonics of Vorkai speech into clean English. She was sipping cold coffee and making small margin annotations when High Speaker Draven Koss stepped to the central podium. Koss was the Vorkai's chief diplomat. He was also, by the understanding of most species in the chamber, something of a bully dressed in formal robes. He had 7 feet of gray-plated natural armor for upper arms, and a mouth that never seemed to close fully even when he was not speaking. He had been in his position for 30 years and had spent most of that time treating the council like his personal audience. He began his presentation calmly. Resource scarcity, he said. Population pressure. Historical claim to the disputed corridor near the Ash Veil Nebula. Standard talking points. Elena kept taking notes. Then he turned. He turned toward the human section and pointed one of his upper arms directly at the delegation. "And let it be formally noted," Koss said, his translator casting his words in crisp tones across the chamber, "that humanity's presence in this corridor is not merely inconvenient. It is illegitimate. Humans are a young species, untested. They stumbled into space barely 4 centuries ago and have been granted protections and courtesies far beyond what their development warrants. They are not peers. They are guests who have forgotten how guests are supposed to behave." The chamber went very, very quiet. It was the kind of quiet that happened when something crossed a line that everyone had privately known existed, but no one had ever dared to cross openly. 47 delegations held their collective breath. Several of the smaller species representatives looked immediately at their senior diplomats for guidance. The Sindari ambassador, a creature of polished chrome and cold intelligence, turned one of its optical sensors toward the human section with something that might have been curiosity. Elena Vasquez set down her coffee. She looked up at Koss. She looked at him for a long moment, long enough that several members of her own staff leaned slightly toward her, waiting. Her junior attaché, a young man named Torres, had his hand halfway to his translation pad, as if ready to help her draft a response. She said nothing. She picked up her coffee again, looked back at her notes, and made another small annotation in the margin. The silence stretched. Koss blinked. His translator had worked correctly. He knew the words had landed. He had expected an objection, a formal protest, perhaps a raised voice, a demand for retraction, a motion to censure. Those were the responses the council rules were designed to handle. He had a counter-argument ready for all of them. He had no counter-argument for silence. The council president, an elderly Pharithi with 4 eyes and 60 years of procedural experience, cleared his throat carefully. The chair notes the statement by High Speaker Koss and invites any response from the human delegation. Elena looked up. She smiled politely at the president, the exact smile she used when someone asked if she needed anything, and she was about to say no thank you. "Earth passes at this time," she said. Her voice was calm and even. She said it the way someone says it in a card game. Not a retreat, a choice. And then she went back to her notes. The chamber buzzed. Not loudly, not openly, but in the way that 47 alien species make noise when they are deeply confused and trying not to show it. The Vorkai delegation huddled briefly among themselves. Koss returned to his seat with the particular stiffness of someone who had thrown a punch and hit air. After the session, in the wide marble corridor outside the chamber, the Sindari ambassador fell into step beside Elena without invitation. The Sindari did not typically initiate social contact. It was considered beneath their diplomatic culture, so the fact that Ambassador Sakharov had done so meant something. "That was unexpected," Sakharov said. Its voice was a precise, measured tone that always sounded faintly like a formal announcement. "What was?" Elena asked. "Your non-response. Koss insulted your entire species in front of the council. Convention required a reply. Convention recommended one," Elena said. "There's a difference." Sakharov was quiet for a moment, processing. "He will interpret your silence as weakness, as confirmation that his assessment was correct." "Maybe," Elena said. She had reached the door to the human delegation suite. She paused with her hand on the panel and glanced back at the Sindari ambassador. "Or maybe he'll spend the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what we're planning. Sleep well, ambassador." She went inside. The door closed. In the corridor, Sakharov stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Its optical sensors tracked the closed door with an expression that, in any species with a face, might have been called unease. Back on Earth, in the quiet offices of the Ministry of Interstellar Affairs, the session footage had already been reviewed. No emergency meetings were called. No statements were drafted. The minister herself watched the clip of Koss's statement 3 times, then watched Elena's non-response twice, and then closed the file and went back to her other work. In the various news streams that covered council activity, there were thousands across human space, ranging from dry procedural coverage to dramatic real-time commentary. The moment caught fire slowly at first, then all at once. Not because humans were angry, but because they were calm. Commentators across the alien networks had expected outrage. They had models for outrage. Humans had a reputation, earned over 4 centuries of interstellar contact, for emotional volatility. They argued loudly, protested energetically, and had a documented cultural tendency toward what the Vorkai academic literature called performative indignation. It was one of the reasons Koss had made his move. He had expected to dominate a noisy exchange and walk away looking powerful. Instead, every broadcast covering the council session spent its time trying to explain what the silence meant. And the more they talked about it, the less certain anyone sounded. 3 days passed. No human statement came. No formal protest was filed. No motion was raised at the next session. Elena Vasquez attended the following council meeting in her usual seat, with her usual cold coffee, and participated in 3 routine procedural votes without mentioning Koss or his words at all. On the 4th day, the Vorkai diplomatic staff quietly requested a private channel with their counterparts in Earth's foreign ministry. The request was acknowledged. A meeting time was proposed. Human ministry officials agreed to the time, suggested a neutral platform, and confirmed the channel in 4 sentences. They did not ask what the meeting was about. They already knew. Koss had insulted humanity in front of the galaxy, and humanity had not flinched, had not shouted, had not demanded apology or satisfaction. They had simply waited. And that patient, knowing, unbothered silence had frightened the Vorkai more than any protest ever could have. Because silence, when it came from something that knew exactly what it was capable of, was not the sound of weakness. It was the sound of a decision being made somewhere you could not see. The private channel meeting between the Vorkai diplomatic staff and Earth's foreign ministry took place in a data-secure conference format, hosted on a neutral Farathi communications node. It was a small meeting, 2 officials from each side, no aides, no recording unless both parties agreed. The Vorkai sent sub-speaker Varek and senior attaché Lorne. Earth sent Deputy Minister Harlan Cho and a career diplomat named Priya Nair, who specialized in Vorkai cultural analysis. The Vorkai opened by discussing trade route adjustments. Small items. Procedural things. Cho listened politely. He had a talent for listening that looked almost identical to boredom, which was intentional. He let Varek finish his prepared remarks, waited a beat, and then said, "We appreciate the technical discussion. Was there something more specific that prompted the request for contact?" Varek was quiet for a moment. The High Speaker's remarks at the last council session were characterizations of policy, not personal commentary. "We understand that," Cho said. Varek waited for more. None came. He adjusted his posture slightly, the Vorkai equivalent of a nervous gesture. Earth has not responded formally. We wanted to ensure that the lack of response was not indicative of a communications breakdown. "Our communications are functioning perfectly," Priya Nair said. It was the first time she had spoken. Her voice was light and pleasant, the voice of someone discussing something unremarkable. Another silence opened up. The Vorkai officials filled it the only way they knew how, with more talking. They cycled back through the trade discussion, raised a minor point about navigation beacon maintenance, and eventually, cautiously, circled back toward the subject they had actually come to address without ever naming it directly. Cho and Nair answered every question fully and specifically and gave absolutely nothing about what humanity was thinking. When the meeting ended, Varek and Lorne sat in their private channel node for a moment before disconnecting. Lorne spoke first. "They know something. They always know something," Varek said. "That is not useful analysis. They know something specific," Lorne clarified. The deputy minister brought Nair. "She studies us. She knows our escalation thresholds, our internal political structures, our pressure points. If this was a routine reassurance call, they would have sent someone junior." Varek thought about that. "They wanted us to notice who they sent." "Yes," Lorne said. "They wanted us to think about what it means that they sent someone who understands us very well to a meeting where they said nothing useful at all." Varek closed the channel without another word. He was already composing his report to High Speaker Koss. Koss read the report in his private office aboard the Vorkai delegation vessel, a massive ship that stayed parked near the Council asteroid rather than returning to Vorkai space between sessions. He read it twice. He was not used to being uncertain. He had spent 30 years in galactic diplomacy operating on a simple principle. You pushed until you met resistance, and then you measured that resistance to know how hard to push next. It was a reliable model. It had worked against the Farathi, the Ashvale Collective, the various small independent systems that dotted the middle arm. It was not working against humanity. He pulled up the historical archive his staff had prepared after the council session. 400 years of human interstellar history. He had read summaries before. Most senior Vorkai diplomats had. But he read more carefully now, looking for the pattern he had missed. What he found was strange. Humanity had a long record of conflict. They had fought wars among themselves for most of their documented history. Violent, costly, often destructive wars over land and belief and resources and pride. This was well known and had been used by multiple species, including the Vorkai, as evidence that humans were too primitive for full council status. What Koss read more carefully now was what had happened after those wars. Humans had a habit, after being pushed far enough, of responding not with equal force but with disproportionate, overwhelming, and often unexpected force applied in directions that their opponents had not anticipated. They did not mirror threats. They escalated in ways that restructured the entire situation. And before they did any of that, they went quiet. He found the pattern across centuries of their own history. A border skirmish would be absorbed. An insult would be absorbed. A provocation would be absorbed. And then, without clear warning, humanity would act, and the action would not be the protest or confrontation everyone had expected. It would be something structural, something that changed the rules, something that made the original provocation look very, very small. Koss set the archive down. He called his senior staff together. Meanwhile, the galaxy was watching. The council session clip had spread across every connected network in the Orion arm. The image of Elena Vasquez setting down her coffee, looking up at Koss, and then simply continuing her work, had been viewed, shared, and analyzed billions of times. The commentary was remarkable for one thing. Almost nobody, across 47 species, knew what to make of it. The Sindari ran an internal analysis through their political modeling systems and produced a report that their council ambassador found troubling. The model assessed human behavior as following a pattern the Sindari called controlled delayed response, a strategy where a party absorbs an aggressive move, allows the aggressor to settle into their assumed victory, and then acts from a position of composure rather than reaction. The model gave a confidence rating of 78% that humanity was preparing a response. It could not model what that response would look like because, as the AI noted with clinical precision, insufficient data. Human strategic behavior in high-stakes scenarios shows consistent pattern divergence from established galactic diplomatic norms. The part that troubled the Sindari ambassador most was the footnote. The AI had flagged the human response pattern as the most unpredictable category in its system. Not unpredictable like random. Unpredictable like something that was making choices according to a logic the model hadn't encountered before. On the human colony world of New Carthage, a retired admiral named Seon Park was watching the council feed in her kitchen when her granddaughter, 7 years old, sharp as a blade, pointed at Elena Vasquez on the screen and said, "Why isn't she yelling?" Park smiled. "Because she doesn't need to." "But he was really mean," the girl said. "Yes, he was," Park agreed, wrapping both hands around her tea. When someone's really mean and you yell at them, they get to feel like they caused something, like they mattered enough to make you lose control. She glanced at the screen. When you stay quiet, they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is the most scared a person can be. Her granddaughter thought about that. "Is Auntie Elena scary?" "Terrifyingly," Park said, and took a sip of tea. The council met again 5 days after the private channel exchange. It was a routine session, a scheduled review of navigation corridor agreements in the middle arm. Elena attended. She sat in her usual seat. She had new coffee this time, hot rather than cold, which her junior attaché Torres noted with the private observation that this was either meaningless or significant, and he could not tell which. Koss was present. He did not look at the human section directly. He participated in the session with his usual volume and confidence, but his senior staff noticed that he had not prepared any new territorial expansion motions for this meeting. His schedule, which had previously mapped 3 months of aggressive corridor proposals, had been cleared of anything that touched human space. After the session, one of the Farathi observers, a retired diplomat who now wrote political analysis for a widely read interstellar commentary network, published a piece with a title that spread across the connected galaxy within hours. The title was a question: has Koss just made the worst mistake in a generation? The piece did not have an answer. That was, perhaps, the point. What it had was a careful review of humanity's last 4 centuries of behavior. The author, old enough to have been present at humanity's first council admission, wrote about a concept he had observed in human behavior that he had never seen adequately translated into any other galactic language. He called it strategic patience. He defined it as the ability to absorb damage, to sit with anger, to let an adversary believe they had won, and then, from a position of calm clarity rather than hot reaction, to respond in a way that was precise, structural, and lasting. He noted that the one consistent mistake other species made about humans was confusing their silence for absence. Humans were not quiet because they had nothing to say. They were quiet because they were deciding exactly how to say something that would only need to be said once. The piece ended with a single line that Koss's staff reportedly read 4 times. High Speaker Koss has given humanity a reason. The galaxy should spend less time wondering if humanity will respond, and considerably more time wondering what responding looks like when they decide they are ready. Koss was ready when the communication came, but not for what it contained. The communication that arrived in High Speaker Koss's office did not come from the human military. It did not come from Earth's foreign ministry. It did not come from Ambassador Vasquez or Deputy Minister Cho or any of the diplomats Koss had been watching and studying since the council session. It came from a human woman named Dr. Amara Osei, and her title was Chief Economic Architect of the Terran Development Initiative. The message was 3 paragraphs long. It was written in clean, polite language, the kind that said nothing threatening in any individual sentence, and yet left the reader feeling like the floor had shifted slightly under their feet. Dr. Osei was writing to notify the Vorkai hegemony that, effective in 60 days, humanity would be initiating a comprehensive review of all Terran infrastructure contracts currently servicing Vorkai space. The review was described as routine. The language was courteous. The timing was not accidental at all. Koss's economic advisor, a thin and usually unshakable analyst named Garrett, read the message and went pale in the specific way that Vorkai go pale, which involved a color change in the plates around the neck. He explained what the message meant in practice. Humanity had, over the past 2 centuries, quietly become the primary infrastructure partner for 11 of the Vorkai hegemony's 17 core systems. Not through aggression or negotiation leverage, through the simple fact that human engineers, construction firms, and logistics networks were reliable, affordable, and honest about their timelines. The Vorkai had never thought much about this. It was background noise, the operational reality of a functioning civilization. Power grids, communication relays, atmospheric processors, transit systems, deep space docking infrastructure. A significant portion of it was designed, built, or maintained by human contractors. A comprehensive review could delay maintenance cycles, delay contract renewals, pause new projects. All of it completely within legal operating parameters. None of it would be described as retaliation. Every piece of it would be described as due diligence. They are not threatening us, Garrett said carefully. No, Koss agreed. They are simply reviewing. At an extremely well-chosen time. Garrett was quiet for a moment. High Speaker, what did you say to them at the council session? Koss did not answer that question. What made it worse, truly worse, was that this was only one communication. Over the following 48 hours, Koss's staff identified 7 other quiet, polite, completely non-threatening actions that the human government had either initiated or were clearly positioned to initiate. A research partnership with the Ashvale Collective, humanity's proposed development of a new navigation relay station near the disputed corridor, a round of diplomatic outreach to 4 of the 6 smaller species that habitually sided with the Vorkai on council votes. Each item, taken alone, was ordinary. Taken together, they formed a shape. They were the early geometry of a world being rearranged. None of it was loud. None of it was angry. None of it could be formally protested. It was also impossible to respond to effectively, because any public response would require Koss to explain what had prompted it. And the only honest explanation was that he had publicly called humanity illegitimate guests in front of the entire council, and they had looked up from their coffee, said nothing, and then spent 3 weeks quietly restructuring the landscape around him. The Sindari ambassador Sakharoth monitored all of this from the careful distance of a species that was constitutionally allergic to making other species mistakes. Sakharoth had been in galactic diplomacy for 40 years. It had watched empires bluster. It had watched alliances collapse. It had watched species overplay strong hands and underplay weak ones. What it was watching now was something it could not cleanly categorize, and that bothered it in a way that it found professionally useful. It requested a social meeting with Elena Vasquez. Not a formal diplomatic exchange. Those had procedures and records. A social meeting, the kind that happened at the hospitality lounges adjacent to the Council Asteroids residential levels. The kind where two people could speak without anything being attributed or logged. Elena agreed. They met in a lounge that smelled like recycled starlight and whatever the Farathy staff used to clean the floors, which was faintly aromatic and completely unidentifiable. Sekharoth ordered a mineral compound it favored. Elena got tea. "You are making Kos uncomfortable," Sekharoth said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation made with genuine curiosity. "We're reviewing contracts," Elena said. "Several of us have noticed that the contracts being reviewed share a geographic pattern that correlates rather precisely with the infrastructure dependencies of Vorkai core systems." "Infrastructure reviews are complicated," Elena said. "The scope tends to be comprehensive." Sekharoth was quiet for a moment. This was, Elena knew, the Sindari equivalent of a long, meaningful look. "You are also extending development partnerships to 3 systems that border contested Vorkai territory. And your proposed relay station in the Ashvale corridor would, when operational, provide navigation advantages to human vessels that currently do not exist." "Navigation infrastructure is important," Elena said pleasantly. "You know how we feel about reliable transit." "Yes," Sekharoth said. "I do." Another pause. "Elena, I am asking, not as a formal inquiry, but as someone who has watched you for 11 years. How far does this go?" Elena held her tea with both hands and looked at the Sindari ambassador with the expression she used when she was deciding how honest to be. She decided on mostly honest. As far as it needs to. And if Kos issues a formal apology, if the territorial expansion proposal is withdrawn, then the contract's review concludes without significant findings, Elena said. The relay station project stays because it's genuinely useful infrastructure. The partnerships stay because they're mutually beneficial. But the pressure, the specific pressure, eases. She paused. "We don't want his destruction. We just needed him to understand something." "What did you need him to understand?" Elena set her tea down. "That calling us guests was a mistake. Not because it was offensive, though it was, but because it was factually wrong. We are not guests. We have been here for 4 centuries. We built half of what this corner of the galaxy runs on. We are woven into the operational fabric of this region of space. Kos treated us like newcomers who could be publicly embarrassed into accepting a smaller seat at the table. We needed to demonstrate, clearly and without drama, that the table itself has quite a lot of our fingerprints on it." Sekharoth processed this for a long moment. "You are not angry." "No," Elena said. "But you are serious." "Completely." The Sindari ambassador reached for its mineral compound and regarded Elena with its optical sensors. Most species, when insulted publicly, respond with public anger. It is predictable. It is manageable. It creates an argument that can be won or lost. What you have done instead is, it is harder to counter. There is nothing to argue against. There is no noise to drown out. There is only the quiet, steady demonstration of what you are. That was the intention, Elena said. It has been noticed, Sekharoth said. Not only by Kos. By everyone. Elena smiled. Good. That night, in his private office, Kos composed a message. It was addressed to the full council. He called it a clarification of terminology from his remarks at the prior session. In it, he stated that his use of the word guests had been intended in the historical developmental sense and not as a commentary on humanity's standing or legitimacy in the council. He noted that humanity's contributions to interstellar infrastructure and diplomatic process over 4 centuries were well established and valued. He did not use the word apology. He did not need to. The council had read enough diplomatic language to understand what the message was. 3 days later, the Vorkai territorial expansion proposal for the Ashvale corridor was formally withdrawn from the session agenda, pending further internal review. Garrett, Kos's economic advisor, marked the infrastructure review communication from Dr. Osei as resolved in the Vorkai diplomatic tracking system. He noted it with the code his department used for situations that had been carefully, silently, and effectively neutralized. Then he sat back in his chair and thought about a species that had been insulted in front of the known galaxy, had responded with complete stillness, and had moved every piece on the board before anyone had noticed the game had started. He updated his personal file on human diplomatic methodology. He added one sentence to the summary at the top. Do not provoke without understanding what provocation costs. He underlined it twice. Casa's clarification message spread through the council networks faster than his original insult had. That was interesting in itself. The original remark had traveled through interstellar channels as a curiosity, a piece of political theater from a species known for that kind of theater. The clarification moved faster because it carried something the original had not. It carried the weight of consequence. It was, in the language that the galaxy's diplomatic class read fluently, a message from a powerful actor admitting, without admitting, that he had miscalculated. 47 species watched this and drew their own conclusions. The Ashvale Collective released a brief, formal statement congratulating humanity on its continued constructive engagement with the council process. The statement was 5 sentences long and somehow managed to compliment humanity while very gently reminding Koss that the collective had been considering his corridor proposal for 6 months. The implication was quiet but clear. If Koss could misread humanity this badly, perhaps the council should be careful about accepting his assessment of other territorial matters. The Farathi Council President, at the next session opening, made a procedural announcement that the Council's Infrastructure Dependency Registry, a document that tracked which species provided core services to which others, would be updated and made publicly accessible for the first time in 40 years. He described it as a transparency initiative. Nobody in the chamber believed that was the only reason, but nobody said so out loud. Elena Vasquez attended the session, made 3 procedural contributions, voted on 2 resolutions, and at no point mentioned anything that had happened over the past month. Torres, her junior attaché, had started keeping private notes. He was 26 years old and had been assigned to the delegation 8 months ago, fresh from the diplomatic academy, under the impression that interstellar diplomacy would be loud and dramatic and would look like the historical feeds he had grown up watching. He was revising that impression rapidly. He wrote in his notes, in the plain language of someone trying to understand something clearly. It was never about the insult. It was about what we did after the insult. Koss expected a reaction he could manage. He got stillness he couldn't read, and while he was trying to read it, we just kept working. He read it back to himself. Then he added, the scariest part isn't what we did. It's that we do this naturally, like we've always known this is how it works. He saved the file, labeled it Observations, and kept it private for 2 years before it became part of his published memoir on Terran diplomacy in the Council era. On Earth, the response to the whole affair was characteristically uneven. Most citizens had followed the story at a medium level of engagement, interested, but not consumed by it. Editorial boards in major cities wrote about diplomatic composure and strategic patience. Some commentators were less academic about it. A columnist in New Mumbai wrote a piece with the straightforward headline, "We did not need to yell," that became one of the most widely read pieces of political writing that year. Her argument was simple. Humanity had grown up. Not in the way the Vorkai had meant. Not in the developmental, we're still learning to walk sense. Grown up in the way that any civilization grows up when it has survived long enough to know the difference between power and noise. The Vorkai had noise. What humanity was demonstrating, she wrote, was power exercised in a way that left the other party uncertain rather than wounded. Wounds healed. Uncertainty compounded. The retired Admiral Park read the column over breakfast on New Carthage and sent a short message to her old colleague in the ministry. They're finally writing it down. Her colleague wrote back, they've always known it. They're just less shy about it now. Park sent a single punctuation mark in response. A period. Which, in the context of the exchange, meant, exactly, Sekaratha's internal report to the Sindari Council of Voices, their equivalent of an internal intelligence brief, was classified at the highest level and remained so for decades. Portions of it were eventually quoted in academic works on galactic power dynamics. The sections that were quoted most often were not the political analysis or the strategic assessment. They were from the final summary, where Sekarath wrote about what, in 40 years of diplomacy, had most surprised it about humanity. The section read, In translation, we modeled human responses using frameworks built from every other species in the Council. All those frameworks assumed that an insult of this magnitude would produce measurable heat, raised voices, formal protests, public demands. Instead, humanity produced cold, deliberate, patient, entirely self-possessed cold. The most unsettling aspect is that they did not appear to calculate this response. They appeared to simply be this way. What Koss encountered was not a tactical choice. It was a character, and character, unlike tactics, cannot be countered or anticipated. It can only be understood, but only if you are paying attention before you make your mistake. The report recommended that the Sindari update their behavioral models for humanity. The new model had a flag at the top that had not existed before. It read, High Unpredictability Index. Not chaotic, disciplined. Treat silence as active, not passive. Koss served 3 more years as High Speaker. During those 3 years, he did not raise any proposals that affected human space. He did not speak directly to Elena Vasquez in council session. He was not, technically, diminished in his role. He still commanded the respect of the Vorkai political structure and continued to push other proposals on other corridors with other species. But anyone watching carefully could see the boundary he had drawn around himself. The line he did not cross again. He retired at the end of his term and returned to Vorkai Prime. His memoirs, published 2 years later, contained a chapter on the Ashvale corridor affair that was widely discussed. In it, he described the month after his council remarks as a lesson in the difference between a species that reacts and a species that decides. He did not name Elena Vasquez specifically. He did not need to. Everyone knew who the chapter was about. Elena served 4 more years as Earth's council ambassador after the affair, then moved to a senior advisory position in the foreign ministry. On her last day in the council chamber, she packed her notes, took her coffee thermos. She had never stopped bringing her own coffee, and made a quiet round of personal goodbyes. Sekhiroth was the last to receive one. They stood in the marble corridor where they had walked together the day after Koss's original statement. 11 years, Sekhiroth said. 12, Elena corrected. You are, in my assessment, the most effective diplomat I have observed in 4 decades of council attendance. That's very kind. It is not kindness. It is data. The Sindari ambassador's optical sensors tracked her with something that had evolved, over years, into something resembling warmth. Can I ask, and you may decline to answer, was the silence after Koss's statement planned in advance? Did you know you would respond that way? Elena considered the question. She gave it genuine thought, which was itself an answer of sorts. Not in the sense of a formal strategy, she said finally. I just looked at him, and I thought about what he was hoping I would do. And I thought, I'm not going to give him that. She paused. The rest of it, the infrastructure review, the relay station, the partnerships, that was planned. Carefully. But the silence? That was just knowing what we are. Sekhiroth was quiet for a moment. That is the part that frightens people, I think. The silence being natural. I know, Elena said. She smiled. Good. She walked down the corridor and out through the main entrance of the council asteroid, past the arch with 47 languages carved into it, and into the docking bay where the human transit shuttle was waiting. She was the last one aboard. She sat by the window. The shuttle lifted off from the asteroid and turned toward human space, toward Earth, toward a civilization that had been called young and untested and had responded not with anger, but with the quiet, comprehensive, unshakable demonstration of exactly what 4 centuries of work looks like when you finally stop explaining yourself. The stars outside the window were familiar. They were the same stars that had watched humanity stumble into space, build and fail and build again, argue with itself for generations, and eventually arrive here. Not at perfection, not at peace in every corner of the galaxy, but at something harder to achieve and harder to destroy. The knowledge of what it was. The patience to let that knowledge speak for itself. Elena Vasquez closed her eyes. The galaxy, she thought, would be fine. It had been paying attention.
Maya Chen pushed her food tray along the metal rails, watching the strange colors and shapes of alien meals pass by her eyes. The cafeteria of Zenith Collegiate stretched out like a vast metal forest, filled with tables and chairs of different sizes and shapes. Some tables were low to the ground for species that crawled. Others reached up high for those with long necks or floating abilities. The air smelled like a mixture of flowers, burning metal, and something that reminded Maya of old gym socks. She had been at this school for 3 weeks now. 3 long weeks of sitting alone at her table in the omnivore section. The section was nearly empty most days. Maya had learned that most species who could eat both plants and meat chose to eat plants anyway. They looked at her like she was some kind of monster when she ate her protein bars or the synthetic chicken the food machines made for her. Earth had only joined the galactic community 8 months ago. The government had been so proud to send students to this famous university. Maya had jumped at the chance to study alien biology. She wanted to learn about the thousands of species that lived among the stars, but nobody had told her how lonely it would be. Nobody had warned her that other species would avoid her like she carried some terrible disease. The herbivore section took up half the cafeteria. Dozens of species sat together there, eating plants and laughing in their various ways. Some chirped, some hummed, some made sounds Maya's brain could not even process without her translator implant. The predator section sat on the far side, separated by a wide walking space. Large, dangerous-looking creatures sat there, eating meat and eyeing everyone else with calculating stares. And then there was the omnivore section, nearly empty except for Maya and a few others who sat as far from each other as possible. Maya found her usual table and sat down. She opened her meal container and pulled out a sandwich she had made that morning. Real bread from Earth Ingredients. Real peanut butter that her mom had sent in her last care package. It was one of the few things that made her feel less alone. She was halfway through her sandwich when she heard the crash. Maya looked up to see a small creature tumbling across the floor near the predator section. His tray had shattered, sending chunks of raw meat sliding across the clean white tiles. The creature was small, maybe the size of an 8-year-old human child. He looked like a wolf, but he walked on 2 legs and wore clothes. His fur was gray and patchy, missing in several spots. A long scar ran down his muzzle. His arms were too thin and his ribs showed through his sides. Behind him, 3 larger members of his species laughed. They had pushed him. Maya could see it in the way they stood, in their proud postures and cruel eyes. The small wolf creature dropped to his knees and began gathering the spilled food with shaking paws. His claws scraped against the floor. Maya watched as students from other tables glanced over, then quickly looked away. Nobody helped. Nobody even seemed to care. Maya's translator implant buzzed in her ear. It was picking up whispers from nearby tables. Words like runt and worthless and omega filtered through. Whatever those words meant in this context, they were not kind. The small creature's shoulders shook. Maya realized he was trying not to cry. She looked down at her sandwich. She looked at her apple. She looked at the protein bar she had saved for later. Then she looked back at the small wolf creature gathering spoiled meat from a dirty floor. Her roommate, a bird-like creature named Pip, had warned her many times. Do not interact with predator species. Do not break the social rules. Do not draw attention to yourself. Humans were already viewed as dangerous deathworlders. They came from a planet with heavy gravity, dangerous weather, and countless things that could kill them. Humans were survivors, and that made other species nervous. But Maya had not traveled across the stars to watch a child go hungry. She stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor, and the sound echoed in the suddenly quiet cafeteria. Maya picked up her tray and walked toward the small creature. Her translator began buzzing warning messages in her ear. Social hierarchy violation detected. Interspecies contact not recommended. Predator species protocols being breached. Maya ignored it. She knelt down beside the small wolf creature. Up close, she could see that his fur was not just patchy but scarred. Burns, maybe, or chemical damage. His eyes were a startling yellow color, and they went wide with fear when he saw her. "Hey," Maya said softly. "Are you okay?" The creature scrambled backward, dropping the meat he had gathered. His translator collar spoke in a growling voice that did not match his small size. "Stay back, lesser species. This one does not need your pity." Maya knew a recorded message when she heard one. The words were formal and stiff. Someone had programmed that response into his translator. She wondered if he even understood what it said. "I'm not offering pity," Maya said. She sat down on the floor, cross-legged, and placed her tray between them. "I'm offering lunch. You're hungry. I have extra. No strings attached." The creature stared at her, then at the food, then back at her. His nose twitched, and she could hear his stomach growl from where she sat. "What is your designation?" His translator asked, though this time the voice sounded more like his own. "My name is Maya. What's yours?" "This one is called Krush." He pronounced it with a rolling growl that her translator struggled to copy. "This one is not permitted to accept charity from lesser species. Pack law forbids it." Maya looked at the spilled meat on the floor. She looked at the larger wolves in the predator section, watching with cold eyes. She looked at Krush's thin frame and trembling paws. "I don't know much about pack law," Maya said, "but I know that nobody should have to eat food off the floor when someone else has extra to share. Please take half my sandwich." "Take the apple." "I'm not very hungry anyway." That was a lie. Maya was always hungry. Earth's gravity was heavier than the station's artificial gravity, and her body burned calories quickly trying to adjust. But looking at Krush, she knew he needed the food more than she did. Krush looked at the food for a long moment. His paw reached out slowly, carefully, like he expected Maya to snatch it away. When she did not move, he grabbed half the sandwich and brought it to his mouth. He ate quickly, desperately, barely chewing. Maya quietly pushed the apple toward him, and he took that too. They sat in silence while he ate. Maya became aware that the entire cafeteria had gone quiet. Hundreds of eyes watched them. She could feel the weight of their stares like a physical pressure on her back. When Krush finished eating, he looked at Maya with those yellow eyes. "Why?" he asked simply. Maya smiled. "Because you needed it. That's all." She stood up, collected her tray, and walked back to her table. She did not look at the predator section. She did not look at any of the staring faces. She just sat down and finished her water like nothing strange had happened. But something strange had happened. Maya just did not know it yet. That night, her roommate Pip flew in circles around their small dorm room, feathers puffed up in distress. "You have made a terrible mistake," Pip chirped frantically. Predator species do not forget debts. They do not forget insults. You have humiliated their pack in public by showing kindness to their lowest member. They will come for you, Maya. They will come, and I do not know what they will do. Maya lay in her bed staring at the ceiling. She thought about Krush's scared eyes. She thought about his thin body and scarred fur. She thought about the way he had eaten like he had not had a real meal in days. "Then let them come," Maya said quietly. "I'd do it again." Outside her window, the stars turned slowly as the station orbited the neutral world below. Somewhere in those stars was Earth, her home, impossibly far away. Maya closed her eyes and hoped she had not just made the biggest mistake of her life. She had no way of knowing that in the predator section of the dormitories, 7 adult Vakrians were holding a meeting that would change everything. She had no way of knowing that her simple act of kindness had invoked an ancient law older than human civilization. She had no way of knowing that tomorrow morning nothing would ever be the same again. Maya Chen fell asleep thinking about a scared little wolf creature and wondering if he would be okay. She did not dream of honor or ancient debts or blood oaths. She just hoped that Krush would have a better tomorrow than he had today. That hope, simple and human and kind, was about to shake the foundations of galactic society. But for now, Maya just slept, exhausted from another lonely day at Zenith Collegiate, unaware that her loneliness was about to end in the most spectacular way possible. Maya had not slept well. Pip's worried chirping had kept her awake for hours, and when she finally did sleep, she dreamed of yellow eyes and growling voices. Now she stood outside the cafeteria entrance, trying to gather her courage to go inside. Her stomach was empty and complaining, but her mind was full of worry. She pushed through the door and stopped dead in her tracks. 7 massive Vakrians stood around her usual table. They were not sitting. They stood in a semicircle formation, like soldiers at attention. Each one was at least 2 meters tall, with thick fur and muscled bodies that spoke of strength and violence. Their fur was marked with scars, some old and faded, others more recent. These were not students. These were warriors. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Not the usual quiet of students eating and studying. This was the silence of prey animals freezing when a predator appears. Maya could see students from the herbivore section pressed against the far walls. Even other predator species had moved their tables back, creating a wide, empty space around the Vakrians. Maya's translator began buzzing emergency protocols in her ear. Threat level critical. Predator pack formation detected. Recommend immediate evacuation. Security has been notified, but Maya could not move. Her legs felt frozen to the floor. Her heart hammered in her chest so hard, she thought everyone in the room must be able to hear it. This was it. Pip had been right. They had come for her. The largest Vacrian stepped forward. She was female, Maya thought, though it was hard to tell with the species. Her fur was gray like storm clouds, and a jagged scar ran from her left eye down to her jaw. She wore what looked like military insignia on a band around her upper arm. When she moved, the others shifted to maintain their formation. This was their leader. The leader spoke, and Maya's translator struggled with the words. The language was formal, archaic, full of grammatical structures that made no sense in standard galactic common. The translator kept buffering, trying to find equivalent meanings. "Human Maya Chen," the leader said, her voice deep and rumbling. "You have performed an act that invokes ancient law. You have fed the lowest of our pack without demanding submission. You have shown kindness without asserting dominance. You have protected the weak when you had no obligation to do so. These actions fall under the Blood Debt Protocol, established in the time before our people reached the stars." Maya's mouth was dry. She tried to speak but could only make a small squeaking sound. The leader continued. "I am Shara, Alpha of the 7th Blood Pack, veteran of the border wars, guardian of the weak. These are my warriors." She gestured to the 6 Vacrians behind her. "We have come to answer the debt." Maya finally found her voice. "I don't understand. I just shared my lunch. I didn't mean to invoke anything." Shara's ears twitched in what might have been amusement. "Ignorance of law does not negate the law, but your ignorance makes the act more pure. You did not help young Kirsch for honor or debt. You helped him because he was hungry and you had food. This is the highest form of alpha kindness." "Alpha kindness?" Maya repeated, confused. One of the other Vacrians stepped forward. He was younger than Shara, with dark brown fur and intelligent eyes. His translator spoke in a smoother tone. "Allow me to explain in terms your species might understand. In Vacrian society, we have strict pack hierarchy. The strong eat first. The weak eat last. The Omega, the lowest rank, often does not eat at all. This creates strength through competition." "That's cruel," Maya said before she could stop herself. The young Vacrian's ears perked up. "Yes, it is. But it is our way. It has been our way for thousands of years. An Alpha, a pack leader, has the power to override this system. An Alpha can choose to feed the Omega, protecting them from the pack's cruelty. But this comes at a cost. The Alpha must be strong enough to defend that choice. Do you understand?" Maya nodded slowly. "You're saying that by feeding Kirsch I acted like an Alpha, and now your pack thinks I'm claiming leadership or something?" Shara made a sound that might have been a laugh. "No, human. We are saying you acted like an Alpha while being physically weak. You showed the greatest form of courage. You protected one of ours when you had no strength to back up that protection. You risked retaliation to feed a hungry child. This invokes the Blood Debt Protocol." "What does that mean?" Maya asked, though part of her was afraid to know. Shara turned to the 6 warriors behind her. As one, they all dropped to one knee. The movement was synchronized, military precise. Shara remained standing but placed her right paw over her heart. "It means we acknowledge the debt," Shara said formally. "Maya Chen of Earth, you have shown alpha kindness to Kirsch of the 7th Blood Pack. By ancient law, we are obligated to guard your territory and ensure your safety. We will protect your eating space from all threats. We will ensure you never eat in fear or danger. This oath we swear in blood and honor, until the debt is repaid or our lives are ended." Maya stared at them. Her brain struggled to process what was happening. "You're going to guard my table? In the cafeteria?" "Yes," Shara said simply. "Because I gave a kid half my sandwich? Because you saw worth in the worthless. Because you showed kindness to one who had only known cruelty. Because you are what all alphas should be, but few ever achieve." Shara's yellow eyes locked onto Maya's brown ones. "You are pack now, human sister. And we protect our pack." A small figure emerged from behind Shara's legs. Kirsch looked different than he had yesterday. Someone had cleaned his fur and treated his wounds. He wore new clothes, simple but well made. He looked healthier, less afraid. When he saw Maya, his tail began to wag before he caught himself and stopped it. Kirsch walked forward and dropped to both knees in front of Maya. He spoke in halting, careful English rather than using his translator. The words were practiced, memorized with great effort. "You are packed now, human sister. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for being kind when others were cruel. I am yours to command." Maya felt tears burning in her eyes. She knelt down so she was at Kirsch's level and put a hand on his shoulder. "You don't have to command anything. You don't owe me anything. I just wanted to help." "I know," Kirsch said, switching back to his translator. That is why the debt is real. That is why we honor you. The cafeteria erupted. Students began talking all at once in dozens of languages. Maya's translator could not keep up with all the voices. She caught fragments of conversation. The human commands predators. Did you see them kneel? What kind of death world or magic is this? I heard humans can control minds. Maybe we should avoid her. Maya looked around at all the staring faces and felt overwhelmed. She had just wanted to help a hungry kid. She had not wanted this. She had not wanted to be some kind of symbol or leader or whatever they thought she was now. Shara seemed to sense her distress. Come, human sister. Sit and eat. We will guard you as we have sworn. Ignore the others. They will learn. Maya nodded numbly and walked to her table. She sat down in her usual chair. The 7 Vakrians took up positions around her, creating a protective circle. They did not sit. They stood watch, eyes scanning the cafeteria for threats that did not exist. Maya pulled out her lunch with shaking hands. She had packed extra today, worried she would be too nervous to eat breakfast. Now she was glad she had. She pulled out a second sandwich and held it up to Kirsch. Hungry? She asked. Kirsch's tail wagged again, and this time he did not try to stop it. He sat down across from Maya and took the sandwich carefully. Yes, always hungry. They ate together while the rest of the cafeteria whispered and stared. Maya tried to ignore it. She tried to pretend this was normal. But how could anything be normal when she had 7 warrior aliens guarding her like she was royalty? Across the cafeteria near the herbivore section, a tall reptilian creature watched with calculating eyes. His scales were bright blue and green, and he wore ornate markings that indicated high status among his people. His name was Veskith, and he was not pleased with what he was seeing. Not pleased at all, this cannot stand, he hissed to his companions. A human barely here a month commanding the respect of predator warriors? This disrupts the natural order. This threatens everything we have built. His companion, a smaller reptile with nervous eyes, shifted uncomfortably. What can we do? The blood debt protocol is ancient law. Even our people recognize it. Veskith's eyes narrowed. Then we will force the human to prove she deserves such honor. We will challenge her in the trials of merit. We will show everyone that humans are nothing special. We will expose her as weak and unworthy, and the blood debt will be broken. Back at Maya's table, she was unaware of the plotting happening across the room. She was too busy listening to Kirsch talk about his studies, his attempts to learn Earth languages, his dreams of becoming a xenobiologist like Maya wanted to be. They talked about their favorite foods and the strange differences between their species. They laughed about the confusion of having so many different species in one place. For the first time since arriving at Zenith Collegiate, Maya did not feel alone. She had a friend. She had protectors. She had somehow stumbled into becoming part of something bigger than herself. She looked up at Shara, who stood watch with patient vigilance. "Thank you," Maya said quietly. Shara's ears twitched. "Do not thank us yet, human sister. The debt has been acknowledged, but the consequences are just beginning. You have made powerful. 1 week had passed since the Vakrian pack had sworn their oath. 1 week of eating lunch with 7 massive warriors standing guard around her table. 1 week of whispers and stares and nervous students giving her a wide space in the hallways. Maya was exhausted by all the attention, but at least she was not lonely anymore. Kirsch had become her constant companion. He walked with her between classes, carrying extra books when her human arms got tired in the station's lower gravity. He introduced her to other students, though most were too nervous to talk to the human who commanded predator warriors. He taught her Vakrian words and customs, and she taught him about Earth and human culture. They became friends in the truest sense of the word, but the attention was getting worse, not better. Students from peaceful species now avoided the cafeteria entirely during lunch hours. Some had filed formal complaints with the university administration about feeling unsafe. Others had started eating in their dorm rooms rather than risk being near Maya and her guards. The predator species students had a different reaction. They had begun showing Maya subtle signs of respect. A nod when passing in the hallway, a step aside to let her through doorways first. Small gestures that her translator identified as markers of status recognition. Maya did not want status. She just wanted to study xenobiology and maybe make some friends. Instead, she had become some kind of celebrity or symbol or whatever they thought she was. Today, everything changed. Maya was walking to her afternoon physics class with Kirsch bouncing along beside her, when 3 large figures stepped into her path. They were Zelkathi, the reptilian species she had seen watching her in the cafeteria. Their scales gleamed blue and green under the station's artificial lights. They wore elaborate sashes marked with symbols that her translator identified as academic and family honors. The leader was the tallest, with scales so bright they almost hurt to look at. His translator spoke in a hissing accent that gave his words an edge of menace. "Maya Chen of Earth, we require words with you." Maya stopped walking. Krish immediately moved closer to her side, his ears flattened against his head in a clear warning posture. "What do you want?" Maya asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "You have disrupted the natural order of this institution," the Zelkathi leader said. His name tag identified him as Veskith. "You arrive here claiming to be a student, yet you command warriors like some kind of warlord. You manipulate proud species with your Death Worlder tricks. This cannot continue." "I haven't manipulated anyone," Maya protested. "I just shared my lunch with someone who was hungry. I didn't ask for any of this." "Lies come easily to humans, I hear," Veskith said, moving closer. "Your species is known for deception and treachery. You pretend weakness while hiding strength. You act kind while planning conquest. We Zelkathi are not fooled by your games." Maya felt anger rising in her chest. She had been patient for a week. She had endured the stares and whispers. She had tried to go about her life despite the chaos her kindness had caused. But she was tired of being called a liar and manipulator when all she had done was help someone. "What do you want from me?" Maya asked, her voice sharper now. Veskith's eyes gleamed. "I challenge you to prove your worthiness. If you truly deserve the respect of warrior species, if you truly have earned the blood debt of the Vakrian pack, then prove it. Face the trials of merit. Show the entire university that humans are worthy of the status you claim." "I don't claim any status," Maya said. "I just want to go to class." "Then you refuse the challenge?" Veskith asked, his voice full of mock disappointment. "How convenient. The mighty human who commands warriors is actually a coward who hides behind others' strength," Kirsch growled, a sound that started deep in his chest. "You insult Pack Sister. You break honor code by challenging one under blood debt protection." "The blood debt only applies to physical threats," Veskith countered. "The trials of merit are a test of worth, not violence. The human may refuse if she wishes, but then everyone will know the truth. She is weak and unworthy. The blood debt was given in error." Maya looked at Krish's worried face. She thought about Shara and the other warriors who had sworn to protect her. She thought about what it would mean if she refused. The pack would be shamed. Their oath would be questioned. All because she had been kind to a hungry child. "What are the trials of merit?" Maya asked. Veskith's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. 5 competitions designed by different species to test strength, intelligence, adaptability, and honor. Each trial showcases the best qualities of the species that designed it. Compete in all 5. If you place respectably in any of them, your status is proven. If you fail, you admit that humans are weak and unworthy of the respect you have been given. Maya's hands were shaking. She was not an athlete. She was not a fighter. She was a 19-year-old biology student who got anxious speaking in front of classes. How could she possibly compete in trials designed by species that had evolved for thousands of years on different worlds with different conditions? But looking at Krish, at his worried yellow eyes and scared expression, Maya made her decision. "Fine, I accept your challenge. When are these trials?" 3 days from now, Veskith said. "In the central arena. The entire university will watch. Prepare yourself, human. We will show everyone what your species truly is." The 3 Zelkathi walked away, their tails swishing behind them in what her translator identified as satisfaction. Maya stood frozen in the hallway as students flowed around her, whispering and staring. "What had she just done?" "Pack Sister," Krish said quietly. "You should not have accepted. The trials are impossible for your species. Each one is designed to favor the species that made it. No single species can succeed at all 5. "Then I'll fail trying," Maya said, trying to sound braver than she felt. "I can't let your pack be shamed because of me." That night, Shara and the other warriors came to Maya's dorm room. They barely fit in the small space, their large bodies making the room feel tiny. Pip had fled to a friend's room the moment they arrived, too nervous to be around so many predators. "You should not have accepted," Shara said, echoing Kirsch's words. "The trials are designed to be impossible. They will test you in ways that favor species much stronger and faster than humans." "I know," Maya said. but I couldn't refuse. It would have made you all look bad. The young brown-furred Vacrian named Torvin spoke up. We could have fought for you. Krish could compete in your place. The rules allow for pack representation. Maya shook her head. No. If I'm going to be judged as a human, then I should be the one standing there. I won't hide behind others. Shara studied Maya for a long moment. Then she made a rumbling sound that might have been approval. You have the spirit of a warrior, even if your body is small and soft. Very well. If you will fight this battle, then we will help you prepare. We have 3 days. Let us not waste them. The next 3 days were the hardest of Maya's life. Shara and the pack taught her everything they could about the other species who would be competing. They explained weaknesses and strengths. They showed her how to observe and adapt. They pushed her to her physical limits and then pushed harder. Torvin was the most helpful. He had studied military tactics and strategy for years. The trials are not about being the strongest, he explained, as Maya collapsed after her 10th lap around the dorm exercise track. They are about being the smartest. Each species will play to their strengths. You must find ways to use their strengths against them. How? Maya gasped, her lungs burning. By being human, Torvin said. Your species evolved on a death world. You survived by being adaptable, by working together, by never giving up. These are your weapons. Use them. Krarsh brought her research materials about the competing species. The Zelkathi were fast and had excellent reflexes. The Korthians were incredibly strong, their silicon-based biology making them nearly indestructible. The Aralis could manipulate air currents and fly. The deepwater Krell could breathe multiple atmosphere types. Each species had evolved perfect adaptations for their homeworld. Humans had evolved to survive everything their terrible planet threw at them. Maya studied late into the nights. She watched videos of previous trials. She read about human evolution, about persistence hunting, about the unique advantages her species had developed. She learned that humans could regulate their temperature through sweating, something most species could not do. She learned that human endurance was legendary, that her ancestors had literally chased prey to death by outlasting them. She learned that humans were generalists, able to adapt to almost any environment rather than specializing in one. On the night before the trials, Maya could not sleep. She stood by her window looking out at the stars, thinking about Earth somewhere out there in the darkness. She thought about her grandfather who had taken her hiking every summer. He had taught her to keep going when her legs hurt and her lungs burned. Pain is temporary, he always said, but giving up lasts forever. Kirsch found her standing there. He sat down beside her without speaking. After a long silence, he said, "Can I tell you something?" "Of course," Maya said. "My family died when I was very young. The pack took me in because Tiara." The central arena of Zenith Collegiate was enormous. Maya stood at the entrance, staring at the massive space that could hold thousands of students. Tiers of seats rose up in circles, already filling with spectators from dozens of species. Floating cameras drifted through the air, recording everything. Her translator informed her that the trials were being broadcast across multiple systems. Millions would watch. Maya wanted to throw up. She wore simple human athletic clothes, stretchy pants, and a light shirt that let her move freely. Compared to the other champions, she looked tiny and underprepared. The Zelkathi wore scaled armor. The Korthian was a walking mountain of silicon-based muscle. The Aralis had wings that spanned 3 meters. The deepwater Krell wore a moisture suit that kept their skin wet. And then there was Maya. Small, soft, scared Maya Chen from Earth. Shara and the pack stood behind her in the preparation area. Krish bounced nervously at her side. "You can still withdraw," Shara said quietly. "No one would fault you." "Yes, they would," Maya said. "And I'd fault myself. Let's get this over with." A voice boomed across the arena in multiple languages. The announcer explained the rules. 5 trials, each designed by a different species. Points awarded based on placement. The champion with the most total points would win overall. But respect would be given to anyone who placed well in any trial. It was possible to lose while still proving your worth. Maya hoped she could at least do that much. The first trial was the Zelkathi Maze. A 3-dimensional structure materialized in the center of the arena, all shifting walls and moving platforms and obstacles that changed position. The goal was simple: reach the center and ring the bell. The fastest time won. Veskith stepped up to the starting line with Maya and 3 other champions. His scales gleamed in the arena lights. He looked at Maya with cold eyes and said nothing. He did not need to. His presence said enough. The starting signal sounded. Veskith launched forward like a bolt of lightning. The other champions followed, each using their species' natural advantages. Maya ran after them, her human legs pumping as fast as they could. Within seconds, she had lost sight of all of them. The maze was designed for speed and reflexes. Walls shifted just as you reached them. Platforms dropped away under your feet. Obstacles swung out from hidden panels. It was chaos and confusion, and Maya was completely lost within the first minute. But Maya had spent 3 days studying recordings of this trial. She had learned something important. The maze had patterns. The walls shifted in sequences. The obstacles followed timing mechanisms. If you were fast enough, you did not need to learn the patterns. But if you were slower, you could use them. Maya stopped running blindly. She pulled out a marker from her pocket and made a quick symbol on the wall. Then she moved carefully, watching the walls, counting the seconds between shifts. When a wall moved, she marked the new position. When a platform dropped, she noted how long before it returned. The other champions were already finishing. She could hear bells ringing in the distance. But Maya kept working, mapping the maze as she went. It was slow and frustrating, but it was what humans did. They observed. They learned. They adapted. When Maya finally reached the center and rang the bell, she finished 3rd out of 5 champions. Veskith had won with a blistering time. But Maya had not come in last, and more importantly, she had shown human problem-solving in action. The crowd murmured with surprise. The small human had not collapsed in failure. She had found her own way through. The second trial was the Corthian strength test. Massive weighted blocks sat on one side of the arena. Champions had to move them to the other side. The Corthian champion picked up his block like it weighed nothing and walked it across. Other champions struggled and strained. Maya looked at her assigned block. It was as tall as she was and probably weighed more than a small car. She tried to lift it. It did not move even slightly. She tried to push it, nothing. She tried to pull it. Still nothing. The crowd began to laugh. Not cruel laughter, but the kind of laughter that comes when something is absurd. A tiny human trying to move a block that even strong species struggled with. It was comical. Maya sat down and thought. The rules said the blocks had to be moved to the other side. They did not say how. They did not say you had to carry them. They just had to be moved. She stood up and examined the arena floor. It was smooth and slightly slanted. She examined the block's shape. It was rectangular with rounded edges. And then Maya smiled. She went to the equipment storage at the edge of the arena and found what she was looking for. Maintenance tools, including a long metal bar. She brought the bar back to her block and wedged it underneath one edge. Then she used the principle of leverage that her grandfather had taught her during their hikes when they needed to move fallen logs. The block tilted up onto one edge. Maya pushed and it began to roll. Not quickly, not easily, but it moved. She rolled it across the arena floor, using physics and simple machines instead of raw strength. It took her 3 times as long as anyone else, but she got her block to the other side. She finished 4th out of 5. But the crowd was not laughing anymore. They were talking excitedly. The human had used her brain to overcome her weakness. She had turned a strength test into a puzzle and solved it. Death Worlder ingenuity, they called it. The ability to look at a problem and find solutions that others missed. The 3rd trial was the atmospheric challenge. Competitors had to complete tasks in chambers with different atmospheres, temperatures, and pressures. Each champion would face the environment most opposite to their homeworld. For the Auralis, a high-pressure water chamber. For the Krell, a dry heat environment. For Maya, they chose a chamber with thin air, high heat, and low humidity. Most species were adapted for specific environments. Their bodies worked best in conditions similar to their homeworld. Too much deviation and they became weak and sluggish. But humans had evolved as persistence hunters who chased prey across deserts and mountains, and every environment their terrible planet offered. Human bodies could adapt. Maya stepped into the chamber. The heat hit her like a physical blow. The air was so thin she could barely breathe. Other champions had already started failing their challenges. The Corthian could not function in high cold. The Auralis struggled in heavy gravity. Species built for one perfect environment could not handle extremes. But Maya's body did something amazing. She started to sweat. The moisture evaporating from her skin cooled her body. A biological adaptation that few other species possessed. Her lungs worked harder. pulling what oxygen they could from the thin air. Her heart rate increased, pumping blood and oxygen more efficiently. Her human body, built by millions of years of surviving Earth's chaos, adapted in real time. The task was to assemble a complex puzzle while in the chamber. Maya's hands shook from the heat and thin air. Her head pounded from altitude sickness, but she kept working, piece by piece, step by step, never stopping, never giving up. The human way. When she finished and stumbled out of the chamber, gasping and drenched in sweat, the timer showed she had beaten everyone except the Krell, whose species specialized in multi-environment adaptation. Second place. A human had won her first medal. The crowd erupted. Even species that had avoided Maya in the cafeteria were cheering. She had proven that humans were not just clever, they were physically special too. Their adaptability was not just mental, it was built into their very biology. The fourth trial was the endurance hunt, a 20-kilometer course with obstacles, designed to test stamina over pure speed. Most species were built for explosive power, quick sprints, fast reactions, short bursts of incredible ability. This made sense for survival. Chase prey quickly or run from predators fast. But humans had evolved differently. Humans had evolved to chase prey for hours, to track animals until they collapsed from exhaustion, to run at a steady pace that never stopped, never slowed, just kept going until nothing else could keep going. Persistence hunting, the uniquely human ability to simply outlast everything else. The starting signal fired. Champions burst forward at incredible speeds. The Zelkathi shot ahead. The Aerolus flew above obstacles. The Korthian crashed through barriers. Maya started at a steady jog. Within 5 kilometers, the faster species began to slow. Their muscles burned lactic acid. Their bodies overheated. They had sprinted too hard, too fast. They needed to stop and recover. But Maya just kept jogging. Her breathing was steady. Her pace never changed. She passed the Aerolus, who had landed to rest, wings cramping from overuse. She passed the Korthian, who had overheated and needed to cool down. At kilometer 15, only 3 champions were still moving. The deepwater Krell was ahead. Their species built for long-distance swimming translated well to endurance. Veskith was second, pushing himself through sheer willpower and pride. And Maya was third, still jogging at the same steady pace she had started with. At kilometer 18, Veskith collapsed. His reptilian biology could not sustain the effort. His body simply shut down. He would recover, but he was done. That left Maya and the Krell. The final 2 kilometers were agony. Every muscle in Maya's body screamed. Her lungs burned. Her feet were blistered inside her shoes. Her body begged her to stop, to rest, to give up. But Maya thought about her grandfather's words. Pain is temporary. Giving up lasts forever. She thought about Kirsch's yellow eyes trusting her. Maya woke up in the medical center with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her body ached in ways she had not known were possible. Every muscle screamed protest when she tried to move. Her translator implant was buzzing with hundreds of messages, but she ignored them all. She just wanted to sleep for a week. You are awake. Good. Shara's deep voice came from beside the bed. The large Vakrian sat in a chair that looked far too small for her massive frame. You collapsed after the trials. We carried you here. The doctors say you are fine, just exhausted. Humans apparently push their bodies to dangerous limits. Did I win? Maya asked, her voice rough. You placed in every trial. You won the respect of every species present. You showed the galaxy what humans are capable of. Does it matter that Veskith scored more points overall? Maya thought about it and smiled. No, I guess it doesn't. Then rest, Pack Sister. You have earned it. But rest was hard to come by. Over the next few hours, a steady stream of visitors arrived. Kirsch brought her favorite foods from Earth that he had somehow found in the station's massive storage. Pip came with flowers and apologies for being scared. Students she had never met stopped by to congratulate her or ask for autographs. The university chancellor himself visited, speaking formally about how proud the institution was to have her. The most surprising visitor came in the evening. Veskith entered the medical room, his bright scales somehow looking less intimidating in the soft light. He approached Maya's bed and stood silently for a moment before speaking. I must apologize, he said stiffly. I challenged you out of pride and prejudice. I believed humans were using tricks to gain status they had not earned. I was wrong. Your species may be young in the stars, but you possess qualities that many older species have lost. You have my respect, Maya-chan. and my friendship if you will accept it." Maya looked at the reptilian who had caused her so much stress and saw genuine regret in his eyes. She thought about holding a grudge, but that seemed pointless now. Friends don't usually try to humiliate each other in public trials, but I guess we can start fresh. Apology accepted. Veskith's posture relaxed visibly. Thank you. And I must tell you something else. Earth's ambassadors are very pleased with you. Your trials were broadcast across multiple systems. Billions watched you compete. Already dozens of species have requested formal meetings with human representatives. Your performance has changed how the galaxy views your people. I just didn't want to let my friends down, Maya said quietly. That is precisely why it worked, Veskith replied. You did not compete for glory or status. You competed for others. That is a very human thing, I think. And it is beautiful. After Veskith left, Shara returned with news. The pack has made a decision. We wish to formally adopt you as blood sister. Not just the oath of protection, but true pack membership. This is rare, very rare. No off-worlder has ever been offered this honor. Maya felt tears in her eyes. What does that mean? It means you are family. It means you will always have a place with us. It means we will defend you, teach you, guide you as one of our own, and in return you will honor the pack and help us grow stronger. Shara's yellow eyes were soft. You already do this last part. You have made Krish stronger. You have reminded us what true alpha kindness looks like. Will you accept? Yes, Maya said without hesitation. I would be honored. The ceremony happened 3 days later in the central arena, the same place where Maya had competed. But this time the atmosphere was celebratory rather than competitive. The Vakrian pack gathered in the center, all wearing ceremonial gear. Maya wore a simple white robe that Krish had helped her pick out. Shara spoke in ancient Vakrian, her voice carrying across the arena. Maya's translator worked overtime to convert the archaic language. The words spoke of honor and family, of bonds stronger than blood, of choosing to stand together against the darkness. Each pack member came forward and placed a claw on Maya's shoulder, speaking a personal oath. When Krish's turn came, he could barely speak through his emotion. You saved me when I was nothing. You showed me I could be something. You are the best sister I could ever have. I swear to protect you, learn from you, and make you proud. Maya hugged him tight, not caring about ceremony or tradition. You already make me proud, little brother. The ceremony ended with Shara presenting Maya with a pack token, a small carved piece of stone worn on a cord. You are Kesh Maya now, kindness bringer. May you always carry that name with honor. The changes came quickly after that. Maya's experience at Zenith Collegiate transformed completely. The cafeteria, once divided into rigid sections, began to blur. Students who had never spoken to each other started sitting together, curious about different species and cultures. Maya's table became a neutral meeting ground where anyone could sit. Predator species students taught herbivores about their cultures, breaking down centuries of fear and misunderstanding. Omnivores like Maya found themselves as bridges between worlds, helping translate not just language but customs and perspectives. The strict social hierarchies that had governed the university for generations started to crack. Not everyone was happy about the changes. Some traditional students complained that the old ways were being destroyed. Some species felt uncomfortable with the mixing. But slowly, steadily, the momentum of change could not be stopped. And at the center of it all was a small human girl who had just wanted to help a hungry kid. Maya's classes became easier too. Other students actually talked to her now, forming study groups and sharing notes. Her xenobiology professor asked her to present a lecture on human evolution and adaptation, which became so popular, it had to be moved to a larger hall. She was even invited to join several academic clubs and social organizations. But the biggest change was personal. Maya was no longer lonely. She had Krish, who followed her everywhere like a shadow, and made her laugh with his enthusiasm for learning about Earth. She had the pack, who taught her Vakrian customs and invited her to their gatherings. She had Veskith, who turned out to be funny and intelligent once you got past his formal exterior. She had Pip, who slowly overcame fear and became a good friend. She had classmates from dozens of species, each one teaching her something new about the galaxy. One afternoon, about a month after the trials, Maya sat in the cafeteria with a mixed group of students. A Korthian was explaining silicon-based biology to two herbivores who listened with fascination. and Eralis was teaching Kirsch how to calculate wind resistance for better flight dynamics. Veskith was arguing good-naturedly with another reptilian about philosophy. And Maya sat in the middle of it all, eating her sandwich and smiling. Shara approached the table, which had become a common sight. But this time she carried a data pad with official-looking documents. "Maya, I have news from Earth." The table went quiet. Maya looked up, suddenly nervous. "What kind of news?" "Your government has received over 100 requests for human exchange students from other universities across the galaxy. They are expanding the program significantly. More humans will be coming to the stars, and many will be coming here to Zenith Collegiate." Shara's expression was amused. "It seems you have made humanity very popular." Maya felt a strange mix of emotions. Pride that she had helped her species, excitement that more humans would experience what she had, but also a small possessiveness about her found family and the community she had built. "When are they coming?" "The first group arrives in 2 weeks. 50 human students, the largest off-world group Earth has ever sent." Shara tilted her head. "The Chancellor has asked if you would help orient them. Show them how to navigate galactic society. Teach them what you have learned." Maya looked around her table at the diverse group of friends she had somehow gathered. She thought about how lonely and scared she had been just 2 months ago. She thought about all the mistakes she had made and the lessons she had learned. She thought about what she could teach the new students so they would not have to struggle the way she had. "Yes," Maya said, "I'll help them. But they need to learn something important right away." "What is that?" Veskith asked. "That the galaxy isn't about species or status or who is strongest. It's about seeing people who need help and choosing to help them anyway. It's about finding family in unexpected places. It's about being kind even when it's hard." Maya smiled. "It's about being human, which means being caring, stubborn, adaptable, and maybe a little bit crazy." Kirsch laughed, his tail wagging. "That is the best description of humans I have ever heard." The group at the table agreed, each in their own way. And as they went back to their conversations and meals, Maya reflected on her journey. She had come to Zenith Collegiate as a lonely student who just wanted to study alien life. She had ended up teaching the galaxy about human values instead. Later that evening, Maya stood by her dorm window, looking out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, impossibly far away, but somehow closer than it had ever felt. She had changed since arriving at this station. She had grown stronger, braver. The Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched wider than any cathedral built by human hands. Its walls glowed with soft blue light, and holographic displays floated in the air showing thousands of worlds connected by trade routes and treaties. Representatives from 200 species sat in curved rows, their forms as varied as the stars themselves. Some breathed methane through tubes, others floated in gravity fields. A few existed only as patterns of light. Ambassador Marcus Chen stood at the speaker's platform, his simple gray suit looking plain compared to the jeweled armor and flowing robes around him. He was a short man with graying hair and tired eyes. He had been Earth's representative for 12 years now, and every day felt longer than the last. The Vrex Dominion has now occupied 17 systems in the past 6 months, Chen said, his voice steady but firm. They have ignored every treaty. They have dismissed every warning. If the Council does not act, more innocent lives will be lost. A sound like bubbling water came from the Aquelian delegate's tank. It translated through the universal communicator as laughter. "The human speaks of action," the Aquelian said. "But what can humanity offer? Your species has been part of this council for 200 years, yet you maintain barely 300 ships. Your military spending is less than most pleasure cruise corporations." More laughter rippled through the chamber. Chen felt his jaw tighten, but he kept his face neutral. This was not the first time his people had been mocked here. The Vrex delegate rose from his seat. Commander Thrax stood nearly 3 meters tall. His forearms crossed over his armored chest. His face resembled an earth lizard, but his eyes held cold intelligence. "The Dominion takes what is owed to us," Thrax hissed. "We are a warrior race. The strong survive. The weak serve. This is natural law." "Natural law?" Chen replied. "Or tyranny dressed in philosophy." Thrax's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. "You humans speak much of peace and law. You write poetry. You paint pictures. You send musicians to perform at cultural festivals. Tell me, Ambassador Chen, when was the last time a human fired a weapon in anger? Your people are gardeners, not warriors. The galaxy knows this. Chen looked directly at the wreck's commander. For just a moment, something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Something old and terrible, but it passed quickly and he simply said, "We choose peace because we understand war." "You choose peace because you are weak," Thrax replied. "This council is weak. The Dominion will continue to expand, and there is nothing you can do to stop us." The council session ended with no resolution, as Chen had known it would. He walked through the gleaming corridors of the council station, passing species from across the galaxy. A Xanthari merchant nodded politely. A group of Pelian students stared at him with their many eyes. Everywhere he went, Chen felt the weight of their assumptions. Humans were soft. Humans were naive. Humans had forgotten how to fight. If only they knew the truth. That night, Chen sat alone in his quarters and opened an encrypted channel to Earth. The connection took several minutes to establish, routing through relay stations and security protocols that most species did not even know existed. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Admiral Sarah Torres looked like she could be Chen's sister, with the same dark hair touched with gray, the same lines around her eyes. But where Chen's expression was diplomatic and measured, Torres had the hard gaze of someone who had made difficult choices. "They laughed at me again today," Chen said. "Good," Torres replied. "Let them laugh. Let them feel safe. Thrax is going to make a move against Earth, I can feel it. He sees us as an easy target." Torres nodded slowly. "Our intelligence confirms it. Thrax fleet movements suggest they're preparing for a major operation. They've been pulling ships from border patrols and consolidating near the Sol system. How long do we have? A month, maybe less." Torres leaned forward, her face grave. "Marcus, if they attack, you know what happens next." Chen closed his eyes. 217 years. That's how long we've kept the protocols sealed. "We made a choice as a species," Torres said. "After the final war, after we almost destroyed ourselves, we decided to be better. We hid what we were capable of. We showed the galaxy only peace and art and culture. We gave ourselves time to heal. But the scars are still there," Chen whispered. "They'll always be there. The question is whether we let those scars make us monsters again, or whether we use what we learned." Torres's voice softened slightly. "The containment protocols exist for a reason, Marcus. If Earth is threatened, if our people are in danger, then we do what we must. But we do it with control, with purpose. Never again like before." Chen remembered the history lessons every human child learned. The final war of 2087, when nuclear fire had scorched continents and biological weapons had turned entire regions into dead zones. The darkness that followed when barely 1 billion humans survived. The centuries of rebuilding, of learning, of choosing a different path. But the weapons had not been destroyed. The knowledge had not been forgotten. It had been sealed away, locked behind protocols that required authorization from every human government simultaneously. The memorial arsenals, they were called. Reminders of what humanity could become if they ever forgot the price of hatred. "I hope it doesn't come to that," Chen said. "So do I," Torres replied. "But hope isn't a strategy. I'm bringing the Containment Council together tomorrow. If Thrax is stupid enough to attack, we'll be ready." The call ended, leaving Chen alone with his thoughts. He walked to the window of his quarters and looked out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, a small blue world that the galaxy considered insignificant. The birthplace of poets and dreamers, they said. A planet of philosophers who had given up their violent past. Chen touched the glass, leaving a fingerprint. "They have no idea what we survived," he said to the empty room. "What we learned, what we became." Across the galaxy, on a dozen human colonies and outposts, similar conversations were taking place. On Luna Base, beneath the gray dust of Earth's moon, maintenance crews began running diagnostics on systems that had been dormant for centuries. On Mars Station, engineers checked seals on underground facilities that official records claimed were archaeological sites. In the asteroid belt, mining ships that looked like commercial vessels activated hidden weapon systems. The human defense network was vast and ancient, built in the years after the final war when humanity had sworn two things: never to wage war for conquest, but always to be prepared to defend themselves. Every generation since had maintained the containment protocols, hoping they would never be needed but ensuring they remained ready. 3 weeks later, Chen was awakened by an emergency alert. His communicator screamed with priority messages. He activated the display and felt his blood run cold. The Vrex Dominion had assembled a fleet of 3,000 warships at the edge of the Sol system. It was the largest military force humanity had seen since joining the galactic community. Against Earth's official defense fleet of 300 ceremonial vessels, it seemed impossibly overwhelming. Chen dressed quickly and opened the encrypted channel to Earth. Torres was already on screen, surrounded by military personnel in the command center deep beneath the Rockies. "They're here," Chen said unnecessarily. "We see them," Torres replied. "Thrax is broadcasting on all frequencies. He's demanding Earth's immediate surrender and access to our resources. He's giving us 12 hours. Can we stop them?" Torres looked at someone off screen, then back at Chen. "The Containment Council has voted. 7 billion people, one decision. The protocols are unlocked, Marcus. For the first time in 217 years, humanity is going to war." Chen felt something twist in his stomach. Relief and dread mixed together. "God help us all." "God help them," Torres corrected. "They have no idea what they've done." The morning sun cast long shadows across the United Earth Assembly building in Geneva when the sky began to change. It started as a shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except this shimmer was 30,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. Then the shimmer tore open, and something massive pushed through. The Concordat diplomatic vessel was unlike anything humanity had built. It stretched 15 kilometers from bow to stern, its surface gleaming with metals that seemed to shift colors in the sunlight. Elegant curves and sweeping arcs made it look more like a work of art than a spaceship. Within minutes, every news channel on Earth was broadcasting images of the alien vessel. People stopped on sidewalks, staring up at screens. Children pointed at the sky, though the ship was far too distant to see with the naked eye. President Sarah Chen received the first communication 17 minutes after the vessel's arrival. She was in her office, having just finished her morning briefing with the Security Council, when her assistant rushed in with a tablet. The message was in perfect English, though it carried an odd formality that suggested machine translation. "Greetings to the people of Earth. We are the Galactic Concordat, representatives of 7 species who maintain peace and order in this region of space. We come with an offer of friendship and protection. We request an audience with your leaders at your earliest convenience." Sarah read the message 3 times. She had been president for 6 years, long enough to develop good instincts about people and their intentions. Something about the tone bothered her, though she could not immediately identify what. She called for an emergency cabinet meeting. The aliens requested to meet within 48 hours. Sarah agreed, but she also made several calls to people whose opinions she trusted. One of those calls went to General Marcus Steele, the commander of Earth's Unified Defense Command. Another went to Dr. Yuki Tanaka, head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Marcus was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, with gray hair cut military short and eyes that missed nothing. He had fought in the resource wars of the 2090s and had spent the last 2 decades preparing Earth's defenses for the day when humanity encountered other intelligent life. That day had apparently arrived. "What do you think?" Sarah asked him over a secure video link. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "I think anyone who leads with protection is usually selling something you don't need. But we'll play nice and see what they want." Dr. Tanaka was more direct. "The message structure suggests a hierarchical culture with rigid social protocols. The word protection appears 3 times in a 4-sentence message. That's not accidental. They're framing the conversation before it begins." Sarah nodded slowly. "Keep analyzing everything they send us. And Marcus, I want our orbital assets on standby." "Quiet, standby." "Let's not spook our guests, but let's not be caught sleeping either." The day of the meeting arrived with unseasonably clear skies. The Concordat sent down a shuttle, smaller than their main vessel but still impressive, covered in the same color-shifting metal. It landed on the designated pad outside Geneva, and 7 figures emerged. They were humanoid, which surprised everyone watching. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head with sensory organs arranged in familiar patterns. But there the similarities ended. Ambassador Velthor, who led the delegation, stood over 2 meters tall. His skin was a deep blue-purple and his eyes were large and golden, with no visible pupils. He wore robes that seemed to be made of liquid light, constantly flowing and changing. The other 6 delegates represented different species. One looked almost human except for the crystalline formations growing from her shoulders. Another was covered in fine scales that created rainbow patterns when he moved. A third had 4 arms and moved with an unsettling grace. They were beautiful and alien and deliberately impressive. Sarah met them in the main assembly hall, flanked by her cabinet and 100 representatives from every nation on Earth. The room had been built to accommodate 5,000 people, and every seat was filled. Cameras broadcast the meeting to billions of viewers worldwide. Velthor bowed, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and condescension. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, translated in real time by devices the aliens had provided. People of Earth, we welcome you to the community of spacefaring civilizations. Your recent achievements in faster-than-light travel have brought you to our attention. We come today with an offer that we have extended to many species throughout the galaxy. He paused for effect, his golden eyes sweeping across the assembled humans. The galaxy is a dangerous place. There are hostile species, natural phenomena that can destroy entire worlds, and countless other threats. The Galactic Concordat was formed 3,000 years ago to protect developing civilizations from these dangers. We offer you the same protection we provide to 47 other species. Velthor activated a holographic display that floated above the assembly floor. It showed a map of the galaxy with dozens of star systems highlighted in green. These are the worlds under Concordat protection. They thrive in safety, free from the terrors that plague unprotected systems. Their citizens live in peace, knowing that our fleets guard their skies. Their governments focus on art, science, and philosophy rather than weapons and war. The ambassador walked slowly around the holographic display, his robes trailing behind him. We offer Earth this same security. In exchange, we ask only for cooperation. You would grant us the right to maintain defensive installations in your system. You would share your resources to support the Concordat fleet. You would submit to our guidance in matters of interstellar relations and military development. In return, you would gain access to our technology, our markets, and most importantly, our protection. Sarah watched the display, her face carefully neutral. Around her, she could feel the tension in the room. Some representatives leaned forward eagerly, others frowned, clearly skeptical. What level of autonomy would Earth retain? She asked. Velthor smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. You would govern your internal affairs as you see fit. However, all external matters, trade, defense, exploration, would be coordinated through the Concordat to ensure your safety and the safety of others. And if we decline this offer? The smile faded slightly. That would be unfortunate. Species who refuse Concordat protection often face difficult challenges. The galaxy can be harsh to those who stand alone. We would, of course, respect your decision, but we would also be unable to intervene if you encountered troubles beyond your capability to handle. It was smoothly delivered, but Sarah heard the threat underneath. Accept our protection or face the consequences alone. We appreciate your generous offer, Ambassador Velthor, she said, keeping her voice warm and diplomatic. Such an important decision requires careful consideration. We request 48 hours to discuss this with our people and provide you with our answer. Velthor's expression suggested he had expected immediate acceptance. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Of course. Take the time you need. We will await your response aboard our vessel. The aliens departed with the same ceremony with which they had arrived. As soon as they were gone, Sarah called an emergency session with her inner circle. They met in a secure room 3 stories below the assembly building, where no signals could enter or leave. Thoughts? Sarah asked, looking around the table. Marcus spoke first. That was a protection racket dressed up in diplomatic language. Nice planet you've got here, shame if something happened to it. Agreed, said Dr. Tanaka, pulling up data on her tablet. I've been analyzing the 47 systems they showed us, cross-referencing with our astronomical databases and historical records. Every single one was contacted shortly after achieving faster-than-light capability, just like us. Every single one accepted Concordat protection within days. What happened to species who refused? Asked Defense Minister Chen Wei. Yuki's expression darkened. That's the interesting part. I found references to 6 species who initially declined. 3 eventually accepted after experiencing mysterious attacks from unknown raiders. 2 went silent. Their systems are now listed as uninhabited. 1 was declared a rogue civilization and subjected to pacification. The records on that are vague, but the implication is clear. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. So this is conquest with extra steps. Sophisticated conquest, Marcus corrected. They let their victims govern themselves, which reduces resistance. They take resources and autonomy instead of land, and they maintain the fiction that it's all voluntary. Can we fight them? Sarah asked bluntly. Marcus smiled, and there was no humor in it. Madam President, they have no idea who they're dealing with. Over the next 48 hours, Earth's leadership worked around the clock. They analyzed every second of the alien transmission, every word Velthor had spoken, every detail visible in their holographic displays. The intelligence division hacked into the Concordate ship's communication systems, a feat made easier by alien overconfidence in their security. What they learned was illuminating. The Concordate had never fought a peer military power. Their standard procedure was simple: appear impressive, make the offer, and apply pressure if needed. Most species capitulated immediately, overawed by the aliens' technology and fearful of standing alone. For species who resisted, the Concordat had a fleet of mercenary raiders who would attack until the target accepted protection. But the Concordat had never encountered a species like humanity. They had studied Earth's broadcasts and internet transmissions, but they had focused on entertainment and culture. They knew humans enjoyed something called football and told stories about superheroes. They knew Earth had recently unified under a single government after centuries of conflict. What they had not studied was human military history. They had not read about the Punic Wars or the Mongol conquests. They knew nothing of Thermopylae or Stalingrad. They had not analyzed the tactical innovations of Napoleon or the strategic doctrines of Sun Tzu. They saw that Earth had no massive orbital weapons platforms and concluded that humans were peaceful and unprepared. They could not have been more wrong. Sarah called her final strategy meeting 12 hours before the deadline. Around the table sat Marcus, Yuki, and the heads of every military branch. Also present were representatives from the Mars Colonial Authority, the Europa Research Station, and the Titan Mining Consortium. "Show them," Sarah said. Marcus activated the room's holographic display. It showed Earth's solar system, but not as the Concordate had seen it. Red dots appeared throughout the display, hundreds of them, then thousands. "Every red dot is a weapons platform, defense station, or military vessel," Marcus explained. "Most have been in place for over 50 years, since we first achieved reliable spaceflight. We built them into asteroids, mining stations, research facilities, and communication satellites. We hid them in plain sight because we learned one critical lesson from our own history." He paused, looking around the room. "Never show your full strength until absolutely necessary." Sarah stood, walking to the holographic display. She reached out and touched one of the dots representing Luna, Earth's moon. The image expanded, showing the interior of what the Concordat believed was a simple research base. In reality, it was a military fortress with enough firepower to sterilize a continent. "Humanity has been preparing for first contact since we first looked at the stars," Sarah said quietly. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. We built defenses that would make any aggressor think twice. And we hid all of it because the best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." She turned to face the group. "Tomorrow we tell the Concordat our answer, and we show them exactly who they're dealing with. But not all of it. Never all of it." Around the table, smiles appeared. They were not nice smiles. The Concordat was about to learn a hard lesson that every human child knew from history classes. Never underestimate the species that survived its own worst inventions. Ambassador Velthor stood in the observation deck of the Concordat vessel, looking down at the blue-green planet below. Earth was beautiful, he had to admit. The swirling white clouds, the deep oceans, the green and brown continents. It reminded him of Kelvin Prime, his homeworld before industry and progress had covered it in gleaming cities. Behind him, his science officer Tarkin was running deep scans of the planet and its surroundings. The insectoid alien's mandibles clicked together as he worked, a sign of concentration among his people. "What do you see?" Velthor asked without turning around. "Confusion, Ambassador," Tarkin replied. His translated voice carried a chittering undertone. "The scans show a civilization that has achieved faster-than-light capability, but their infrastructure does not match this achievement." Velthor turned, his golden eyes focusing on the science officer. "Explain." Tarkin brought up a holographic display. It showed Earth's orbital space, dotted with satellites and space stations. Their satellite network is extensive, but most units are commercial or scientific. We detect communication satellites, weather monitoring systems, and research stations. There are no orbital defense platforms of the type we would expect from a militarized civilization. Perhaps they are simply peaceful, suggested Kira Nell, the four-armed tactical officer. She moved to stand beside the display, her multiple hands gesturing at different points. Some species achieve space travel through cooperation rather than competition. Velthor made a sound that might have been a laugh. In 3,000 years, the Concordat has never encountered such a species. Competition drives progress. Conflict breeds innovation. These humans fought among themselves for thousands of years before unifying. Their broadcasts are filled with stories of war and violence. They are not peaceful by nature. Then where are their weapons? Tarkin asked. It was a good question. The Concordat had refined their scanning technology over millennia. They could detect power signatures from weapon systems, identify the energy profiles of shield generators, and spot the unique radiation patterns of military-grade reactors. Earth should have been lighting up their sensors like a supernova. Instead, they saw almost nothing. Perhaps their weapons are primitive, suggested Kira Nell. They may rely on chemical explosives or kinetic weapons that our scanners do not prioritize. Velthor considered this. It made sense. Humans had only recently developed faster than light travel. Their weapons technology might lag behind their propulsion systems. It had happened before with other species. Continue scanning, he ordered. I want a complete analysis of their military capability before they give us their answer. And send observation drones to their colony sites. Let us see what they have built on Mars and these moons they have settled. The drones launched silently, small spheres of advanced technology that could observe without being detected, or so the Concordat believed. On Earth, deep in a bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, alarms began to sound. Specialist Jennifer Wu was monitoring her console when the proximity warnings lit up her screen. She was 26 years old, had graduated, top of her class from the Unified Defense Academy, and had been hoping for a quiet night shift. Instead, she was watching alien spy drones enter Earth's space. Commander, we have multiple unidentified objects separating from the Concordat vessel, she reported, keeping her voice level despite the excitement flooding through her. Count is 7. They're heading toward Mars, Luna, Europa, and Titan. Commander Peterson moved to stand behind her chair. He was an older man with weathered features and calm eyes that had seen too many crises to panic at one more. Let them look, he said quietly. They're seeing exactly what we want them to see. On Mars, the observation drone swept over Olympus Mons colony. The settlement sprawled across the base of the massive volcano, home to 30,000 people. The drone's scanners picked up habitation, domes, agricultural facilities, and what appeared to be mining operations. It detected no weapons, no military installations, no hidden defenses. The drone did not recognize that the agricultural facility had walls thick enough to stop armor-piercing rounds. It did not realize that the mining equipment could be repurposed as mass drivers capable of launching projectiles at orbital targets. It missed the fact that every dome had independent life support specifically designed to survive combat conditions. Humans had learned many lessons from their violent history. One of the most important was this: civilian and military infrastructure should be indistinguishable until the moment you need to fight. The drone moved to Luna, Earth's moon. It scanned the research base built into the crater Copernicus. The base appeared to be studying astronomy and geology, with large telescope arrays and seismic monitoring stations. The drone's sensors showed no military presence. Those sensors failed to penetrate the lunar regolith that humans had specifically processed to block advanced scanning technology. They did not detect the railguns hidden beneath false rock formations. They missed the missile silos disguised as ventilation shafts. They had no idea that the telescope arrays could track and target spacecraft with lethal precision. At Europa, the drone found a small scientific outpost on the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. Fewer than 1,000 researchers lived there, studying the ocean beneath the ice. The structures were minimal, clearly focused on research rather than military application. The drone did not realize that those research vessels exploring the sub-ice ocean used the same propulsion and stealth technology as Earth's submarine fleet. It did not understand that the ice mining equipment could core through a starship hull in seconds. It saw scientists and missed the soldiers trained to look like scientists. Titan presented a similar picture. Mining operations, atmospheric research, hydrocarbon processing, all perfectly legitimate civilian activities. All completely harmless, all completely deceptive. The drones returned to the Concordat vessel, their databanks full of information that told Velthor exactly what he expected to see. A species unprepared for the dangers of the galaxy, vulnerable to pressure, ripe for exploitation. They have no significant military infrastructure, Tarkin reported, reviewing the drone data. Their colonies are civilian operations with minimal defensive capability. Their orbital space is largely undefended. They have achieved faster-than-light travel, but they have not militarized it. Velthor felt satisfaction settle through him. This would be one of the easier integrations. The humans would see reason once they understood their vulnerability. Most species did. Prepare annexation protocols, he ordered. Standard package. When they decline our offer, and their leader's tone suggests they will, we will need to demonstrate the risks of refusing Concordat protection. Kiranel's four hands moved across her console. I will contact the Raider fleet. They can be here within 3 standard cycles. Make it so, Velthor said. A few attacks from unknown hostiles will help the humans understand the value of our protection. It was a script the Concordat had followed dozens of times. It never failed. While the aliens planned Earth's subjugation, Dr. Yuki Tanaka was having the most exciting day of her career. The intelligence division had successfully infiltrated the Concordat communication network, and the data flowing in was remarkable. They think we're defenseless, she told General Marcus Steele over a secure channel. She was in her office at intelligence headquarters in Tokyo, surrounded by screens displaying alien transmissions. They scanned everything and saw nothing that worried them. Marcus allowed himself a small smile. He was at Unified Defense Command headquarters, watching similar data streams. Good. That means the stealth systems work even better than we hoped. What about their fleet composition? Yuki pulled up a detailed analysis. Their main vessel is impressive but vulnerable. Large, slow, designed to intimidate rather than fight. It has weapons, but the placement suggests they've never needed to use them in actual combat. The shield generators are external. Beautiful engineering, but tactically stupid. Take out the generators, and the shields collapse. What about their combat doctrine? That's the interesting part, Yuki said, leaning forward. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. They don't have one. Not really. I've analyzed 300 years of Concordat records. They've never fought an equal opponent. Every conflict has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. They show up, look impressive, and the other side surrenders. The few times they've faced resistance, they used mercenary raiders to harass their targets until they capitulated. Marcus absorbed this information. So they're bullies who've never been punched in the face. Exactly. And it gets better. I found their target list. After the humans, they plan to move on to the Centauri system, then Tau Ceti, then Epsilon Eridani. They're working their way through every species that develops FTL. It's systematic exploitation dressed up as benevolence. How many species are under their protection? 47, like they said. But here's what they didn't say. Those species provide resources, labor, and tribute that keeps the Concordat economy running. It's an empire without calling itself an empire. Smart, in a cynical way. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking, what about other powers in the galaxy? Are we surrounded by empires like the Concordat? Yuki shook her head. No, and that's the most interesting discovery. The galaxy is mostly peaceful. Real threats are rare. The Concordat has been lying to their protectorates for 3,000 years, telling them the galaxy is dangerous when it's actually relatively safe. They created the protection racket by inventing threats that don't exist. So when they tell species they need protection, they're solving a problem they invented. It's brilliant and evil. Marcus stood, pacing his office. Decades of military experience had taught him to see patterns in chaos. A picture was forming in his mind, and he did not like it. They're going to push us, he said quietly. They'll expect us to fold when they pressure us. When we don't, they'll escalate. They'll use those mercenary raiders to attack civilian targets, make us scared, force us to accept their protection. Can we stop them? Marcus smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression. Dr. Tanaka, we've been preparing for hostile first contact since we first left Earth's orbit. We've studied every war, every conflict, every tactical innovation in human history. We've built weapon systems these aliens can't imagine because they've never needed to imagine them. Can we stop them? The question is whether we'll need to stop them or just scare them badly enough that they run. While Earth's military analyzed the Concordate's weaknesses, President Sarah Chen was having her own revelations. She sat in her private office, reading through historical files that the intelligence division had compiled. They made for disturbing reading. Every species that had accepted Concordate protection showed the same pattern. Initial enthusiasm followed by slowly increasing demands. Resource quotas that grew every year. Technology sharing that only flowed one direction. Populations that became dependent on Concordate trade and unable to sustain themselves independently. The protected species were prisoners who did not realize they were in jail. Sarah had not become president by being naive. She understood power and how it was wielded. The Concordate was offering a deal that sounded generous but was actually a trap. Accept protection today, lose your freedom tomorrow. The question was how to refuse without triggering a war Earth might not win. The preliminary analysis from Marcus suggested they could defeat the Concordate fleet in Earth's system, but what about the larger Concordate military? What about their allies and vassals? What about the 47 species who might side with their protectors? Her secure phone rang. It was Marcus. Madam President, I'm sending you a full tactical analysis. Short version, we can take them. The Concordate has size and technology advantages, but we have something better. What's that? We know how to fight. They don't. They've been winning through intimidation for so long that they've forgotten how to actually wage war. We've never forgotten because we've never been able to afford to forget. Sarah felt something settle in her chest. Not confidence exactly, but resolution. Earth had a chance. That was enough. Send me everything, she said. I give our answer to the Concordate in 18 hours. I want to know every option we have. She hung up and turned to look out her window. Geneva spread out below, beautiful and peaceful in the afternoon light. People walked the streets unaware that their world hung in the balance. Children played in parks. Couples held hands by the lake. Life continued in blissful ignorance of the threat overhead. Sarah had sworn an oath to protect these people. She would not fail them. Aboard the Concordate vessel, Velthor received a message from his superiors. They had reviewed his reports and approved his recommendations. When the humans declined protection as expected, the raider fleet would be deployed. A few months of harassment would bring Earth into compliance. It always worked. Velthor prepared for the next day's meeting with something approaching boredom. He had done this 47 times before. The script never changed. Humans would be number 48. He had no idea that humanity was about to teach the Concordate a lesson 3,000 years in the making. The Predator was about to discover it had cornered something far more dangerous than itself. The United Earth Assembly Hall was packed with even more people than 2 days before. Representatives from every nation sat in their designated seats, but now they were joined by military officers, scientists, and historians. The air hummed with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would change everything. President Sarah Chen stood at the central podium, wearing a simple dark suit. She had considered wearing something more formal, but decided against it. This was not a day for ceremony. This was a day for truth. Ambassador Velthor and his delegation entered exactly on time. The aliens moved with the same graceful confidence they had shown before, clearly expecting this to be a formality before Earth's inevitable acceptance. Velthor's golden eyes swept across the assembled humans, and Sarah could almost see him counting his victory. Madam President, Velthor said, his voice carrying that same melodious quality. Have you reached a decision regarding the Concordate's generous offer? Sarah smiled. It was a polite smile, diplomatic and proper. It was also completely genuine, which would have worried Velthor if he had understood human expressions better. We have, Ambassador. Thank you for your patience while we considered your proposal. She paused, letting the moment stretch. Earth respectfully declines the Concordate's offer of protection. The silence that followed was absolute. Velthor stood frozen, his expression suggesting he had misheard. Around him, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. "I apologize," Velthor said carefully. "Perhaps the translation was unclear. You decline our protection?" "That's correct," Sarah confirmed. "We appreciate the offer, but Earth is quite capable of managing our own affairs. We prefer to maintain our independence." Velthor's golden eyes narrowed. The diplomatic mask began to slip. "Madam President, I do not think you understand the situation. The galaxy is dangerous. Without Concordate protection, you will be vulnerable to countless threats. Your species has only just achieved faster than light travel. You are children taking your first steps into a universe you do not understand." "We understand more than you think," Sarah replied calmly. "Do you?" Velthor's voice hardened. "Let me be clear, since subtlety seems wasted. Species who refuse Concordate protection find themselves facing difficult circumstances. Raiders attack their vessels. Pirates raid their colonies. Mysterious accidents occur. It would be tragic if Earth suffered similar misfortunes." Around the assembly hall, Sarah could feel the mood shifting. The threat was no longer veiled. It hung in the air like smoke. "Ambassador," Sarah said quietly, "are you threatening us?" Velthor drew himself up to his full height, towering over the human president. "I am explaining reality. The Concordate maintains order in this region of space. Those who cooperate with us prosper, those who do not." He let the sentence hang. Sarah nodded slowly, as if considering his words. "I see. So when you offered us protection, what you actually meant was, pay us tribute or we'll hurt you. Is that a fair translation?" Velthor's face darkened. "You are being deliberately obtuse. This is your final opportunity to make the intelligent choice. Accept our protection, or accept the consequences of refusing it." Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that shocked every alien in the room. She laughed. It was not a nervous laugh or a mocking laugh. It was genuine amusement, the kind of laughter that comes from hearing something absurd. Around the assembly hall, other humans began to laugh too. Quiet chuckles at first, then louder. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with the sound of human laughter. Velthor stared, completely confused. This was not in the script. Species were supposed to be frightened when threatened. They were supposed to see reason and accept protection. They were not supposed to laugh. "I fail to see what is amusing," he said coldly. Sarah's laughter faded, but her smile remained. "Ambassador, you came to our world, scanned our defenses, and concluded we were helpless. You offered us protection we don't need from threats that don't exist. And now you're threatening us, expecting us to be scared. The amusing part is that you have no idea who you're threatening." "We know exactly who you are," Velthor snapped. "A primitive species with delusions of competence. Your scans show minimal defenses. Your colonies are unprotected. Your orbital space is vulnerable. You achieved faster than light travel, but you never learned to defend yourselves." "Is that what your scans showed?" Sarah asked. She touched a control on the podium, and the lights in the assembly hall dimmed. Above them, holographic displays activated showing Earth's solar system. "Let me show you what your scans missed." The display changed. Red dots began appearing throughout the solar system. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. They surrounded Earth like a cloud of angry insects. They clustered around Luna and Mars. They hid among the asteroid belt. They orbited Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Velthor stared at the display, his golden eyes wide. "What is this?" "These are Earth's actual defenses," Sarah explained calmly. "Every red dot represents a weapons platform, military installation, or combat-ready vessel. We built them over the last century, ever since we developed reliable spaceflight. We hid them inside civilian structures, disguised them as research stations, camouflaged them in asteroids. We learned something important from our history, Ambassador. The best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." General Marcus Steele stood from his seat in the assembly. He was in full dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, each one representing a conflict or achievement. He moved to stand beside Sarah. "Ambassador Velthor," Marcus said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "You made a critical mistake. You looked at Earth and saw no weapons platforms because you don't recognize our weapons platforms. You saw peaceful colonies because we built them to look peaceful. You concluded we were unprepared because we wanted you to think that." On the holographic display, one of the red dots near Luna expanded. It showed the interior of what the Concordat had identified as an astronomical research station. Cameras revealed rows of railguns, missile batteries, and power cores that could light up a small city. "This is Copernicus Station," Marcus continued. "Your drones scanned it and found telescopes. They missed the fact that those telescopes can track spacecraft with lethal precision. They didn't realize the entire station is a fortress built into the lunar surface." Another dot expanded, showing a mining facility on an asteroid. Except it was not just a mining facility. The mining lasers could cut through starship armor. The ore processors could manufacture ammunition. The cargo vessels were actually troop transports. "This is Ceres Mining Complex," Marcus said. "Perfectly legitimate resource extraction. Also perfectly capable of defending itself against attack." Velthor found his voice. You hid your military infrastructure inside civilian facilities. That violates the Concordat protocols for civilized warfare." Marcus smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. "Ambassador, we never agreed to your protocols. And here's something you should understand about humans. We've been fighting wars since before we invented writing. We've studied warfare as an art form for thousands of years. We've perfected tactics and strategies that you've never needed to develop because you've never faced real opposition." Sarah touched another control. The holographic display changed again, showing the space around the Concordat vessel. More red dots appeared, these ones surrounding the alien ship like a noose tightening around a neck. "Your ship is currently surrounded by 17 stealth vessels," Sarah said quietly. "They've been shadowing you since you arrived. You never detected them because our stealth technology is more advanced than your scanning technology. Each of those vessels carries enough firepower to cripple your ship." Velthor stepped back, his composure cracking. "This is... You cannot what?" Sarah asked. "Cannot defend ourselves? Cannot refuse your extortion? Cannot object to being threatened in our own system?" She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the alien ambassador. Despite being half his height, she somehow seemed larger, more commanding. "Let me make something very clear, Ambassador. Earth does not need your protection. We do not want your protection, and we will not accept your threats. You came here expecting us to be frightened children. Instead, you found something you've never encountered before, a species that prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. You are making a terrible mistake," Velthor said, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. "The Concordat has resources you cannot imagine, fleets that could darken your skies, allies who would support our enforcement of order." "Really?" Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood, moving to join Sarah and Marcus. She held a data pad. "Because according to our intelligence analysis, the Concordat has never fought a peer military engagement. Every one of your conflicts has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. You win through intimidation, not combat. You use mercenary raiders to harass targets until they accept your protection. It's a sophisticated protection racket, Ambassador, but it's still just a racket." Velthor's face went through several shades of purple. "Your accusations are baseless, are they?" Yuki activated her data pad and the holographic display changed again. It showed communications intercepts, financial records, deployment orders for raider fleets. "We've been inside your communication network for 2 days. We know about the raiders you plan to send to attack our colonies. We know about the artificial threats you've used to scare other species into compliance. We know the truth about the Concordat, Ambassador. You're not protectors. You're predators." Velthor looked around the assembly hall, seeing the hostile expressions on hundreds of human faces. His delegation clustered behind him, clearly frightened. This had gone completely off script. "You will regret this," he said, trying to recover some dignity. "The Concordat does not tolerate rogue civilizations. We will return with force sufficient to ensure your compliance." "Will you?" Marcus asked. He pulled up another display, this one showing a detailed analysis of the Concordat vessel's weaknesses. "Your shield generators are external. Your power distribution system has 17 critical points of failure. Your weapon systems have a 20-second delay between target acquisition and firing. Your ship is designed to look impressive, not to fight. We could disable it in under 3 minutes if we wanted to. But we don't want to, Sarah interjected. Because despite what you think of us, we actually prefer peace. So here's our counteroffer, Ambassador. Leave our system. Never return. Tell your Concordat that Earth is not interested in their protection racket. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, we will destroy those raiders. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, we will destroy those fleets. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire and we're not keeping that knowledge secret. She paused, letting her words sink in. Or if you prefer, we can resolve this matter right now. You can test whether our defenses are as capable as we claim. You can find out whether human military doctrine is superior to Concordat intimidation. You can discover what happens when a predator corners something more dangerous than itself. The assembly hall was silent. Every human watched the aliens, waiting to see how they would respond. The tension was thick enough to cut. Velthor looked at Sarah, at Marcus, at the holographic displays showing Earth's hidden arsenal. He looked at the faces of humanity's leaders and saw something that terrified him more than weapons or threats. He saw certainty. These beings were not bluffing. They were ready to fight and they believed they could win. This is not over, Velthor said, his voice barely controlled. The Concordat will hear of this insult. Please do tell them, Sarah said pleasantly. And when you do, make sure you mention one more thing. What? We choose peace. We prefer peace. We will pursue peace whenever possible. But we are very, very good at the alternative. We've had 10,000 years to practice. Velthor turned and strode toward the exit, his delegation hurrying to keep up. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. You ask if we know who we are threatening, he said. Do you know what you are defying? Sarah smiled. The difference is, Ambassador, we actually do. The aliens left. Their shuttle departed within the hour. The great Concordat vessel pulled away from Earth's orbit and, surrounded by human stealth ships that never let it out of their sight, retreated toward the edge of the solar system. Throughout Earth, billions of people watched the alien ship leave. Some cheered. Others worried about what would come next. But all of them felt something new. Pride that humanity had stood its ground, and confidence that they had made the right choice. In the assembly hall, Sarah turned to Marcus and Yuki. Well, she said quietly, that could have gone worse. Marcus laughed. Madam President, I've been in combat for 30 years. That was the most satisfying confrontation of my life. Do you think they'll come back? Yuki asked. Oh, they'll come back, Marcus said. The question is whether they come back to talk or to fight. Either way, we'll be ready. Sarah nodded. She looked at the holographic display, still showing Earth's defenses. Thousands of red dots, each representing years of planning and preparation. Humanity's shield against the darkness. We stood up to a galactic empire today, she said. Let's make sure we're ready to back up that stand. The Concordat vessel limped toward the edge of Earth's solar system, surrounded by human stealth ships that followed its every move. Aboard the bridge, Ambassador Velthor sat in his command chair, his golden eyes fixed on the view screen showing the blue planet growing smaller behind them. Status report, he ordered, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Tarkin, the science officer, worked at his console with nervous clicks of his mandibles. We are being tracked by at least 30 human vessels, possibly more. Their stealth technology is far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. I cannot get accurate readings. Can we outrun them? No, Ambassador. They match our every course correction. If we attempt to engage our faster-than-light drive while still in the system, they will interpret it as an aggressive move. Velthor's hands clenched on the armrests of his chair. He had been outmaneuvered completely. The humans had turned what should have been a simple integration into a humiliating defeat. Worse, they had done it without firing a single shot. Send a priority message to Concordat High Command, he ordered. Mark it urgent. Tell them we need a full military response. Kiranel, the tactical officer, turned from her station. All four of her arms were tense. Ambassador, with respect, perhaps we should recommend negotiation rather than escalation. The humans demonstrated capabilities we did not anticipate. A military engagement might not go as planned. Velthor rounded on her. Are you suggesting we accept this insult? That we allow a primitive species to defy 3,000 years of Concordat authority? No. We will return with sufficient force to ensure these humans understand their place in the galactic order. He turned back to the view screen, watching Earth disappear into the distance. They think they are strong. They think their hidden weapons make them our equals. They will learn otherwise. What Velthor did not know was that every word spoken on his bridge was being transmitted back to Earth. The humans had not just hacked the Concordat communication network. They had planted monitoring devices throughout the alien vessel during the initial meeting. Small, almost invisible transmitters that looked like dust particles but broadcast everything to waiting receivers. In Tokyo, Dr. Yuki Tanaka listened to Velthor's rant and smiled. She turned to her team of intelligence analysts. "He's going to escalate," she said, "which means we need to implement Phase 2. "Are we really doing this?" asked one of the younger analysts, a man named James Chen. He looked nervous. "Broadcasting Concordat secrets to the entire galaxy?" "We are," Yuki confirmed. "The Concordat survives because their victims don't know they're victims. They believe the lies about galactic dangers. They think they need protection. Once they learn the truth, the whole system collapses." She pulled up a star map showing the 47 species under Concordat protection. Each one was marked with detailed information. When they joined, what resources they provided, what threats they were told to fear. "These species deserve to know the truth," Yuki said. "And humanity is going to give it to them." While Earth prepared its information campaign, the Concordat was preparing for war. High Command received Velthor's report with shock and anger. For the first time in 3,000 years, a species had rejected their offer and survived the initial confrontation. The Concordat leadership met an emergency session on their capital world, Kelvan Prime. 7 high counselors, one from each founding species, gathered in a chamber that had witnessed countless decisions about the fate of lesser species. High Counselor Sharkin, eldest of the group, spoke first. His species lived for over 400 years, and he had seen the Concordat grow from a small alliance to a galactic power. "The humans must be taught a lesson. We cannot allow this defiance to stand. It will encourage others to resist." "Agreed," said High Counselor Telvash, "but we must approach this carefully. The humans demonstrated unexpected capabilities. A full military response might be costly." "Costly?" Sharkin's voice rose. "What cost is too high to maintain order? If we appear weak, if we allow the humans to defy us without consequence, our entire structure will collapse. The protected species will begin asking questions. They will begin demanding independence. Then we need overwhelming force," said another counselor. "Send a fleet large enough that resistance is impossible. Make an example of Earth. The other species will see and remember." The vote was unanimous. The Concordat would assemble a battle fleet, the largest in recent history, and return to Earth. The humans would surrender or be destroyed. It took 5 days to gather the fleet. 12 massive warships, each larger than the diplomatic vessel that had visited Earth. Escort ships, support vessels, and troop transports. In total, over 100 spacecraft preparing to enforce Concordat will on a defiant species. Velthor was given command of the fleet. It was both an honor and a test. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated. If he failed, he would be disgraced. He accepted the command with determination. The humans had embarrassed him. He would not allow it to happen again. The fleet departed for Earth system, confident in their superiority. They did not know that human long-range sensors had tracked every ship movement. They did not realize that Earth had been preparing for their arrival from the moment Velthor's vessel left. General Marcus Steele stood in Unified Defense Command, watching the plot of approaching Concordat forces. Around him, his staff worked with calm efficiency. This was the moment they had trained for, the scenario they had run 1,000 times in simulation. "ETA on the Concordat fleet?" he asked. 17 hours, replied his operations officer. "They're not trying to hide their approach. This is a show of force," Marcus nodded. "Good, let them feel confident. Confidence makes people careless." He turned to his communication officer. "Is Dr. Tanaka ready with the broadcast?" "Standing by, sir. She can transmit on your order. Hold for now. Let's see if we can resolve this without bloodshed." Marcus did not particularly expect a peaceful resolution, but he had to try. Humanity had fought enough wars against itself. He would prefer not to start one against aliens if it could be avoided. President Sarah Chen joined him in the command center. She had barely slept since the Concordat's departure, coordinating Earth's response with military, scientific, and diplomatic teams. Options? She asked Marcus. We can destroy them, Marcus said bluntly. The fleet they're bringing is impressive by their standards. By ours, it's a target-rich environment. Our stealth ships alone could cripple half their vessels before they realize they were under attack. But that starts a war we might not want. The Concordat has allies, vassals, and resources across dozens of systems. We can win the battle, maybe even win a war, but at what cost? Sarah nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. What if we give them a different lesson? Not about human military power, but about human history. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Explain. Velthor said something during our meeting that stuck with me. He said we were children taking our first steps into the universe. What if we show him exactly what kind of children we are? What we've survived, what we've learned, what we've become? A history lesson in the middle of a military confrontation? Why not? Knowledge is a weapon too. Maybe the most powerful one we have, Marcus considered this. It was unconventional, but then again, everything about humanity's approach to first contact had been unconventional. Let me talk to Dr. Tanaka. If anyone can make that work, she can. 4 hours later, the Concordat fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. They formed up in standard battle formation, ships arranged in a pattern designed to maximize firepower while maintaining defensive positions. It was intimidating, overwhelming, exactly what they intended. Velthor stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth's blue sphere appear on the view screen. Open a channel to the human leadership. It is time to end this foolishness. The channel opened and President Chen's face appeared on the screen. She looked calm, almost relaxed, which bothered Velthor more than he wanted to admit. Ambassador, she said pleasantly, welcome back. I see you brought friends. This is your final opportunity, Velthor said, dispensing with diplomatic niceties. Surrender. Accept Concordat protection. Your resistance is pointless. As you can see, we have assembled sufficient force to ensure compliance. I see a lot of ships, Sarah agreed. But before we discuss surrender, I'd like to share something with you. A gift, if you will. Information that might change your perspective. We are not interested in human attempts at delay. This will only take a few minutes, Sarah interrupted. And trust me, Ambassador, you want to see this. Before Velthor could object, data began flooding the Concordat communication network. Not just to his ship, but to every vessel in the fleet. And not just to the fleet, but to every Concordat-controlled system in the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka had created a comprehensive data package. It contained human history, from the earliest civilizations to the present day. But this was not a simple chronology. This was a military history, a tactical analysis, a strategic documentation of 10,000 years of human warfare. The aliens watched first with confusion, then with growing horror. They saw images of ancient battles, thousands of warriors clashing with bronze weapons. They saw the tactics of Alexander the Great, conquering most of the known world with a relatively small army. They saw the strategic genius of Sun Tzu, written 2,000 years before humans left their planet. They saw the Roman legions, the Mongol hordes, the medieval sieges. They saw gunpowder weapons, trench warfare, mechanized combat. They saw atomic weapons capable of destroying entire cities in seconds. They saw the Cold War, where two human factions held each other hostage with enough nuclear weapons to render Earth uninhabitable, and somehow avoided using them. But more than the weapons and battles, they saw the theories, the strategies, the philosophies of warfare that humans had developed over millennia. They saw writings on the nature of conflict, on tactical innovation, on strategic planning. They saw how humans approached war not as a necessity, but as a problem to be solved. A challenge to be overcome through intelligence and creativity. The data package included analysis comparing human warfare to Concordat operations. It was not a flattering comparison. Where the Concordat relied on intimidation and overwhelming force against weaker opponents, humans had learned to fight equals and superiors. Where the Concordat had standard tactics, humans had developed thousands of tactical variations. Where the Concordat saw war as a tool for control, humans saw it as an art form that required constant study and improvement. Aboard the Concordat flagship, Velthor watched the data with growing unease. Beside him, Tarkin's mandibles were clicking rapidly, a sign of severe stress. This cannot be accurate, Velthor said. No species fights among themselves for this long. It is irrational. It is wasteful. It is their history, Tarkin replied quietly, and it explains everything. They built their defenses the way they did because they have been fighting defensive wars for thousands of years. They hid their weapons because they have been ambushing enemies for thousands of years. They prepared for worst-case scenarios because they have experienced worst-case scenarios for thousands of years. They are barbaric, Velthor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The data package continued. It showed humanity's unification, achieved not through conquest but through recognition that their own weapons had become too dangerous. It showed the mutual defense doctrine, where Earth's nations agreed that an attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. It showed the Unified Defense Command, created specifically to prepare for extraterrestrial threats. And then it showed Earth's current military capability. Not everything. Humans knew better than to reveal all their secrets, but enough. Ship designs that prioritized survivability over appearance. Weapon systems that could engage targets from beyond the Concordate's sensor range. Stealth technology that made detection nearly impossible. Defensive networks that could coordinate thousands of independent units into a single, overwhelming response. The message was clear. Earth had prepared for this confrontation for over a century. The Concordate had stumbled into a fight they could not win. Velthor sat in his command chair, his mind racing. This changed everything. The humans were not primitives. They were something far more dangerous. Experienced warriors with advanced technology and a strategic doctrine built from thousands of years of harsh lessons. Sir, Kiranel said quietly, I recommend we withdraw and request reinforcements. Reinforcements? Velthor laughed bitterly. Against what? A species that has been practicing war since before our civilization existed? This is not a military problem. He struggled to find words. This is a fundamental miscalculation. A new transmission came through. Sarah Chen's face reappeared on the view screen. Ambassador, she said, I hope you've had time to review our historical records. I wanted you to understand who you're threatening. We are not defenseless children. We are survivors of countless wars, students of warfare itself, and we have spent a century preparing for this exact situation. She leaned forward slightly. But here's what I want you to understand. We learned something from all that warfare. We learned that violence should be the last resort, not the first option. We learned that strength means having the power to destroy your enemy and choosing not to. We learned that the greatest victory is the one you win without fighting. Velthor found his voice. You are lecturing me about peace while surrounded by weapons? No, Sarah said. I'm teaching you the difference between strength and cruelty. The Concordate has power, but you use it to exploit the weak. Humanity has power, and we use it to protect ourselves and others. That's why we're offering you a choice right now. What choice? Leave, take your fleet and go. Return to your Concordate and tell them that Earth is not interested in their protection. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, those raiders will not return. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, those fleets will be destroyed. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire, and we are sharing that truth with every species you claim to protect. She paused, her expression hardening. Or you can try to fight us. You can test whether your fleet can overcome our defenses. You can find out what happens when a species that has studied warfare for 10,000 years has to demonstrate what they've learned. But I'm giving you fair warning, Ambassador. We will win, and unlike you, we've actually had to fight for our survival. We know how to do this. Velthor looked at his tactical displays. He saw his fleet powerful and impressive. He also saw the red dots that had appeared around them. Human vessels that had been waiting hidden, ready to strike. He was surrounded, outmaneuvered, and facing an enemy he did not understand. You would really destroy us? He asked quietly. If you force us to, Sarah replied. But we would much prefer that you simply leave. Go home, Ambassador. Tell your Concordate that they made a mistake. Tell them that humanity is not afraid of them. And tell them that if they want peace with us, they need to approach as equals, not as masters. The channel closed. Velthor sat in silence, aware that every member of his crew was watching him, waiting for his decision. He had two choices: fight and likely die, taking thousands of Concordate personnel with him, or retreat and face disgrace but live to see tomorrow. It was not really a choice at all. Set course for home, he ordered quietly. Full retreat. The Concordate fleet turned and fled, harried by human ships that followed them to the edge of the system before breaking off. No shots were fired. No weapons were discharged. But the battle was over and everyone knew who had won. The news of the Concordate's retreat spread. through the galaxy faster than anyone expected. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's data package had been sent not just to the Concordat fleet but to every species under their so-called protection. Within days, the truth about the Concordat's empire was common knowledge across 47 star systems. The reactions were dramatic and immediate. On Telos 4, a species that had been providing rare minerals to the Concordat for 300 years, the Planetary Council held an emergency meeting. They had believed they were paying for protection from hostile aliens. Now they learned those hostile aliens did not exist. The Concordat had been lying to them for centuries. "We have been fools," said Council Leader Renval, an elderly being whose blue skin had faded with age. "We sent our children to work in the mines, extracting minerals we needed for ourselves, and gave them to the Concordat for protection from imaginary threats. What do we do now?" asked another council member. "We stop paying," Renval said simply, "and we contact Earth. If the humans can stand against the Concordat, perhaps they can teach us to do the same." Similar conversations were happening across the galaxy. Species that had been submissive for generations began asking questions. Why did they need protection if the galaxy was not actually dangerous? Why should they share their resources with the Concordat? What gave the Concordat the right to govern their external affairs? The Concordat's empire began to crack. On Kelvin Prime, the Concordat capital, the High Council met in crisis session. They had received reports from dozens of systems. Protests, refusal to pay tribute, demands for independence. The carefully constructed system they had built over 3,000 years was collapsing. "This is the humans' fault," High Councilor Sharken said angrily. "They released classified information. They undermined our authority. We should consider this an act of war." "Against whom?" asked High Councilor Telvash. "The humans? We tried that and failed. The protected species. If we attack them, we prove the humans right about us being predators." "We could offer the humans membership in the Concordat," suggested another councillor. "Make them partners rather than enemies. Use their military strength to reinforce our position." "They would never accept," Telvash said. "Did you not watch the same briefings I did? The humans are not interested in empire. They want something we have never considered: genuine cooperation without domination." The debate continued for hours, then days. The Concordat leadership was discovering something painful. Once people learn they have been lied to, it is almost impossible to restore their trust. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Sarah Chen was dealing with an unexpected problem: success. Her office was flooded with communication requests from alien species. They all wanted the same things: information about the Concordat, advice on achieving independence, and in many cases, requests for Earth to provide the protection that the Concordat had falsely offered. "We cannot become the new Concordat," Sarah told her cabinet during an emergency meeting. "We cannot promise to protect every species in the galaxy. We do not have the resources, and more importantly, we do not have the right. But we cannot ignore them either," argued her foreign minister. "These species are reaching out to us for help. If we turn them away, they might fall back under Concordat control or find themselves vulnerable to actual threats." General Marcus Steele had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke. "What if we offer something different? Not protection, but partnership. We teach them what we know about defense. We help them build their own military capabilities. We create a network of mutual defense where everyone contributes." Sarah considered this a true alliance. Not a hierarchy where we sit at the top, but a collective where everyone has equal say. "Exactly," Marcus said. "We share our strategic knowledge. They share their technology and resources. Together, we create a galaxy where species cooperate because they want to, not because they are forced to." The idea took shape quickly. Earth proposed the Terran Accord, named not as a claim to leadership but as a recognition of where the idea originated. The principles were simple: mutual defense without dominance, technology sharing without exploitation, and collective security without submission. The first species to join was Telos IV. Council leader Renval traveled to Earth personally to sign the agreement. He was old, frail by his species' standards, but his eyes were bright with hope. "For 300 years we lived in fear," he told Sarah during the signing ceremony. "Fear of threats that did not exist. The Concordat took our resources and our dignity. Today we reclaim both." Other species followed. Within 6 months, 12 former Concordat protectorates had joined the Terran Accord. Within a year, 23, the Concordate's empire was not just cracking, it was crumbling. But not all of the Concordate species accepted the change gracefully. The 7 founding species split into factions. 3 approached Earth seeking partnership, recognizing that their old system was unsustainable. 2 attempted to maintain their empire through military force, attacking species that refused to pay tribute. 2 isolated themselves, unwilling to accept the new reality but lacking the power to fight it. The 2 factions that chose violence learned a harsh lesson. The species they attacked had received training from Earth's military advisors. Defensive networks that had once been non-existent now coordinated responses. Weapons that had been primitive were now modern and effective. The Concordate ships that arrived expecting easy victories instead faced prepared defenses and suffered devastating defeats. After the 3rd failed attack, the aggressive factions retreated and reconsidered their approach. Violence was no longer profitable. The Terran Accord grew rapidly. Earth established the Terran Defense Academy on Luna, where officers from dozens of species learned human military doctrine. The classes were taught by veterans of Earth's own conflicts, people who understood warfare from hard experience. General Marcus Steele oversaw the academy personally. He walked through the training facilities, watching alien cadets learning tactics that humans had refined over millennia. It was strange and wonderful to see beings from across the galaxy studying the battles of Napoleon, the strategies of Sun Tzu, the defensive doctrines of modern Earth. One day, he stopped to watch a tactical simulation. A mixed team of humans and aliens were working together to defend a colony from a simulated attack. They were struggling, making mistakes, but they were learning. "It is harder than it looks," said a voice beside him. Marcus turned to see Ambassador Velthor standing there, watching the same simulation. Marcus tensed. The last time they had met, Velthor had been commanding a fleet sent to conquer Earth. Now the former ambassador stood in a training facility, wearing civilian clothes and looking smaller somehow, less imposing. "Ambassador," Marcus said carefully, "I did not know you were on Luna." "I requested asylum 6 months ago," Velthor replied. "President Chen granted it. I am not an ambassador anymore. Just Velthor, a being trying to understand where everything went wrong." They watched the simulation in silence for a moment. The cadet team was starting to coordinate better, using the defensive positions Marcus had taught them about. "I was taught that power meant control," Velthor said quietly. The Concordate's entire philosophy was built on the idea that stronger species should guide weaker ones. It seemed logical, natural. But watching these cadets, seeing species from across the galaxy learning to defend themselves, I realized what we never understood. What's that? True strength is not controlling others. It is helping them become strong enough that they do not need control. Marcus nodded slowly. That took humans about 6,000 years to figure out. "You are learning faster than we did." Velthor managed a small smile, perhaps because we had better teachers. The Academy graduated its first class 2 years after the Concordate's defeat. President Sarah Chen attended the ceremony, along with leaders from 23 Terran Accord species. The graduates stood in formation, representing a dozen different species, united by common training and shared purpose. Sarah addressed them from a podium overlooking the parade ground. Behind her, Earth rose above Luna's horizon, blue and green and beautiful. 2 years ago, the galaxy was a different place, she began. Species lived in fear, controlled by those claiming to protect them. Today you represent something new, a galaxy where strength serves peace rather than conquest, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where species stand together because they choose to, not because they are forced to. She paused, looking at the assembled graduates. "You came here to learn how to fight. I hope you learned that lesson well. But I hope you also learned something more important. Why we fight. We fight so others do not have to. We prepare for war so we can maintain peace. We become strong not to dominate the weak, but to protect them, including protecting them from becoming victims of their own fear." The graduates listened intently. These were beings from worlds humans had never heard of until recently. Species with strange names and stranger appearances. But they all understood what Sarah was saying. They had all been taught by instructors who had lived through wars and learned their lessons the hard way. "The greatest victory," Sarah continued, "is not defeating an enemy. It is never having to fight because your enemy respects both your capability and your restraint. You carry that lesson with you as you return to your homeworlds. Teach it to others. Build defenses that make invasion unthinkable, but never forget that weapons are tools, not solutions. The goal is not to win wars. The goal is to prevent them. The ceremony concluded with a flyover by ships from 12 different species, flying in formation above the lunar surface. It was a sight that would have been impossible 2 years earlier. Now it was the new normal. After the ceremony, Sarah met privately with Velthor. The former ambassador had been attending classes at the academy, studying human history and military theory. He'd become an advocate for concordate reform, writing essays and giving speeches about the mistakes his people had made. "Your speech was powerful," he told Sarah. "Do you believe what you said? That the goal is to prevent wars rather than win them?" "I do," Sarah said. "But I also believe in preparing to win if prevention fails." Humanity learned that balance through painful experience. The Concordate never learned it at all, Velthor said. We became comfortable. We forgot that power without wisdom is just tyranny, and tyranny never lasts forever. "What will you do now?" Sarah asked. "Continue teaching," Velthor said. "I have been invited to speak on Kelvin Prime, to the new government that formed after the old High Council collapsed. They want to rebuild the Concordate as something better, something more like the Terran Accord. I will help them if I can," Sarah smiled. "That is good. The galaxy needs more voices advocating for cooperation." 5 years after the Concordate's defeat, the galaxy had transformed. The Terran Accord included 41 species, nearly all of the former Concordate protectorates plus several species who had been truly independent. Trade flourished. Technology was shared freely. Species that had never met now worked together on scientific projects, cultural exchanges, and mutual defense. The Concordate itself had reformed. The 3 species who had approached Earth for partnership led the effort to create something new, a true federation where members had equal votes and no single species dominated. They called it the Reformed Concordate, and they applied to join the Terran Accord as a full member. President Chen, now in her 2nd term, presided over the ceremony where the Reformed Concordate joined the Accord. It was held on a neutral world, a beautiful planet called Haven that had volunteered to host the event. Representatives from 64 species attended. They filled an enormous amphitheater carved into a mountainside, with translation devices ensuring everyone could understand everyone else. It was chaotic and beautiful and completely unprecedented. 5 years ago, Sarah told the assembled representatives, Earth faced a choice: accept domination or fight for independence. We chose independence, but we also chose to share what we learned. Today we see the results of that choice. A galaxy united not by force, but by mutual respect. She looked around at the incredible diversity of beings present. We have built something remarkable, a community where strength serves peace, where knowledge flows freely, where species cooperate because they recognize that together, we are stronger than we could ever be alone. The Terran Accord is not an empire. It is not a hierarchy. It is a promise that we will defend each other, learn from each other, and grow together. The amphitheater erupted in applause, though the sound varied wildly depending on which species was clapping. Some whistled, some clicked, some made sounds that had no human equivalent. But the meaning was universal: agreement, celebration, hope. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, now Earth's ambassador to the Terran Accord, stood beside Sarah after the ceremony. They watched the representatives from different species mingling, forming friendships, planning collaborations. "Do you remember when we first detected the Concordate vessel?" Yuki asked. "I was terrified. I thought we were about to meet our doom. Instead, we met our future," Sarah said. "A future where humanity is not alone, where we have friends and partners across the stars." "Do you think it will last?" Yuki asked. "Peace is fragile." "It is," Sarah agreed. "But we have built something stronger than peace. We have built mutual interest, shared purpose, and genuine respect. That is much harder to break than a simple treaty." On Earth, life continued much as it had before first contact. People went to work, raised families, pursued their dreams. But everything was different too. Children grew up knowing that humanity was part of a galactic community. Schools taught not just Earth history, but the histories of dozens of worlds. Young people looked at the stars and saw not empty void but neighbors, friends, potential. General Marcus Steele retired from active duty, but continued teaching at the Terran Defense Academy. He was old now, his hair completely gray, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He taught strategy to students who came from worlds he could barely pronounce. One of his favorite students was a young woman from Telos 4 named Kelvara. She was brilliant, innovative, and constantly challenging his assumptions. She reminded him of himself at her age. "General," she asked one day after class, "why did humanity prepare for hostile first contact? You could have assumed aliens would be friendly." Marcus smiled. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. That is the human way. We believe the best about people but prepare for the worst about circumstances." Is that wisdom or paranoia? Both, Marcus admitted. And sometimes the line between them is very thin. But I will tell you what my own teacher told me. Hope is not a strategy. You can hope for peace while preparing for war. The preparation does not prevent the peace. It ensures you will survive if peace fails. Kelvara nodded thoughtfully. "I will remember that." "Good," Marcus said. "Because you are going to teach the next generation. That is how knowledge survives. We pass it down, student to teacher to student again, each generation learning from the mistakes of the last." 10 years after first contact, President Sarah Chen stood in her office in Geneva, looking out at the city. She was older now, her hair showing gray, her face lined with the weight of a decade of decisions. She had decided not to run for a third term. It was time for someone younger to lead. Her successor would inherit a galaxy very different from the one she had known. A galaxy where humanity was respected, where the Terran Accord kept peace not through domination but through mutual defense, where species worked together because they recognized the value of cooperation. Sarah thought back to that day when Ambassador Velthor had first arrived, offering protection Earth did not need from threats that did not exist. She thought about the moment when she had decided to laugh rather than capitulate, to stand firm rather than surrender. That decision had changed everything. A message came through on her secure terminal. It was from the Terran Defense Academy, another graduating class, the largest yet, representing 28 species. They wanted her to give the commencement address. Sarah smiled and accepted the invitation. She would tell them what she told every graduating class, that strength without wisdom is tyranny, that power without restraint is cruelty, and that the greatest victory is the one won without fighting. She would tell them about humanity's long, bloody history of warfare, and how that history had taught them to value peace. She would explain that preparing for war was not the same as wanting war, that deterrence was preferable to combat, that the best weapon was the one you never needed to use. Most importantly, she would remind them that they were not learning to be conquerors or enforcers. They were learning to be protectors of a new galactic order, one built on cooperation rather than domination, partnership rather than submission, freedom rather than control. The galaxy had changed. The Concordate's empire of fear had been replaced by the Terran Accord's alliance of choice. Species that had lived as subjects were now equals. Beings that had been told they were weak had learned they were strong. And at the center of it all was humanity, the species that had chuckled when offered protection and then taught the galaxy a better way. Sarah looked up at the stars, visible even in the afternoon sky through her office window. Somewhere out there on dozens of worlds, beings were living lives of freedom because Earth had stood firm. Students were learning to defend themselves. Species were cooperating as equals. It was not perfect. There were still conflicts, misunderstandings, challenges. But it was better. So much better than the alternative. "Madam President?" Her assistant knocked on the door. "Your car is ready." Sarah nodded. She had a meeting with the Terran Accord Security Council. Discussions about expanding the mutual defense network to include species from previously unexplored regions. The work never ended. Peace required constant attention, constant effort, but that was fine. Humanity had learned long ago that anything worth having required work. Freedom, peace, security. These were not gifts. They were achievements, hard-won and carefully maintained. Sarah took one last look at the stars, then turned and walked out of her office. There was work to do, a galaxy to help shape, a future to build, and for the first time in their history, humanity was not building that future alone.
The War Council had been droning on for what felt like 6 stellar cycles, though my internal chronometer insisted it had only been 43 minutes. Commander Vextal was mid-sentence about honor and glory when the proximity alarms started screaming. "Hostile fire detected. the tactical officer announced, which was perhaps the most unnecessary statement in the history of unnecessary statements, given that our ship was currently being torn apart. I gripped my seat restraints as the Crimson Talon lurched sideways. Sparks erupted from 3 different consoles. Someone was shouting about shield failure. Another voice mentioned something about a hull breach. The usual end-of-battle soundtrack. "All personnel to escape pods," Bextal bellowed, finally saying something useful. I unbuckled and ran, my combat boots clanging against metal floors that were rapidly becoming walls as the ship tilted. Behind me, the bridge exploded in a spectacular display of fire and depressurization. Definitely not going back that way. The escape pod bay was chaos incarnate. Warriors were shoving each other, screaming coordinates, arguing about seating arrangements while the ship literally disintegrated around us. Peak military efficiency, truly. I dove into Pod 17, slamming my fist against the launch button before anyone else could pile in. The door hissed shut. The explosive bolts fired. And then I was spinning through space like a very expensive, very poorly designed carnival ride. Through the viewport, I watched the Crimson Talon break into 3 distinct pieces, each one trailing atmosphere and debris like morbid party streamers. Somewhere in that wreckage were 47 of my fellow warriors. I'd probably liked at least 3 of them. The pod's navigation system beeped helpfully. Gravitational pull detected. Trajectory locked. Impact in 90 seconds. "Oh, good," I muttered. Just enough time to reflect on my life choices. The planet below was blue and green and entirely too peaceful looking for something I was about to crash into at terminal velocity. The pod started shaking as we hit the atmosphere. Heat shields engaged with a whine that suggested they were really not happy about their current employment. 60 seconds. The shaking intensified. I could see continents now. Oceans, white clouds that looked soft and welcoming, and were absolutely not going to cushion my landing in any meaningful way. 30 seconds. Buildings appeared. Roads. Vehicles moving along them in neat, orderly lines. A civilization. Wonderful. I was going to crater into someone's civilization. 10 seconds. I could make out individual structures now. A large one, rectangular, surrounded by smaller ones. The navigation system seemed very excited about this particular building, steering directly toward it with what I could only describe as enthusiasm. 5 seconds. A roof. I was looking at a roof. Specifically, the roof I was about to go through. 0. The impact was everything you'd expect from a multi-ton escape pod meeting a building at high speed. Metal screamed. Concrete crumbled. Something exploded, though I wasn't entirely sure if it was part of the pod or part of the building. The crash webbing kept me from being liquefied, but just barely. When the world stopped spinning, I ran a quick self-diagnostic. All limbs present and functional, spine intact. Minor lacerations, combat armor holding. Could be worse. I could be dead. I hit the emergency release. The pod door blew outward with a bang, and I stumbled out into, of all things, a classroom. The walls were covered in colorful displays. Small desks sat in neat rows. Charts about mathematics hung beside images of historical figures. And seated at those desks were approximately 30 small humans, all staring at me with expressions ranging from shock to fascination to what might have been hunger, but was probably just curiosity. At the front of the room, behind a larger desk covered in papers and what appeared to be a half-eaten sandwich, sat a human female. She had dark hair pulled back in a practical style, glasses perched on her nose, and an expression of such profound, bone-deep exhaustion that I recognized it immediately. I'd seen it in the mirror enough times. She looked at me, then at the smoking crater where part of her ceiling used to be, then back at me. Then she sighed, long and weary, as if I was just one more item on a very long list of problems she didn't have time to deal with. "You're late," she said softly, her voice carrying despite its quiet tone. "For your last lesson." I stared at her. Behind me, the escape pod sparked and hissed. Debris continued to fall from the ceiling. The entire room smelled like burnt metal and ozone. And this human, this impossibly calm human, had just delivered what was either a threat or an observation, and I couldn't tell which. I began, then stopped, because what exactly does one say in this situation? Apologies for the entrance. She picked up a marker, stepped around her desk, and walked to the whiteboard at the front of the room with the casual confidence of someone who had seen far stranger things than alien warriors crashing through her ceiling. "Class, this is, and I'm going to take a wild guess here, not a scheduled fire drill." One small human raised their hand. "Miss Parker, is that an alien?" "Very observant, Jamie." "Yes, that appears to be an extraterrestrial being who has just destroyed roughly 40% of our classroom infrastructure." She turned to me. "Do you have a name, or should I just mark you down as unplanned visitor number 3? "Krell," I said, because my brain had apparently decided that normal conversation was the appropriate response to this surreal situation. "Krell of the Crimson Talon, 3rd Assault Division." "And? What do you mean? Number 3? Miss Parker's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "We had a raccoon last month that I'm fairly certain was not native to this dimension. Before that, a very confused exchange student who claimed to be from the future. You're actually my first alien warrior, though, so congratulations on that distinction." Another hand shot up. "Are you going to kill us?" "Marcus!" Miss Parker's voice sharpened. "We don't ask people about their murder plans. It's rude." "Sorry, Miss Parker." She turned back to me, and I noticed her hand was resting casually near a desk drawer. "Well, are you going to kill us, Krell of the Crimson Talon?" I looked at the small humans. They looked back with the kind of fearless curiosity that only children possess, the kind that hasn't yet learned that the universe is full of things that want to eat them. One was actually waving at me. Another was sketching something in a notebook, probably documenting this for posterity. "No," I said slowly. "No, that would be unnecessarily complicated." "Good answer." Her hand moved away from the drawer, though I noticed she didn't relax entirely. "In that case, you have 2 options. Option 1. You leave through the door, deal with whatever authorities will inevitably arrive to ask you extremely pointed questions about property damage and possible invasion protocols. Option 2. You sit down, be quiet, and let me finish teaching photosynthesis. Then we'll figure out what to do with you." I blinked, all 4 of my eyes. "You want me to sit through a lesson? Unless you have somewhere more pressing to be, do you?" I thought about the ship, currently in multiple pieces orbiting this planet. I thought about my unit, scattered across who knows how much space. I thought about the enemy forces that had just handed us our mandibles on a tactical display. "No," I admitted. "I really don't." "Excellent." She pointed at the back of the room where a chair sat, far too small for my frame. "That desk, try not to break it." And that's how I, Krell, decorated war hero of the Crimson Talon, veteran of 17 campaigns across 9 systems, found myself sitting in a tiny plastic chair in a human elementary school classroom while Miss Parker resumed her lesson on plant biology. Now, as I was saying before we were interrupted by Mr. Krell's dramatic entrance, photosynthesis is the process by which plants convert light energy into chemical energy. A student raised her hand. Miss Parker, does his planet have photosynthesis? Parker looked at me, one eyebrow raised. Yes, I said, feeling absurd. Though our primary vegetation uses a different wavelength of light, more toward the ultraviolet spectrum. Fascinating. Everyone write that down. We're apparently having an impromptu xenobotany session. The students scrambled for their notebooks. I watched as they scribbled notes, some of them sneaking glances at me with expressions of wonder. One child, a small male with bright red hair, kept trying to catch my eye so he could make silly faces. Miss Parker continued teaching, somehow incorporating my presence into her lesson without missing a beat. She asked about my homeworld's atmosphere. She questioned the evolutionary advantages of my four-eyed vision. She even got me to explain the bioluminescent flora that grew in the southern continents of Kethvar. And through it all, she maintained that same calm, slightly exhausted demeanor, as if alien invaders were just another Tuesday afternoon inconvenience, somewhere between surprise assemblies and broken printers. 20 minutes into the lesson, the door burst open. 3 more warriors stumbled in, their armor scorched and dented. I recognized Torv, Mikax, and Lieutenant Shekar. They looked around wildly, weapons raised, and then stopped dead when they saw me sitting in a tiny chair, surrounded by children. Krell? Torv's voice was incredulous. What in the 7 hells are you doing? Learning about photosynthesis, I replied, because what else was I supposed to say? Miss Parker turned from the board slowly. Very slowly. The kind of slow that predators use before they strike. Gentlemen, she said, her voice dropping to a temperature that could freeze hydrogen. You are interrupting my class. Lower your weapons, or I will be forced to give you detention. And trust me, you don't want to find out what that entails. Shekar, a decorated officer who had personally led the assault on the Gravik stronghold, actually lowered his weapon. We didn't mean to. I don't care what you meant to do. What you did was burst into my classroom without knocking, tracked mud across my floor, and disrupted the educational process. Sit. Down. They sat. On the floor, because there weren't any chairs big enough. Now, Parker continued, turning back to the board, where were we? Ah, yes, the Calvin cycle. Can anyone tell me what happens during the light-independent reactions? A student raised her hand. Is this going to be on the test? Everything is always on the test, Rebecca. You should know this by now. I watched as Miss Parker taught, as these small humans absorbed information with the kind of focus that my military training officers would kill for, as my fellow warriors sat on the floor, looking increasingly uncomfortable and confused. And then I noticed the way Parker's hand kept drifting toward that desk drawer, the way she positioned herself between us and the children, the way her eyes tracked every movement we made, cataloging threats, calculating responses. This human wasn't calm because she was unaware of danger. She was calm because she'd already assessed the situation, made her plans, and decided that the best way to control 4 heavily armed alien warriors was to treat them like misbehaving students. It was possibly the most terrifying thing I'd encountered in my entire military career. The lesson continued for another 15 minutes before the real authorities arrived. I heard sirens first, then shouting, then the distinctive sound of military vehicles pulling up outside. Parker glanced at the window. Well, that was faster than usual. Class, please remain seated and calm. Mr. Krell and his friends are about to have a very interesting conversation with some very serious people. Are they going to take them away? Jamie asked, sounding disappointed. Probably, but perhaps we'll see them again. Education has a way of bringing people together, after all. She looked at me, and her expression softened slightly. You survived a ship destruction, a catastrophic landing, and an entire photosynthesis lesson. I'd say your odds of surviving whatever comes next are pretty good. The door burst open again. This time it was humans in military uniforms, weapons drawn, faces hard. Everyone down, hands where we can see them. The students ducked under their desks with practiced ease. My warriors and I raised our hands, a universal gesture of surrender that apparently transcended species. But before the soldiers could storm in, Parker stepped forward, placing herself directly between us and the armed forces. Gentlemen, you are interrupting my class. Again. I'm going to need you to wait in the hallway until the period ends. We have 7 minutes remaining, and these students have a test on Friday. The lead soldier stared at her. Ma'am, these are potentially hostile alien combatants who crashed through your roof. Yes, and they've been very well behaved for the last 40 minutes. They've even contributed to our science discussion. I'm not about to reward educational participation with immediate arrest. It sends the wrong message. Miss Parker, 7 minutes. Her voice could have cut steel. Unless you want to explain to the superintendent why you felt it necessary to traumatize 30 children by conducting a military operation during their science lesson, I suggest you wait outside. The soldier looked at us, looked at her, looked at the children peeking out from under their desks. Then, incredibly, he nodded. 7 minutes. Then they're coming with us. Fair enough. Parker turned back to the class. All right, everyone, back to your seats. Let's review what we've learned today. Who can summarize the main stages of photosynthesis? Hands shot up, and for 7 more minutes, we sat in that damaged classroom, surrounded by debris and armed soldiers and the very real possibility of imprisonment, or worse, learning about plants. When the period finally ended, Parker walked to her desk and pulled open that drawer I'd been watching. Inside wasn't a weapon, as I'd suspected. It was a roll of stickers. She walked over to me and, with complete seriousness, placed a gold star on my chest plate. For participation, she said quietly, so only I could hear. And for making the choice not to be a monster when you could have been. That takes a kind of strength that most people never understand. Then she turned to the soldiers. He's all yours. Try not to break him. I might want to invite him back for career day. As they led us out in restraints, past news cameras and government officials, and what appeared to be half the planet's military, I looked back at that classroom one last time. Miss Parker was already cleaning up, sweeping debris, repositioning desks, preparing for the next day's lessons as if nothing unusual had happened at all. And I realized something that would have seemed impossible an hour ago. Humans weren't dangerous because they were violent or aggressive or technologically advanced. They were dangerous because they could look at chaos, at war, at alien warriors falling from the sky, and respond by teaching a lesson about photosynthesis with such unshakable determination that even hardened soldiers felt compelled to sit down and learn. The holding facility was exactly what you'd expect from a species that had just been invaded by accident. Gray walls, fluorescent lighting that hummed like a dying insect, and chairs that were somehow less comfortable than the ones in Miss Parker's classroom. They'd separated us into different cells, which was probably smart. Torv had a tendency to complain, and I really didn't want to listen to it right now. A man in a dark suit walked in 3 hours later. He had the look of someone who'd missed lunch, dinner, and possibly his own birthday. His badge read, Agent Morrison, Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs. "So," he said, dropping a file on the table between us, "you want to tell me what you're doing on Earth?" "Crashing, mostly. It wasn't exactly planned. Your ship engaged in combat in our orbital space. That makes it planned enough." I leaned back, or tried to. The chair didn't cooperate. "We were fleeing the Zalgorath fleet. They ambushed us near the outer asteroid belt. We didn't even know your planet was inhabited until we were burning through the atmosphere." Morrison's expression didn't change. "The Zalgorath. Should that name mean something to me?" "Only if you care about the genocidal empire currently sweeping through this sector, eliminating anything that moves and a fair number of things that don't. We were part of a coalition force trying to slow them down. Clearly, we failed." He wrote something down. "And the others with you?" "My unit. What's left of it, anyway. There were 47 of us on that ship this morning. Now, there are 4. Basic math would suggest that's not a good survival rate." "Where are the other pods?" "Scattered. Different trajectories. Could be anywhere on your planet, or they burned up on entry, or they're floating in orbit, waiting for retrieval that's never coming. Take your pick." Morrison studied me for a long moment. "You're very calm for someone whose entire crew just died." "I'm very tired for someone whose entire crew just died. There's a difference." He almost smiled at that. "Almost. Tell me about the teacher." "What about her?" "She didn't panic, didn't scream, didn't evacuate her students. She just kept teaching. That's not normal." I noticed. "Did she threaten you? Coerce you in any way?" I laughed. Actually laughed. "With what? Her marker? Her disappointment? She didn't need to threaten us. She just made it very clear that the correct course of action was to sit down, shut up, and learn about plants. And somehow, impossibly, we did." Morrison leaned forward. "Why?" "Because," I said slowly, trying to find the right words in their language, "she reminded me of my combat instructor, the one who could stop a riot by walking into a room. Authority isn't about size or weapons or volume. It's about absolute certainty. She knew exactly what was going to happen, and she made sure we knew it too. And what was going to happen? We were going to sit through her lesson, learn something, and leave quietly. Any other option involved significantly more paperwork for everyone involved." This time Morrison did smile, just a little. "She gave you a gold star." "She did." "Why?" "You'd have to ask her. I'm still trying to figure that part out myself." He closed the file. "We're running analysis on your pod, your armor, your weapons. Everything checks out with your story so far. The orbital debris matches your ship's signature. We've also picked up 3 more of your people. They're being processed now." "Processed? That's a pleasant way of saying imprisoned. Would you prefer I call it what it is?" "Honestly, I'd prefer to be somewhere else entirely. But we don't always get what we want, do we?" Morrison stood. "We'll continue this tomorrow. In the meantime, try not to break anything. The repairs to that school are coming out of someone's budget, and that someone is very unhappy about it. Send them my regards." He paused at the door. "For what it's worth, Krell, I believe you. About the Zalgorath, about the accident, about all of it. But belief doesn't change protocol. You're still unidentified aliens on sovereign territory, and that means procedures, evaluations, and a lot of very boring meetings. Sounds delightful. Oh, it won't be, but it beats being shot on sight, which was option 2. After he left, I sat in that uncomfortable chair and stared at the gold star still stuck to my chest plate. The adhesive was surprisingly strong. I'd tried to remove it earlier, but it had refused to budge, clinging on with what felt like spite. Participation. She'd given me a sticker for participation. I'd led assault teams through fortified positions. I'd coordinated orbital strikes. I'd held the line at the Battle of Keith's Ridge while 3 divisions retreated behind me. And the thing I'd receive recognition for on this planet was sitting quietly while learning about chlorophyll. The universe had a truly bizarre sense of humor. 2 days passed in a blur of interviews, medical examinations, and cultural orientation sessions that mostly involved humans explaining concepts like personal space and appropriate greetings and please don't eat the local wildlife. The other 3 warriors from my unit were going through the same process in adjacent facilities. We were allowed brief communications, enough to confirm we were all equally confused and uncomfortable. On the 3rd day, Agent Morrison returned with unexpected news. "You're being released." I stared at him. "I'm sorry. What?" "Released. Conditionally, with monitoring. And a very long list of rules you absolutely cannot break unless you want to be immediately vaporized by about 6 different weapons systems." "Why?" Morrison handed me a tablet displaying a news article. The headline read, "Local Teacher Defends Alien Visitors, Calls for Diplomatic Approach." Below it was a picture of Miss Parker standing in front of her rebuilt classroom, arms crossed, expression defiant. The article quoted her extensively. She'd apparently given interviews to every major news outlet, explaining in precise detail how we'd behaved peacefully, contributed to the educational discussion, and surrendered without resistance. She'd described us as refugees, not invaders, survivors, not threats. "She's been making quite a lot of noise," Morrison said. "Between her testimony, the analysis of your ship's logs, and the fact that you've all been completely cooperative, the higher-ups have decided that imprisonment isn't the best approach. Instead, you're going to be cultural ambassadors." "I'm a soldier, not a diplomat." "Well, now you're both. Congratulations on your career change." "What does that even mean?" "It means you'll be living under observation, participating in cultural exchange programs, helping us understand your people and your technology. In return, you get freedom, resources, and protection from anyone who decides alien visitors aren't welcome. And if I refuse? Then you go back to indefinite detention while we figure out what else to do with you. But I don't think you want that." He was right. I didn't. "There's one more condition," Morrison added, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Miss Parker has volunteered to be your primary cultural liaison." "She what?" "She's filed all the paperwork, passed the security clearances, and made it very clear that if anyone else is assigned to your case, she'll make their lives profoundly difficult." Her words, not mine. Something about educational responsibility and finishing what she started. I processed this information slowly. Let me understand this correctly. The teacher whose classroom I destroyed is now responsible for teaching me how to function in human society. That's the situation, yes. And this seems reasonable to everyone involved? Reasonable? No. But she's stubborn. You're cooperative. And frankly, we're all making this up as we go. First contact wasn't supposed to happen like this. We don't have protocols for accidental invasions. Neither do we. Then I guess we'll figure it out together. They released me that afternoon with an ankle monitor, a phone programmed with emergency contacts, and a list of rules so long it required its own carrying case. Do not approach restricted areas. Do not discuss military technology with unauthorized personnel. Do not consume products containing ethanol. That last one had an asterisk leading to a 3-page explanation about human metabolism and why alcohol would probably kill me. Miss Parker picked me up in a vehicle so old I could hear parts rattling that probably had specific functions once. She wore casual clothing instead of her classroom attire, but maintained that same expression of patient exhaustion. "Get in," she said. "We're going shopping." Shopping? You need clothes. That armor might be practical, but it's also terrifying children and setting off metal detectors. Unless you want to spend your entire visit explaining yourself to security guards, you need something that blends in. I'm 8 feet tall with 4 eyes and skin that looks like granite. I don't think I'm going to blend in regardless of clothing choices. Not with that attitude, you won't. Now get in the car before I change my mind about this entire arrangement. I folded myself into the passenger seat, which required removing my armor plating and contorting in ways my species wasn't designed for. Parker drove with the casual aggression of someone who'd learned in a combat zone, weaving through traffic while explaining the rules of her household. First, no weapons. I don't care if it's ceremonial or traditional or makes you feel safe. Second, you'll help with chores. I'm not running a hotel. Third, we eat dinner together every night. It's called family time, and it's non-negotiable. Questions? You're letting me stay in your home. The government is paying me a substantial stipend to house and educate you. I'm a public school teacher. Do you have any idea what I can do with that kind of funding? I can finally fix the heating system. That's the only reason? She was quiet for a moment. No, it's not. But we'll get to the rest later. The shopping trip was surreal. Humans stopped and stared, some taking pictures, others keeping their distance. Children were braver, approaching to ask questions while their parents hovered nervously. Parker ran interference, politely declining autograph requests and redirecting the more invasive inquiries. We found clothing in a specialty store that catered to unusual sizes. The owner, a cheerful woman named Gloria, took measurements and made suggestions without once acting like I was anything other than a regular customer with irregular proportions. "The blue brings out your eyes," she said, holding up a shirt. "All 4 of them." Parker nodded approvingly. "We'll take 3. Back at Parker's house, which was small but comfortable, she showed me to a guest room that had clearly been prepared in advance. The bed was reinforced. The doorway had been widened. There were books on the shelf about Earth history, human culture, and basic language guides. "You've been planning this," I said. "Since the day you crashed into my classroom." I had a feeling. They'd release you eventually, and I wanted to be ready. "Why?" She sat on the edge of the bed, looking more tired than I'd ever seen her. "Do you know what it's like, teaching children who've seen too much? Who've lived through things they shouldn't have to? You learn to recognize trauma, Krell. You learn to spot the ones who are holding themselves together through sheer force of will, because falling apart isn't an option. I'm a soldier. I've been trained for this. So were the students I've taught who lived through the downtown bombing 3 years ago. Training doesn't make you immune. It just makes you better at hiding it." I sat down on the floor, unable to meet her eyes. 47 people. I served with some of them for years, and I don't even know if they died quickly or if they suffered. I don't know if they had time to be afraid. But you know you survived, and that comes with its own weight. How do you know that? Because I was in the bombing. I was substitute teaching at Central Elementary when the building collapsed. 17 children died in my section alone. I got out with minor injuries. And for months afterward, everyone kept telling me how lucky I was. Her voice was steady, but there was an edge to it. Lucky, as if watching children die was some kind of fortunate event because I happened to live through it. I'm sorry. Don't be. Be here. Be present. Be willing to accept that surviving doesn't require justification. She stood. Dinner's at 6. We're having pasta. I hope your species can process wheat. We can. Good. Set the table. Plates are in the cabinet above the sink. And just like that, she left me sitting in that room, processing the fact that this human who'd faced down 4 armed warriors with nothing but a marker and sheer determination had her own battles that had nothing to do with alien invasions. Dinner was surprisingly normal. We ate, we talked about mundane things like weather and the structural integrity of her roof, and we carefully avoided discussing anything too heavy. It was comfortable in the way that fragile things are comfortable, requiring gentle handling and careful words. Afterward, while washing dishes, I asked the question that had been bothering me since the classroom. The gold star. Why did you give it to me? Parker dried a plate thoughtfully. Because you made a choice. You could have reacted with violence when you crashed. You were armed, trained, and probably terrified. But you assessed the situation, recognized you weren't in immediate danger, and chose cooperation. That's not instinct. That's character. Or self-preservation. Maybe, but I prefer to think it was decency. She put the plate away. The universe you've described sounds brutal, Krell. Empires destroying each other, endless war, survival at any cost. But you sat in my classroom and learned about plants because I asked you to. That tells me something important. What? That maybe there's hope for all of us, after all. The weeks that followed established a routine. Mornings involved language lessons and cultural studies. Parker was a demanding teacher, correcting pronunciation and challenging assumptions with the same energy she brought to her regular students. Afternoons were for errands, community integration, and what she called exposure therapy, which mostly meant going places until people stopped treating me like an exhibit. The other warriors were placed with different liaisons, but we met regularly to compare experiences. Torv was living with a retired military officer and seemed perpetually confused by human dining etiquette. Mikix had been placed with a scientist who kept asking uncomfortable questions about our biology. Lieutenant Shekar was staying with a diplomat's family and looked more exhausted than when we'd been fighting for our lives. "How's Parker?" Shekar asked during one of our meetings. "Relentless. She treats cultural integration like a military campaign." "Lucky you. My host family keeps trying to set me up on dates. Apparently, I'm exotic." Torv snorted. "At least they're not studying you. My liaison made me participate in a physical fitness assessment. For science," he said. "I think he just wanted to see if I could beat his bench press record." "Could you?" "Obviously. But he made me do it 3 times to verify the results." We laughed, and for a moment, it felt like the before times. Back when we were soldiers with a mission instead of refugees with ankle monitors. But the moment passed, as moments do. 2 months after the crash, Parker brought me back to the school. The classroom had been fully repaired, the ceiling replaced, new desks installed. Her students were there, waiting with the kind of excited energy that suggested they'd been preparing for this. "Class," Parker announced, "Mr. Krell has agreed to be our guest speaker today. He'll be talking about his homeworld and answering your questions. Please be respectful and remember, we don't ask about weapons or invasions. Those topics are off limits." Hands shot up immediately. I spent the next hour describing Kethvar, my planet's twin suns, the floating cities built into the mountain ranges, the bioluminescent forests that glowed at night. I talked about our food, our festivals, our traditions of storytelling around the fire. I carefully avoided mentioning the war, the loss, the reason I could never go home. When the lesson ended, Jamie approached with a drawing. "I made this for you." It showed me standing next to Miss Parker, in front of the rebuilt classroom. Both of us were smiling. Above us, written in careful letters, were the words, "Friends from far away." "It's perfect," I said, and meant it. Parker walked me out afterward, and we stood in the parking lot watching students board buses. "You're good at this," she said. "Teaching, I mean. You should consider it as a career option." "I'm a soldier." "You were a soldier. Now you're something else. Something you get to choose." I thought about that gold star, still tucked away in my belongings, about the weeks of learning and adapting and slowly becoming something other than what I'd always been. What if I choose wrong? Then you choose again. That's the thing about survival, Krell. It gives you the chance to keep choosing until you find something that fits. 6 months after crashing through her ceiling, I stood in that same classroom as an official teaching assistant. Parker had filed the paperwork, fought the bureaucracy, and made it happen through sheer stubborn determination. The students were working on a project about cultural diversity. Some were researching Earth's different countries. Others were creating presentations about newly discovered alien civilizations. A few were building models of my homeworld based on my descriptions. "Mr. Krell," Rebecca called out, "how do you spell Kethvar?" I spelled it out, watching as she carefully wrote each letter. Parker caught my eye from across the room and smiled. Not the tired smile I'd first seen, but something genuine and warm. And I realized that I'd found it, the thing that fit. Not soldier, not warrior, not refugee, teacher. The Zalgorath were still out there. The war continued. My people were still fighting and dying among the stars. But here, in this classroom, in this small corner of a planet I'd crashed into by accident, I was building something instead of destroying it. The bell rang. Students packed up, chattering about homework and weekend plans. Parker started erasing the board, preparing for the next class. "Same time tomorrow?" I asked. "Same time tomorrow," she confirmed. "And Krell? Thank you." "For what?" "For being late to your last lesson. If you'd been on time, I'd have missed all of this." She had a point. Sometimes the best things in life come from the worst crashes. You just have to be willing to sit down, learn something new, and accept a gold star for participation. Even if you're a warrior who fell from the stars into a 7th grade science class.
The council chamber smelled of ozone and old metal, and the noise inside it was the sound of laughter that did not belong to humans. 9 species sat around a curved table shaped like a broken ring, their bodies stretched, folded, or coiled into chairs built for shapes far from human. At the center of the ring hung a slow-spinning hologram of a black structure, ancient beyond record, drifting near a dead star at the edge of known space. The structure had sent a signal 3 days ago. One single word, repeated in every language the galaxy had ever recorded: "Come." No one had been able to open it in 10,000 years. Ships that got too close simply stopped working. Probes went silent. Even the boldest explorers of the oldest species had tried and failed and never returned. And now, without warning, it had spoken. Counselor Braxis rose from his seat, his long gray limbs unfolding like a spider testing its web. He was Threnid, one of the oldest and proudest species in the galaxy, and he had sat on this council for over 300 years. He looked around at the other delegates with the calm satisfaction of someone who already knew what he wanted to say. "The Vault has never accepted an emissary," he said, his voice carrying easily through the chamber. "Not from us, not from the Ordon, not from the Silk Choir. It has rejected every species that calls itself great. So I propose we send it something it has never seen before. Something so far beneath its notice that its ancient defenses will not even bother to react. A ripple of amusement moved through the chamber. Everyone already knew who he meant. The humans, Braxis said, and the room broke into open laughter. A species barely out of its own solar system. No war fleet worth mentioning. No technology of note. They have been knocking on our door for 2 centuries asking to be taken seriously. Let us finally give them the attention they crave. Let us send one of them to the vault alone, and let history remember it as the moment humanity proved itself either brave or foolish. Either way, we lose nothing. The Ordun delegate, a heavy creature with plaited skin, rumbled with laughter so hard the table shook. A single human, unarmed, untrained. I would pay to see the look on their faces when it happens. Director Voss was the only human in the room, seated in the small observer's chair reserved for species without full council rights. She stood immediately, her jaw tight. "This is not diplomacy," she said. "This is an execution dressed up as an honor. You are sending someone to die for your entertainment." "No one is forcing your species to accept," Braxis said smoothly. "But refusal will be noted. Humanity has asked for a seat at this table for years. Here is your chance to prove you deserve one. Send someone, or admit you never belonged here at all." Voss wanted to argue further, but she knew the vote was already decided before she had walked in. The council was not asking permission. It was informing her of a decision already made, wrapped in the illusion of choice. She sat back down, her hands clenched, already thinking of who back home she would have to call. Far away, on a modest human colony station orbiting a quiet yellow star, the request arrived through official channels with none of the drama of the council chamber. It came as a data packet, stamped with priority codes and vague language about diplomatic opportunity. The station administrator read it twice before passing it down to personnel selection, who ran it through the usual system. Available staff, no active family dependents, no critical role that could not be temporarily filled. The system returned one name almost immediately. Daniel Hale, 34 years old, station maintenance technician, unmarried, competent, unremarkable. He had spent the last 6 years fixing air recyclers, replacing burnt wiring, and keeping the station's aging systems from falling apart. He was not a soldier. He was not a diplomat. He was, by every measure the council cared about, exactly the kind of nobody they wanted. When the summons reached him, Daniel was halfway through repairing a coolant valve in the lower maintenance deck, grease on his hands and sweat on his brow from the heat of the machinery around him. His supervisor read him the message aloud, stumbling slightly over the strange alien terms, then looked at him with an expression somewhere between pity and disbelief. "They want you to go to some ancient structure at the edge of nowhere," his supervisor said, "alone, as some kind of ambassador." Daniel wiped his hands on a rag and looked at the tangled coolant lines above him, thinking of nothing in particular. He was not important. He knew that. He had never been anyone's first choice for anything in his life, and there was a strange, quiet kind of peace in that fact. No one expected much from him, which meant no one would be devastated if things went wrong. "When do I leave?" he said, not really a question. His supervisor blinked, clearly expecting more resistance. "You're actually going to do this?" Daniel shrugged and closed the access panel above him, sealing the valve back into place. "Somebody has to. Might as well be someone nobody will miss." He did not know, as he said those words, how wrong he was about to be proven. He did not know that somewhere at the edge of the galaxy, a structure older than every civilization currently alive was already stirring, its systems slowly waking from a sleep of 10,000 years, called awake not by the Council's arrogance, but by something far older, far deeper, and far more personal than anyone in that laughing chamber could have imagined. He packed a single bag that evening. 2 changes of clothes, an old multi-tool his father had given him, and nothing else. There was no ceremony, no crowd to see him off. Just a quiet ride to the transport dock and a ship full of strangers waiting to take him somewhere he was never meant to return from. The transport ship was not built for human comfort. Its corridors curved at strange angles. Its air carried a faint chemical smell that made Daniel's eyes water for the first hour, and its gravity sat just slightly wrong, heavy in a way that made his knees ache by the second day. No one had bothered to adjust anything for him. He was cargo, not a guest, and the crew made sure he understood the difference. There were 6 of them, all threned, all long-limbed and quiet in their movements, speaking to each other in low clicks and murmurs that the ship's translator caught only in fragments. They did not speak to Daniel directly unless they had to. When they did, it was with the exaggerated patience people use with something they do not expect to understand them. He was given a small storage room to sleep in, barely large enough for the cot they had installed, and left alone for most of the journey. He did not mind the silence. He spent most of his time going over the small tablet they had given him, filled with fragments of information about the vault, its estimated age, the list of species that had failed to approach it, the strange fact that no weapon, no probe, and no message had ever produced a response from it before now. He read the same reports twice, then set the tablet aside and looked out the narrow viewport instead, watching the stars shift slowly as the ship carried him further from everything he had ever known. On the 3rd day, one of the crew finally came to speak with him. She was smaller than the others, with pale markings along her jaw that seemed to shift color slightly depending on the light. Her name, translated roughly, meant something like second voice, and she seemed to carry a rank just below the ship's captain. "You do not ask questions," she said, standing in the doorway of his small room. "The others expected you to beg, or cry, or demand to be taken home." Daniel looked up from the tablet. "Would it change anything if I did?" "No," she admitted. "Then there's no point," he said, and went back to reading. She studied him for a long moment, her head tilting slightly in a way that on her species seemed to indicate confusion. "You understand what is waiting for you. Every ship that has approached the vault has failed. Every emissary from every species has failed. You will very likely die there alone, with no one watching except us from a very safe distance." "I know," Daniel said simply. "And that does not frighten you." Daniel set the tablet down and thought about the question honestly, the way he tried to think about most things. "I've spent most of my life being the person nobody notices, fixing things nobody thanks you for. If I go out there and something happens, at least it'll be because I did something that mattered for once. That's not nothing." She left without another word, but Daniel noticed she returned twice more over the following days, always with some small excuse. Always watching him with an expression he could not quite translate. He did not think much of it. He had more pressing things occupying his mind, namely the slow, creeping realization of just how far from home he now was. By the 5th day, the crew's quiet mockery had turned into something closer to a running game. He caught fragments of their conversations through the ship's translator, half garbled but clear enough to understand the shape of it. Bets were being placed. How long would he last once he entered the vault? 10 minutes? 30 seconds? Some said he would not even make it through the outer doors before the ancient defenses erased him entirely. Nobody wagered that he would survive. Daniel said nothing when he overheard this. There was no use arguing with people who had already decided the outcome before it happened. Instead, he spent his final day on the ship checking over the small multi-tool his father had left him. An old, battered thing with a dozen attachments and a worn wooden handle, completely useless against anything the vault might throw at him, and utterly precious to him anyway. It was the only piece of home he had brought. The ship dropped out of its final jump on the 6th day, and the viewport filled with a sight that made even the season-threned crew fall silent. The vault hung against the black of space like a wound in the fabric of the galaxy itself, vast and dark, its surface marked with lines of dormant light that pulsed faintly, like something breathing in its sleep. It orbited a dead star that gave off no warmth, no light of its own, as if the vault had chosen that dying place deliberately to be left alone forever. There was no formal goodbye, no handshake, no well wishes. The crew simply guided the ship to a safe distance, far enough that their scanners would not trigger whatever defenses waited inside, and opened the small shuttle bay that would carry Daniel the rest of the way alone. Second Voice found him one last time as he stepped toward the shuttle, his single bag slung over his shoulder. She said nothing at first, simply studying his face the way she had throughout the journey, as if trying to solve something she could not name. "Whatever you are," she finally said, "I do not think you are what the Council believes you to be." Daniel offered her a small, tired smile. "Neither do I guess we're both about to find out." He boarded the shuttle without looking back, and as the small craft detached from the ship and began its slow, silent descent toward the ancient structure waiting below, Daniel Hale watched the vault grow larger in the viewport, feeling, for the first time in his ordinary life, that he was about to become something he did not yet have a name for. The shuttle door hissed open onto a landing platform that had not felt weight in 10,000 years, and dust older than human civilization drifted up around Daniel's boots as he stepped out. The silence here was different from the silence of the ship. It was heavier, older, the kind of quiet that seemed to remember things. He stood still for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the strange gray light that came from nowhere in particular, and looked up at the entrance towering above him. The doors were vast, twice the height of anything he had ever seen built by human or alien hands, carved from a black material that swallowed light rather than reflecting it. There were no markings on them, no symbols, nothing that looked like the technology he had read about in the tablet's reports. They looked less like a door and more like a wound sealed shut, waiting to be reopened. Behind him, far above in orbit, the threnoded ship watched from a careful distance, its scanners recording everything, its crew no doubt still placing final bets on how quickly this would end. Daniel did not look back at them. He adjusted the strap of his bag, felt the small weight of his father's multi-tool in his pocket, and walked forward. The doors opened before he reached them. There was no grinding of ancient machinery, no dramatic burst of light or sound. They simply parted, silently, smoothly, as if they had been waiting for exactly this moment and needed no announcement to mark it. Daniel stopped mid-stride, his heart suddenly loud in his own ears. Every report he had read said the vault had never opened for anyone. Not for the threnoded, not for the Ordon, not for any of the great old species that had tried in the 10,000 years since it first appeared. It had opened for him before he had even touched it. He stepped inside, and the doors closed behind him with the same silent ease, sealing him into darkness that lasted only a heartbeat before the walls themselves began to glow, faint lines of light tracing upward along the corridor like veins waking beneath skin. The light was cold and pale, but it was enough to see by, and it grew brighter with every step he took, as though the structure itself was slowly opening its eyes. The corridor stretched on longer than seemed possible from the outside, lined with alcoves holding shapes he could not identify, tall silent forms wrapped in dust and shadow that might have been statues or machines or something else entirely. He walked past them slowly, careful not to touch anything, acutely aware of how small he was inside this place, how utterly alone. Then the humming began. It started faint, almost imagined, a low vibration beneath his feet that grew steadily into something he could feel in his chest. Panels along the walls flickered to life one after another, spreading down the corridor ahead of him like a wave of light chasing away the dark. Somewhere deep within the structure, something vast was waking up, and Daniel had the distinct, uncomfortable feeling that it was waking up specifically because of him. He kept walking because there was nothing else to do. Turning back was not an option even if he had wanted to. The doors behind him had already sealed shut, and something told him they would not open again until whatever was happening here had finished happening. The corridor opened into a massive chamber, so large the light did not reach its distant ceiling. In the center stood a single raised platform, and above it hovered something that was not quite a hologram and not quite solid light, a shifting core of pale blue energy pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. Daniel stopped at the edge of the chamber, his breath caught in his throat. The voice, when it came, filled the entire chamber without seeming to come from any single direction. It was neither loud nor soft, neither warm nor cold, but something in between, carrying a weight of age that Daniel could feel pressing against his skin. "After so long," the voice said, in perfect, unaccented human speech that should not have been possible for a structure sealed away for 10,000 years, "I did not expect the door to open for someone like you." Daniel forced his voice steady, though his hands were not. "Someone like me." The core of light pulsed brighter, and the platform beneath it shifted, revealing lines of ancient symbols across its surface, glowing faintly to match the rhythm of the voice. "I have been waiting a very long time," it continued. "I have watched 1,000 ships approach this place and turn back, or be turned back, because none of them carried what I was built to recognize. I began to believe I would wait until this star finally died and took me with it." "Recognize?" Daniel asked, taking a small step closer despite every instinct telling him to stay still. "Recognize what?" The light dimmed slightly, and when it spoke again, the voice carried something Daniel had not expected to hear from an ancient machine buried at the edge of the galaxy. It sounded almost like relief. "You," it said simply, "I recognize you." Daniel felt the floor of the chamber hum beneath his boots as more lights along the walls flared to life, spreading outward through the structure in a wave that seemed to be reaching far beyond just this one chamber, as if the entire vault, and perhaps something far larger than the vault, was beginning to stir awake after a sleep that had lasted since before humanity had learned to build fire. "I do not understand," Daniel said quietly, and it was the most honest sentence he had spoken since leaving home. "You will," the voice answered, "but first you should know my name. I was called many things in the old tongue and the languages that have since turned to dust, but you may call me Oracle, and you, Daniel, hail of a species your council believes to be nothing. You are the reason I still exist." The chamber pulsed once more with light, brighter than before, and somewhere far above in orbit, the Threnid ship's instruments began screaming warnings that none of its crew understood, as power readings older than their civilization began climbing across a structure that, until moments ago, they had believed to be nothing more than a dead relic waiting to swallow one more fool. Daniel sat down on the cold floor of the chamber because his legs had stopped fully trusting him to stand. The pulsing light above the platform seemed to understand, dimming slightly, softening, as if trying not to overwhelm him further than it already had. "You said I'm the reason you still exist," Daniel said. "I don't even know what you are. I've never seen anything like this place in my life." "That is not surprising," Oracle said. "Your people were not meant to remember any of this. That was the point." "Remember what?" The light above the platform shifted, and the walls of the chamber changed with it, the cold stone surfaces dissolving into something closer to a projection, images forming in the air around Daniel like ghosts pulled from an impossibly deep memory. He saw stars, more stars than he could count, and among them, worlds glowing with cities of light, structures far more advanced than anything the current galaxy had built, an entire civilization spread across 1,000 systems like a web of quiet fire. Long before the Threnid built their first ship, Oracle said, before the Ordon crawled from their oceans, before any species now sitting on that council learned to look up at their own sky and wonder, there was a civilization that spanned much of this galaxy. They were not gods. They were not perfect, but they were old, and they were wise enough to know that nothing lasts forever. The images shifted again, and Daniel watched entire star systems dim, one after another, some kind of slow catastrophe spreading through the projection like ink in water, worlds going dark, cities falling silent. A collapse came, Oracle continued, its voice carrying something that for a machine sounded remarkably close to grief. Not war, not invasion, something structural, something in the very fabric of how they had built their civilization, a flaw grown too deep to fix in time. They saw it coming decades before it arrived, and they made a choice. Rather than let their knowledge and their bloodline vanish entirely, they scattered. Scattered where? Daniel asked, though some quiet part of him was already beginning to guess. Across countless worlds, Oracle said. Seated quietly, deliberately, stripped of memory, stripped of technology, left to grow again from nothing, so that whatever came after them would not carry the same flaw that destroyed the first civilization. Vaults like this one were built to wait, to watch, to recognize when the time was right, whether any of those scattered seeds had grown into something worth reconnecting to what was lost. Daniel felt something cold settle in his stomach. You're saying humans came from them, from this old civilization. I am saying your species is not new, Oracle said. You believe yourselves young because your written history is short, because your cities are recent, because you only recently learned to leave your own solar system. But your bodies, your minds, carry markers far older than your histories admit. Markers that were placed deliberately so that vaults like myself would know you when the time came. That's insane, Daniel whispered. But even as he said it, fragments of half-remembered facts rose in his mind. Oddities in human biology that scientists had never fully explained. Strange genetic sequences that did nothing, served no purpose anyone could identify, dismissed for centuries as evolutionary leftovers. He had read about them once idly, in some documentary he barely remembered. The council sent you here as an insult, Oracle said. A joke, meant to humiliate your species and end your persistent request for recognition. They believed correctly that no ordinary being could survive what waits within these walls. What they did not know, because they never bothered to look closely at the species they mock, is that they had, entirely by accident, selected the one being on your entire world capable of standing exactly where you are standing now. Daniel's mind raced, trying and failing to fit this new reality into anything familiar. Why me, though? Out of everyone on that station, why did it have to be me? The council's selection system searched for someone disposable, Oracle said. Someone unmarried, without dependence, without importance. What it could not measure, because no one has ever measured it, was the marker buried within you. The genetic thread connecting you to the ones who built this place. It is rare, Daniel Hale. Rarer than your council will ever understand. Their carelessness, their arrogance, led them directly to the one thread among billions that this vault was built to find. The images around them shifted one final time, showing the vault itself as it had once looked, whole and bright. Surrounded by a fleet of ships bearing symbols, Daniel did not recognize, but somehow, strangely, felt he should. What happens now? Daniel asked quietly. Now, Oracle said, and the platform beneath the pulsing light began to hum with rising power. I do what I was built to do. I open what was sealed. I share what was hidden. And I make certain that this time, when you and your people rise, you rise remembering exactly what you are, instead of being told what you are by those who never understood you in the first place. Far above, in orbit, the Threnid crew watched their instruments in growing alarm as the vault's power signature climbed past anything their sensors had ever recorded from a single structure, spreading outward in a slow pulse that their systems could not explain and could not stop. A wave of energy expanding silently through the dark toward the edges of known space, toward old, buried systems long thought dead, waking them, one by one. Like a heartbeat finally returning to a body that had been asleep for 10,000 years, alarms filled the bridge of the Threnid ship, a sound none of the crew had heard outside of training simulations. Second Voice gripped the edge of her console as the readings in front of her climbed, past every safe threshold the ship's systems recognized, numbers rising so quickly that the display struggled to keep pace. That is not possible, the ship's captain said, staring at the same numbers with something close to fear crossing his usually calm face. That structure has been dead for 10,000 years. Nothing should be drawing that much power. It is not dead now, Second Voice said quietly. Across known space, other vessels were beginning to notice it too. Sensor arrays on a dozen worlds picked up the same strange pulse spreading outward from the edge of the galaxy, faint at first, then unmistakable, a wave of energy moving through old subspace channels that had not carried a signal in longer than any current civilization had existed. On distant, forgotten worlds, structures long buried beneath sand and ice, and centuries of neglect stirred faintly in response, small lights flickering on in places no living being had visited in millennia. The council chamber, still buzzing with the satisfied afterglow of their earlier joke, fell into stunned silence when the first reports arrived. Counselor Braxis stood at the center of the ring, staring at a live feed of the vault's power readings, his earlier amusement draining slowly from his long gray features. "This is a malfunction," he said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "A final defense mechanism, nothing more. The human will be dead within the hour, and this will settle back into silence as it always has." "And if it does not?" asked the Ordon delegate, his earlier laughter entirely gone now, replaced by something wary and calculating. Braxis did not answer immediately. He did not have one. Director Voss watched the same feed from the human observation deck, her hands trembling slightly as she reviewed the numbers scrolling across her screen. She had spent years trying to convince this council that humanity deserved to be taken seriously, arguing, negotiating, absorbing insult after insult with practiced patience. She had never expected the proof to come like this, wrapped in a joke that had clearly, catastrophically backfired. She reached for the priority comm line back to Earth, her voice tight with urgency. "This is Director Voss. I need you to get a message to the Council of Nations immediately. Something has happened at the vault, something big. I don't fully understand it yet, but I think it involves us, all of us. Prepare for anything." Back within the chamber, Daniel felt the floor beneath him vibrate steadily as more of the vault systems came fully online. A low thrum spreading through the structure like a great, slow heartbeat, finally finding its rhythm again after 10,000 years of silence. Oracle's light had grown brighter, steadier, no longer flickering with the uncertainty it had shown when Daniel first arrived. "They will not simply let this happen," Oracle said, seeming to sense the shift in the mood of the fleet watching from orbit. "The Council fears what it cannot control, and what has just awakened here is far beyond their control." "What do you mean?" Daniel asked, standing again, his legs steadier now, though his mind was still reeling from everything he had learned. "I mean," Oracle said, "that within the hour that ship above us will receive orders. Some among the Council will argue for retreat. Others, driven by fear or greed, will argue that this vault and everything connected to it should be seized or destroyed before your species can claim what is rightfully yours. History rarely rewards patience when power is involved." Daniel felt a cold weight settle over him, different from the fear he had carried walking into the vault. This was not fear for himself anymore. It was fear for what came after, for the small colony station he had left behind, for Director Voss and every other human caught unaware in the middle of a decision made by people who had never once asked what humanity actually wanted. "Can they hurt us?" he asked. "The people back home, I mean. If this council decides we're a threat now instead of a joke." "They can try," Oracle said, and for the first time, something in its voice shifted toward something closer to resolve. "But you should understand, Daniel Hale, what you stand within right now is not merely a vault of memories. It is a seed of something far greater, something built by a civilization whose reach once spanned this entire galaxy. I was not simply built to recognize you. I was built to protect what you represent, should the day ever come that protection was needed." Above, the debate in the council chamber had turned sharp and fractured, voices rising over one another as delegates argued over what to do about a threat none of them fully understood. Braxis, sensing the room slipping from his control, made a decision born more from wounded pride than careful strategy. "Send the order," he said finally, his voice cutting through the noise. "Tell the fleet to move in. If the vault will not surrender its secrets willingly, we will take them by force, before the humans can claim something they do not even understand yet." Aboard the ship in orbit, Second Voice received the order with a tightness in her chest she had not expected to feel. She looked toward the viewport, toward the vault glowing steadily brighter against the black of space, and thought of the quiet, unremarkable human she had spoken to during the long journey here, the one who had said, without a trace of fear, that he simply wanted to matter for once. She had a growing feeling, watching those lights pulse steadily below, that he was about to matter more than any of them had ever imagined possible. "Fleet is moving into position," the captain announced grimly, and across the bridge, every crew member braced themselves for what would come next, uncertain whether they were about to witness the destruction of an ancient relic, or the beginning of something the galaxy would never be able to undo. The fleet moved in formation across the dark, a dozen ships breaking away from their gathering point to close the distance toward the vault, weapons systems warming with a low, steady glow along their hulls. Second Voice stood at her post, watching the numbers tick down on the display, feeling the tension of the bridge pressing against her chest like a physical weight. Inside the vault, Daniel felt the shift in the air before Oracle spoke a word, a subtle change in the hum beneath his feet, as if the entire structure had drawn in a breath. "They are coming," Oracle said calmly. "Can you stop them?" Daniel asked, his voice steadier than he expected it to be, given everything that had happened in the last hour. "I was built for far more than defense," Oracle said, "but I would rather show you than tell you. Come." The platform beneath the pulsing light extended outward, forming a walkway that led toward a section of the chamber Daniel had not noticed before, a section of wall that now split open silently, revealing a smaller room beyond, lined with symbols that glowed faintly gold rather than the pale blue of everything else in the vault. At its center stood a single, simple chair, facing outward toward what looked like a vast window, though Daniel suspected it was something closer to a screen. "What is this?" he asked, stepping inside. "A place for the one who was recognized," Oracle said. "Sit, Daniel Hale, and watch." He sat, uncertain, and the moment he did, the window before him filled with a view of open space, the approaching fleet rendered in sharp, impossible clarity, close enough that he could see individual ships breaking formation to circle the vault from multiple angles. Above, aboard the lead ship, Braxis watched the same fleet close in with grim satisfaction, already composing in his mind the announcement he would make to the Council once this was finished, once the vault's secrets belonged to the Threnid alone. That satisfaction lasted exactly as long as it took for the first ship's weapons to fire. The shot never reached its target. A pale, shifting field of light bloomed silently around the vault, catching the burst of energy and simply absorbing it, the light rippling outward like water disturbed by a stone, and fatting without so much as a scorch mark on the structure's ancient surface. "Fire again," Braxis snapped, and the fleet obeyed, a dozen weapons discharging at once in a coordinated barrage meant to overwhelm any single shield. The result was the same. The light bloomed, absorbed, faded, and the vault continued to sit exactly where it had always been, entirely unbothered. Inside, Daniel watched the entire exchange from his seat, his hands gripping the armrests despite Oracle's evident calm. "They're not stopping." "They will," Oracle said simply, and the light around the vault shifted, no longer merely defensive. Threads of pale energy extended outward from the structure's surface, reaching toward the fleet's engines and weapon systems with slow, deliberate precision, not to destroy, but to still. One by one, the ships in the fleet found their systems locking, weapons going dark, engines idling against their crew's protests, held in place by something none of their scanners could even properly detect. On the bridge of the lead ship, Braxis stared in mounting horror as his own console refused every command he gave it. The ship rendered utterly harmless without a single hull breach, without a single life lost. It was not an attack. It was a correction, calm and absolute, delivered by something that no longer feared the fleet sent against it. Then Oracle's voice reached every ship in the fleet at once, carried through channels their own systems could not explain, filling their bridges with words spoken in every language present among them, calm, clear, and utterly without anger. "You came to seize what you do not understand," Oracle said. "I will not destroy you for that mistake, but I will remind you of something your council seems to have forgotten in its haste to mock those it considers beneath it. This vault, and everything connected to it, was never yours to claim. It was built for those who came from the ones who built it. You may return to your council and tell them exactly what you have seen here today." The image shifted then, and Daniel realized with a jolt that Oracle was allowing him to be seen. His own face now displayed across every bridge in the fleet, calm and steady despite everything he had endured in the last few hours. "My name is Daniel Hale," he said, finding his voice with a steadiness that surprised even himself. "Your council sent me here as a joke. They wanted to prove my species didn't matter. Instead, they proved something they never expected. We were never as small as you thought. We just never knew it about ourselves either." Braxis said nothing, staring at the screen with an expression Daniel could not read from this distance, somewhere between disbelief and dawning, uncomfortable understanding. The fleet withdrew within the hour, their systems finally released, their pride considerably smaller than when they had arrived. Within days, the story spread across every world connected to the council, twisted and reshaped by rumor into a dozen different versions, but the core of it remained the same. The vault no one could open had opened for a single, ordinary human, and the ancient intelligence within it had called him something no one had expected to hear. Daniel returned to human space 3 weeks later, aboard a ship that treated him with a very different kind of respect than the one that had carried him away. Director Voss met him personally at the docking bay, her expression somewhere between relief and awe, as she studied the calm, quiet man who had somehow reshaped humanity's place among the stars without ever raising a weapon. "You've caused quite a stir," she said. Daniel offered a tired, small smile, the same one he had carried onto the vault weeks earlier. "I just went where they sent me. The rest wasn't really up to me." Behind him, though he did not yet know it, the ancient network Oracle had begun waking across the galaxy, continued its slow, patient work, reaching toward other long dormant vaults scattered among the stars, each one carrying its own fragment of a civilization that had scattered itself across the galaxy to survive, each one waiting for its own moment of recognition. Humanity had been sent to the edge of the galaxy as a joke. It returned as something the rest of the galaxy would never underestimate again.
The meeting room was silent except for the soft hum of the holographic display. 12 beings from different worlds sat around the curved table, their faces showing worry and confusion. Admiral Kresh of the Galactic Reconnaissance Council looked at the empty spaces on the star map where red dots had once blinked. 17 ships, he said, his voice heavy with concern. 17 of our best scouts, and not one has returned from the Sol system. The beings around the table shifted uncomfortably. Some had scales, others had fur, and a few looked almost human except for their strange colored skin or extra eyes. But they all shared the same worried expression. "Perhaps they were destroyed," suggested Commander Yilla, her blue skin shimmering under the lights. "This species might have weapons we don't know about." "No debris," replied Admiral Kresh. "No energy signatures from battles, no distress calls. They simply vanish when they get close to the third planet." The planet in question appeared on the holographic display. It was mostly blue and green, with white swirls of clouds. It looked peaceful, even beautiful, but it had become the graveyard of their finest scouts. Dr. Zen, a tall being with 4 arms, pulled up data files with quick movements. "The humans of Earth appear primitive," he said. "They've barely left their own planet. Their weapons are simple. Their technology is basic compared to ours. Then where are our ships? Admiral Kresh asked. The question hung in the air like a bad smell. For 3 months, the Galactic Reconnaissance Council had been sending their best people to study Earth. The planet had been marked for possible contact after long-range sensors detected interesting activity. The humans were advancing quickly, maybe too quickly. The Council wanted to know if they posed a threat, but every scout sent to watch them had disappeared. Scout Ship Whisper was our best, said Commander Yilla. Captain Drace had never failed. A mission. His ship could hide from anything. But 3 days after entering Earth's solar system, nothing. Not even an echo on our deep space sensors. Admiral Kresh nodded grimly. Captain Drace had been his student years ago. The young pilot could make his ship invisible to every known type of scanner. He could slip past entire fleets without being seen. If something had happened to him, it was serious. What about Scout Ship Silent Wing? Asked Dr. Zen. Gone, replied. Another council member, a reptilian being called Sector Commander Thal. Lieutenant Vex was supposed to report back 2 weeks ago. Her ship was designed for long-range observation. She could watch a planet from the edge of its solar system and count the leaves on trees. But she got closer to Earth and then... He made a gesture with his clawed hand that meant vanished. The holographic display showed the timeline of disappearances. It was getting worse. At first, they had lost one ship every few weeks. Now, scouts were vanishing every few days. Maybe they were captured, suggested a small, furry being called Science Officer Kip. The humans might be more advanced than we think. Captured? How? Admiral Kresh asked. Our ships have the best cloaking technology in the galaxy. They can't be seen, heard, or detected by any known method. And our scouts are trained to avoid contact at all costs. Dr. Zen brought up more data. I've studied human technology carefully. They have basic radio waves, simple computers, and primitive space vehicles. They can barely reach their own moon. How could they catch ships that can travel between stars? Commander Yilla leaned forward. What if it's not their technology? What if it's something else? Like what? Admiral Kresh asked. I don't know, she admitted. But 17 ships don't just disappear. Our people don't just give up and go home without telling us. Something is happening on that planet. The council members looked at each other nervously. In all their years of exploring the galaxy, they had never encountered anything like this. They had met hostile species that fought them. They had found dangerous planets with deadly environments. They had even discovered ancient technologies that could destroy entire star systems. But they had never found anything that could make their best scouts simply vanish without a trace. What do we know about the last transmissions? Admiral Kresh asked. Dr. Zen pulled up audio files. Most scouts report normal observations at first. They describe human cities, technology, and behavior. Patterns. But then the reports become strange. Strange how? Listen to this, Dr. Zen said, playing a recording. The voice belonged to Captain Drace, speaking in the common galactic language. Day 7 of observation. Human subjects continue to show unusual behavior patterns. They create art with no practical purpose. They help strangers for no reward. They keep small animals as companions that serve no function. This behavior is interesting. I need to observe more closely. The recording ended there. That was his last transmission, Dr. Zen said. Commander Yilla frowned. Interesting? Drace never called anything interesting. He was the most serious scout in the fleet. Another recording began playing. This time it was Lieutenant Vex. The humans have something called music. They make organized sounds that serve no survival purpose, but it affects their emotional states. I've been listening to their radio transmissions for hours. There's something about these patterns that I can't explain it. I need to understand this better. The council members shifted uncomfortably. Lieutenant Vex had been known for her cold, scientific approach to everything. She never cared about alien cultures beyond what was needed for her reports. Play the last one, Admiral Kresh said quietly. The final recording was from Scout Captain Nix, who had disappeared just a week ago. The humans have a concept they call hope. Even when facing impossible odds, they continue trying. I've watched them help each other during disasters. I've seen them risk their lives for people they don't even know. This is not logical behavior, but somehow it makes sense. I think I understand why our people haven't returned. I think they found something here that we don't have back home. The recording ended with the sound of Scout Captain Nix laughing, which was disturbing because his species didn't normally laugh. Admiral Kresh turned off the display. We have a problem. Either the humans have some kind of weapon that captures our people without a fight, or what? Commander Yilla asked. Or our scouts don't want to come home. The meeting room fell silent again. The idea was almost too strange to consider. Galactic Scouts were the most loyal people in the fleet. They were trained from childhood to serve the Council and follow orders without question. The idea that they would abandon their duties was unthinkable, but the evidence was clear. 17 ships had gone to Earth, and 17 ships had not returned. What do we do? Dr. Zen asked. Admiral Kresh looked at the image of Earth on the display. The little blue planet seemed harmless, but it had swallowed their best people without a trace. We send one more mission, he decided. But this time we send a full battle group. Armed ships, experienced commanders, and strict orders to avoid direct observation of the planet. We'll watch from a safe distance and try to figure out what happened to our people. And if this mission disappears too? Commander Yilla asked. Admiral Kresh was quiet for a long moment. Then we declare Earth a forbidden zone and warn all galactic civilizations to stay away. But even as he said it, he wondered if it was already too late. Earth had taken 17 of their best people. Maybe it was hungry for more. Commander Zefix checked his instruments for the 10th time as his battle group approached the edge of the Sol system. 3 heavy cruisers and 2 scout ships made up the most powerful reconnaissance force the Galactic Council had ever sent to observe a single planet. Keep us at maximum sensor range, he ordered his crew. I want to know everything about this system before we get close to that planet. His navigator, Lieutenant Kess, nodded nervously. Sir, we're detecting the outer planets now. Gas giants, asteroid belts, normal stellar formation. Nothing unusual. What about artificial signatures? Zefix asked. Some basic radio transmissions from the 3rd planet. Simple satellite networks. A few primitive space stations. Nothing that could threaten our ships. Zefix frowned. The reports made Earth sound harmless, but 17 ships didn't just disappear without reason. He had known Captain Drace personally. The man was careful, professional, and absolutely loyal to the Council. If something had happened to him, it was serious. Sir, called out his sensor operator, a young Valari named Tech, Specialist Mora. I'm picking up energy signatures. From Earth? No, sir. From space around Earth. Multiple signatures, very faint. They match our missing scout ships. Zefix felt his blood run cold. Are they moving? Negative. The signatures are stationary. They appear to be landed. Landed where? Mora worked frantically at her controls. On Earth's surface. All of them. Sir, I'm reading at least 15 of our missing ships scattered across the planet's continents. The bridge crew looked at each other with worry and confusion. Zefix had expected to find wreckage in space, or maybe signs of a battle. He had not expected to find their invisible scout ship sitting openly on an alien planet. Are their cloaking systems active? He asked. That's the strange part, sir. I can detect them because their cloaking systems are completely offline. The ships are just sitting there, visible to anyone with basic sensors. Zefix stood up from his command chair. Visible? Our most advanced stealth ships are sitting on a primitive planet where anyone can see them? Yes, sir. And sir, the humans know they're there. What do you mean? Mora's voice was shaky. I'm detecting human activity around the ships. Vehicles, people, construction. It looks like the humans are studying them. This was getting worse by the minute. Zephyx had come expecting to find destroyed ships or captured crews. Instead, he found their most secret technology sitting in the open on a primitive planet. "Can you locate the crews?" he asked. "I'm trying, sir, but our people's biosignatures are scattered all over the planet. They're not with their ships." "Scattered how?" "They appear to be in human cities, sir, mixed in with the local population." Zephyx sat down heavily. This was not what he had expected at all. "Are they prisoners?" Mora checked her readings again. "I don't think so, sir. Their biosigns show normal health, normal stress levels. They don't appear to be in danger." The implications were staggering. 17 crews of highly trained galactic scouts were apparently living freely among humans, while their ships sat unguarded on the planet's surface. "Take us closer," Zephyx ordered, "but keep us hidden and ready to jump to light speed if needed." As they moved deeper into the Sol system, more details became clear. The human planet was busy with activity. Thousands of aircraft moved through the atmosphere, ships crossed the oceans, cities sparkled with lights even on the dark side of the planet. "Sir," Lieutenant Kess said, "I'm picking up something else. Human technology signatures that match our ships." "Impossible. Human technology is too primitive to understand our systems." "That's what I thought too, sir. But look at this." The main screen showed a human facility surrounded by tall fences and guard towers. In the center sat scout ship Whisper, Captain Drace's vessel. But around it were buildings full of equipment that gave off energy signatures very similar to galactic technology. "They're reverse engineering our ships," Zephyx said in disbelief. "It gets worse, sir," Mora added. "I'm detecting similar facilities on 3 other continents. The humans have separated our ships and are studying them at different locations." "How long have they been doing this?" "Based on the construction around the ships, I'd say at least 2 months. Maybe longer." Zephyx tried to process what he was seeing. The humans had somehow captured or acquired 17 of the galaxy's most advanced scout ships. They had disabled the cloaking systems, separated the vessels, and were systematically studying the technology. And somehow, the crews were not only alive, but living freely among the human population. "Can you get a lock on any of our people?" he asked. Mora worked at her controls. "I have a biosignature that matches Captain Drace. He's in a human city called San Francisco, about 50 kilometers from where his ship is being studied." "What's he doing there?" "Unknown, sir, but his stress levels are normal, and he's moving around freely. He doesn't appear to be a prisoner." This was the most confusing situation Zephyx had ever encountered. In his 20 years of service, he had seen hostile aliens, dangerous planets, and impossible space phenomena. But he had never seen anything like this. "Try to establish communication with Captain Drace," he ordered. His communications officer, Chief Rawl, worked at his station. "I'm sending a coded message on his personal frequency. Standard recall protocol." They waited. Minutes passed without a response. "Send it again," Zephyx said. Still nothing. "Sir," Chief Rawl said slowly, "I'm receiving a response, but it's not on our standard frequencies. It's coming through human communication networks." "Human networks? How would he access those?" "I don't know, sir. But the message is definitely from Captain Drace. It's encrypted with his personal codes. Put it through." The message appeared on Zephyx's screen. It was short and written in the common galactic language, but something about it felt different. "Commander, Zephyx, I know you're out there. Don't try to contact me through official channels again. The humans monitor their communication networks, but they're not hostile. If you want to talk, come down to the planet. But come alone, and come peacefully. Things are not what they seem here. The mission parameters have changed. Drace." Zephyx read the message twice. It sounded like Drace, but something was wrong. The tone was too casual, too friendly. Captain Drace had always been formal and strictly professional. "Sir," Mora said, "I'm picking up another message. This one's from Lieutenant Vex." The second message was even stranger. Zephix, you old warrior. Welcome to Sol System. I hope you brought an open mind because you're going to need it. Earth is not what we expected. The humans are amazing. I know that sounds crazy, but trust me on this. If you want to understand what happened to us, you need to experience it yourself. Fair warning, though, once you see what I've seen, you might not want to go back to the old way of doing things. Vex Zephix stared at the screen. Lieutenant Vex had never called him by his first name. She had never used exclamation points in her reports, and she had certainly never suggested that anyone might not want to return to duty. "Sir," Chief Rawl said nervously, "I'm receiving messages from 12 other missing crew members. They all have similar tones. Show me." One by one, the messages appeared. Each one was from a different missing scout, and each one sounded wrong in the same way. They were too casual, too friendly, too excited about their experiences on Earth. "Something has happened to our people," Zephix said quietly. "Sir?" Lieutenant Kess asked. "These messages, they don't sound like our scouts. They sound like different people entirely. You think the humans have done something to them? Mind control? Chemical alteration?" Zephix considered the possibilities. Maybe, or maybe something else. Something we don't understand yet. He looked at the image of Earth on the main screen. The planet looked so peaceful, so normal. But it had somehow changed. 17 of his best people into strangers who wrote friendly messages and refused to return to duty. "Sir," Mora said, "I'm detecting movement from the planet's surface. A small craft is heading toward us." "Human?" "No, sir. It's one of our shuttles from Scout Ship Silent Wing. Lieutenant Vex's personal transport." Zephix's hands tightened on his chair arms. "Are there weapons on that shuttle?" "Basic defensive systems only." "But sir, Lieutenant Vex is piloting it herself. I can confirm her biosignature." "She's coming here?" "Yes, sir, and she's broadcasting a message asking for permission to come aboard." Zephix looked around his bridge. His crew was nervous and confused. They had come to Earth expecting to find answers about their missing comrades. Instead, they had found those comrades living freely on the planet and apparently happy to be there. Now, one of them was coming to visit. "Should we let her aboard, sir?" Lieutenant Kess asked. Zephix thought about it. Meeting with Lieutenant Vex might give him answers, but it might also expose his crew to whatever had changed the other scouts. "Raise shields and prepare security teams," he decided. "We'll let her come aboard, but we'll be careful about it." As the shuttle approached, Zephix wondered what he would find when he met Lieutenant Vex again. Would she still be the cold, professional scout he remembered? Or would she be another stranger wearing a familiar face? Either way, he was about to find out what Earth had done to his people. Lieutenant Vex stepped off her shuttle and onto the deck of Commander Zephix's ship with a smile on her face. That was the first thing that worried him. In all the years he had known her, Zephix had never seen Vex smile. She was known throughout the fleet as someone who approached every situation with cold logic and professional distance. But this Vex looked relaxed, almost happy. She wore her standard uniform, but something about the way she carried herself was different. She moved with a casual confidence that seemed foreign to the rigid military bearing he remembered. "Commander Zephix," she said warmly, extending her hand in what Zephix recognized as a human gesture. "It's good to see you again." Zephix did not take her hand. Instead, he studied her carefully. She looked healthy and unharmed. Her bio readings showed no signs of mind control or chemical influence. But the person standing before him felt like a stranger. "Lieutenant Vex," he said formally. "Report your status." Her smile widened. "Still as serious as ever, I see. Relax, Zephix. We're not in immediate danger here." "That is Commander Zephix, Lieutenant, and I will determine our danger level." "Of course," she said, but her tone remained friendly rather than respectful. "May I suggest we talk somewhere private? What I have to tell you is going to sound impossible." Zephix led her to a secure conference room with 2 security guards positioned outside. His senior staff joined them, all looking nervous and confused. "Before we begin," Zefik said, "I need to verify your identity. Please provide your service number and authorization codes." Vex rattled off the numbers without hesitation. They were correct, matching her official records exactly, but when she finished, she laughed softly. "Zefix, I'm still me. I'm just better." "Explain what you mean by better." She leaned back, in her chair, a casual posture that the old Vex never would have taken during a formal briefing. "I mean, I understand things now that I didn't understand before, about life, about purpose, about what really matters. Your purpose is to serve the Galactic Council and complete your assigned missions. Is it?" she asked. "Why? Because someone told me it was when I was young? Because it's what my people have always done?" Tech Specialist Mora shifted uncomfortably. "Lieutenant, you're talking about abandoning your duties." "No," Vex said, turning to her with that same warm expression. "I'm talking about finding better duties, more meaningful ones." Commander Zefix felt a chill run down his spine. This conversation was exactly what he had feared. "Lieutenant Vex, you will explain what happened to you and the other scouts, and you will explain it now." "Of course," she said. "But first, let me ask you something. In all your years of service, have you ever created anything beautiful?" "What?" "Beautiful. Something that exists purely because it brings joy or wonder to others. Something that serves no tactical or strategic purpose." Zefix stared at her. "That is not relevant to our mission, isn't it? The humans create beautiful things every day. They make music, art, stories. They help strangers for no reward. They risk their lives to save people they don't even know. And you know what I discovered? It feels amazing to be part of that." Lieutenant Kess leaned forward. "Vex, what exactly have you been doing on Earth?" "Learning," she said simply. "At first I followed standard protocols. I observed from a distance, documented their technology, and social structures, prepared my reports. But then something strange happened." "What?" "I started listening to their music. Just to understand their communication patterns, you understand. But the more I listened, the more I realized that they were doing something we never learned how to do. Which is, they were expressing emotions in ways that made other people feel those same emotions. Not through chemicals or technology, but through organized sound patterns. It was the most elegant form of communication I had ever encountered." Zefix was getting more worried by the minute. "So you became distracted from your mission?" "Not distracted. Enlightened. I realized that my mission was too small." "Too small?" "We came here to study their technology and assess them as a potential threat. But we missed the real discovery. These humans have figured out how to live in a way that makes each other better. They have something we lost somewhere in our evolution toward galactic civilization." Tech Specialist Mora looked confused. "What did we lose?" "Joy," Vex said simply. "When was the last time any of you felt genuine happiness? Not satisfaction from completing a mission, not pride from following orders correctly. Real joy, the kind that makes you want to share it with others." The bridge crew exchanged glances. None of them could answer that question. "I've been on Earth for 2 months," Vex continued. "I've learned to play something called a piano. I've helped human children learn science. I've watched movies that made me laugh and cry. I've eaten food that was prepared not just for nutrition but for pleasure. And you know what? I've been happier than I've ever been in my entire life." "Happiness is not the purpose of military service," Zefix said firmly. "Why not?" she asked. "Why shouldn't we be happy while we serve? Why shouldn't we enjoy our lives while we protect others?" "Because emotions compromise judgment and efficiency." "Do they?" "I've been more creative, more innovative, and more productive in the last 2 months than I was in the previous 5 years of service. The humans taught me that happiness doesn't weaken you. It energizes you." Lieutenant Kess spoke up nervously. "What about the other scouts? What happened to them? The same thing that happened to me. We discovered that there's more to existence than following orders and filing reports. Captain Drace is working with human engineers to develop new propulsion systems. Scout Commander Nix is helping their doctors cure diseases. Lieutenant Thek is teaching their children about star navigation. They're sharing galactic technology with primitives? Zephyx asked, horrified. They're sharing knowledge with friends, Vex corrected. And the humans are sharing their knowledge in return. Did you know they've developed over 6,000 different languages? Each one evolved to express different aspects of human experience. They've created millions of different art forms, music styles, and storytelling traditions. Their diversity is incredible. Diversity creates inefficiency, Zephyx stated. Does it? Or does it create resilience and innovation? The humans have survived ice ages, asteroid impacts, diseases, and wars. They've done it not by creating a single perfect system, but by developing thousands of different approaches to every us challenge. Mora looked thoughtful. That does sound useful from a strategic perspective. It's more than useful, Vex said. It's revolutionary. We've spent centuries creating galactic civilization by making everyone follow the same rules, use the same technology, think the same way. The humans proved that you can create advanced civilization by encouraging everyone to be different. Zephyx stood up abruptly. Enough. Lieutenant Vex, you are suffering from some form of mental contamination. You will return to your duties immediately. I'm not contaminated, Zephyx. I'm awake. For the first time in my life, I'm thinking for myself instead of just following programming. Your duty is your programming. Without it, you're just another selfish individual. And what's wrong with that? She asked. What's wrong with individuals pursuing their own happiness as long as they don't hurt others? It leads to chaos and inefficiency. Does it? The humans have reached spaceflight, cured diseases, and created global communication networks. They've done it while maintaining thousands of different cultures, governments, and belief systems. That doesn't sound inefficient. To me, Lieutenant Kess looked back and forth between them. Vex, are you saying you won't return to duty? I'm saying I've found better duties, more important ones. The humans are planning to explore their solar system. They want to reach other stars eventually. But they're doing it wrong, using primitive chemical rockets and basic computers. So imagine what they could accomplish with our technology. Imagine what we could accomplish if we learned their approaches to innovation and cooperation. Zephyx felt like he was losing control of the situation. You're talking about abandoning galactic civilization. No, I'm talking about improving it. The humans have something we need, and we have something they need. Instead of studying them like laboratory specimens, we could work with them as partners. The Council would never approve such contact. Then maybe the Council is wrong. The words hung in the air like a bomb. No one in the room had ever heard a galactic officer openly question the Council's authority. Lieutenant Vex, Zephyx said slowly, you are hereby relieved of duty and ordered to submit to medical examination for mental contamination. She smiled sadly. Zephyx, you can't force me to come back. None of the other scouts are prisoners on Earth. We're free to leave anytime we want. Then why don't you? Because we found something better than what we left behind, and because the humans need our help to reach their potential. She stood up and moved toward the door. I'm going back to Earth now. You're welcome to visit if you want to understand what we've discovered, but if you try to force any of us to return, you'll find that the humans can be very protective of their friends. Are you threatening us? I'm warning you. The humans don't like bullies, and they're very good at dealing with them. With that, she left the conference room and walked back to her shuttle. Zephyx and his crew watched through the viewports as she departed. Commander Zephyx paced his quarters like a caged animal, trying to make sense of what he had witnessed. 3 days had passed since his meeting with Lieutenant Vex, and he still couldn't understand what had happened to her. She had seemed so confident, so happy, so completely changed from the cold professional he remembered. His crew was acting strangely, too. Ever since Vex's visit, they had been asking questions about Earth, about humans, about the missing scouts. Questions they never would have asked before. A soft chime interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Tech specialist Mora entered, carrying a datapad and looking nervous. "Sir, I've been analyzing the human transmissions we've intercepted. I think you should see this." "What kind of transmissions?" "Everything, sir. Their entertainment broadcasts, news reports, communication networks, even their music. I wanted to understand what Lieutenant Vex meant about human culture." Zephyx frowned. "That wasn't part of your assigned duties." "I know, sir. But after talking with her, I was curious. And what I found is remarkable." She activated her datapad, and sounds filled the room. It was human music, but unlike anything in galactic databases. The melodies were complex and emotional, with instruments working together to create something beautiful. "This is called a symphony," Mora explained. "Humans created it 300 years ago, but they still perform it today. Listen to how the different instruments support each other." Despite himself, Zephyx found himself paying attention. The music was unlike the efficient communication tones used throughout galactic civilization. It served no practical purpose, but it was somehow compelling. "Why are you showing me this?" he asked. "Because I wanted to understand how humans think. And sir, I think Lieutenant Vex was right about something. Humans don't just survive, they flourish. They create things of beauty for no reason except that beauty makes them happy. Happiness is not a strategic advantage, isn't it?" Mora pulled up more data. "Look at their innovation rates. Humans advance technologically faster than any species we've encountered. They solve problems in ways we never consider. And sir, they do it because they enjoy solving problems." "Get to the point, specialist." "The point is that they might be more advanced than us in ways we don't measure. We focus on efficiency, standardization, and control. They focus on creativity, diversity, and growth." Zephyx was about to respond when his communications officer's voice came over the intercom. "Commander, we're receiving a transmission from Earth. It's directed specifically at us." "From Lieutenant Vex?" "No, sir. It's coming from multiple sources. All of our missing personnel are transmitting together." Zephyx hurried to the bridge, with Mora following. The main screen showed a split image with 17 different faces, all of their missing scouts. But they looked different somehow. Relaxed, happy, more alive than he had ever seen them. "Commander Zephyx," said Captain Drace, speaking for the group. "We know you're watching us and we know you're trying to decide what to do. We wanted to talk to you before you make any decisions you might regret." "Captain Drace," Zephyx said, formally. "You and your people are in violation of your orders. Return to your ships immediately." Drace smiled, which was disturbing coming from the most serious officer Zephyx had ever known. "We're not coming back, Zephyx. None of us are. We found something here that's worth more than our old duties." "You found a primitive planet with no strategic value." "We've found hope," said Lieutenant Vex, appearing on screen beside Drace. "We found a species that proves civilization doesn't have to be cold and efficient. It can be warm and creative and still be incredibly successful." Another voice joined in. Scout Commander Nix, whose species rarely showed emotion, was actually laughing. "Zephyx, you have to see this place to believe it. The humans have a concept called fun. They do things purely because those things make them happy. And it works. It actually makes them more productive, more innovative, more cooperative. Fun is inefficient," Zephyx stated. "Is it?" asked Lieutenant Thek from another part of the screen. "I've been working with human scientists for a month. In that time, we've made advances in physics that would have taken the Council decades to achieve. We did it because we were enjoying ourselves, not because we were following procedures." Zephyx felt his world shifting beneath him. These were his best people, his most trusted officers, and they were all saying the same impossible thing. That happiness and creativity were more valuable than duty and efficiency. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "Join us," said Captain Drace simply. Come down to Earth, see what we've seen, experience what we've experienced, then make your choice. I have my duties. Do you? Asked Vex. Or do you have programming that you've never questioned? When was the last time you chose to do something because you wanted to do it, not because you were ordered to? Zephyx couldn't answer that question. In his 40 years of life, he had always done what was expected of him, what was required of him, what was ordered of him. The idea of doing something simply because he wanted to seemed foreign. I can't abandon my crew, he said. Bring them with you, suggested Scout Commander Nix. The humans are curious about other species. They'd welcome a chance to learn from you. And share our technology with primitives? Share knowledge with friends, corrected Lieutenant Thek. The humans have technology we've never developed. Social technologies, creative technologies, ways of organizing society that we never imagined. Mora stepped closer to the communications station. What kind of social technologies? Democracy, said Captain Drace. A system where people choose their own leaders. The humans have dozens of different governmental systems, and they're constantly experimenting with new ones. That sounds chaotic, said Lieutenant Kess. It is chaotic, agreed Vex. But it's also adaptive. When one system stops working, they try another. When they face new challenges, they develop new solutions. They don't have a single galactic authority, making all decisions for everyone. Without central authority, how do they maintain order? Asked Zephyx. They don't maintain order, laughed Scout Commander Nix. They maintain freedom. And it turns out that free people are incredibly good at solving problems. The transmission continued for another hour, with each of the missing scouts describing their experiences on Earth. They talked about human music, art, literature, science, and philosophy. They described a species that had developed thousands of different ways to live, think, and create. But most importantly, they talked about how happy they had become. When the transmission ended, Zephyx's bridge was quiet. His crew members looked thoughtful, confused, and curious. For the first time in their careers, they were hearing about a way of life that sounded appealing rather than just efficient. Sir, said Lieutenant Kess quietly, what if they're right? Right about what? About there being a better way to live. What if happiness and creativity really do make people more effective? Zephyx looked around his bridge. His crew had served faithfully for years, following orders and completing missions. But he realized he had never seen any of them look truly happy. They were satisfied when they performed well, but that was different from joy. Tech Specialist Mora, he said slowly. In your analysis of human culture, what did you conclude? Sir, I concluded that humans have achieved something remarkable. They've created a civilization that values individual happiness while still maintaining cooperation and progress. It shouldn't work, but it does. And you think this is superior to galactic civilization? Mora hesitated. I think it's worth studying, sir, at minimum. Zephyx made a decision that surprised even himself. Lieutenant Kess, prepare a shuttle. I'm going down to Earth. Sir, if 17 of our best people have been changed by this planet, I need to understand how. I'm going to see what they've seen. Should we prepare security teams? Asked Kess. No. If the humans wanted to harm us, they would have done it already. I'm going down alone and unarmed. Sir, that violates standard protocols. Maybe it's time to violate some protocols, Zephyx said, surprising himself again. Maybe it's time to try something different. As he prepared for his journey to Earth's surface, Zephyx wondered what he would find there. Would he discover that his people had been corrupted or contaminated? Or would he find that they had simply discovered a better way to live? Either way, he was about to find out what had made 17 loyal galactic scouts choose happiness over duty. And for the first time in his life, he was curious rather than afraid about the answer. The shuttle bay doors opened, and Commander Zephyx began his descent toward the blue and green planet that had already changed so many lives. In a few hours, he would learn whether it would change his as well. Commander Zefix's shuttle touched down in a field outside a human city called Denver. The landing coordinates had been provided by Captain Drace, who was waiting nearby with 2 humans and what appeared to be a small welcoming committee of former Galactic Scouts. As Zefix stepped out of his shuttle, he was struck by the immediate sensory difference. Earth's air was filled with scents he couldn't identify, sounds that seemed to have no tactical purpose, and colors that were more vibrant than the sterile environments of galactic ships. "Welcome to Earth," said Captain Drace, approaching with that same unsettling smile. "Commander, I'd like you to meet Dr. Sarah Chen and Professor Marcus Johnson. They're the humans who have been helping us understand your people's situation." The humans stepped forward without fear, extending their hands in the greeting gesture Zefix had seen Vex use. Dr. Chen was small with dark hair and intelligent eyes. Professor Johnson was tall with gray hair and laugh lines around his eyes. "It's an honor to meet you, Commander," Dr. Chen said. "Your people have taught us so much about the galaxy, and you've corrupted them," Zefix replied stiffly. Professor Johnson laughed, which startled Zefix. "Corrupted? Is that what you think happened? My officers abandoned their duties to play with primitive technology and social systems. If that's not corruption, what is it?" "Growth," said Dr. Chen simply. "Your people didn't abandon anything. They expanded their understanding of what's possible." Captain Drace gestured toward a nearby vehicle. "Come with us, Zefix. Let us show you what we've learned." The vehicle was unlike any galactic transport. It had windows that let in natural light, seats that seemed designed for comfort rather than efficiency, and it played music during the journey. Zefix found himself listening to the sounds despite his intention to ignore them. "This music," he said finally. "What purpose does it serve?" "It makes the journey more pleasant," explained Dr. Chen. "Humans discovered long ago that life is more enjoyable when you add beauty to functional activities. But it serves no practical function, doesn't it?" asked Professor Johnson. "Music reduces stress, improves mood, and helps people think more creatively. That sounds pretty practical to me." They drove through the human city, and Zefix was amazed by what he saw. The buildings were not just functional structures, but were designed with aesthetic considerations. Humans had planted trees and flowers along the streets for no apparent reason except that they looked nice. Children played in parks that served no purpose except recreation. "This is inefficient," Zefix observed. "Is it?" asked Captain Drace. "Look closer. Those children playing in the park are learning cooperation, strategy, and problem-solving. The trees and flowers improve air quality and mental health. The aesthetic buildings make people happier to work in them, which increases productivity." They stopped at a large building that hummed with activity. Inside, Zefix saw something that challenged everything he thought he knew about efficient organization. Humans and former Galactic Scouts worked together in small groups, tackling various projects. But instead of following rigid hierarchies and protocols, they seemed to be collaborating freely. "This is chaos," Zefix said. "This is innovation," corrected Lieutenant Vex, approaching from a workstation where she had been working with 3 humans on some kind of device. "We're developing new propulsion systems by combining galactic technology with human creativity." "Show him the progress reports," suggested Dr. Chen. Vex pulled up holographic displays that made Zefix's eyes widen. In 2 months, this chaotic group had made advances that would have taken galactic research teams years to achieve. "How is this possible?" he asked. "Because we're enjoying ourselves," said Scout Commander Nix, joining the group. "When you love what you're doing, you work harder and think more creatively. Love is an inefficient emotion." "Is it?" A new voice spoke from behind him. Zefix turned to see Lieutenant Thek, who had always been the most logical member of his crew. "Commander, I've been working with human doctors to cure diseases. In the past month, we've made breakthroughs that have saved thousands of lives. I've never felt more satisfied with my work." satisfaction and love are different things. Are they? I love this work because it helps people. The satisfaction comes from the love, not the other way around. Zephix looked around the room again. Former Galactic Scouts were working with obvious enthusiasm on projects that clearly mattered to them. The humans treated them as equals and friends, not as superior beings or alien specimens. "I don't understand," he said finally. Dr. Chen smiled gently. "Commander, may I ask you a personal question?" "What?" "In your 40 years of life, have you ever done anything purely because it made you happy?" The question hit him like a physical blow. Zephix thought back through his entire existence, trying to remember a single moment when he had acted based on his own desires rather than orders or expectations. He couldn't. "I serve the galactic good," he said weakly. "But do you enjoy serving?" asked Professor Johnson. "Does it bring you joy or is it just duty?" Zephix couldn't answer. He had never considered whether he enjoyed his service. It was simply what he did, what he was supposed to do. "Come with me," said Captain Drace. "I want to show you something." They walked to another section of the building where a group of human children were learning about space exploration from Lieutenant Kess. But wait, Lieutenant Kess was supposed to be on his ship. "How did she get here?" Zephix demanded. "She came down yesterday," Drace explained. "After hearing our transmission, she wanted to see Earth for herself." Zephix watched his navigation officer teaching young humans about star systems, using holographic displays to show them distant worlds. The children were fascinated, asking endless questions and making imaginative suggestions for exploration methods. "This is a waste of time," Zephix said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Is it?" asked Lieutenant Kess, overhearing him. "These children have proposed 17 new approaches to interstellar navigation. Some of their ideas are actually brilliant. Children can't understand advanced navigation. They understand curiosity," said one of the human children, a girl who couldn't have been more than 10 years old. "And curiosity is the most important part of exploration." The simple wisdom of the statement stopped Zephix cold. When had he last felt curiosity? When had any galactic officer felt the excitement of discovering something new? "Commander," Dr. Chen said gently, "would you like to try something?" "What?" "Creating something beautiful. Just for the joy of creating?" She led him to a table covered with strange materials, paints, brushes, papers, and other items he didn't recognize. "This is art," she explained. "Humans use it to express emotions and ideas that can't be communicated with words. I have no emotions to express. Don't you? What do you feel when you look at the stars?" Zephix thought about it. When he looked at the vast emptiness of space, he felt something. A sense of wonder, perhaps. A feeling of smallness, but also connection to something larger. "I feel curious," he said slowly. Then, paint curiosity. It was the strangest request anyone had ever made of him. But surrounded by his former crew members who all seemed happier than he had ever seen them, Zephix picked up a brush. At first, his attempts were clumsy and frustrating. But as he worked, something unexpected happened. The act of creating something that existed purely because he wanted it to exist felt liberating. Hours passed without him noticing. When he finally stepped back from his painting, he saw that he had created something that looked like stars swirling in a cosmic dance. It wasn't technically accurate, but it captured something he felt about the universe. "How do you feel?" asked Dr. Chen. Zephix examined his emotions with surprise. "I feel satisfied, but not the satisfaction of completing a mission. Something different." "That's joy," said Captain Drace. "You've just experienced creating something beautiful for its own sake. But it serves no purpose. It serves the purpose of making you happy. And happiness has value. As the day continued, Zephyx experienced things he had never imagined. He listened to music that made him feel emotions he couldn't name. He watched humans and former galactic scouts working together, with enthusiasm and friendship. He ate food that was prepared not just for nutrition, but for pleasure. Most importantly, he began to understand what his people had discovered on Earth. "The humans aren't primitive," he said to Captain Drace as the sun began to set. "No, they're not. They're different. They've developed in directions we never considered. They've found a way to be efficient and happy at the same time. More than that, they've found that happiness makes them more efficient, not less." That evening, Zephyx stood in a human park, looking up at the stars he had spent his life traveling between. But for the first time, instead of seeing navigational challenges and strategic positions, he saw beauty. "Commander," said tech specialist Mora, approaching him, "the rest of the crew has come down from the ship. We want to learn about this place." "All of them?" "Yes, sir. After seeing the changes in Lieutenant Kess, we all wanted to understand what Earth offers." Zephyx looked around at his crew, his former missing scouts, and the humans who had welcomed them all. For the first time in his life, he was surrounded by people who seemed genuinely happy to be alive. "Sir?" Mora asked. "What do we tell the Galactic Council?"
The morning sky over New Hope Colony was a beautiful shade of purple-blue, with the twin suns of Epsilon Eridani rising slowly over the eastern mountains. Susan Miller stood on the balcony of the administration building, drinking her first cup of coffee and enjoying the peace of early morning before the colony's day cycle began in earnest. New Hope was humanity's first successful attempt to settle beyond the solar system. After 3 years of hard work, the colony had grown from a cluster of prefabricated shelters to a proper settlement with farms, simple factories, and homes for 5,000 people. Susan was proud of what they had built so far away from Earth. "Morning, Administrator," said Alan Rodriguez as he joined her on the balcony. As head of colony security, Alan started each day with a status report. "Everything's quiet. The North Farm reports their wheat variant is growing even better than expected." Susan smiled. "Good. Any word from the exploration team?" "They're due back tomorrow. Early signals suggest they found another deposit of rare minerals in the Western Hills." Alan pointed to a data pad. "We might be able to send something valuable back to Earth on the next supply ship." The colony's success meant more than just survival. It represented hope for a crowded Earth. If humans could thrive here, they could expand to other star systems too. Susan was about to reply when the building's communication system chimed. George Wilson's voice came through, sounding confused. "Administrator Miller, I'm getting strange readings on the long-range sensors." Susan frowned. "What kind of readings, George?" "I'm not sure. Large objects approaching from the outer system, too big to be natural, moving too fast." Susan and Alan exchanged worried glances. New Hope wasn't expecting any ships from Earth for at least 6 months. Whatever these objects were, they weren't human. "Sound a yellow alert," Susan ordered. "Let's not panic, people, but I want everyone ready to move to shelter if needed." The next hour passed in tense preparation. The colony had basic defenses. A shield generator and a few defensive turrets meant more as protection against natural threats than any serious military capability. Nobody had expected to need more. Space was vast, and humans had never encountered another intelligent species despite decades of searching. As the objects grew closer, the colony's sensors provided more detail. There were 7 large ships, each one at least 3 times the size of Earth's largest vessels. They moved with purpose, clearly controlled by some intelligence. "This is it," Susan whispered to Alan. "First contact." The colony gathered in the central square, watching the main view screen as the alien ships entered orbit around their world. The vessels were angular, with odd protrusions that might have been weapons or scientific instruments. No one could tell. Susan ordered a greeting message broadcast on all frequencies. "This is Administrator Susan Miller of the human colony New Hope. We welcome peaceful contact and communication." For several minutes, there was no response. Then, without warning, bright beams of energy shot from the largest ship, striking the colony's small defense shield. The shield flared bright blue before failing completely. "They're attacking us!" Alan shouted, already activating the emergency protocols. "Everyone to the shelters." Susan couldn't understand. Why would unknown aliens immediately attack a peaceful colony? There had been no provocation, no resource competition, not even an attempt at communication. The next beam struck the power plant at the edge of the settlement. The explosion rattled windows throughout the colony as their main power source went dark. Emergency lights kicked in, bathing everything in a dim red glow. "Get to the communication array," Susan told Alan. "We need to send a message to Earth before they hit that too." Alan nodded and ran toward the comm building while Susan used the emergency system to direct colonists to the underground shelters. Children were crying. Adults were shouting questions she couldn't answer. The peaceful morning had turned into chaos in minutes. Outside, more energy beams struck key infrastructure: water purification, the hospital, the landing field. The pattern was clear. The aliens were systematically destroying the colony's ability to survive, but deliberately avoiding immediate mass casualties. It was as if they wanted the colonists alive but helpless. In the communication center, Susan found Alan and George working frantically at the controls. "The main array is still functional," George said, "but I'm detecting smaller ships landing on the outskirts of the colony. They'll be here soon." Susan made a quick decision. "Send everything we have. Our coordinates, sensor readings of the attacking ships, and a clear message that we're under unprovoked attack." George nodded and began transmitting while Alan prepared to defend the communication center. Susan knew it was hopeless. They had only a few weapons against what appeared to be an advanced military force. But they had to try. "Message sent," George confirmed. "But I don't know if..." Another explosion rocked the building as the aliens hit a target nearby. The lights flickered. "Earth is 20 light-years away," Susan said quietly. "Even if they send help immediately, it would take years to reach us." Alan checked his weapon. "Then we make sure there's something left to save when they get here." Through the window they could see strange shapes moving between buildings. Tall, insect-like creatures with multiple limbs carrying devices that glowed with energy. The aliens had landed and were moving through the colony with frightening efficiency. "They're not killing everyone," George observed, watching the aliens herd a group of colonists together. "They're collecting people." Susan felt cold fear, mixing with anger. Slavers? Or worse? Before they could speculate further, the door to the communication center burst open. 3 alien creatures entered, their compound eyes reflecting the emergency lights in dozens of red points. They carried weapons unlike anything humans had developed, living metal that seemed to pulse with energy. "We won't surrender," Alan said, raising his weapon. The lead alien made a clicking sound and a beam of light struck Alan. He froze in place, paralyzed but conscious, his eyes wide with fear and fury. Susan and George were quickly immobilized as well. As Susan's muscles locked up, she maintained one thought: Earth would receive their message. Earth would know what happened here. And somehow, someday, Earth would respond. The aliens began dismantling the communication equipment, unaware that their victim's desperate message was already racing through space, carrying news of humanity's first encounter with hostile intelligent life, and the seed of a response that would shake the galaxy. As darkness claimed the colony of New Hope, Susan's last conscious thought was a prayer that when Earth's response came, it would arrive with enough force to make these attackers regret ever targeting humans. 20 light-years from New Hope, Earth continued its daily business, unaware of the tragedy unfolding at humanity's first interstellar colony. The United Earth Defense Council was meeting in their underground chamber beneath the rebuilt city of Geneva. The topic, as usual, was whether to continue funding the expensive space fleet that Admiral William Hayes had spent 20 years building. "The colonization program is a success," said Counselor Patricia Edwards, gesturing to the holographic display showing budget figures. "But this military fleet takes resources we could use elsewhere. We found no threats in space. Perhaps it's time to scale back." Admiral Hayes, A tall man with gray at his temples and eyes that had seen too many Earth wars stood patiently at the podium. He had heard these arguments many times over the years. Today might be the day they finally cut his funding. Today might be the day humanity chose to become defenseless in the stars. The absence of threats so far doesn't mean they don't exist, Hayes replied calmly. Space is vast. We've barely explored our tiny corner of the galaxy. Counselor John Winters shook his head. It's been 20 years, Admiral. 20 years of building warships that have never fired a shot. The public questions why we need such weapons when we've achieved peace on Earth. Hayes was about to respond when his aide, Lieutenant Linda Patel, rushed into the chamber, a breach of protocol that indicated something serious had happened. She whispered urgently in his ear, and the Admiral's expression changed from polite patience to grave concern. "Counselors," Hayes said, his voice now carrying a weight that silenced the room. "We've just received a distress signal from New Hope Colony." He nodded to Linda, who activated the main screen. The image was poor quality, breaking up frequently as Susan Miller's urgent voice came through static. "Under attack. Unknown alien species. No warning, no communication. Systematically. Destroying, taking prisoners. Please send help." The message ended with several minutes of sensor data showing massive ships unlike anything humans had designed, firing energy weapons at the colony's structures. The council chamber was completely silent for several long moments. Then everyone began talking at once. "Is this confirmed? Could it be a mistake? How long ago was this sent?" Hayes raised his hand, and the room quieted again. "The message was sent 3 days ago. It took 20 light years at our fastest communication speed to reach us. The attack already happened. Right now the colony is either destroyed or occupied." 3 days, whispered Counselor Edwards. "But even if we send ships now, it would take..." "Not anymore," Hayes replied. "The experimental faster-than-light drive is ready. We can reach New Hope in under a week." Olivia Foster, the leading expert on potential alien communication who had been quietly observing the meeting, stepped forward. Her analysis would be crucial. "This was not a misunderstanding," she said, replaying parts of the attack sequence. "See how they targeted communications first, then power, then defense systems? This was a deliberate, planned assault. They knew exactly what they were doing. Could they be trying to communicate in some way we don't understand?" asked Counselor Winters, still hoping for a peaceful explanation. Olivia shook her head. "No. These are precise military tactics. Disable communication, cut off power, neutralize defenses, then secure the population. This is a conquest, not a greeting." The council members looked at each other, the reality of the situation sinking in. Humanity was not alone in the galaxy, and their first contact with alien intelligence had been an act of war against innocent civilians. "Admiral Hayes," said the council president, rising from her seat, "how quickly can you deploy the fleet?" "First fleet can be ready in 48 hours. 7 ships, including our flagship, the EDF Retribution. And the weapon systems? The new shields? Are they operational?" Hayes nodded. "Yes. All advanced systems have been tested and are combat ready." "Then you have the unanimous authorization of this council," the president said, looking around the table to confirm. Every councilor nodded their agreement. "Deploy First Fleet with all necessary resources. Your mission is to assess the situation at New Hope and, if possible, rescue any survivors." "And if the attackers are still there?" Hayes asked, though he already knew the answer. The president's expression hardened. "Then you will show them exactly why humanity maintained a defense fleet for 20 years. These attackers chose to target civilians, families and children who pose no threat. They must learn that such actions have consequences." Within hours, Earth's military machine moved with a speed and efficiency that would have surprised the alien attackers. Ships that had been training for years were fully stocked with supplies and weapons. Crews who had practiced countless drills for this exact scenario reported for duty with grim determination. Captain Frank Morrison stood on the bridge of the EDF Retribution, Earth's most advanced warship. At 45, Morrison had spent his entire adult life preparing for a moment he had hoped would never come. "All systems ready, Captain," reported his second-in-command, Commander Rebecca Young. "Fleet reports full combat readiness." Morrison looked at the tactical display showing his 7 ships, smaller than the alien vessels they had seen in the distress call, but packed with technology that represented the best of human innovation and determination. "Send a message to all ships," Morrison ordered. "This is not a drill or a training exercise. This is what we've prepared for. We don't know what we'll find at New Hope, but whatever it is, we will show these attackers that targeting human civilians was the worst mistake they could have made." As final preparations were made, Admiral Hayes came aboard the Retribution. He would not command the mission, that was Morrison's role, but he would accompany the fleet as the representative of Earth's government. "I've spent 20 years fighting for this fleet's existence," Hayes told Morrison privately. "I always prayed we'd never need to use it." Morrison nodded. "I understand, sir. We'll do everything possible to resolve this without further bloodshed. But we will do what's necessary," Hayes finished for him. "Those are our people out there. We don't leave them to suffer." 42 hours after receiving the distress call, First Fleet departed Earth orbit. As the 7 warships accelerated toward the edge of the solar system where they would activate their experimental FTL drives, billions of humans watched through live feeds. For the first time in decades, all of humanity was united in a single purpose. Whatever these aliens were, whatever their reasons for attacking, they had made a profound miscalculation. They had assumed that because New Hope was isolated, it was unprotected. They would soon learn that no human settlement, no matter how distant, stood alone. As the ships vanished into the darkness of space, Morrison sent one final message to Earth. "We will return with our people, or we will not return at all." 5 days of faster-than-light travel left the crew of Earth's First Fleet tense and ready for action. Captain Frank Morrison had used the time to run battle simulations based on the sensor data from New Hope's distress call. The alien ships were larger than Earth vessels, but the humans had speed and technology on their side. The fleet dropped out of FTL at the edge of the Epsilon Eridani system, far enough away to avoid immediate detection. Morrison ordered passive scans only, gathering information without revealing their presence. "Report," Morrison said, standing at the center of Retribution's command bridge. Lieutenant Paul Burton, the sensor officer, studied his displays with careful attention. "Confirming 21 alien vessels in orbit around New Hope. 7 large warships, 14 smaller craft. They've established ground bases and, sir, they appear to be mining operations." "Mining?" Morrison asked. "They attacked a colony for mining rights?" "It looks that way," Burton replied. "And sir, I'm detecting human life signs on the surface. At least 2,000. They're concentrated in what appear to be work camps." A grim silence fell over the bridge. Half the colony's population was missing, presumably dead from the initial attack. The rest were being used as forced labor. Admiral Hayes, standing quietly at the back of the bridge, stepped forward. "So they're slavers," Hayes said, "using our people to extract resources." Morrison nodded. "That matches the attack pattern. They wanted workers, not just a dead colony." "Can we get a visual of the aliens?" Hayes asked. Burton adjusted his controls. The main screen showed magnified images of tall, insect-like creatures with multiple limbs and segmented bodies. They moved with efficient, precise motions, directing human prisoners with shock prods and energy weapons. "The Kravaks," said Olivia Foster, who had joined the fleet as their xenolinguistics expert. "That's what they call themselves, according to some symbols we've translated from their ships. They have a rigid caste system. The ones with blue markings are soldiers. The green ones are worker caste. The few with red are leaders." "Options?" Morrison asked his tactical officer, Lieutenant Richard Young. "They outnumber us 3-1, in ships," Young said. "But their technology is different, not necessarily superior. Their main advantage is size and, presumably, experience in space combat." "And our advantage?" Morrison pressed. "Surprise, superior maneuverability, and weapons they've never encountered," Young replied. "Our quantum shield technology should neutralize their energy weapons, at least initially. and our drones give us fighter capabilities their large ships can't match. Morrison considered the information, then made his decision. We'll deploy in Formation Delta. Target their weapons and propulsion systems first. I want their ships disabled, not destroyed if possible, and prepare a communication on all frequencies. The 7 Earth ships moved into position, spreading out to approach the colony from different angles. On the Retribution's bridge, Morrison nodded to his communications officer. Broadcast now. Lisa Chen activated the system. This is the Earth Defense Force. You have attacked our people without provocation. Release all prisoners and withdraw immediately, or face the consequences of your actions. The message was sent in standard human language, but also in mathematical sequences that any advanced species should recognize as communication. They waited 30 seconds for a response. The answer came in the form of energy beams from the largest alien vessel, targeting the Retribution. The beams struck the ship's quantum shields, which flared bright blue but held firm. No damage, reported Commander Young. Shields at 92% and recharging. Morrison's expression hardened. They've made their choice. All ships execute attack pattern Delta. Target weapons and propulsion systems only. Deploy drone fighters. Earth's response began with a precision that surprised the alien forces. The human ships moved with unexpected speed, splitting into smaller groups to attack from multiple directions. From each vessel, swarms of small, unmanned craft deployed. Fighter drones controlled by pilots safely aboard the larger ships. The alien command ship, Sub-Hierarch Vikstar, watched with growing concern as the human vessels executed maneuvers his own ships couldn't match. When the first salvo of Earth weapons struck his fleet, the surprise turned to alarm. The humans were using weapons the Kravaks had never encountered. Railguns firing projectiles at speeds that allowed them to penetrate shields designed to stop. Energy weapons and fusion torpedoes that caused localized damage, rather than complete destruction. "They're targeting our weapons and engines," clicked one of his officers, the sound translated by their ship system. "Not trying to destroy us. Unusual tactics." Vikazatar didn't understand. In his experience, warfare was about complete domination. You destroyed your enemy or forced total surrender. These humans were fighting with restraint, which he interpreted as weakness. "Launch all fighter craft," he ordered. "Overwhelm them with numbers." 300 Kravaks fighters poured from the larger ships, moving to engage the human vessels. But they faced a combat situation unlike any they had trained for. The human drone fighters moved with impossible acceleration and turns that would kill any living pilot. Controlled by Earth's best pilots through neural links, the drones reacted with human intuition, but machine speed. In the first 10 minutes of engagement, half the Kravaks fighters were disabled or destroyed, while Earth lost only 12 drones, machines with no human pilots to mourn. On the Retribution, Morrison watched the battle unfold according to their simulations. The Kravak ships were powerful but predictable, following standard formations that suggested centuries of fighting inferior opponents. "They've never faced an equal," Morrison realized aloud. "They're used to overwhelming less advanced species." Hayes nodded. "Which means they've never developed the tactics that come from fighting equals. Humans spent centuries fighting each other before we achieved peace. We've learned warfare the hard way." The battle in space continued for another hour. 3 more Earth drones were lost, but 5 Kravaks capital ships were disabled. Their weapons and propulsion systems destroyed with surgical precision. The remaining 2, including Vikstar's command vessel, attempted to regroup. "Sir," said Communications Officer Chen, "we're receiving a transmission from the colony surface. It's Administrator Miller." Susan Miller's face appeared on the screen, thin and bruised but very much alive. She was speaking from what appeared to be a hidden location. "Earth forces, this is Administrator Miller. We have an organized resistance in the main labor camp. Many of us have sabotaged their equipment while pretending to cooperate. We're ready to act on your signal." Morrison leaned forward. "Administrator, this is Captain Morrison of the EDF Retribution. Hold your position. We're sending ground forces to secure the colony. Can you provide any tactical information about the ground forces?" Susan nodded. There are approximately 500 Kravax soldiers on the surface, mostly concentrated around the mining operations. They keep us in 3 main labor camps. Their weapons can paralyze, but they prefer not to kill potential workers. Understood, Morrison replied. Stand by, help is coming. As the space battle reached its decisive phase, Morrison ordered the deployment of Earth Marines. Dropships launched from the human vessels, protected by drone fighters as they descended, toward New Hope Colony. Major Samantha Clark led the first wave, her face set with determination behind her helmet visor. Remember, she told her troops, our priority is rescuing our people. Use non-lethal force when possible. We're here to show these Kravax that humans protect their own, but we're not mindless killers. As the dropships streaked through New Hope's atmosphere, the remaining colonists looked up with hope for the first time since the attack. Earth had come for them, and the Kravax were about to learn why targeting humans had been their greatest mistake. The Earth Marines' dropships landed in a clearing 1 mile from the main labor camp. 50 trained soldiers in advanced combat suits moved silently through the alien forest, their helmets providing enhanced vision and communication. Major Samantha Clark led from the front, her weapon ready but set to non-lethal force. Movement ahead, whispered Lieutenant Kevin Reeves through the team comm. 6 Kravax guards at the perimeter fence. Samantha studied the insectoid aliens through her helmet's zoom function. The Kravax soldiers carried energy weapons and wore minimal armor, suggesting confidence rather than preparation. They hadn't expected anyone to come for their prisoners. Team 1, deploy sonic disruptors, Samantha ordered. Teams 2 and 3, prepare to move in once they're down. Small devices sailed through the air, landing near the alien guards. A high-frequency pulse that humans couldn't hear but that affected the Kravax nervous system erupted from each device. The guards dropped to the ground, their limbs twitching uncontrollably. Move in, Samantha commanded. The Marines rushed forward, securing the fallen guards with specialized restraints designed to hold their multiple limbs. At the perimeter fence, Reeves used a cutting tool to create an opening. Colony biosigns just ahead, Major. Inside the camp, nearly 700 humans were housed in simple shelters, forced to work 12-hour shifts in the mines. The colonists had noticed the unusual behavior of the guards and were watching carefully, hoping this was the rescue they'd been praying for. Dr. Peter Johnson, the colony's chief medical officer, saw the Earth Marines first. He had been treating injured workers in secret, hiding those too weak to work before the Kravax could eliminate them. When he spotted human soldiers slipping into the camp, he activated the signal Susan Miller had prepared. Throughout the camp, hidden resistance. Members passed the word Earth had come. Be ready. The Marines moved efficiently through the camp, neutralizing Kravax guards before they could raise alarms. When they reached the central area, Samantha found Peter waiting with several other resistance leaders. Major Clark, Earth Defense Force. She introduced herself, removing her helmet. We're here to get you out. Peter smiled for the first time in weeks. Dr. Johnson, we have about 200 people here who can't walk. The rest can fight if you give us weapons. We brought extras, Samantha replied, signaling her team to distribute simple stun weapons to the able-bodied colonists. We have 2 more camps to liberate. Can you guide us? Nicole Green, the colony's chief engineer, stepped forward. She had been secretly mapping the alien operations while pretending to repair their equipment. I can do better than that, she said, handing Samantha a data chip. Complete layouts of all their facilities, guard rotations, and their command center location. Samantha inserted the chip into her tactical computer. This is excellent work. How did you get this? They think we're primitive, Nicole explained. They don't hide their tech or plans from us. They don't believe we can understand it. I've been studying them while fixing their machines. With the colonists' intelligence, Samantha split her forces. 3 teams would hit the remaining labor camps simultaneously, while a 4th would target the Kravax command center. In space, the battle had turned decisively in Earth's favor. 5 Kravax ships were disabled, 1 was destroyed when its reactor became unstable, and only the command ship remained combat capable. Captain Morrison watched from the Retribution's bridge as Sub-Hierarch Vikstar's vessel attempted to maneuver for escape. "They're trying to flee," reported Tactical Officer Young. "Should we pursue?" Morrison considered his options. "No. Hold position between them and the planet. They're not leaving with our people still on the surface." "Captain," interrupted Communications Officer Chen, "we're receiving a transmission from the Kravax command ship." The main screen showed Vikstar for the first time. A large Kravax with red markings across his carapace, his compound eyes glittering with what might have been fury or fear. "Human vessels," the alien said, his words translated by Olivia Foster's linguistics program. "You have violated Kravax territory and attacked our rightful mining operation. Withdraw or face destruction." Morrison's expression remained calm, but his voice carried steel. "This is Captain Frank Morrison of the Earth Defense Force. You attacked our colony without provocation, killed our people, and enslaved the survivors. There will be no withdrawal. Release all human prisoners and surrender your forces, or we will take them by force." Vikstar's mandibles clicked rapidly. "Impossible. The Kravax do not surrender." "Then you leave us no choice," Morrison replied, ending the transmission. He turned to Young. "Target their engines. I want that ship immobilized." On the surface, the liberation of the labor camps proceeded with precise coordination. Earth Marines used their advanced weapons and training to overcome the alien guards, while the colonist resistance members helped free their fellow prisoners. At the main Kravax command center, Lieutenant Reeves led a small team through a maintenance tunnel Nicole had identified. They emerged in the central control room, catching the alien leaders completely by surprise. Within minutes, the command center was secured. "Major Clark," Reeves reported over the comm, "Command center captured. We have access to their systems and 3 high-ranking Kravax in custody." "Excellent work," Samantha replied from the second labor camp, where she was organizing the evacuation of injured colonists. "Use their communication system. Tell all remaining Kravax forces to stand down and report to collection points." The message went out across the colony. Most of the Kravax soldiers, seeing their ships disabled in orbit and their command center captured, followed the orders without resistance. A few fought back, but were quickly subdued by the combined forces of Earth Marines and armed colonists. Susan Miller, who had been coordinating the resistance from hiding, finally emerged to join Samantha at the colony's original administration, building now damaged but still standing. "You came," Susan said simply, fatigue and relief in her voice. "When they attacked, I feared no one would ever know what happened to us." "We received your message," Samantha told her, "and we came as fast as technology allowed. Earth doesn't abandon its people." As the ground battle wound down, the final space confrontation reached its climax. Vikstar, seeing defeat on all fronts, made a desperate decision. The Kravax command ship's engines flared as it attempted to ram the Retribution. "Evasive action," Morrison ordered, but the massive alien vessel was committed to its course. "Sir," called out Young, "they're powering up some kind of self-destruct sequence. Energy readings are off the charts." Morrison made an instant decision. Deploy temporal stasis field. This was Earth's most classified technology, a field that could momentarily freeze a section of space-time. As the Kravax ship barreled toward them, the Retribution projected a shimmering field that enveloped the alien vessel. The massive ship slowed, then stopped completely, suspended in space as if frozen in time. "Field stable," reported Young. "We have approximately 10 minutes before it collapses. Enough time to evacuate our people from the surface," Morrison said, "and to make sure that when the field collapses, that ship is far enough away that its destruction doesn't harm the colony." Using tractor beams, the Earth ships carefully moved the suspended alien vessel to a safe distance. When the stasis field collapsed, the Kravax command ship exploded in a brilliant flash that briefly outshone the system's star. With their leadership destroyed and their forces captured, the remaining Kravax ships surrendered. Earth's First Fleet had achieved a complete victory, and the liberation of New Hope colony was secured. 6 months after the Battle of New Hope, the colony had been rebuilt and expanded. New buildings stood where the Kravax had destroyed the originals. but now with improved materials and stronger defenses. The population had grown to 7,000 as new settlers arrived, drawn by stories of the colony's resilience and the protection now provided by a permanent Earth Defense Force outpost. Susan Miller stood on the same balcony where she had watched the twin suns rise on the day of the attack. The sunrise was just as beautiful, but she was a different person now. The experience had changed her, as it had changed all the survivors. "Still having trouble sleeping?" asked Alan Rodriguez as he joined her, 2 cups of coffee in hand. Susan accepted a cup with a grateful nod. "Less than before. The nightmares are fading." She gestured toward the bustling colony below. "It helps to see them living again, not just surviving." The colony had become a symbol to all of humanity, proof that despite the dangers of space, humans could face them and prevail. Every child born on New Hope, every new crop harvested, was a victory over those who had tried to enslave them. In orbit above the planet, 2 Earth ships maintained a constant watch. The smaller vessel was a permanent defense station. The larger one was the EDF Protector, the newest and most advanced ship in Earth's rapidly expanding fleet. On the Protector's observation deck, Captain Frank Morrison watched as a small alien vessel approached under escort. It was the 3rd diplomatic mission to arrive this month. Word of what happened at New Hope had spread quickly across nearby star systems. "Another potential ally?" asked Admiral Hayes, who had come to inspect the new defenses. Morrison nodded. "The Tellarites. They're a trading species from a system, about 15 light years from here. Apparently, they had also suffered Kravax attacks. The Battle of New Hope had revealed something unexpected. Earth was not the only victim of Kravax aggression. As news spread, representatives from 3 other species had already approached Earth seeking alliance and protection. The insectoid race had built an empire by targeting and enslaving less advanced civilizations, using their people and resources to expand further. "Any word on Kravax activity near their home systems?" Hayes asked. "Their fleet has pulled back to defend their core worlds," Morrison replied. "The captured soldiers we released carried our message back to their leaders. They know we could have killed them all but chose not to. They're reassessing their approach." Olivia Foster joined them on the deck, carrying data tablets. After the battle, she had been appointed as head of the new Xeno-Diplomatic Corps, tasked with establishing communication with potential alien allies. "The Tellarite ambassador is ready to meet," she said. "They're particularly interested in our quantum shield technology. They're offering trade routes and star charts in exchange for defensive technology." Hayes considered this. Approved, but only defensive systems. No weapons. He had become cautious about sharing Earth's military technology, even with allies. As they walked to the meeting room, Morrison asked, "How many species have the Kravax enslaved?" "At least 7 that we know of," Olivia replied. "Some for generations. The Kravax empire spans 27 star systems. They've been expanding for centuries, always following the same pattern. Identify isolated colonies or weaker species, attack without warning, enslave the population, use their resources to grow stronger. Until they met us," Morrison said quietly. On Earth, similar conversations were happening in the Defense Council chamber. The discovery of hostile alien life had changed humanity's perspective on space exploration. The colonization program continued, but now each new settlement included defensive systems and military personnel. The captured Kravax technology had also provided unexpected benefits. Scientists studying their faster-than-light drives had already made improvements to Earth's own designs. Medical researchers were developing new treatments based on the paralytic weapons the aliens had used. In the council meeting, a new proposal was being discussed: the formation of a multi-species alliance for mutual defense and cooperation. The representative from New Hope Colony was present via holographic projection. "The Kravax targeted us because we were isolated," Susan Miller told the council. "They didn't expect anyone to come for us. Their entire strategy depends on finding those who stand alone." Councillor Patricia Edwards, once the strongest voice against military spending, had become the most vocal supporter of the alliance. "Then we ensure no one stands alone," she said. "Not humans, not any peaceful species. The vote was unanimous. Earth would lead the effort to create the first interstellar alliance in known space. Back on New Hope, the colonists held a memorial ceremony for those lost in the attack. Names were read aloud as new trees were planted in what would become a memorial forest. Among those planting trees were some of the youngest colonists, children born since the attack, the first generation who would grow up knowing that humans were not alone in the universe. Peter Johnson, still serving as the colony's chief medical officer, watched the ceremony with Nicole Green. They had been married the previous month, one of several couples who had found each other during the occupation and resistance. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if Earth hadn't built those ships?" Nicole asked. "If they hadn't been ready when we needed them?" Peter shook his head. "I try not to think about it. We're alive. We're free. That's what matters." On the final day of his inspection tour, Admiral Hayes addressed the assembled colonists in the main square of New Hope. Behind him stood rows of Earth Marines alongside the colony's own defense force, which had been formed from resistance members after the liberation. 6 months ago, this colony faced extinction, Hayes began. "You were targeted because someone thought you were helpless. They calculated that distance would isolate you, that Earth would not or could not respond." He paused, looking out at the faces of people who had endured occupation and emerged stronger. They were wrong. Distance does not divide humanity. Resources may be limited, technologies may be challenged, but our resolve to protect our own is limitless. New Hope will never stand alone again. No human settlement will. As Hayes spoke, negotiations were already underway with the Tellarites and 2 other species for the sharing of defense technologies and the establishment of mutual protection agreements. The Kravax Empire had begun to fracture as enslaved species, inspired by Earth's example, rose up against their oppressors. The universe had suddenly become both more dangerous and more full of opportunity than humanity had ever imagined. But they had proven themselves ready to face whatever waited among the stars. As Susan watched the ceremony from her place of honor, she thought about the message Earth had sent across the galaxy, written not in words, but in actions. Those who seek peaceful coexistence will find in humanity a friend and ally, but those who target...
The hull screamed before I even understood we were under attack. I was strapped into the command chair of the Kestrel, halfway through a sip of cold coffee, watching ice crystals drift past the forward window like slow snow. We had been parked above Bishop's Reach for 3 quiet days, running supply rotations and listening to the steady hum of a station that mined ore from the rings of a gas giant at the very edge of human space. 3 boring, beautiful days. I would have given anything to keep them boring. Then the sky tore open. 6 shapes dropped out of folded space all at once, so close to the station that the gravity wash rattled my teeth. They were enormous. Each one was longer than Bishop's Reach itself, dark and ribbed like the bones of something that had died and learned to keep moving anyway. They did not slow. They did not hail us first, the way ships are supposed to. They simply arrived, fanned out in a slow, patient arc, and waited. Captain Holt, my pilot, Owen Webb, had gone pale under his freckles. His hands were already on the controls. "Captain, those aren't ours." "I can see that, Owen. Those aren't anybody's." He was right, and that was the thing that made the back of my neck go cold. In 9 years flying the frontier, I had logged every registered hull humanity owned, and most of the Wildcat ships that pretended not to exist. I had never seen anything like the shapes hanging over Bishop's Reach. They had no running lights, no insignia, no visible engines, just a faint shimmer along their flanks like heat coming off summer pavement. "Sam, get me the station," I said. My comms officer, Sam Porter, was already working. Sweat stood out on his forehead. "Channels open, Captain. They're panicking over there. Director Hans is asking what we want them to do." That was the wrong question. The station director was asking a 30-year-old escort captain what to do about 6 ships the size of small moons. I did not have an answer. What I had was a crew of 41 people, a fast little ship built to chase smugglers, and a very bad feeling crawling up my spine. Then the message came. It did not come on any human frequency. It came on all of them at once, and on a few we did not even use.
flooding every receiver on the station and aboard my ship with the same flat, patient voice. The translation matrix stumbled, caught up, and turned it into words I could understand. I have heard that recording 1,000 times since. I will never forget a syllable of it. Population of the listed system. You are addressed by the concordance. Your species has been surveyed, indexed, and assigned. Your compliance rating is provisional. You will cease all transmissions, power down all weapons, and prepare your installations for assessment. Resistance will be recorded and corrected. Submission will be rewarded with continued existence. This message will not repeat. The assessment begins now. For a moment, nobody on the bridge said anything. The coffee was still cold in my hand. I set it down very carefully, the way you set down something when you do not trust yourself to hold it. Indexed, Lena Voss said quietly. She was my science officer, sharp-eyed and usually the calmest person in any room. She did not sound calm now. They said surveyed and indexed, Captain. They have been watching us. For a long time, long enough to give us a number. Compliance rating, Marcus Lowe added from the tactical station. Marcus was a big man with a slow voice, and the slowness was gone. They've got a file on us, like we're livestock that hasn't been weighed yet. I have thought a great deal about that moment, in the years since, about what it must look like to be on the other side of it. The Concordants had done this before. They had done it hundreds of times. They dropped out of the dark above some young species frontier, recited their flat little speech, and watched the lights go dark and the weapons power down. They had a script, and the script always worked, because every species they had ever met had done the math the same way the Concordants had. 6 impossible ships against 41 people meant you put your hands up and prayed. They had a number for us, a provisional rating. They expected us to behave like every species before us. They had no idea who they had decided to file. Director Hans is asking again, Sam said. His voice cracked. He wants orders, Captain. The station has 1,100 people on it. Minors, families. There are kids over there, Captain. 1,100. The number landed in my chest like a stone. I unstrapped from the command chair and stood, because I think better on my feet, and because I did not want my crew to see how badly my legs wanted to shake. Lena, I said, tell me about those ships. Fast. What are they built to do? She pulled the sensor returns onto the main display, layering them over each other, her hands moving in quick, clean gestures. Heavy, dense, mostly shielding and power, very little we'd call living space, which means most of the crew is somewhere deep inside, or there's no crew at all. The shimmer along the flanks is a deflection field, and it's tuned, Captain. Tight. I'm reading energy capacitors charging across all 6. They're warming up to fire. Tuned for what? She looked up at me, and I saw her understand the question a half-second before she answered it. Energy weapons. The field is shaped to bleed off beam and plasma. It's a wall against the kind of war they expect to fight. Lasers, particle cannons, that whole family. They've built their defense around the assumption that everyone shoots light at them. That was the first crack. I did not see the whole picture yet, but I felt the edge of it, the way you feel a step in the dark before your foot finds it. Marcus, I said, our cannons. If we hit one of those fields with everything the Kestrel has, what happens? Nothing good for us, he said honestly. We tickle it, they notice, they turn around. We become a very small cloud. That's what I thought. I turned to the window. Bishop's Reach hung in front of us, a wheel of light and metal, turning slowly against the bruise-colored bands of the gas giant. And beyond it, gleaming faintly in the planet's outer ring, a long, slender structure I had walked past a dozen times without thinking about it. The ore launcher. Bishop's Reach did not ship its ore in slow tugs. That cost too much fuel. Instead, the station mined the dense metal out of the rings, packed it into raw slugs, and fired those slugs along a rail nearly 4 kilometers long, flinging them at tremendous speed toward a collection point in the inner system, where they could be caught and processed. It was a mass driver, a cargo gun. It threw rock and metal so fast that the slugs glowed. It was not a weapon. Nobody had ever built it to be a weapon. The Concordants, surveying us from the dark, indexing us, assigning us a number, would have looked at that launcher and seen exactly what it was, a tool for moving ore. They had built their beautiful tuned shields to stop the war they expected. They had never once imagined that the war they were about to start would be fought with rocks. "Sam," I said, and my voice came out steadier than I felt. "Patch me through to Director Hans. Private channel, just him and me." A click. A frightened breath on the other end. "Captain Holt? Please. I don't know what they want me to do. The station was never built for..." "Marcus, I need you to listen to me," I said. "I need you to stop talking and listen, because we have about 4 minutes and then those ships are going to start their assessment, and I don't think we are going to like what that means. Can you do that? Can you listen?" A swallow. Yes, I can listen." "Your ore launcher, is it loaded?" A pause. The kind that means a person is trying to understand a question that makes no sense. "The launcher? Yes. There's a slug in the rail and a full magazine behind it. We were going to do a shipment run tomorrow. But Captain, that's a cargo gun. It can't..." "I know what it is. I need control of it. I need to be able to aim it. And I need you to do exactly what I tell you. Exactly when I tell you. And I need you to start evacuating everyone you can into the deep core sections and the lifeboats right now. This second, while we talk. Can you give me the launcher?" The silence stretched so long I thought I had lost him. Then, in a voice that had found something underneath the fear, he said, "It was built to throw ore at the inner system. The inner system is that way. A beat. Those ships are not that way." "No," I agreed. "They're not. But the rail traverses. It was designed to adjust for orbital drift. How far can it swing?" "Enough." His voice firmed. "It can swing enough. I'll route control to your ship. I'll get my people into the core. Captain Holt." Another pause. "Whatever you're about to do it well." I have replayed that exchange more times than I can count. A frightened administrator who had never held a weapon in his life, deciding in the space of one breath to hand a cargo gun to a stranger, because the alternative was watching his station get assessed. People talk about the great battles of the war that followed, the fleets and the admirals and the famous last stands. They forget that it started with a man named Hans and a machine for throwing rocks. "Lena," I said, "I need a firing solution. Treat the launcher as a kinetic weapon. Lead the nearest ship. Account for the field, but I don't think the field is going to matter, because their deflection is tuned for energy, and a slug of solid metal at launcher velocity is just mass. Mass doesn't care about their wall." She was already running it, her fingers flying. "Working. Captain, if you're right, if that field really is energy only, then a slug at full launcher speed is going to hit them like a falling mountain. They will not see it as a threat. There's no energy signature on a thrown rock, no targeting lock for them to detect, nothing for their systems to flag. To them, it's going to look like debris. That's the idea. And if you're wrong about the field?" I looked at the 6 dark shapes warming up to fire on 1,100 people. Then we tried. "Solution coming up," Lena said. "Owen, I need the Kestrel to hold this exact position. The launcher's tracking will calibrate off our sensor feed. If we drift, the slug drifts." "Holding," Owen said, and the little ship steadied under us, fighting the gas giant's pull. On the main display, a thin line drew itself from the ore launcher, curving slightly to account for the slow turn of the station, reaching out across the dark toward the nearest of the 6 ships. The enemy vessel hung there, patient, fat with power, its tuned field shimmering, its capacitors climbing toward the moment when it would fire its first assessment on Bishop's Reach. "Capacitors on the lead ship are at 90%, Marcus reported. 80 seconds, maybe less, before it fires." "Director Hans," I said, "are your people clear of the rail and the magazine?" "Clear," he said. "Core sections sealed. Lifeboats loading. We are as ready as we are going to be." "Then on my mark, I want you to fire the launcher. Not one slug, the whole magazine, everything in the rail, one after another, as fast as it will cycle. Empty the gun." He did not ask why. I think he understood. A single slug they might dismiss as a freak piece of debris, an accident of the rings. A continuous stream of metal slugs, each one moving fast enough to glow, would be unmistakable, and by the time their tuned shields realized that the falling mountains were not going to bleed off the way light did, it would be far, far too late to do anything but feel it. "Capacitors at 95, Marcus said. "Captain." "Lena, solution locked?" "Locked. Lead ship, dead center of mass. I took one breath. I thought about 1,100 people in the core sections. I thought about the flat, patient voice that had called us a listed population and given us a number. I thought, for just a moment, about how very surprised they were about to be. "Fire," I said. "Empty the gun." Bishop's reach lit up. The ore launcher did not boom the way a cannon does. There is no air in the rings to carry sound. It simply began to throw, a strobing flicker of light running down the 4-kilometer rail, as slug after slug accelerated to a speed that turned solid metal into a line of fire. The first slug crossed the gap between the station and the lead enemy ship in less than a heartbeat. On the display, it was a thread of light reaching out, then touching, then job. The lead ship's tuned field flared as it tried to do its job. It was built to catch energy, to spread out the bite of a beam, to bleed away the heat of plasma. It met the first slug, a dense lump of mined metal, moving faster than anything that field had ever been designed to consider, and the field did exactly nothing, because there was no energy to bleed. There was only mass, and the field had no answer for mass, and the slug went through the shimmer like a stone through a soap bubble and struck the dark hull beneath. The second slug hit a half-second later, the third, the fourth. The launcher emptied its magazine in a long, stuttering line of light, and each slug arrived without a single energy signature for the enemy's systems to detect, without a targeting lock to warn them, without anything at all but the simple, ancient, undeniable fact of a heavy object moving very fast. The lead ship's lights went out. Not all at once. They flickered, surged, and then went dark in waves, rolling along the great ribbed flank of the vessel, as whatever ran inside it failed under the hammering. The tuned field collapsed. The faint shimmer along the flanks died. The fat, patient ship that had dropped out of folded space expecting to recite a speech and watch us power down our weapons, drifted, suddenly, like a thing that had forgotten how to hold itself up. Capacitors on the lead ship just went cold, Marcus said, and there was awe in his slow voice. "It's Captain. It's tumbling. It's not firing. It's not anything. It's just falling." For a long moment, nobody on the bridge breathed. Then the other 5 ships moved. They had not understood, at first. I think that is the part that mattered most. Their systems had registered debris, a flag they had surely seen 1,000 times in 1,000 ring systems, and dismissed it, because nothing in their long history had ever thrown a mountain at them on purpose. By the time they understood that one of their own had just been struck dead by a cargo gun, the launcher was already empty, and Bishop's reach was already reloading, and my little ship was already moving. "Owen, get us into the rings," I said. "Deep into the rings, right into the densest part, and I want you to fly like you've never flown before. Lena, keep the launcher fed off our feed. Director Hans, reload and fire again the instant you're able. Marcus, I want a debris map. The thickest rock in this system. Find it, because that is where we are going to live, and that is where they are going to come, and that is where their pretty energy shields are going to be worth exactly nothing." The Kestrel dove. Owen took us off the open dark above the station and down into the rings of the gas giant, into the slow grinding sea of ice and rock that wheeled around the planet in bands kilometers thick. Boulders the size of cities drifted past the window. Owen threaded them at a speed that should not have been possible, banking, rolling, using the rock for cover, and the 5 surviving enemy ships came after us, and after the station, and they fired. Their weapons were beautiful and terrible. Lances of pale fire reached out across the rings, splitting boulders, boiling ice into bright clouds. They were energy weapons, every one of them, exactly as Lena had said, because the Concordants built their war around the assumption that everyone fought with light. And in the rings, in the dense grinding rock, those beautiful weapons hit ice and stone far more often than they hit us. Because Owen Webb kept a mountain between us and them every single time, and because a beam that strikes a boulder stops at the boulder. Owen flew like a man who had stopped being afraid, because fear had become a luxury he could not afford. A lance of pale fire boiled past the forward window, so close that the heat bloom whited out every sensor we had, and for one blind second, we were flying on nothing but the map inside Owen's head. In that second, he rolled us around a tumbling mountain of ice on pure instinct. And when the sensors cleared, we were threading a canyon of frozen rock with walls a kilometer high on either side, and a glowing scar burned across the boulder we had been hiding behind a heartbeat earlier. "How are you doing that?" Marcus asked, very quietly, the way a person speaks in a place that feels holy or doomed. "I am not thinking about it," Owen said through his teeth. "The moment I think about it, we stop existing. So please, all of you, do not make me think about it." Behind us, the great dark ships tried to follow us into the rock and could not. They were built for the clean, open geometry of deep space, where their range and their power and their patience decided everything, and in the grinding maze of the rings, they were blind giants swinging at shadows. Every time one of them committed to a firing line, the rock drank the shot. Every time one of them slowed to pick a careful path between the boulders, it handed the station's launcher another fistful of seconds to reload. I watched it unfold on the display, and somewhere underneath the terror, I felt the whole shape of the war we did not yet know we were in. They had the strength, we had the dark, and the rocks, and a pilot who refused to think about what his hands were doing, because thinking about it would have been the end of all of us. "They don't like the rings," Lena said, watching the sensor returns. "Their fire's getting wild. They're built to fight in open space, Captain, where their range and their shields and their power matter. In here, in the rock, it's close, and it's ugly, and it's confused, and that's not the war they know how to fight." "Then that's the only war we're going to give them," I said. "Director Hans, status." "Launcher reloaded," he said, and his voice had changed entirely now, had become the voice of a man who had discovered something about himself in the last 4 minutes that he was never going to forget. "Magazine full. Tell me where to throw." "Lena." "Second target locked," she said, same as before, dead center. "They still aren't reading the slugs as a threat, Captain. Their systems keep flagging them as debris and discarding them. They have not adapted. They do not know how." There it was again. That second crack, wider now, opening into something I could finally see the shape of. The Concordance had a number for us. They had a script. They had built their entire way of war on the certainty that they understood the species they hunted. And the thing they had never planned for, the gap in all their long, careful indexing, was that humans do not fight the war you expect. We fight the war we can win. We take the cargo gun, and we make it a weapon. We dive into the rock where your beautiful ships go blind. We throw mountains at things that have never once considered the possibility of being struck by a mountain. "Fire," I said. "Empty the gun again." Bishop's Reach lit up a second time, and a second enemy ship learned what the first had learned, that a tuned energy field is a wall against the war the Concordance knew, and an open door to the war humans were about to teach them. The slugs went through the shimmer and into the dark hull, and the lights rolled and died, and the great ribbed shape stopped firing and began, slowly, to fall. 2 down, 3 left, and those 3, at last, understood that something was wrong. They broke off. All 3 of the surviving ships pulled away from the station and away from the rings, climbing back toward open space where their war made sense. And for one wild moment, I thought we had done it. I thought we had actually driven them off with a cargo gun and a fast little ship and the desperate cleverness of 1,100 frightened miners. Then I saw what they were doing, and my stomach dropped. They were not fleeing, they were withdrawing to report. "Captain," Lena said quietly, "the lead survivor is building a folded space signal, a big one. It's not a weapon, it's a transmission. They're sending everything they recorded, the station, our ship, the launcher, all of it, back to wherever they came from." I watched the 3 dark shapes climb away from the rings, and I understood, with a cold clarity I have never quite shaken, exactly what had just happened. We had not won. We had survived, which is a different and rarer thing. And the price of surviving was that the Concordance now knew it had been wrong about us. They had filed us as a listed population with a provisional compliance rating, expecting us to power down and put our hands up like every species before us. Instead, we had thrown mountains. Instead, we had killed 2 of their impossible ships with a tool for moving ore. They were not going to file us as compliant. They were going to file us as a problem. And the Concordance, in all its long and patient history, had a way of dealing with problems. "Let them go," I said softly. "We can't stop the transmission, and we can't catch those ships. Owen, take us back to the station. Director Hans, Get me a casualty count and a damage report. Lena, I want every scrap of data we just recorded on those ships. Their weapons, their shields, their movements, packaged and ready to transmit the instant we're clear of the rings. Every fleet, every world, every listening post humanity has. They need to know what's coming, and they need to know how it can be hurt. What it can be hurt with, Marcus said slowly, is rocks. Then that's what we tell them, I said. The Kestrel rose out of the rings as the 3 enemy ships folded space and vanished, carrying their report into the dark. Below us, Bishop's Reach turned slowly, scorched along one flank where a stray beam had caught it. Lifeboats clustered around its core like ducklings, but turning, intact, alive. 1,100 people. The first 1,100 people in human history to look up at the Concordance and refuse to power down. Director Hans's voice came over the channel one last time before we cleared the rings. He sounded exhausted and shaken, and underneath all of it, fierce. Captain Holt, he said, when you make that report, when you tell them what we did here, make sure you tell them this too. A breath. We didn't know who they were, but now they know who we are. I looked at the dark where the 3 ships had vanished, carrying their data home, and I thought about the flat, patient voice that had given us a number, and I thought about how very, very surprised somebody, somewhere, was about to be when they read what their survey ships had recorded above a frontier mining station nobody had ever heard of. They started something here today, I said. I don't think they understand yet what they started, but they will. We cleared the rings. Sam opened every channel humanity had, and I sent the warning out into the dark, the first warning of the war, carrying the data and the casualty count and the simple, impossible fact that 6 of their ships had come to assess us, and only 3 had gone home. I did not know then how far it would go. I did not know about the fleets, or the colony at Halden's World, or the thing they would build to end us, or the long, terrible road between that day above Bishop's Reach and the day it finally stopped. I did not know that the Concordance kept a record of every species it had ever broken, an index of subdued peoples reaching back further than human history, and that they were about to open a new entry under us. I only knew 2 things, as the Kestrel turned for home, with the warning streaming out behind it. The first was that the deadliest war humanity had ever faced had just begun. The second was that the Concordance had no idea, none at all, that the deadliest creatures in that war were going to be us. The recording from Bishop's Reach reached the Human Council 11 hours before the Concordance's reply did, and in those 11 hours, everything changed. I was in a debriefing room on Anchor Station, the great spinning hub above the inner colonies, when the Council finally understood what they were looking at. I had flown the Kestrel straight there, running her engines hot the whole way, because I did not trust a transmission to carry the weight of what we had seen. Some things you have to say in a room. The room was full of admirals and ministers and pale-faced analysts, and at the head of the long table sat Admiral Ruth Calder, a small gray-haired woman with eyes like cold iron, who had spent 40 years preparing for a war nobody believed would ever come. She watched the playback twice, the 6 ships dropping out of folded space, the flat, patient voice giving us a number, the ore launcher emptying its magazine into a tuned shield that had no answer for mass, 2 enemy vessels going dark and falling, 3 withdrawing to report. When it finished, the room was silent, and Admiral Calder looked down the table at me with those iron eyes. "You hit them with a cargo gun," she said. "Yes, Admiral. Because their shields are built to stop energy weapons, and a thrown rock has no energy signature for them to detect." "Yes, Admiral. Their entire defense is tuned for the war they expect. Beams, plasma, particle cannons, anything that flies is light. They never built a wall against mass, because in all their history, nobody ever made them." She was quiet for a moment. Then she stood, walked to the long window, and looked out at the colonies turning below us, millions of lights, billions of people, a species that had spread across a double handful of worlds and thought, until 11 hours ago, that it was alone and safe. "They will come back," she said. "Not with 6 ships, with 600. They've recorded everything you did, which means by the time they arrive, their shields will be retuned, their tactics rewritten, their estimate of us corrected. The cargo gun worked once. It worked because it was a surprise. We will not get that surprise again. She turned. But you taught me something more important than the trick, Captain Holt. You taught me how they think. They surveyed us. They indexed us. They assigned us a number before they ever fired a shot. That is a species that fights by formula. They have a procedure, and they have used it so many times on so many worlds that they have forgotten how to fight anyone who breaks the procedure. Her iron eyes found mine. We are going to break their procedure so badly that their formula stops working entirely. And you, Captain, are going to help me do it. That was how the war truly began for me. Not above Bishop's Reach, where I had simply been trying to keep 41 people alive, but in that room, with Admiral Calder telling me that the thing which made humans dangerous was not the cargo gun, but the mind that had thought to use it. The Concordance's reply arrived 11 hours later. It was not a fleet, it was a message, broadcast on every frequency exactly as the first one had been, flat and patient and utterly without mercy. I have it memorized too. Population of the surveyed worlds. Your compliance rating has been revised. Your species has demonstrated capacity for resistance. Resistance is a correctable condition. A correction fleet has been assigned. Your installations, your vessels, and your worlds will be brought into accordance. You are advised that no surveyed species has remained out of accordance for longer than required. This message will not repeat. No surveyed species had ever stayed out of accordance. That was the line that told me everything I needed to know. They had done this hundreds of times, maybe thousands, and they had a perfect record, and they were telling us about that record, the way a hunter tells a cornered animal that running is pointless. It was meant to break our nerve before the fleet ever arrived. It did not break our nerve. It made us furious, and furious humans are the most dangerous thing in the galaxy, though the Concordance had not yet learned that. We had 2 months before the correction fleet could reach us. 2 months is nothing for a navy. It is nothing for shipyards, but it is an eternity for a species with its back against the wall, and 1,000 clever, frightened, determined minds all pointed at the same problem. What we did in those 2 months has been written about endlessly since, and most of it is true, though the writers always make it sound grander and cleaner than it was. The truth is that it was messy and exhausting and improvised, and it worked precisely because it was all of those things. We did not try to build 600 warships. We could not. Instead, we took everything we already had and made it deadly. Ore haulers got mass drivers welded to their spines. Cargo guns turned into ship killers. Mining ships were packed with the heavy slugs that had killed 2 Concordance vessels above Bishop's Reach. Civilian freighters were stripped and filled with sensors and decoy emitters. Every shipyard in human space worked without stopping, not building grand fleets, but turning the ordinary machinery of a spacefaring civilization into 1,000 different ways to hurt an enemy that fought by formula. We did not have the Concordance's beautiful shields, or their patient, overwhelming power. We had rocks, and cleverness, and the willingness to do desperate things, and a refusal to fight the war they wanted us to fight. What I remember most from those weeks is not the shipyards, it is the messages. They came in faster than anyone could read them, from every corner of human space, from people nobody had asked. A retired propulsion engineer named Cora Hadley, who had not touched a drive coil in 30 years, walked into a yard on Ceres and rebuilt 3 burned-out injectors in a single night, then asked, quietly, where she could be useful next. A crew of asteroid miners from the deep belt painted a name on the side of their cargo launcher, a name they would not tell command, and flew it out to the staging line without orders, because they had heard what one launcher had done above Bishop's Reach, and they had decided that their rock thrower would do the same. Children sorted supply crates. Teachers learned to run sensor boards. An old freighter captain who had retired to a quiet colony world brought his ship back into service himself, scrubbed the rust off her, and signed on as a decoy pilot, which is the most dangerous job in a deception fleet and the least likely to bring you home. Nobody coordinated this. That is the part the Concordance could never have modeled. There was no single voice on a network telling humanity to rise, no nexus issuing the order. There were a billion separate decisions made by a billion separate people who had all, somehow, arrived at the same conclusion on their own, which was that they would rather throw everything they had at this enemy than live the small, safe life the enemy was offering. Asha said it best, late one night, watching the volunteer ships stack up in orbit like grain pouring into a silo. She said the Concordance kept waiting for our leaders to surrender, and they had not understood yet that we did not work that way, that the war did not run from the top down, that you could not make us stop by capturing whoever was in charge, because in the end, every single one of us was in charge. And we had me, apparently, because Admiral Calder had decided that the captain who threw mountains was exactly the kind of mind she needed close. My new orders came 3 weeks in. The Concordance, it turned out, did not simply appear out of nowhere. Their folded space travel required staging points, forward relays they seated ahead of a correction fleet to coordinate the jump and gather final survey data on the target. Our listening posts had detected one of these relays establishing itself at the edge of a place called the Veil, a vast nebula of glowing gas and dust that sat between us and the direction the Concordance's signals came from. The relay was lightly defended. 3 ships, the patient survey kind, gathering data and preparing to guide the correction fleet in. If we take that relay, Admiral Calder told me, we blind the correction fleet's approach. They lose their staging point. They lose the survey data they're gathering on us right now. And we capture, if we are very lucky and very good, a piece of Concordance technology, and possibly a living member of the species that has decided to correct us. We know almost nothing about them, Captain. We have never seen one. We do not know how they think, what they fear, where they break. I want that relay, and I want to know who is on the other side of that flat, patient voice. Why me, Admiral? Because taking that relay cannot be done with force. They will see force coming. It has to be done with a trick, and you are the best liar I have. A thin smile. I mean that as the highest compliment. So I went to the Veil, not with the Kestrel alone, but at the head of a small, strange flotilla. My own ship, 2 converted ore haulers bristling with mass drivers, and 4 stripped freighters packed with the most important weapons we had, which were not weapons at all but lies. Decoy emitters, signal generators, machines built to make 3 ships look like 30, and to make 30 look like nothing at all. The Veil was beautiful and treacherous. The glowing gas played havoc with sensors, scattering signals, hiding things, lighting up false returns. The Concordance relay sat at its edge, 3 patient ships drifting in a slow formation, gathering their data, waiting for the correction fleet. They were watching the approaches with the careful attention of a species that had never once been surprised, scanning for warships, for fleets, for the kind of force that a sane species would bring against them. We did not bring force, we brought a story. Here is how it works, I told my flotilla captains over the encrypted channel, deep in the dust where the Concordance could not see us. They are watching for an attack, so we are not going to attack. We are going to be a trade convoy, a frightened, panicking trade convoy, fleeing the correction fleet, trying to slip past the relay and run for the deep colonies. We are going to make ourselves look exactly like what they expect a beaten species to do, which is run. And while they are watching the running convoy, while their attention is fixed on the ships fleeing past them, the real threat is going to come from a direction they are not watching, because their formula says, nobody attacks the Concordance, everybody runs from it. The decoy freighters lit up first. Their emitters painted the dust with the signatures of a dozen civilian ships, fat and slow and panicking, broadcasting frightened chatter on open channels that we knew the Concordance would intercept. Refugees, cowards, a beaten species in flight, exactly what their survey predicted. The 3 relay ships shifted, turning their patient attention toward the fleeing convoy, repositioning to intercept and assess, to add these running cowards to their data on how the human species behaved under correction. And while they turned to watch the lie, the Kestrel and the 2 ore haulers came up out of the deep dust from the opposite side, silent, dark, with no energy weapons charged for their shields to detect, carrying nothing but mass. I have flown a lot of approaches in my life. None of them felt like that one. We ran the Kestrel cold, drives down to a whisper. Every system we could spare switched off, coasting on the momentum we had built up hours before in the cover of the dust. No active sensors, no targeting locks, nothing that would put out a flicker of energy for their shields to taste. We sat in the dark, and we let the dead weight of the ship carry us toward the relay, and we watched the enemy on passive returns alone. Ghosts of heat and light against the colored clouds of the nebula. Owen flew it by hand, barely breathing, nudging us with little cold puffs of gas that gave off no glow. Marcus had his slug racks loaded and his hands flat on the board, and he did not touch the fire control, because to fire early was to die, and he knew it. Sam kept the comms silent. Lena read the returns in a whisper so low, I had to lean toward her to hear. The whole crew held still in a way that human beings are not built to hold still, every nerve screaming to do something, to move, to act. While the only correct thing to do was nothing, was to wait, was to let the enemy go on believing that the only humans nearby were the frightened refugees fleeing on the far side of the cloud. 40 minutes we coasted like that. It felt like a year. And the relay grew on the screen from a point of light into a structure with windows, and still we did nothing, and still they did not see us. We were close before they understood. So close that when the first ore hauler emptied its mass driver into the nearest relay ship, the slugs crossed the gap almost instantly, through the tuned shield that still had no answer for raw metal, into the dark hull, and the relay ship's lights rolled and died, exactly as the ships above Bishop's Reach had died. The second hauler took the second relay ship a heartbeat later. 2 of the 3, dark and falling, before the third even finished turning back from the decoy convoy it had been so carefully assessing. The third ship did not die. I did not want it to. I wanted it whole. Marcus, I said. Their engines. Cripple the engines, nothing else. Lena, the instant their drive is dead, I want our boarding teams across. Owen, get us alongside, and keep us there no matter what they do. It was not clean. Nothing in war is clean, and I will not pretend it was. But the third relay ship lost its engines to a precise, ugly volley, and the Kestrel came alongside, and the boarding teams went across into a vessel built by a species no human had ever met. And after a tense and terrible hour, they came back with something we had never had before. A prisoner. They brought it aboard the Kestrel in restraints, and I went down to the hold to look at the first member of the Concordance that human eyes had ever seen up close. It was tall, far taller than a person, with a long, narrow body and limbs that bent in too many places, and skin like polished gray stone. Its eyes were deep and dark and unsettlingly calm, even in restraints, even surrounded by armed humans in the belly of an enemy ship. It did not struggle, it did not plead. It simply watched us with that deep stone calm, the way you might watch an interesting specimen, and when our translation matrix finally caught its speech, the first thing it said to me was not fear, or anger, or a demand. It was a question. "You are the one called Holt," it said, in that flat, patient voice I had come to know so well. "You are the one who used the tool for moving ore. We have studied your recording. I am called Ilun. I am an archivist of the Concordance. It is my function to record subdued peoples." Its deep eyes moved over me, slow and thoughtful. "I have recorded 411 species. I have written 411 entries in the index. Every entry ends the same way: surveyed, resisted, or did not resist, corrected, subdued." A pause that I would come to understand was Ilun thinking. "I have begun an entry for your species. I find that I do not know how it ends. This has not happened to me before." I stood in the hold of a captured enemy ship and looked at a creature that had catalogued the conquest of 411 worlds, and I understood that I was looking at the memory of the Concordance, the keeper of its terrible perfect record, and that for the first time in its long existence, that record had a question mark in it, and the question mark was us. "How do your entries usually end, Ilun?" I asked. "In submission," it said. "Always. A species is surveyed. It is assigned a compliance rating. The correction fleet arrives. There is a period of resistance, brief or long, and then there is the threshold." Its deep eyes held mine. "Every species has a threshold, Captain Holt, a point at which the cost of resistance exceeds the value the species places on its freedom, and at that point, the species submits to preserve itself. This is not weakness, it is the most basic mathematics of survival. To choose existence over freedom is the choice every living thing makes when the alternative is to cease existing. In 411 entries, every species reached its threshold. The only variable was how long it took and how much it cost them along the way. And our entry? Ilun was quiet for a long moment, and when it spoke again, there was something in that flat, patient voice I had not heard before, something I would spend the rest of the war learning to recognize. "I have been trying to calculate your threshold," it said. I have studied your recording from the mining station. I have studied what you did here, at the relay. I have studied the way your species responded to the correction notice, which was to convert every tool you possess into a weapon in the span of weeks, a thing no surveyed species has ever done so quickly. And I find, Captain Holt, that I cannot locate your threshold. I cannot find the point at which the mathematics would make you submit. When I extend the calculation, when I ask how much your species would endure before choosing existence over freedom, the answer my calculation returns is one I have never seen in 411 entries. It paused. The answer is that there is no such point, that you would not choose existence over freedom, that you would, if the mathematics demanded it, choose to cease existing rather than be corrected, and that you would make us pay for every moment of it along the way. The hold was very quiet. My boarding team had gone still, listening. That cannot be correct, Elune continued, almost to itself. A species that will not submit to preserve itself violates the most basic law of survival. It should not be able to exist. And yet here you are, having destroyed 5 of our vessels with tools never meant for war, holding me in the belly of a ship you took by telling us a story we believed, because no one has ever lied to the Concordance before. Its deep stone eyes fixed on me, and for the first time, I saw something move behind them that I can only call dread. I have written 411 entries, Captain Holt. I begin to fear that the entry I am writing now is going to be different from all of them. I begin to fear that I am not writing the record of a species we are about to subdue. A pause. I begin to fear that I am writing the record of the species that subdues us. I looked at the archivist of the Concordance, the keeper of 411 conquests, and I felt the war turn under me like a great wheel, and I understood that we had taken something from that relay, far more valuable than technology or a prisoner. We had taken their certainty. And a species that fights by formula, when it loses its certainty, has lost the only weapon that ever truly mattered. Your entry is going to end however we decide it ends, I told Elune. Not however your mathematics predict. That's the part your formula never accounted for. We don't fight the war you expect. We never have. We never will. I had the prisoner secured, and I took the captured relay ship and its intact data, and its impossible cargo of Concordance knowledge, and I turned my strange little flotilla for home, leaving the veil behind us glowing in the dark. Behind me, the correction fleet staging point was gone. Its survey data was in our hands. And its certainty, the perfect unbroken record of 411 conquests, had its first crack running through it. And the crack had a name, and the name was humanity. But the correction fleet was still coming. 600 ships, retuned now against our tricks, rewritten now against our tactics, led by something far worse than survey vessels. And the war that had started above a mining station nobody had ever heard of was about to come to a world with millions of people on it, a green and growing colony at the very heart of human space, a place called Halden's World. That was where the Concordance would learn the next thing about us. That was where they would discover that the most dangerous moment to face a human is not when the human is winning. It is when the human has just lost everything and is still, impossibly, refusing to stop. The correction fleet did not come for our outposts or our stations. It came for our heart. Halden's World was the oldest and greenest of the inner colonies, a place of broad oceans and terraced cities, and nearly 40 million people who had been born under its gentle sun and had never thought of war as anything but a story from old Earth. When the Concordance fleet folded into the system, the people of Halden's World looked up at a sky suddenly full of dark-ribbed shapes, hundreds of them, blotting out the stars, and they understood it pulled every ship we had to the defense of Halden's World, because she understood what the Concordance was doing. They had read us correctly in one respect at least. They had learned, from Elune's missing companions, and from the relay we had taken, that humans did not break the way other species broke. So they had decided to find our threshold the cruelest way, by threatening the thing we loved most, and making us watch. They want us to see it, Calder told the assembled captains, and the Kestrel's bridge was patched into 100 others, every ship commander in human space listening. They have brought their correction fleet to our oldest world, with 40 million of our people on it, because their formula says that a species will reach its threshold when the cost becomes unbearable, and they believe nothing is more unbearable than this. They are wrong about us, as they have been wrong about us from the first, but being wrong will not stop them from trying. So here is what we are going to do. We are not going to win this battle. We do not have the ships. What we are going to do is make the Concordants pay a price they have never paid, for every hour, and we are going to get as many of those 40 million people off that world as the universe will let us. And we are going to teach the correction fleet, in the most expensive lesson they have ever received, that there is no threshold, that they can take our oldest world, and it will not break us. It will only make us more dangerous. It was the hardest thing I have ever been part of, and I will not dress it up. The fleet of dark ships came down on Halden's world, and they had retuned their shields, and our cargo guns no longer caught them by surprise. They had layered fields now, energy on the outside, and a denser physical baffle beneath. A clumsy thing they had clearly built in a hurry, but it meant that our slugs no longer went through clean. They still got through, sometimes. We still killed their ships, sometimes. But the easy slaughter of the early days was gone. The Concordants had adapted, exactly as Admiral Calder had warned they would, and now we were fighting them on something closer to even terms, which meant we were losing, because there were 600 of them and barely 200 of us. But here is the thing the Concordants had not adapted to, because it was not a tactic or a weapon, and their formula had no column for it. We did not fight to win, we fought to make it cost. Our converted ore haulers rammed their mass drivers right up against the layered shields and emptied them at point-blank range, where even the new baffles could not spread the impact. Our stripped freighters flew straight into the firing lines, broadcasting false signatures, drawing enemy fire onto themselves so that the evacuation ships behind them could reach the surface and lift people away. Our smallest ships, my Kestrel among them, darted through the great dark shapes of the correction fleet like minnows among sharks, not trying to kill the sharks, just trying to confuse them, to scatter their formation, to make their beautiful coordinated war into a chaos where 40 million people might find a few hours to run. And on the surface, the people of Halden's world, who had never known war, evacuated with a discipline and a courage that I have never been able to describe without my voice failing. They filled every ship that landed. They sent the children first, and the elderly, and then themselves, in waves, calm and quick and unbroken, while the sky above them burned. When the ships ran out of room, the ones left behind did not panic. They organized. They sent more people to the lifting fields. They held the lines. They did, on the ground, exactly what their navy was doing in the sky, which was to make the Concordants pay for every hour, and to get as many of their people away as they could. There was a grain freighter in that fight named the Long Furrow. She was not a warship. She had no slugs, no mass driver, nothing welded to her spine, because she had been too far out when the call came, and there had been no time to arm her. Her captain was a woman named Esther Vance, who hauled cereal between the farm colonies and had never fired a weapon in her life. When the Concordance ships broke through the inner line and began burning the lifting fields where the last waves of evacuees were still loading, Esther Vance did the only thing her empty freighter could do. She put herself between the enemy and the field. She turned her broad, slab-sided hull broadside to their fire, and she held it there, a wall of cheap metal a kilometer long, soaking up the force that would otherwise have fallen on the families still climbing aboard the transports behind her. A grain freighter is not built to take that. She knew it was not. She kept her engines burning to hold position, even as her hull came apart, even as the heat ate through her decks, and she stayed there, broadside, while 3 full transports lifted off behind her shadow and ran for the dark. They got away. 11,000 people on those 3 ships got away because a woman who hauled cereal decided that her ship was worth more as a shield than as anything else. And at the end, when the Long Furrow had nothing left, Esther Vance did not send a goodbye. I have her last transmission. We all do, now. It is part of the record we read every year. She did not waste her final seconds on grief or on farewells. She spent them on us. She transmitted the exact firing positions of the 4 Concordance ships that were tearing her apart. Clean coordinates, range and bearing, so that the gunships coming up behind her could find them in the smoke. Her last words were numbers. She gave us numbers so we could finish what she had started, and then the Long Furrow was gone, and 4 enemy ships died in the next 2 minutes, because a freight captain had told us precisely where they were. We held Halden's world for 6 days, 6 days against a fleet 3 times our size, with retuned shields and a correction doctrine rewritten specifically for us. 6 days, and in those 6 days we lifted nearly 31 million people off that world and away into the dark, scattering them to the other colonies, to deep stations, to anywhere the Concordance was not. 31 million out of 40. It was the greatest evacuation in human history, and it was, by every measure the Concordance understood, a catastrophic defeat, because at the end of the 6 days, Halden's world fell. I watched it fall. I will not describe what the Concordance did to it, because some things should not be made into words, and because the people who deserve to be remembered are the ones who got 31 million souls away, not the fleet that took the world they left behind. But I watched our oldest, greenest world pass into Concordance hands, and I watched the dark fleet settle over it like a shroud, and I felt, for the first time since this began, the cold weight of the thing Ilun had called the threshold pressing down on all of us. And then I watched humanity refuse it. The fleet that pulled back from Halden's world was battered and bleeding, and far smaller than the fleet that had arrived. We had lost ships, we had lost people, we had lost a world. By every law of Ilun's mathematics, this was the moment. This was where the cost finally exceeded the value, where a species looked at what it had suffered and what it stood to suffer more, and chose existence over freedom, and submitted. The Concordance fleet held its position over the fallen world, and waited, I am certain, for exactly that. For the surrender. For the threshold, reached at last. It did not come. Instead, the survivors of the Halden's world defense regrouped, rearmed at the deep stations, took in the rage and the grief of 31 million displaced people, and turned around, and went back out to fight, harder than before. Volunteers flooded the shipyards. The displaced colonists, the ones who had lost their homes, were the first in line. People who had never held a weapon learned. People who had lost everything, decided that since they had nothing left to lose, they would spend themselves making the Concordance bleed. We did not break, we sharpened. I went to see Ilun after Halden's world fell. The archivist was still aboard the Kestrel, still in its restraints, still watching everything with those deep stone eyes, recording, always recording. When I came into the hold, it looked at me, and I saw that the dread I had glimpsed at the relay had grown into something larger. You lost the world, Ilun said. Yes. By every entry I have written, this is the threshold. This is the point of submission. The cost has exceeded the value. Your species should be sending us a compliance signal now. It is the only rational choice that remains. Its deep eyes searched my face, and yet I am reading your fleet movements through the data your crew permits me to see, and your species is not submitting. Your species is rearming. The colonists who lost their homes are volunteering to fight in numbers that exceed your shipyard's capacity to arm them, Captain Holt. The flat, patient voice had developed, somewhere in the last weeks, an edge that I think was the closest a Concordance archivist could come to fear. Explain this to me. I must record it correctly, and I do not understand it. You have lost. Why are you not submitting? I sat down across from the creature that had catalogued 411 conquests, and I tried to give it the truth. You said every species has a threshold, I said. A point where the cost of resistance exceeds the value it places on its freedom. And you're right that we feel the cost. We feel it more than you can imagine. 31 million people got off Halden's world, but 9 million didn't. Every one of those 9 million was someone's whole world. We carry that. It's a wound that will never fully close. I leaned forward. But here is what your formula gets wrong, Ilun. You think the cost makes us value our freedom less. It does the opposite. Every world you take, every person we lose, makes the thing you're trying to take from us more precious, not less. You're not raising the cost of resistance. You're raising the cost of submission. Because the more you take, the more unbearable it becomes to imagine handing you the rest. You think you're pushing us toward the threshold. You're pushing us away from it, as fast as you can, with every single thing you do. Ilun was silent for a long, long time. When it finally spoke, its voice had changed in a way I had never heard from it before. In 411 entries, it said slowly, the Concordance has operated on a single principle. That all life, when faced with its own ending, will choose to continue existing, even at the price of its freedom. Because existence is the precondition for all other values. This principle has never failed. It is the foundation of everything we are. It is why we survey, and index, and correct, rather than simply destroy, because we believe that any species, shown the choice clearly enough, will choose to live as ours, rather than to cease as its own. A pause. You are telling me that your species inverts this principle, that for you, freedom is not a value that depends on existence. That freedom is the value that gives existence its worth, and that existence without it is not a continuation, but an ending of a different kind. Its deep eyes fixed on me with something close to terror. If this is true, Captain Holt, then the Concordance has made an error of a magnitude it has never made before. We have not surveyed a species that will reach a threshold. We have surveyed a species that has no threshold, because the thing we offer in exchange for submission, continued existence, is a thing your species does not consider worth having on our terms. We cannot correct you. There is no cost we can impose that will make you submit, because the submission itself is the one cost you will not pay. We can only destroy you, and a species that can only be destroyed, never subdued. It trailed off. Go on, I said quietly. Say it. A species that can only be destroyed will not stop until either it is destroyed, or we are, Elune finished. There is no other ending available. Your entry, Captain Holt, the entry I have been writing since the mining station, does not end in your submission. It cannot. It ends in destruction. The only question my mathematics can no longer answer is whose. I left the hold with those words following me, and I went back to the bridge, and I found Admiral Calder's face on the main display, gray and grim, with news that turned Elune's terrible mathematics from a philosophical problem into a countdown. They've stopped trying to correct us, Calder said. Intelligence from the captured relay data, confirmed by movements our listening posts are tracking. The Concordance has concluded what your prisoner has apparently concluded, that we cannot be subdued. And so they have made a decision that, in 411 entries, they have made exactly 0 times before. Her iron eyes were steady, but I could hear what it cost her to say the words. They have decided to skip the correction. They are not going to take our worlds one by one anymore. They have committed their full strength to a single objective, and they are building something to accomplish it. Something we have never seen them use, because they have never needed to, because they have never met a species they could not correct. What is it, Admiral? Our analysts are calling it the Severance, she said. We don't have the full picture, but we have enough. It is not a fleet, Captain. It is a weapon, a single immense construction that the entire correction fleet is now assembling around, in the dark between the stars, beyond our reach. And from what the relay data tells us of its scale and its purpose, it is built to do to a star system what they did to Halden's world, except all at once, and from a distance, and without the need to ever land a single ship. She paused. They are building a weapon to end a solar system in a single stroke, and they are not aiming it at a frontier colony, or even at Halden's world. They are aiming at Captain Holt, at the oldest light we have. They are aiming it at Sol, at Earth, at the world where it all began, and where 2 billion people still live, because the Concordance has calculated, correctly, that there is one loss even a species with no threshold cannot simply absorb and continue from. They cannot subdue us, so they are going to remove the root, and trust that without it, the rest of us will wither. The bridge had gone silent. Owen's hands were frozen on the controls. Lena's face was white. Marcus, my slow, steady gunner, had closed his eyes. How long? I asked. The severance is not yet complete, Calder said. Our best estimate is that they need a number of weeks to finish it and to move it into position to fire. We do not know exactly how many, but we know this. When it is done, they will bring it to Sol, and they will fire it, and Earth and everyone on it will be gone, and they believe that will be the end of us. Her iron eyes found mine across the dark between our ships. We are not going to let them finish it. We are going to find where they are building it, in the dark between the stars, and we are going to go there, and we are going to do something that no species in 411 entries has ever done. We are going to take the war to the Concordance, before they can bring their weapon to us. And Captain Holt, a breath. I need your prisoner. I need everything it knows about where the severance is, and how it can be hurt. And I need it before the clock that is now running runs out. Because if we do not stop that weapon in the dark, we will not get a second chance. There is no clever trick for a dead star. There is no cargo gun for the end of the world. The Kestrel was battered from 6 days over Halden's world, scorched and leaking and held together by Asha Reyes and her engineering crew, through what I can only describe as faith. We were tired in a way that went past the body. We had lost a world. We carried the names of the 9 million we could not save. And now we were being told that the Concordants had stopped trying to conquer us and started trying to erase us, that they were building the end of Earth in the dark, and that the only thing standing between 2 billion people and that weapon was a species with no threshold and a clock that had already begun to count down. I looked at my exhausted crew, and I thought about Elun's terrible mathematics, the entry that could only end in destruction, the question of whose, and I made the only choice a human can make when the alternative is to hand the universe over to the dark. Then let's go find it, I said. Let's go find their weapon, before they bring it to us. Owen, plot a course to wherever Elun tells us the Severance is being built. Asha, I need the Kestrel ready for the longest, hardest flight she's ever made. Lena, Marcus, Sam, get some rest while you can, because once we start, we are not going to stop until that weapon is dead, or we are. I stood, and I felt the weight of it, and I felt, underneath the weight, the thing that the Concordants had never understood, and never would. The thing that made us the deadliest creatures they had ever decided to file. Not the cargo guns, not the tricks. The simple, stubborn, unbreakable refusal to ever stop. They came to correct us, I said to my crew. They couldn't, so now they're trying to end us. And they're about to learn the last and worst lesson there is about our species. I looked out at the dark, toward the place where the end of the world was being built, and toward the long, impossible road we were about to fly down to stop it. You don't corner something that can't be broken, I said, and you never, ever back it into the dark and tell it that the only way out is through you. Elun told us where the Severance was being built, and it told us how the Concordants could be hurt, and in doing so it betrayed 411 entries of its own civilization, because it had decided, somewhere in the belly of the Kestrel, that the record it most wanted to write was the one where humanity survived. You ask how the Concordants can be defeated, the archivist said, when I came to it with Admiral Calder's question, and the clock running behind every word. I have been asking myself the same thing, Captain Holt, because I find that I wish to answer it, and that wish is itself a thing I do not fully understand. I have served the Concordants for longer than your species has had cities, and yet I look at what you are, and what we are, and I find that I would rather your entry end with us than with you. Its deep stone eyes held mine, so I will tell you our weakness, the weakness we have never had to fear, because no species we surveyed ever lived long enough to use it against us. Listen carefully, because it is the only chance you have. What it told me reshaped everything I thought I understood about our enemy. The Concordance was not, Elun explained, a species of individuals the way humanity was. They were a species of one mind, or as close to it as made no difference. Every ship, every fleet, every survey vessel and correction force was coordinated through a central command structure, a vast nexus of processing and authority that the Concordance had built at the heart of its operations, and that node made the decisions, ran the formula, issued the corrections, and held the index of all 411 subdued peoples. The individual ships did not think for themselves. They did not need to. They received their instructions from the Nexus, executed them with perfect coordination, and reported back. It was a system of breathtaking efficiency, and it had crushed 411 species, because against a foe with a single coordinating mind, moving every piece in perfect concert, no enemy had ever stood. But it was also, Elun told me, a single point of failure, and the Concordance had never once had to fear that failure, because no enemy had ever survived long enough to reach the Nexus, let alone understand what it was. Your species is the opposite of mine, Elun said. You have no Nexus. You have no central mind. Every one of your ships thinks for itself. Every one of your captains improvises. When I watched you take the relay at the Vale, I could not understand how your flotilla coordinated, because there was no central signal directing it. And then I understood that there was no central signal, because there did not need to be one. Each of your captains simply did what the moment required, and trusted the others to do the same, and the result was a coordination that emerged from nothing, that could not be jammed or blinded or beheaded, because it had no head. Its deep eyes were intent. This is your great weakness in our doctrine. A species without central command is a species that cannot be efficiently corrected, because there is no leadership to capture, no signal to silence. We classified this as a weakness, Captain Holt. It is the reason we marked your compliance rating so poorly. We did not understand, until it was far too late, that it is the most dangerous strength a species can possess. We are a single mind that moves 1,000 bodies. You are 1,000 minds that move as one. And if you can reach our nexus, if you can silence the single mind that coordinates our every ship, then for the first time in 411 entries, the Concordance will face an enemy while blind, and deaf, and alone. And I do not think we will know how to fight that way. We have never had to learn. The Severance, Elune told us, was being assembled in the dark between two dead stars, far beyond human space, surrounded by the bulk of the correction fleet, and at the center of that fleet, directing every piece of the construction, was the Nexus, and aboard the Nexus was the Overseer. Vashek, Elune said, and there was something in the way it said the name, a coldness that I realized was not fear but contempt. The Overseer who directs the correction of your species. Vashek is the will of the Concordance made singular, the mind that runs the formula, the one who decided that your species could not be corrected, and ordered the severance built in its place. If you silence the Nexus, you silence Vashek. And if you silence Vashek, in the moment the correction fleet is gathered around the unfinished severance, then every ship in that fleet will suddenly find itself without instructions, without coordination, without the single mind that tells it what to do. Elune leaned close, and the dread in its voice had turned, at last, into something almost like hope. That is the only moment in this entire war when the Concordance will be vulnerable. It will not last long. They will re-establish coordination, eventually, through backup nodes and emergency protocols. But for a few minutes, perhaps less, the most powerful fleet the Concordance has ever assembled will be a collection of blind, leaderless ships. And a few minutes, Captain Holt, against an enemy who fights the way your species fights, is an eternity. We took that knowledge to Admiral Calder, and Admiral Calder built a plan around it that should not have worked, and that worked precisely because it was the kind of plan only a species with no threshold and nothing left to lose would ever dare to attempt. We could not beat the correction fleet in open battle. We did not try. Instead, we gathered every ship humanity had left, the battered survivors of Halden's world, and the freshly armed volunteers, and the converted haulers, and the stripped freighters, and my own scorched kestrel. And we flew them out into the dark between the dead stars, toward the place where the end of the world was being built. And we did it in pieces, scattered, silent, each ship and each small group navigating its own way to the rendezvous, because a species with no central command does not move as one great fleet that the enemy can detect and intercept. It moves as 1,000 quiet pieces that assemble, at the last moment, into a single fist. You have to understand what that asked of people. Every ship out there in the dark was alone, truly alone, in a way that is hard to put into words. We could not talk to each other. Any signal across that gulf would have been a flare in the night, a gift to the enemy's listening posts. So we ran silent, each ship a single point of life, crawling across an emptiness so vast it stops meaning anything, with no word from the others, no proof that anyone else was still coming, no way to know if the ship that had been beside you yesterday was still out there, or had turned back, or had simply been swallowed by the distance. And every one of those ships kept going anyway. That is the part I still cannot fully explain, except that it is the most human thing I have ever been part of. There was no nexus telling them the others were on their way. There was no central voice promising that the plan was holding. There was only a time and a place that we had all agreed on before we scattered, and the quiet private faith, carried alone through the dark by thousands of people who could not see one another, that everyone else would be there too. The Concordance trusted machinery and a single coordinating mind. We trusted each other, blind, across light years, with nothing to go on but a promise. They could not have built a fleet that worked that way. They could not even have imagined wanting to. And so while they watched for the great formation their doctrine told them to expect, the 1,000 lonely pieces of us crept in from every angle of the sky, each one holding faith with all the others, until the moment came to stop being scattered and start being a fist. The Concordance never saw us coming, because the Concordance was looking for a fleet, and we were not a fleet until the instant we needed to be. We came out of the dark around the construction site all at once, from every direction, and for the first time, I saw the Severance with my own eyes, and the sight of it nearly stopped my heart. It was vast beyond reason, a structure the size of a small moon, a great dark lens of Concordance engineering, built to gather and focus enough force to unmake a star, and it hung in the dark between the dead suns, surrounded by the full strength of the correction fleet, hundreds of ships, more than had ever come to Halden's world, all of them moving in the perfect, terrible, coordinated concert that only a single mind could produce. And at the center of them all, behind the half-finished Severance, gleaming with a cold light, was the Nexus, the mind of the Concordance, the throne of the Overseer Vashek. All ships, I broadcast, on every human frequency, because I had been given the honor and the terror of leading the strike, and because Admiral Calder had told me, with iron in her eyes, that the captain who threw mountains was the right one to throw this. You all know the plan. You know your part. We are not here to win a battle against that fleet, because we cannot. We are here to do one thing, and one thing only. We are here to clear a path to the Nexus, and we are here to silence it. And in the few minutes that follow, while their fleet is blind and leaderless and alone, we are here to make them pay for Halden's world, and for the 9 million, and for every world they have ever taken in 411 entries of conquest. They built a weapon to end us. We are going to teach them, in the dark between two dead stars, that we are the deadliest thing they have ever surveyed, and that they should have left us alone. I took a breath. For Earth, for the 9 million, for all of us. Break their formula, now. And the 1,000 pieces became a fist, and the fist came down. I will not describe the whole of that battle, because no single account could hold it, and because the people who fought it deserve better than to have their courage flattened into a few lines. But I will tell you the shape of it. We threw everything we had at the wall of ships between us and the Nexus, not to destroy that wall, but to punch a hole through it, and through that hole, while the correction fleet's perfect coordination concentrated to seal the breach, my Kestrel and a hand-picked spearhead of our fastest ships drove straight for the heart, straight for the cold gleaming node, where the single mind of the Concordance directed the end of the world. They saw us coming then. Of course they did. The fleet turned its perfect attention on the spearhead, and pale fire filled the dark, and we lost ships, good ships, brave crews, and I will carry their names with the 9 million for the rest of my life. But a species that fights with a single mind has a single mind to protect, and the moment we threatened the Nexus, every instinct of their coordination pulled toward defending it, which meant their attention narrowed, which meant the hole behind us widened, which meant the rest of our forces poured through and fell upon the construction site and the unfinished Severance like a storm. And in the chaos, the Overseer Vashek spoke to us. It came on every frequency, the way the first message above Bishop's Reach had come. But the flat patience was gone now, and in its place was something I had never heard from the Concordance, something that I realized, with a fierce and terrible satisfaction, was anger. You cannot reach the Nexus, Vashek said. You are an indexed species. You are a provisional compliance rating that should have been corrected weeks ago. You are an error in 411 entries of perfect order, and you will be removed. You have killed our ships, and you have taken our world, and you have prolonged your correction beyond all reason, but you cannot win, because you do not understand what you face. We are the Concordance. We have brought order to 411 species. We are the mind that moves the stars. And you are a single fragile world's worth of short-lived creatures who have mistaken stubbornness for strength. You're right that we're stubborn, I said, and I aimed the Kestrel straight at the heart of the cold gleaming node. And Owen Webb, the best pilot humanity ever produced, threaded us through fire that should have ended us 100 times over. And you're right that we're short-lived and fragile, and that you've conquered 411 species. But you got one thing wrong, Overseer. The same thing you've gotten wrong since the day you decided to give us a number. You think you're facing a single fragile world. I watched the Nexus grow in the forward window, vast and cold and undefended, now that the fleet had turned to seal the breach we had punched and reinforced. But you stopped facing a single world the moment you took Halden's. You're not fighting Earth, or the colonies, or any one place you could put your weapon to. You're fighting 1,000 minds that move as one, with no head for you to take. And the only way you could ever beat us was to break us, and we don't break. The spearhead reached the Nexus. We just get closer. What we did to the Nexus, Elune had told us exactly how to do, and we did it with the same kind of weapon that had won us our first day above Bishop's reach. The kind of weapon the Concordance had never built a defense against, because in 411 entries, no enemy had ever survived long enough to use it. Not energy, not fire, mass. Our spearhead emptied everything we had, every slug, every heavy hauler-fired round, into the single point that Elune had marked as the Nexus core, the place where the mind of the Concordance lived. And the cold, gleaming node had a shield tuned for energy, and a baffle built against the tricks they had learned from us. But it had no answer. None at all. For a wall of solid metal, arriving all at once from a species that had decided it would rather throw mountains than die. The Nexus went dark, and in the dark between the dead stars, the most powerful fleet the Concordance had ever assembled, hundreds of ships moving in perfect coordinated concert, all at once, lost its mind. I have tried many times to describe what happened in the minutes that followed, and I have never quite managed it. The change was instant and total. One moment the correction fleet was a single weapon with hundreds of bodies, every ship moving in flawless concert, sealing breaches, concentrating fire, executing the will of the Overseer with a precision no human fleet could ever match. And the next moment, with the Nexus silenced and Vashek's voice cut off mid-sentence, every one of those ships was suddenly, utterly alone. They had no instructions. They had no coordination. They had never, in the entire history of the Concordance, had to fight without the single mind that told them what to do, and they did not know how. They drifted. They fired wild. They turned in circles. Some of them simply stopped, waiting for orders that were not coming. A species of one mind moving 1,000 bodies had become, in an instant, 1,000 bodies with no mind at all. And the species of 1,000 minds that moved as one fell upon them. We did not need orders. That was the whole of it. That was the thing Elune had understood, and Vashek never had. While the Concordance fleet floundered, blind and leaderless and alone, every single human ship in that battle simply did what the moment required, and trusted every other human ship to do the same. And out of that trust, out of 1,000 captains each making their own choice, there emerged a coordination so swift and so devastating that the great helpless fleet never recovered. We struck the unfinished severance from a dozen directions at once. We swept through the drifting ships. We turned the dark between the dead stars into the single greatest victory humanity had ever won. And we did it in the few short minutes that Elune had promised us, before the Concordance could bring its backup nodes online and remember how to think. By the time their coordination flickered back, it was over. The severance was broken, its great dark lens shattered, the end of the world unmade in the dark before it could ever be brought to light. The correction fleet was scattered and bleeding and reeling, half its strength gone, the other half fleeing into folded space, carrying home the news that the Concordance had, for the first time in 411 entries, lost. Not a battle. Battles they had lost before, to us. They had lost the thing they had never lost. They had lost their certainty that they could not be beaten, and they had lost it in the place they had thought themselves most safe, surrounded by their greatest fleet, behind the weapon they had built to erase us. I brought the Kestrel up alongside the dark and silent Nexus, and I looked at the place where the single mind of the Concordance had lived, and I let myself feel, for one moment, the enormity of what we had done. And then Vashek spoke again. The Nexus was dead, but the Overseer was not aboard it. I understood, in a cold rush, that I had made the most natural mistake in the world, that I had assumed the mind and the body were in the same place, the way they would be for a human. But Vashek was Concordance, and the Concordance separated the mind from the body, and the Overseer's voice came now from somewhere else entirely, from a single ship that detached itself from the wreckage of the fleet and turned, not toward folded space and home, but inward, toward us, toward human space, toward Saul. "You have broken the Nexus," Vashek said, and the anger was gone now, and in its place was something far worse, something cold and final and beyond reason. You have broken the severance. You have done what no surveyed species has ever done. And you believe you have won. A pause. And in that pause I heard the death of 411 entries of patient order, replaced by a single creature's refusal to be the first overseer in history to fail. You have not won, Captain Holt. You have only ensured that I will do, with the fragment that remains, what I would have done with the whole. The severance is broken, but it is not destroyed. A core remains. Enough of it remains to fire once, at close range, against a single world. I am taking that core, and I am taking it to the oldest light you have, to the world where you began, and I am going to fire it, and I am going to end Earth, and I am going to prove, with the last act available to me, that a species without a threshold can still be removed at its root. You have 1,000 minds that move as one. Let us see if they can move faster than the end of their own world. And the overseer's ship folded space and was gone, carrying the broken heart of the severance toward Earth, toward 2 billion people, on a desperate, final, all-consuming run to end us before we could stop it. I sat in the command chair of the battered Kestrel, in the dark between 2 dead stars, surrounded by the wreckage of the greatest victory humanity had ever won, and I understood that the victory was not the end. It had never been the end. Elune had told me, weeks ago in the belly of my own ship, that our entry could only end in destruction, and that the only question was whose. We had not answered that question in the dark between the dead stars. We had only earned the right to answer it at home, at Sol, at Earth, in one final race between a single creature's refusal to lose and a species' refusal to break. Owen, I said, and my voice was steady, because there was no more room for anything but steadiness now. Plot a course to Sol, burn everything she has. Asha, I need every scrap of speed the Kestrel can give us, and I need it now, because the Overseer has a head start and the broken core of a weapon that can end the world, and we are the only ones close enough to matter. I opened a channel to every human ship that could hear me, scattered across the dark, victorious and bleeding, and not yet aware that the war was not over. All ships, this is Holt. We won the battle, but Vashek has escaped with enough of the severance to end Earth, and the Overseer is making a run for Sol right now. Every ship that can reach home, reach it. Every defense we have, ready it. We are about to fight the last battle of this war over the oldest light we have, and we are going to win it, because we did not come all this way and lose all that we have lost, to watch the world where we began go dark. I closed the channel, and I looked out at the stars, toward home, toward the race that would decide whose entry ended in the index of the concordance. They built a weapon to end the world, I said quietly, to my crew, to the dark, to whatever part of the universe was listening, and now there's one creature left who still believes it can use it. Let's go show the Overseer the last thing the concordance never understood about us. The Kestrel's engines screamed, and we folded space, and we ran for home, for Earth, for everything. We don't just refuse to break, I said. When you back us against the wall, we come through it, every single time. The Overseer reached Sol 9 minutes before we did, and in those 9 minutes, the home fleet of Earth learned what it meant to face the broken heart of a weapon built to end the world. I came out of folded space into a sky already on fire. Vashek's ship hung above the blue curve of Earth, a single dark vessel carrying the shattered core of the severance, and around it swarmed every defense humanity had been able to throw into its path. The orbital platforms, the home fleet, the patrol ships, the half-built hulls dragged out of the shipyards with crews who had volunteered knowing they might not fly anything that could survive. They had thrown all of it at the Overseer, and it had not been enough, because Vashek had spent the entire flight to Sol doing the one thing the Concordance did better than any species in the galaxy. It had adapted. "Captain," Lena's voice was tight as the sensor returns resolved. Their deflection, it's changed again. They've layered it, energy and mass both, a baffle field tuned specifically against kinetic impact. "Captain, the home fleet has been firing slugs at it for 9 minutes, and the slugs aren't getting through. The cargo gun doesn't work anymore. They finally solved the rock." It landed in my chest like ice. The thing that had won us our first day above Bishop's Reach, the thing that had killed 5 of their ships before they ever understood what was happening, the simple ancient trick of throwing mass at a foe whose shields were built for light, was dead. Vashek had spent the whole desperate run home, building the one defense the Concordance had never needed, because humanity had taught them, at last, that they needed it. We had been so dangerous for so long that we had forced our enemy to become the one thing that could survive us. And now the Overseer was over Earth, with the broken core charging, and the trick that had started the war could not finish it. "Get me the picture," I said. "All of it. Lena, I need to know exactly what that core does, and exactly what stops it, and I need it in the next 60 seconds. Because Vashek did not come all this way to charge a weapon over Earth, and then wait politely. Sam, patch me into Elune. Now." The archivist's voice came onto the bridge, and even across the chaos it was steady, because Elune had decided, somewhere in the belly of my ship, exactly which entry it wanted to write. "The core is a fragment, Captain Holt," Elune said. "The severance was meant to gather and focus its force across a great lens, building the discharge slowly and safely. The core alone cannot do this. To fire, Vashek must force the fragment to overcharge, far past any safe threshold, and then release everything at once through a single focusing aperture aimed at the planet. The aperture is the key. It is the only moment the weapon is vulnerable, because the focusing field cannot operate through the ship's own deflection. In the instant the core fires, Vashek must drop the deflection around the aperture. For that instant, and that instant only, the weapon is open." A pause. "But Captain Holt, you must understand what that instant is. The instant the deflection drops is the instant the weapon fires. To strike the open aperture is to strike it while it is already discharging the force that will end Earth. You will not be stopping the weapon before it fires. You will be reaching into it at the exact moment it fires. And only if you can put enough mass into that open aperture in that single instant will the fragment feed back on itself and consume the weapon and the ship before the discharge completes. The timing is not difficult, the timing is impossible, and the position required to strike the aperture is inside the lethal radius of a star-ending weapon at the moment of its firing." The bridge was silent. Owen's hands were steady on the controls. Marcus had his eyes open now, fixed on me. Lena looked up from her station, and I saw that she had understood it the same moment I had. To stop the weapon, a ship had to be at the aperture, at the instant of firing, throwing mass into the open mouth of the thing as it tried to end the world. And no ship that did that was going to fly home. "How long until the core is charged?" I asked. "Minutes," Elune said. "Perhaps less. Vashek is forcing it. The Overseer does not care if the fragment is stable. The Overseer cares only that it fires once." I looked out at the dark ship over the blue curve of Earth, and at the swarm of human vessels throwing themselves at deflection fields that could no longer be cracked, and at the planet below, 2 billion people, the oldest light we had, the place where every one of us had begun. And I made the decision that I had, I think, already made the day I emptied a cargo gun into the first enemy ship above Bishop's Reach. The decision that the captain who throws mountains throws the last one too. "Owen," I said quietly, "plot us an intercept on the aperture. I want the Kestrel at the firing point, at the instant Vashek drops the deflection. Load everything we have left into the mass driver. We are going to throw the last mountain right down the throat of that weapon, and we are going to do it from inside, where there's no deflection left to stop us." "Captain," Owen said. He did not argue. He just said the word, and in it I heard everything. The whole long road from the rings of a gas giant to the sky over Earth. The 41 people I had kept alive. The world we had lost. The world we were about to save. "I know," I said. "Plot the course." And then the channel lit up, every human frequency at once. And it was not Owen, and it was not Calder, and it was not Vashek. It was hundreds of voices. The swarm, the half-built hulls and the patrol ships, and the civilian vessels that had been throwing themselves at the Overseer's deflection for 9 impossible minutes. And among them, I heard the voices of Halden's world, the displaced, the ones who had lost everything, who had volunteered first at the shipyards, who had flown out to Sol in whatever they could crew, because they had nothing left to lose and a debt they intended to pay. "Captain Holt," it was a woman's voice, steady and clear, one of the Halden's world volunteers, flying a stripped freighter with no weapons and no shields, and a hold full of nothing but mass. "We heard the archivist. We know what the aperture needs. And we know your Kestrel can't be the only ship that reaches it, because Vashek will see one ship coming and turn the deflection to swat it before it ever arrives. A breath. But the Overseer can't swat all of us. There are 300 of us out here who came from a world that's already gone. We don't have weapons, we don't have shields, but every one of us has mass, and every one of us is already here, and every one of us would rather throw ourselves down the throat of that thing than watch it do to Earth what it did to our home. The voices behind her swelled, hundreds of them, agreeing, a sound I have never been able to forget. Lead us in, Captain. Vashek can stop one mountain. Let's see the Overseer stop 300. I have thought about that moment every day since. About what it must have looked like to Vashek, watching from the dark ship over Earth, as 300 unarmed human vessels, freighters and shuttles and half-finished hulls, formed up not to flee, not to fire, but to fly straight into the open mouth of a weapon that could end a world, throwing nothing but themselves and the mass they carried, because they had calculated, in the cold, clear human way, that 300 ships could not all be stopped, and that the price of Earth was worth whatever it cost. The Concordance had a formula for everything. They had a column for resistance, and a column for submission, and a threshold where one became the other. They had no column for this. There has never been a formula in the history of the universe that could account for 300 people who have lost everything deciding, together, freely, that they will spend the last thing they have to save 2 billion strangers and a world that was never even their own. That was the thing the Concordance never understood about us, from the first day to the last. They thought our strength was the cargo guns, and then they thought it was the tricks, and then they thought it was our refusal to break. But it was never any of those things. It was this. It was the willingness, when everything else has been taken, to give the one thing that remains, and to give it not because we were ordered to, not because a single mind directed it, but because 1,000 minds each looked at the same impossible price, and each, alone, decided to pay it. Form up, I said, and my voice did not shake, because there was nothing left in me but the certainty of what we were about to do. All ships, on the Kestrel. We go in together. Vashek can track one of us. The Overseer cannot track all of us. The instant that deflection drops, we put everything we have through the aperture, and we end this, here, over the world where we began. I looked at my crew, at Owen and Lena, and Marcus and Sam, at the bridge of the little ship that had carried us all the way from the rings of a gas giant to the sky over Earth. It has been the honor of my life to fly with you, I said. Owen, take us in. And we went. 301 ships fell toward the dark vessel over Earth, and Vashek saw us coming, and the Overseer did exactly what the Halden's World Volunteer had predicted. The deflection field turned and twisted, reaching out to swat the ships nearest the aperture, and it caught some of them, and I will carry those names with the 9 million and the lost crews of the dark between the dead stars, forever. But it could not catch all of us. It could not turn fast enough, or wide enough, to stop 300 ships coming from every direction at once, a swarm with no center and no head, each ship flying its own line, each pilot making their own choice, an attack that could not be predicted because it was not coordinated by any single mind, only by the shared and unbreakable decision of 300 people to reach the same point at the same instant, whatever it cost. Core is charging past safe threshold, Lena said, her voice steady as stone. Captain, Vashek is committing. The aperture is going to open. Any second now. All ships, I said. On my mark. The instant that deflection drops, everything you have, down the throat. Owen, hold us on the line. Hold us right on the line. The dark ship over Earth began to glow. Deep within it, the broken core of the Severance reached the point where Vashek had decided it would fire. Stable or not, safe or not, because the Overseer cared for nothing now but the single act of ending us. The focusing aperture began to open, a widening eye of terrible light aimed down at the blue curve of the world, and as it opened, exactly as Elune had promised, the deflection field around it dropped away, because the weapon could not fire through its own shield, and for one single instant, the open mouth of a star-ending weapon hung undefended over Earth. Now, I said, all of it, now. And 301 ships through the last mountain. Everything we had went down the throat of the Severance in that single instant. The Kestrel emptied her mass driver into the open aperture. the Halden's World freighters poured their holds of raw mass into the widening eye of light. 300 ships released everything they carried and everything they were. A wall of solid matter arriving all at once into the one place the weapon could not defend. At the exact moment it was already firing, and the broken core of the Severance, forced past every safe limit by an overseer who had abandoned reason, met that wall of mass at the instant of its discharge and could not complete the firing, because the focusing aperture was choked with matter, because the force that was meant to leap out and end Earth had nowhere to go but back, into the unstable fragment, into the ship that carried it. The Severance fired into itself. I will not describe the light. There are no words for it, and there should not be. I will only tell you that the weapon built to end a world consumed the ship that carried it, and the overseer who commanded it, that the dark vessel over Earth became, for one searing instant, a second sun, and then was gone, and that the blue curve of the world below it remained, whole and turning and alive, 2 billion people who would never know how close the dark had come, saved by 300 ships full of people who had already lost everything, and chose, freely, together, to give the last thing they had. Owen Webb flew the Kestrel out of the firing radius at the very last instant, in a maneuver that no pilot before or since has ever been able to replicate, because it should not have been survivable, and because Owen Webb was the best pilot humanity ever produced, and because I think the universe, just once, decided to let one ship come home to tell the story. We cleared the light by a margin so thin, I have never been able to explain it. Many of the others did not. The Halden's World volunteer, the woman whose steady voice had offered to lead 300 ships down the throat of the world's ending, was among the ones who did not clear it. I never learned her name. I have spent years trying. I think, in the end, the not knowing is right, because she was not one person who saved the world.